born Christmas. Rasta man a born Christmas. Me no laugh on Christmas. Laugh. Yeah, yeah, man. Long time ago in a Bethlehem, so the pastor preach and him say, Lord, Mary's boy child Jesus Christ. Them say born on a Christmas day. Well, lie them a tell, some fight them a sell. Him born from the 1st of April. Hey, near about it and tongue must tell. All the pagan them a go melt out in a hell. To a lie them a tell. Bun Santa Claus and me bun first Noel. Bun Rudolph and me bun Jingle Bell. Away in a manger me bun that as well. Christmas that a the Babylon spell. Trick on a deceive face and a soul go to hell. Christmas time them crucify the King of Israel. Get them bloody face and try to mock him on it.
Hey, pull up that blood clot.
Christmas. Rasta man a born Christmas. Me no laugh on Christmas. Laugh. Yeah, yeah, man. Long time ago in a Bethlehem, so the pastor preach and him say, Lord, Mary's boy child Jesus Christ. Them say born on a Christmas day. Well, lie them a tell, some fight them a sell. Him born from the 1st of April. Hey, near about it and tongue must tell. All the pagan them a go melt out in a hell. To a lie them a tell. Bun Santa Claus and me bun first Noel. Bun Rudolph and me bun Jingle Bell. Away in a manger me bun that as well. Christmas that a the Babylon spell. Trick on a deceive face and a soul go to hell. Christmas time them crucify the King of Israel. Get them bloody face and try to mock him on the well. Damn all them swine till them corruption swell. Down in at the bottomless pit them a go fell. Truth and right Rasta not stop rebel. Babylon corruption stink and it a smell. Well, time will tell. Long time ago in a Bethlehem, so the pastor preach and him say every Sunday, Mary's boy child Jesus Christ. Them say born on a Christmas day. Well, I lie them a tell, some fight them a sell. Yahshua born from the 1st of April. Hey, near about it and tongue must tell. All the pagan them a go melt out in a hell. To me born Christmas. Nah stop born no blue eye Jesus. Born too, that's a some me born Barabbas. Destruction a go take them like the one Ananias. Christmas time evil and rush. Too much blood splash, no mention, can't crash. Man and woman and bikini a run down cash. About them pretty mind dirty like a trash. Western philosophy me bun that to wash. And me African ancient say where they want whitewash. So me born Christmas without matches and gas. Lightning out of me mouth well it a flash. Emperor Selassie I know that. Long time ago in a Bethlehem, so the pastor preach and him say every Sunday, Mary's boy child Jesus Christ. Them say born for some find them and say Yahshua born for the 1st of April. Near about it and tongue must tell. Watch the pagan them a burn up in the hell. To me bun Santa. You just say Santa, Satan, Lucifer. Come from in the night in the cold winter. Him a come to me chimney. Him a thief and robber. So they bring him and a burn him in a hot fire. First of April and the birth of the Messiah. Then
Jeez! Come on, jeez. You know what time it is? G Block in this bitch. You get me? Yo. Yo. You said that tree was hard, didn't it? That tree was hard, didn't it? Come on. Mary's boy child Jesus Christ. Yeah. So we born Santa, born Christmas, and but we celebrate Christmas on the 7th of July. Yeah, born Santa, born Christmas, and then we born Santa. Jeez. Russ. So what going on, man? Cheers, sweet. Cheers, sweet. Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. What's going on? Big up everyone in the chat. Yo, big up Jack with the big pat. Old tight COE. Old tight TYO. Big up yourself, cuz. Big up Sir Man the White. Jack with the big pat. Man, like big odds in the building. Ayo, paternal Caribbean Israelite. So big up yourself. Yeah, big up Day Rider. Big up yourself. Come on. You know how we do. Jesus, Mary, boy, child, Jesus Christ. You said about the Rasta Christmas then, man. So Rasta don't celebrate Christmas, yeah? Or Rasta don't celebrate Christmas in December. Jeez. Yeah, man. Yes. And it's like the Rasta do celebrate Christmas, man. Let's see what we got in here, man. Hey, big up 90 for 99. Yeah, man. Got a little live show popping off. Big up yourself. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell all the people them. They're gonna file over probably when she's done. Big up, big up, big up. Come on. Come on. Right. Definitely, I might have to run that tune again though. Still, yeah. He said we should run the tune again. Cause that tune was bad. You said run it again. Yeah, bro. That one was bad. Still, Fireborn Christmas. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, man. Mad. So you know what? Yeah. I need to get my brakes on my Van Dam B. Screeching. They are bitching. Yo. All right. Let me run it again. Run the track. I'm not if you can hear it properly still. Whoa.
Fireborn Christmas. Rastafarians Christmas. We no love on Christmas. Love. Yeah, yeah, man. Long time ago in a Bethlehem, so the pastor preach and him say, Lord, Mary's boy child Jesus Christ. Them say born on a Christmas day. Well, lie them a tell, some fight them a sell. Him born from the first of April. Hey, knee up about it and tongue must tell. All the pagan them go melt out in a hell. To a lie them a tell. Bun Santa Claus and me bun curse Noel. Bun Rudolph and me bun Jingle Bell. Away in a manger me bun that as well. Christmas, that a the Babylon spell. Trick on a deceive and a soul go to hell. Christmas time them crucify the king of Israel. Get them bloody feast and try to mock him money well. Damn all them swine till them corruption swell. Down in a the bottomless pit them a go fell. Truth and right Rasta and stop rebel. Babylon corruption stink and it a smell. Well, time will tell. Long time ago in a Bethlehem. So the pastor preach and him say every Sunday, Mary's boy child Jesus Christ. Them say born on a Christmas day. Well, I lie them a tell. Some fight them a sell. Yahshua born from the first of April. Hey, near about it and tongue must tell. All the pagan them a go melt out in a hell. To me born Christmas. Nah stop born no blue eye Jesus. Born too, that's a some me born Barabbas. Destruction a go take them like the one Ananias. Christmas time evil and rush. Too much blood splash no mention car crash. Man a woman a bikini a run down cash. About them pretty mind dirty like a trash. Western philosophy me bun that to wash. And me African ancient say where they want whitewash. So me born Christmas Christmas without matches and gas. Lightning out of me mouth when it a flash. Emperor Selassie, I know that. Long time ago in a Bethlehem. So the pastor preach and him say every Sunday, Mary's boy child Jesus Christ. Them say born for a Christmas day. Well, no lie them a tell. Some find them and say Yahshua born for the 1st of April. Near fi mount it and tongue must tell. Watch the pagan them a burn up in a hell to me bun Santa. To just say Santa, Satan, Lucifer. Come from in the north in the cold winter. He ma come through me chimney. He ma thief a robber. So the bring him and a burn him in a hot fire. First of April and the birth of the Messiah. Then
Come on. Jeez, so he said. Yay. Just see. Yo, big up man like over in the building. Yeah, big up yourself, cats. Man like Marshall, yeah, come on, big up yourself, cats. You that young, yeah? Alright. Hold on a sec. Ah, you ducked out. Yeah, you ducked out just as I added you, cuz. Yeah, man. We got your born Santa. Yeah. And so the Rasta Santa comes on the 7th of, you get me? So, mad. Yeah. You saying that, oh, that was you, yeah? Alright, come true, man. Come true again, come true again, cuz. Yeah, big up, cuz. Oh, that was you in the song? Yo, nah, bruv. Come on, bruv. You need to come on. Come on the panel. Nah. Yo, you better jump on the panel, Kate. You dumb. You better get in there, man. Yo. So sweet. Yeah, man. Merry Rasmus. We got C4 Blaster. We got yourself, cuz. Big up, cuz. Are you saying Islam's got a break today, yeah, C4? Jeez. He said, yeah, man. Yeah, mad thing. Have you deleted the video with Jupiter Drunk? I didn't have a video with Jupiter Drunk, man. That was on Jedi's channel still. And then that was on Rasmus' channel still. Yeah, because I locked it off, man. I wanted to go sleep still. And like I'm saying, man wants it to try and be like on the serious side of it. That's yeah. Yeah. Obviously, I want some jokes as well with it. But like I'm saying, I want people to be able to come on and ask hard questions. So yeah, after that we can go for cough and all that. You got me? Just PSFA about Santa. Mad. Yeah, I let a little this match pop off for a couple hours the other day. Yeah, but not too many of them though. Still, like, else people with like mad knowledge that will ask mad questions that you've never thought before. Won't jump on and ask them questions no more. Still, so yeah, trying to allow too much beef. You get me? Too much passing still. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, that one was mad still, cuz. Trust me. Yeah, trust me, James is the hot skull. Yeah, like, alright, so if I'm cartelling, he's popcorn. You get me? And Ultra's Black Rhino. You get me? Gaza. Jeez. Oh my days. I don't bleach though still. They ain't got braces. But yeah, I'm not marked still. But me are the oil boss. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, big bubble girl. Big up yourself, man. Come on, C4, man. You know what time, you know what time it is, though, guys. But still, yeah, man. Yeah, oh, well, you get that new clocks, that doggy. Come on. What you call it that? But in the party, eventually Bigger will take his shahada, mark my word. This is only a matter of time. Look at Zachariah, and it's finished. Yo, if you man see me turn into Zachariah, cause that would be the biggest turnaround in history, fam. Fuck yeah, no. Nah, Marshall, you dickhead, you take the piss though. Are you taking the piss or what? Hey, big up the Arsenal fans though, man. I'm gonna fix someone boiler in the Arsenal Ashburton Triangle still, so yeah. Yeah, if you's not being good, I'll slap the camera without going into the stadium, yeah. You know this, yeah? I done my plumbing apprenticeship in Arsenal's stadium still. Well, some of it. The first half of my plumbing apprenticeship was done at Arsenal Stadium. So when it was being built, that I remember it stadium. So I was the first one to use the toilets in there. Come on, come on. How about that, B? Yeah. That's why Arsenal's so cursed. I don't want Juju shit in their toilet, fam. I made their team turn shit. Yo. Hey, listen. You lot need somebody to jump on real quick, yeah? Or is just gonna go silent for a sec while I go for a tunnel? I'm about to go for a tunnel, man. Like, it's gonna cut out for a sec, but yeah, man, shit on Arsenal, cuz. Trust me. Trust me. Come on, big up Kushite, my G. You know what time it is. G Block, you get me? But like Kushite's G Block as well, you get me? Smalley division. Come on. That's how G Block's hard, you know. Yo.
Yo, come on. Now we do G block 3. Yeah, man. Yeah. If you got all my Christmas rosters, man. Come on. It's a Rasta Christmas. Lava. You get me? Lava. It's a fireborn Christmas. You get me? Rasta must celebrate Christmas. Until the 7th of January. Time ago in a Bethlehem. Oh, man. Yeah, hot. Right. So we say, man, we're gonna get the triune, the unholy trinity in it. Where's the unholy trinity at? Oh no, man. Roll out. Oh, man. Yeah, man, did it? Man. If you want to join the panel, the link's always in the description. Always in the description, guys. Come through, chat with the wild boss. Yeah, man. Be careful how you talk to the wild boss, man. Axel jump in and, hey, the Axel jump in and, yeah, get puppy angry and them thing there. Yeah, cuz. Blood. Alright. Oh, listen. Oh, oh. Man, it's Rastafarian Christmas right here. Yeah. We got poor rich. Yo, boy, jump up, bro.
Who had the Christmas dub plate though? Shout out man like AC though. Where's AC at? Yeah, if you missed the dub plate, just rewind to the start, man. The intro tune. No, the intro tune is always a bad man tune. This one might be the hardest tune yet. Good morning, Anton Tawi. Pick up yourself, man. Welcome to G Block. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we got Drill. Rasta set. It's a Rasta day today still. Yeah. Yo, I'll type man like Ezra, my AG. Come on. This godless block is the hardest. Trust me. Trust me. Yeah, man. Don't you ever think of kidding me? Word to Allah. We squeeze the bird in your face till it turn into tar. What? Jeez. Nah, man. It's not G-Block, man. It's G-Block right there, B. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's G-Block right there, dog. Yeah. No, we're gonna... Yeah, man. We need to get the G-Block merch up. Trust me. Outside Kirby, give touch, sound system, aid. Yeah, man. It's like, yo, listen. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna run that tune again. Run it again. Hold on, hold on.
I'm gonna melt out in a hell to a lie them a tell. Bun Santa Claus and me bun first Noel. Bun Rudolph and me bun Jingle Bell. Away in a manger me bun that as well. Christmas that a the Babylon spell. Drink on a dissipation and a soul go to hell. Christmas time them crucify the King of Israel. Get them bloody beats and try to mock him on the well. Them all them twine till them corruptions well. Come in and the bottom bless me them a go fell. Truth and right was an attack. Babylon corrupt and stink and it a smell. Well, time well, long time we love Bethlehem. So the pastor every Sunday. Them, 'em, 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 them some fight them Yash on the first side. Ni jag får vara till kanto.
That is hard, man. Shut up, man. That shit is hard, cuz. Who the man them? 0.5G connection. You sickness. Sharp because you waste, man. You sickness. Alright. Yeah, man. Man say cook for it, innit? Yeah. Who your internet cook for, man? Cause I did to tell Mohammed about no internet when he was making Oh, you in Pakistan, yeah? Oh, shit. Ma. Say that. Say that. Yeah, we buried it, yeah. Alright, cool, man. Say not, because what is it hot in Pakistan, yeah? It must be hot, bro. It's chucking out there. Nah, man. You're doing the right still, man. Yeah. Fly back home when the heat gets hot, man. Yeah. You know, man. Yeah, man. So we back in the building, man. You get me? It's winter still, yeah? Alright. Nah. Yeah, we back in the building from that. You asking the questions, man. Why do Rastafarians celebrate Christmas on the 7th of January and not the 25th? Mm. Wow, wow, wow.
we got no challenge. Alright, say that. No challenge. And the dude's trapping over there as well. You know, that's it. That's probably why you might have got a straight hair as well, then, because you get cold in them places as well. It's just like stayed hot all the time, and you might have an actual afro. Hey, you know what? Yeah, man, got a shout out my like fascist beware, yeah. This no shit, yeah, but he's doing his thing in it. Keep it on to cuz. Invest in some martial arts, this whatever. Them football really good for us, they have a support you know, bro. You get me? Or get your guap up and invest in some security, cuz. You need some security. Security! Now, Summer Robinson, the tables have turned. Hey, imagine this because speakers cool with security. That would be mad. That would be funny. So, hey, if you go to the Tommy Robinson March with security, that would be funny. Yeah. I'm saying nothing though, anyway, man. Like, you won't come through and tell us about Erasmus, man. Is it like the same as normal Christmas? Is it a little bit different? What it do? Shout out with Arsenal fans though, man. Found out your shit stadium right now, man. The Arab Emirates Stadium. All the Muslims should love Arsenal still. Well, all the Arab Muslims should love Arsenal still. They got that Arab Stadium still. Yeah, yeah. Alright, so I might have to change the score count to 51-0 then. Oh, mate. See, perfect. Oh, shit. This eternal. The white people tell us that. Favorite. Got the awesome Greek. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. D-Block wins again. My God. Yo. Yeah, see, the only people that back it for their team, like, is if Manchester back fucking any of the Muslims things.
They might jump on straight away now. No. Yeah. Just about any of them about those things, man. They might just chilling in the comments and shit. Whatever, man. Obviously, man's eating Christmas breakfast right now. All the Rastas are eating Christmas breakfast right now. So they can't talk. Yeah. Right now, it's Christmas breakfast, man. Yeah. Ackee and butter beans, no sausage. That's on them made. Fly, bam. What else? Yeah. Sweet potato, dumpling, some calorie and everything there. What's the Rasta Christmas dinner though? Roasted vegetables, no meat. Yeah. That's it. Man, on the Rasta diet, man will be marker belly, man. Trust, trust me. Yeah. You say, man, leave in the comments, man. Let me know what I'm going on, man. What we say. Yeah. What we saying, though, man. Keep them in the comments, man. Let us know what I'm going. You get me? Like I say, that was the man's channel here, but about to just jumping on. You ain't got shit. So, we need to keep them on the street. Hold it up and get it. Say hello. Join the panel. Convo. Go. All right. So, yeah, folks. Okay. So, Wow. Kids poor connection from me. I'm not actually saying nothing. Yeah, B. I'll go on, folks.
We say, my G, you good? Grand
Well,
right and all that.
Yeah, big up, bro.
Big up yourself, man. What's popping? What's popping, man? What are you up to today?
No, really, still, man. Like, obviously, just seeing why Rastafarians support celebrate Christmas on the 7th of January.
Okay.
Yeah, no one's not really answered that still, but apart from that, man, we just have a little chat about something else still.
Cool. Yeah, man. I just thought let me just jump on. I've been. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, it's all quiet.
Yeah,
Still, man. So.
Yeah, it's quiet, man. I think there's a couple shows running at the moment as well, you get me? So people are spread through the thing, you get me? But I just thought let me just jump on to see what I'll go on, man. I was chilling there, doing some work and stuff, but you know what? I thought let me take a 5 still and check out my bro Valley. Oh man, I'm glad to look away from the screen, can't lie.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, the
we had a
Rastafarians.
couple of fire shows over the last couple of days still, man. So
yeah, I've missed quite a bit. Like I've caught bits and bobs here and there, but I haven't really got the full subject matter of what was being discussed. You get me?
Yeah. Well, we were discussing about basically can someone claim to be pro-black and have like a white partner and have mixed race kids.
Okay.
Be black heroes and stuff like that. Yeah. So.
Oh shit! So the conversation about having a white partner, yeah, that was had as a black man or black woman with a partner from another heritage or white, not another heritage, actually white. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, right.
Obviously, I went with white, yeah, because I said I'll put myself on the fucking firing line. So obviously, I'll shoot at everyone else in it, man. So let's have a they not shoot at me for a day.
Real, but yeah, no, it's a mad one still. That's a big one. It's brave of you still, because I know a lot of people will take them ones there personal, because I think many people use it, many black people use it as a point of attack. And the reason why I say that is because I think a lot of people that jump down that route of saying that a black man or a black woman with a white partner can't be pro-black and can't act for their community that they grew up in, sometimes I think speaks more about the insufficient production of that person's own life. You see what I'm saying? They want to look and blame someone else or something else. Whereas what I would see and what I would judge things on would purely be what that person, that individual has done for that community that they're about. You get me? So you can't be, you can look at
it's a couple of different things in it, like, yeah, like you're saying that, obviously I understand, like, if you're black, biggity, black, yeah, and then you've got a white beans, yeah, then that's a contradiction, because you can't really do that, fam. You get me? Like,
yeah.
You can still, you can be a black person when you've got a race, a partner from whatever race they're from. You get me? Like, you can always recognize that you're a black person.
Yeah, because Felly, one of those actions, one of those. That's right. Because what I'm saying is one of those actions that we talk about when you're biggity black all the way is that of nation building. It's a huge part of what what being pro-black is, or wanting the best for your people. One of the things is procreating to create that nation. Because if you don't, what they're saying, what a lot of these people say is that those children of mixed heritage are not black. Yeah, they say that they are mixed heritage. But what I say is the dominant society, yeah, regardless of what you feel about them or whatever, there's a would say that those mixed race children, they say they're black. They don't care. They don't. They, as soon as they got, it comes from back in the day about that one drop rule. You get me? And unfortunately, a lot of people still stick a lot of these old traditions. So I think that these people have chosen and told you that these children aren't theirs, they're yours. And some of them will be treated just the same as any black child. But as we know from past experience, these same children or products of these marriages, of these unions or whatever relationships, also were used against that majority of the population of black people. They were used against them. You get me? So there's a couple different things in there. I can understand all arguments, but what other arguments are there? There are a few other arguments, but for me, the problem that comes with it is that it's based in hate. It starts being based in hate, and when you're based in hate, that's when you got problems, man. Because if you base them things there in love, it changes the whole outcome and the whole thing. You get me? Yeah, that's how I see it, man. It's like you have to definitely try and do things with love in your heart. Because if you don't have that love in your heart, then you're just spewing hate, and that causes an issue as well.
Yeah, that. There were some people on the panel that were saying these people are black, yeah, and then obviously, like, but they was giving like reasons, like that. It was understandable reasons, yeah. I was saying that. Well, I told my children that they're mixed race, like the best of both or whatever. Just stick into your history and blah blah. Now I'm saying that all that so.
Yeah.
Like I've never really had a problem with someone of mixed heritage, knowing both of their heritages and not just claiming one. You get me? But another thing was that when someone's mixed race here and then they lean more towards their white side, people are gonna call them sellouts, coons, and this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? That so. Yeah,
facts. That's what I'm saying. The society already decides.
It's a bit hard for the person to. Do you know what I mean? Like, right, the person sort of got to pick the side when they might not even want to pick the side. Like, they might not even see this shit like that.
Yeah. I can't lie, bro. I grew up with a good lot of mixed race people because I grew up in Croydon, and there was bare mixed race youths when I was growing up. In fact, my very best friend from college is of mixed heritage, half Jamaican and half Burmese. Yeah, so his mum looked a bit like, like a Chinese Asian, you know what I mean? And then his dad was a very fair-skinned Jamaican man who I knew very well. He was like my dad as well, you get me? A good man. And one thing I definitely noticed is that with mixed race youths growing up within the black community, and he was actually part of the black community. Yeah, he was down. Yeah, he was with me. We used to roll, and we used to roll and do all the stupidness that he did on roads together. I did it with this guy, and his older brother. So he was part of the community. He was part of the black population. You get me? We used to go to the rave, the little ragga dances and all that stuff together, and all the clubs and Tim Westwoods and all this sort of stuff together, and all the other things that go on with the road. And then his older brother was the other side. He was like definitely more with white friends. Like when he was younger, I think he had more black friends, but when he got older, definitely more with the white. So within that family, you saw the two contrasts. One thing I definitely noticed with my was that he suffered a lot of extreme feelings in his growing up, where it was either he was loved by the black people and the black girl and that, yeah, especially enough black girls that love him off. That's one thing I remember, yeah. Or he was seriously hated. It was never no like middle ground. You see what I'm saying? So he took it upon himself to make that decision. So that's one thing I told myself from a young age, is that even these mixed race youths, it's down to them to kind of even choose to make the choice on what they say and who they are. Yeah. Because that's the only time I think that applies. I don't think it applies when you got a boy who says they want to be a girl. I don't think that works that way. I think where you're mixed race, you actually are half and half DNA setup of these two heritages. You get me? So you have that life choice to make now in regards to the society in which you live. You get me? So he made that choice. I mean, he had straight hair, he used to plait his hair. You remember Crisscross? You remember Crisscross, the rap group?
Yeah.
Back to the front clothing, yeah? That, you remember the guy from that? He looked just like that guy, the guy with the long plaits, the very fair skin one, yeah? Just like him. Yeah. So that gives you a description of who he is. And he decided.
Yeah, so he must have been in the 90s.
yeah. You get it. He's proper that time. Growing up. And the only thing we didn't do is wear the clothes back to front. But he had to choose, you get me? And that choice, I think, was probably what made his life a little bit, well, worse when we were growing up, because you're treated like a black youth. The police label you as, you know, running with them guys. Whereas if you're white, you don't get it as much. But at the same time, I've been with
Books. Hold on for 1 sec here.
Yeah.
I just got to jump out the van. I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna
Yeah, cool. Go on, do your thing. Yeah, so as I say it to the chat still, like, yeah, so this guy, he had to make that choice, and he made the choice, and I think it made his life that little bit more difficult in that sense. You get me? And where he had to make that choice, it made his life that little bit more difficult, I would say. But at the same time, whilst working for companies and meeting other people of mixed heritage, and then going to, when we work for corporate companies, going to those meetings, going to those meals and those gatherings with another youth, who was mixed race, and that, I realized that they get alienated from that white society as well. They blank them. They treat them like they're like a dumb N-word. You get me? That's how they saw them, let alone me with my dark skin. You get me? So this is just the reality of our society. People might try and talk certain things about they don't see color, or now racism's going away. It's all bullshit when you're actually the other side of the coin and you actually experience it. So yeah, it's hard with them ones there, because we live in a society in the UK where racism is definitely a bit more under we're more integrated here. That's what I'll say. Other countries in the world, and if we just use America stateside as an example, you'll see that they live much more segregated, a whole lot more segregated than we do. So they have clear, defined lines in regards their communities and how they are together. You get me? So a lot of them there's a direct line that you can look at someone and say, yeah, that person's not from our place, that person's not with us. Whereas here in the UK, it's not as easy as that. You get me? It's not as easy as that. So I think that we come from a different place, and we have to deal with white supremacy in a different manner. But all in all, the goals end up being the same. But the process towards those goals are different. So I think it's a very difficult one, and we get a lot of fake people, black people in general, who want to hate. So where they want to hate, they use this as an excuse to hate. And sometimes they want that hate pool to be larger than just white people, so they can stretch it to all others and all over the place. But what you realise is, in the real world, a lot of people, many people, show a lot more love. You know what I mean? That love is real, and that goes across everywhere and everybody. You get me? But a lot of people, they've taken on the white supremacy sort of attitude, which is to put yourself above and hate others. And what you don't understand is that hate don't get you nowhere. So it don't get you nowhere.
But Books,
yeah.
don't you think that Nynefa does have a point in the thing where she's saying that it's like sometimes people want to rub out black women, yeah, because like when we was growing up then on TV, they're
these car park boys.
yeah, I've been around there.
Just come round there, yeah.
You got indicator on. Your hazards are loud, bro.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I'm just going into Arsenal, innit? But yeah, I'll turn. Actually, let me.
You might have to drive with them. So I see what you're saying. You sure you can drive without them?
Yeah. See that there?
Yeah. Now you have to drive with the hazards on still, innit? I know when you're going to them side.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. What are you saying about the nine? I don't want to mention her name still.
Yeah, I was saying about obviously that Nine has got a point where she's saying she feels like sometimes it's like black women are being rubbed out or whatever because like they don't have like there's not a lot of adverts, there's not a lot of programs or anything casting black women in a good light or whatever like that. And probably when she's seeing people around her trying to say that you can call a mixed race child black when their mum's white. Like, yeah, I understand that. That's a bit confusing for the
I don't think it's
child as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would say with the so let me turn the camera off still.
Yeah. Go on.
So I understand the politically black thing that Scattered Minds was saying, yeah? Because that makes sense, innit? Like when you're on road and when you're being arrested, if it's a group of black youths and there's a mixed race youth with them, they don't treat him any different to the other youths. He's treated the same, innit? But
100%.
But there is other opportunities where say a mixed race person could be used as like the buffer between, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
but what situation does that actually happen? Because I don't agree with I don't want to call her name, but the person you spoke of, I don't agree with that because when she's saying about black women being rubbed out, sometimes I think that's just a very not very. I feel it's got a slight essence of victim mentality in there, yeah. Because what I see when I look on the TV, when I look on adverts, is I don't see. In fact, what I see is never see a black couple together. I see more time that they show a black woman with a white man or vice versa. They never show two dark-skinned couples together. Very rarely seen. You do see it, but very rare. You have to search to find it. You won't see it very often. And what she's saying, I feel is like you're allowing yourself to be used in regards to that narrative being pushed forward, because what you actually find, that's a statistic state that 85% of black men and black women marry another black man and black woman.
Yeah. That's what I was saying that already. Still, that most of the blacks and even the mixed race dons that are in black circles end up with other black women or whatever anyway. So it's not.
Or you have children by another, a black person, even if you might have a relationship with a, whatever race. But what I'm saying is that's one point, is that most black people actually do go with other black people. And people seem to push this narrative just because they've seen a lot of mixed race children, you got to remember, mixed race a lot of the time get pushed to the forefront. That's what happens. That's why people think they're seeing a lot more. And I remember growing up in Croydon, Addington, and in our bit sort of south, anywhere sort of south, there was a big mixed race population. I noticed that. I knew that when I was growing up, but it was normal to us because I can't lie, we didn't even see them as mixed race. They were black, fam. We were all black. Yeah. That's how everyone saw each other themselves. Don't get it twisted. They had their white mum and white dad, but they saw themselves as black and knew that they were black. And the reason for that is because politically they were treated black. So they didn't really have a choice in that. You get me? So they might say that they want to be white, but they can't say that they're white because they're not going to be accepted as white. As I said, the one drop rule, which has really been pushed it's in people's psyche and it still continues today. You see what I'm saying? Even people ask you, oh, what have you got in you? What race have you got? If someone's a bit tanned or something like that. That's what people do. They can't help it. It's in us. So that's that one point, is that I see there's many black people we see together, but some people try to push this narrative. And as I say, even black people push this narrative. And I can't lie, I'm going to be biased anyway. I'm never going to be straight. I see more black women pushing that narrative about black man with a white woman. And when what I notice is that when people see they've got something to say about it, basically. You get me? Black man won't say nothing to another black brother about his white gal. They won't say nothing. They might think something, but they ain't going to necessarily say something. But what you'll find is black women will talk up more and say something more, like they're vexed or like they're hurt. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's why I feel that victim mentality coming in, when really you should be worrying about you and yours. When you start looking at other things like that, it's showing that you care about it in this fashion. You see what I'm saying? Like it's bunning you. That's one point, yeah? That's just one point. So I don't understand why it buns you. You do your thing, innit? Do your thing with your people.
Well,
and if you don't agree
what
with
if
something,
it does bun you though? What if what if you see like what if you saw one of the top 10 girls from your school, back in the day, there's always the top 10 girls in the school with it, that no one, hardly anyone had to was able to grab onto them ones. Say you saw that beans there and she had a white brother as her husband or whatever, would you be like, fuck, she married a white one?
Yeah. I'd think it in my head. I think to myself, rah, you couldn't find a brother. Or I'd think that, I think you couldn't find a brother because I'm sure you would have got approached. If she's top 10, she got approached by bare brothers, straight away. But then the next thing, which I think is more poignant, that will come to my head, is not to blame her, because the first one is blaming her. My instinct, I can't lie, I'm going to be honest, I would blame her. I'm thinking, why can't you choose a black man? What's up with you? Yeah? But the very next thing that comes into my head, because that's the way I think, is I go to the other side of the coin and say, rah, I say to myself, what happened that made you choose a white brother? You see what I'm saying? What possibly happened? And it's not just like luck and choosing. I believe that something, usually an incident, will have some sort of impact and make you think consciously about choosing another race apart from your own, because you feel that they might treat you better, or they're going to treat you better than the one guy you went with, or the guy that cheated on you was a black guy, so you're thinking, let me go with these white guys, see what they're like. Or you spoke to a black guy, he's a bit more tougher with you, but the white guy you could run. You see what I'm saying? The same vice versa for black men as well. You see what I'm saying? So you don't know what happened, and also you might never know that this child might have grown up. So take the scenario of the school out of it, my brother. Take the scenario of school, that top 10 of school. She was just in a white area, no other brothers or sisters. Even if there were very few. She's not attracted to the brother that, the one other brother, in the school, So she ended up building a relationship and friendship with a white brother. So we don't know the full ins and outs a lot of the time. But we know that the forefront of her mind isn't thinking about her about the nation building type of thing. And this is where I think the Western world is very clever. They've made us very individualistic. They've made us think like this. They made us think that you just do what you choose to do and it has no impact. You can do what you like. Whereas African philosophy dictates literally the opposite. Everything you do affects everybody. It affects the society. It affects with your family. It affects the people who you live with. Do you see what I'm saying? So this is why you grow up thinking differently. Yeah, and that's a lot of the differences, the chalk and cheese in regards to Africans and the rest of the world's population. You get me? So
because it's the same with like we're saying with a Jamaican family as well. It's like obviously like there's like you don't bring shame on the family name and make sure you know what I'm saying, like if someone so's a doctor or a lawyer or someone so yeah, their name's always mentioned and or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Why, how come you can't be like Herald or you get me? You know, you know the ones that. So.
Yeah, no, trust, and I hear that. And to go back to the other point when you said about seeing with a child being called black, that's what you're saying about the mixed race youth being called black, and like no, what you said about black women being erased, and I already brought up the point about seeing, a lot of black women, white men, and vice versa, and they're not being erased. It's just the fact that they're children. They're not being, because even though they are creating a black child. And the reason why I say they create a black child, that was it. That's the point I wanted to make. The reason why I'm saying that they do create a black child, is not only because one reason is because of the politics in our society. Yeah. The second one is actually more poignant to me, which is that scientifically, biologically, our genes are dominant. Yeah, this is a fact. Our genes are dominant. So therefore, that child that comes out mixed race is in fact actually a black child. Your features are going to show more. There's going to be some melanin in that child's skin. There's going to be curlier, maybe 4C hair, possibly with this child, even though they got fairer skin. You see what I'm saying? So scientifically, you've created a more dominant child. And if that mixed race child gets with another African person, the child, you will not be able to know. That child will have to tell you that they've got white in their very close heritage. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't know otherwise. Yeah, and this is the thing. It's like Black Van Man. I think Black Van Man said he's mixed race or some of his heritage is English. Yeah, but you look at him in the street. If police want to jump on him just for being a black nigger, they're gonna do that, innit? They're gonna do that. They're not gonna ask him. Hold on, wait up, everybody. I think this guy's grandfather's black. I think this guy's grandfather's white. Now allow him a bit, please. Allow him a bit. Don't beat him as hard as you was a black nigger. Because he's not fully a black nigga. You see what I'm saying? And that's what it is. So our society and science dictate that these children that you say are not, these mulattoes that you want to put hate on and put in the same category in a box over there, are actually part of you. And this is the problem with a lot of our society, is this separation thing. This is what Africans can't deal with. Yeah, it's this whole separation thing. And now we are suffering because of it. Because we didn't have... Yeah, go on.
Books, like to be fair, on 9/11's part, she wasn't she was her only complaint, it wasn't that it was just that the mixed race, the child that has a white mum or Indian mum or Arabian mum or something else mum who's not black is just being called black. They're not being called biracial or mixed race or half black or whatever the term, whatever the politically correct term will be at whatever time. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the shit changes all the time. Yeah. So I like it, and obviously I can't see in Nine-Etha's heart and her mind or whatever in it. Like I'm just me in it, and I don't know. I might take things differently to how other people take things in it, but in my personal opinion, that I feel like that was really her main issue. That there was people who were pro-black on the panel who were saying, mixed race people are black, no matter if they have a white mum or not. Not that they're mixed. And one part, to be fair as well, to Scattered Minds, he said the mixed race people that he knows that move in these Pan-African circles and pro-black circles, they know they're mixed race, innit? So they know they've got a white mum. They recognise they're mixed race, but they're politically black. Like I'm not sure that Nanny heard that part still.
That's a big point. That's a big point, and that's the thing I think that your friend is missing. You get me? That's what I think your friend is. That politically, you're told you're something, and scientifically, you're told you're something. You get me? So that's just how it is. It's how it is. Who is this man?
Man, like Black Select, you get me? Bugs in the building, yeah, man. But like, I had to mute you, Black Select, man, because you always make mad noise when you come in, cuz like, so I'll mute yourself when you're ready to talk, fam. But
sorry, bro. Sorry. Yeah, big up to the panel, big up
that's
to
how
the
I mute you
listeners.
straight away, anyway, yeah.
Shut
Because
up.
if you come in off mute, I make.
You liar. All I want to clarify, Veli, was remember I asked her specifically about the 2 points, what her issue was, because I thought it was mainly her saying that as a black woman, she's got a problem with a white woman saying she's got a black baby. So then what does that make?
Yeah.
Like she's being erased. But she said 2 things. It was the fact that they're being called black when they're not, as well as. So it's the 2 things together, because I thought it was just one.
Okay.
You get me?
As well as.
It's them being labeled, as black when they're mixed race, and the white woman being able to said to have a black child. Do you get me? I mean, they go together anyway. It's inseparable, isn't it? If you call them black, then their mothers haven't had a black baby in it. But then the thing that I had a problem with is that she provided no solution when we said the natural consequence of these children not being called black or white is there a new category of mixed race or colored like South Africa. So you've created a new group now. So they're neither like mum nor like dad. So what now? Do you get what I'm saying? And she had no answer to that. And that's where I find these problems, where any complaints that come along, if you haven't got no solution to the problem you're going to cause now, then what? Do you get what I'm saying? You're making it worse. So, but yeah, we have to try, man. We have to try. I don't know. Yes. But Veli, what's with it? You picking on Rastas now, yeah?
Yeah, man. Obviously, it's the Rasta Christmas today, isn't it, man? So, no.
It's not their New Year, though.
Nah. It's the Rasta Christmas, man. Rasta Christmas. Yeah. Someone put me up on it the other day, innit? So I thought, okay, all right. We'll chat about it on the day, but like.
Ethiopian too.
I
just wanted to clarify that thing. Yeah. I have to go and do some work still, so I'll mute up.
So Black Select. No apologies for the way you spoke to me.
Hold on. Are you listening to Bugs here? Hold on. Have I ever disrespected you anyway? You said something, and then I said something back.
Yeah, you did. What? You did disrespect me, bro. You did disrespect.
I don't know. Listen to what I said.
I was making clear points about how you spew hate and always talk about the word, which I'm not going to say because I really don't want you to start mentioning or talking about it right now.
Yeah.
You brought that up. You always do that. And when you were addressed on it, man started insulting me from the I was looking in the chat and you started insulting me from the panel. Yeah, calling man movie and all sorts, bro. I find that a major disrespect of someone who of what I'm doing within the community and how long I've been in my community for you just to try and spew these sort of insults. Attacking next black man for whatever reason, I don't know. You have no apology for me. Now he's gonna come on, jump on the panel, not say nothing to man, start talking and then breeze off. What are you saying?
Okay, so I bigged up everyone on the panel. The disrespect actually comes from your side in the sense that, like you've said, you don't want to mention it. But all I've said is for people to be accurate in speech. And I've done it politely for over so long. And my point is, when we're talking, if someone was to tarnish you with a brush that doesn't cover you, you would always make it clear that no, you're referring to the other. So for instance, let's give Rasta as an example, where you get certain Rastas that believe that Selassie's God, he's Christ's return, etc. And then you get certain Rastas that don't believe that. So there must be a distinction made. You can't just say, well, Rastas believe that.
You that's what you did. You made that distinction. You called man a newbie with no substance or no knowledge of what man does. You said that. Yeah?
Because of what you said.
You're calling man mad things, bro. And the thing is,
what you said, bro, you can't ignore that. You can't ignore what you said.
What did I say?
Oh, you said a whole heap of thing in the chat. I responded, and it
What did I
escalated.
say then? Tell me
Bruv,
what I said. That
I
was
don't
so
remember everything you said.
disrespectful
What
that you had
want
to
me to
disrespect me.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on,
Because what I was saying it wasn't based in hate, bro. It wasn't based in insulting you. It was based in what man was observing you talking at the time. Yeah, you were insulting these other people hardcore, which is other black man. You were insulting people in general in regards to their religion and faith base, bro. And you're saying you're talking about you're for black people. That's what you were doing. You were doing it there and then. A man pulled you up on it. And then the only thing you could come back to man is that, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a fucking newbie. That's what you said, bro.
I wouldn't have swore, number one.
I don't care, bro. That's how I took it. So you said that. So stop trying to change what I'm saying and trying to deflect from what I'm saying. You insulted me.
There's no changing.
Man. I took it as an insult. So are you going to apologize for it? Or are you going to pretend or swerve or keep doing what you do as normal? Because, bro, I've met you, you know you've met me. You know we stood face to face, isn't it?
That's why I was shocked when you started to respond the way you did. That's why I was shocked.
Because I'm saying that, bro, you're spewing hate right now. That's what you were doing. So I'm trying to show you that you're spewing hate, bro, fam. So when I tell you I've met you face to face, I've stopped you respect from clapping you in your face, yeah? And you went away and went and spoke and sorted it out. Good, I'm glad. I don't want to carry on.
Say that again.
You're done what? Like some sort of dickhead, bro, when you're talking.
You stopped what from clapping me in my face?
It, fam. I really don't appreciate it.
I was boxing him down, blood. It was you lot that saved him. It was Veli that saved him. I was knocked him out.
Okay, so that's big talk, yeah? That's big talk. I like that.
What are you talking about? Are you serious? What, you think Raspit could beat me? Are you serious? Forget that, bro.
Bro, look, let me just say something. When it gets onto the physical level, man, I don't even talk about it, bro. I just do. So if you want to keep talking online that you can do this and do that, keep talking, because I don't do the talking thing.
No, it's not. You're the one that brought it up, and you said clapping in my face.
That's what I'm saying. I brought it up, hoping that you'll be humble in the response.
No.
You're not humble in your response. You're coming with the same sort of attitude. So what I'm saying to you is, are you refusing to be humble and apologize, and you're going to carry on with the same way you've been carrying on?
Listen. You're not going to come and disrespect me and pretend that you know more.
I'm asking you for apology.
I'm saying you disrespect me. Hold on. You disrespect me first. Then you want me to apologize.
First, bro. You disrespected a whole set of black people first, bro. You disrespected a whole set of black people first. So what are you saying?
It's not a disrespect to call out enslavers.
No, bro. You're disrespectful when you're calling people monkey this, monkey that, monkey cave beast this, brother. It's a disrespect regardless of what you're calling out.
You're talking about
so tell me, are you going to apologize? Are you going to continue as you continue?
No. When you apologize, then we can discuss. There you go.
Shut up. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. This is why I ain't got time for brothers like you. You're ill, fam. You're ill, and you can't see that illness.
Yes.
Keep talking. That's what you do.
Fine.
And as I said to you, I don't do the talking thing. So let's see if you've got the same energy when I see you face to face.
Yes,
that's what I'm going to tell you.
It definitely will be. So that's up to you.
Yeah,
it might be more than
damn right. It's up to me. I'll pick and choose what I want. Yeah, people like you, bro. You're a disease and a virus to our community.
No, because no one cares what you've got to say in your ignorance. You're ignorant of the subject matter, and you keep talking on it. It can't happen. People like Danjuma, people like Shakara are knowledgeable about these things and learning. You're ignorant and talking from ignorance. It makes you look more stupid than before.
So you disrespect me again. You disrespect me again, bro.
Well, you're the one that brought it up. So who do you think
I haven't disrespected you once. I said you talking about hate, and you disrespect the whole set of black people. And you're sitting here now again, after calling me newbie, you're now going to call me ignorant again live online. Is that what you're doing?
Subject, yes, you're damn well ignorant on this subject. You think you know more than me about this religion?
Keep that energy.
Do you think you know more than me? What you think you're some gangster over me?
Don't talk to me and keep that energy.
Listen, you're the one that's trying to demand apology from me.
Don't talk to me and keep that energy. I'm done. I don't want it. I don't want the apology, bro. I don't want it.
You brought it. So stop it.
Don't talk to me. Talk to Veli and don't talk to me and keep the same energy. Yeah, let's see how you addressed me.
You addressed me, so you get addressed back.
Exactly, and you blatantly disrespect me again, as well as turn down the opportunity to be humble and just say, you know what, fuck it, it's just online, we're just talking. You
deny be humble towards me, you disrespect me first.
Because your ego is so large, and then you disrespect me again by calling man ignorant.
Yeah,
live online, bro. Other people heard it. Yeah.
What you think you know about the subject? You don't know nothing about it. How the hell do you know more than Danjuma? How do you know more than me? Huh?
But I don't know more than anybody. I've never claimed that. What are you talking about? You fucking sick bastard.
How are you telling me?
You're ill, fam.
How are you telling me I'm wrong if you don't know about the subject? Look how
I'm
ridiculous you are.
telling you, you're spewing hate. I'm not talking about the freaking subject, you ill
Calm
bastard.
down,
What,
calm
are you
down.
autistic or something,
Calm
bro?
down,
I didn't say
calm
anything about
down,
the
calm
subject.
down.
I said you are spewing hate.
If you
I said
don't
you
know
are
about the
spewing hate,
subject,
and you have an
calm
opportunity
down,
to apologize
down,
because you
calm
dissed
down.
me for no reason. So what I'm trying to tell you
You're
is,
not
stop
making
talking
sense.
like you autistic motherfucker. I don't know where you are on the spectrum, but you are fucked, bro. And I
Yes.
gave you the opportunity to say, you know what? Fuck it, it's no big deal. We're just chatting, and sometimes I get passionate about the subject because it's something I know a lot about and it's something I'm very passionate about. Nah, you choose to say you're a newbie, you're fucking ignorant, and talking like you're some sort of bad man. As I said, keep talking and let's see if you've got the same energy when man sees man face to face again.
I don't care whether it's face any time. It's not an issue. The point is very
it's not an
simply
issue.
this.
We'll see.
Stop talking. The point
We'll
is,
see.
you
We'll
want
see.
to tell
We'll see.
Push, you want to tell me who
You
to
shut
hate and
up
who
about shush. Shut up,
I'm
black intellect, man. You're something else, fam. You're something else. You're something else, and I won't drop to your level, bro. I won't drop to your
You
level.
just did. You started shouting and screaming.
I will just show you.
You're the only one that's screaming and shouting here. You're the only one
I'm
screaming and
shouting
shouting.
because you're talking, so I have to talk over you, innit? Because that's what you do, is you talk over people. That's what you do. So I'm talking over you. I'm talking over you. What can you do? You can't do nothing. You can't do that. That's all you do, fam.
I don't care. You can talk
and you change the subject and you start talking about this. And you even, bruv, just a minute ago, you just said, who says what you know more than me and Dan Juma? Bruv, when the fuck did I say that? When the fuck did that come out my mouth?
I'll tell you when. I'll tell you when.
It didn't come out my mouth.
Calm down. I'll tell you when.
It didn't come out my mouth.
I'll tell you when.
Shut your mouth. You're talking nonsense, fam. That's what you do.
On and on and on and on.
I thought you had to go and do some work.
Oh my gosh.
I thought you had to go and do some work.
Don't worry, I can delay that. Don't worry, I'll finish this.
I thought you had to go and do some work.
I can delay that.
You're not. You're not.
Yeah. Okay, Books.
And you've been proven that online, bro.
Okay, whatever. So the point
is,
I'm
gonna let you. I'm gonna let you talk. You know, I'm gonna let you talk in it, but I gotta jump off in it because I got to run into this flat still, man. But obviously, if you see anyone in the back chat, just shout me. I've been listening. I've got my headphones on as well. Yeah, like,
let him talk. It's not, he's a dickhead.
Yeah, obviously, it's not like.
Don't call names, Bugs. It's not a good thing, is it?
That's what you've done. Look, bruv, you've done it. How many times have you done it in just this conversation? I'm only returning the favour, innit?
No, because you don't listen.
I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to say, look, man, you got to address nothing. Are you going to apologise? No. Man was to still call man ignorant. Man was to call man, you don't know nothing. That's how you're talking to me, fam. That's how you're talking to me.
Because you're arrogant.
That's how you talk. I'm a grown-ass man. That's how you're talking to me. I'm not one of these dickhead youths online with no life, you know, fam. I've got my whole family. I've got a life to lead.
No.
Unlike you who can sit online for hours on end, all day, every day, and then go stand in the park all day, every day with the same stinking scarf, bro. That's the difference between me and you.
Are you retarded?
You're the one who got hurt by some woman.
And I haven't been to the park for ages.
That Somali girl twisted your fucking head, rude boy.
Which Somali girl? Where is she?
Yeah, whichever one it was that fucked up your head, bro. Yeah, which one?
Bro,
which one? You forgot now.
You know what? It's interesting. You're showing how stupid you are. You're a
little laptop. Keep putting name calling.
Well, who is she? Who's the Somali girl?
Oh yeah, you're banning that. That will lick you, innit? That one lick you, innit?
Oh, I don't care. It's a made-up story, and it sounds funny.
Lick you, innit? Made up, yeah.
Oh my God, you tried to imitate. You're Respect's poodle, aren't you? Bloody hell, everything he said.
You like to think that, bro. You'd love to think that, bro. That's my little bro. My little bro could deal with you, fam. And you're talking about Ami's poodle. My little bro dealt with you. You're nothing. You're nothing. All right, bro. If you want, man will send you an ex-girl, yeah? I'll send you an ex-girl, yeah, bro? If it's hurt you that much, man, it makes your life this way, bro. You need to go get some pussy.
Clearly you've got issues with getting women. That's your problem, not mine. Okay. But the point is that if I am dealing with a certain group of an ideology that I know about, Dan Juma knows about, and other people know about, if you don't know about it, then don't tell me to hate it or not hate it. I know what I'm hating. If you haven't studied it, you can't tell me not to hate it because you're not qualified to do so. If you're studied in a subject, then I will listen and learn from you. Your arrogance to try and tell me what to hate, what to love. Who the hell are you? You get me? You can come with all these damn little bloody points of this and that. Bloody retarded little prick. You're an idiot, bro. Good guy. Go run away, blood. Veli, I'll tell you what. Unfortunately, bro, these so-called gang guys, a lot of them are just retarded as hell. And you can see very clearly why. Who the hell don't go to these blasted G-Walks anymore? Because of dummies like this, and then the rest of these flipping fools like Coonspeck and their flipping little clan, bro. Bloody fool. Flipping dumb little kafir, bruv. Veli, keep this channel up, keep it going strong, and try not to let it go out with these dumb little retards. Blessings.
Yo, what happened, man? Yo. What the fuck?
He ran away, bruv. I was just about to come and speak to him for the first time ever, and he went.
Ooh, Esau.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you know what, right? I keep asking people, what video shall I make next? And that guy's name comes up so many times, you know.
Esau.
Yeah. So I just wanted to have a chat with him and see what he's about. But I can tell from how he just behaved now, calling people all kinds of shit, that, yeah, there's something a bit weird about him.
Yeah, so smoked over, yeah?
Say again, bro?
Smoked over, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much, man.
Alright, so what you saying, though, man?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm
You
good.
got your YouTube on the back?
No, nothing, mate. What, can you hear background noise, yeah?
Yeah, it's echoing, man.
No, I got nothing on, bro.
You still hear me out? Yo, call him name of them up. Yo.
Yeah, what do you mean I ran away? What do you mean I ran away like I knew you was there? Is this guy on drugs or something? Is he like on drugs? Like, man ran away. Like, there's no one else on the bun.
All right, mate. It's good to meet you at last.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm blessed.
So I don't know if you just heard what I said.
Overkill. True.
Yo.
You got an echo thing in the background, guys.
Well, I'll just mute up when I'm not talking, yeah?
No, yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Overkill. What were you saying, Overkill? You had something to say.
Yeah, so basically, I make videos about guys that go to the corner and all this, yeah. And I've been asking people, who should I do next? And your name comes up a lot, so that's why I was interested in having a chat with you. But you left before I could speak to you.
Right, listen, I'm going to leave you man on the panel, yeah?
Yeah. All right, Bill.
All right, Bugs, if you want to jump back on, quickly jump back on, cuz, because I need to run off still. Run off.
Yeah. Oh, bruv.
Yeah. Anyway, carry on your convo, man. Yeah. Say that, listen, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of information that's been coming that's regarding this gang group, bruv. I tell you, I've been keeping my mouth shut for a long time. The amount of complaints, but it's just like one after the other. They just keep showing that they're really against what they claim to be for. You know what I mean? So. But anyway, Truth, aka Overkill. Wagwan, what are you saying?
Right. So I just want to let's just have a little sort of chat, yeah, and I'll ask you a few questions, and if you want to answer, you can. If not, don't matter. But so I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on BVM. What you think about him in general.
Black Van Man. I mean, I'm hoping there's potential, right? If I only saw him through YouTube, then I probably would have seen him different, but because I met him and I spoke to him, I think it seems that he's grown up in a certain way where he's, what could we say? He sees things through a lot of white glasses, what we would say, you know what I mean? But he also has some reasonable points. So that's why I have hope in him. So other than that, yeah.
Would you say that he's unbiased like he claims he is?
I found him to be a bit biased when it comes to certain things, but the problem is with his circumstance is that it's when he's under pressure. So I found that when me and him are talking by ourselves, no. But when he's got people around him attacking him, he seems to just come out with things which I would look at and think, oh my flip, why did you say that, bro? Do you get what I'm saying? So I haven't had the chance to speak to him like one-on-one. You know, when he does his videos wherever, a pub or a march or something, I haven't had the opportunity to just have a one-on-one with him, which I wanted, you know what I mean? But it never happened. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you've actually looked on his YouTube channel, because basically he went from just putting gaming videos on, but getting hardly any views. Then all of a sudden, somehow out of nowhere, he starts to go to all these political rallies, Tommy Robinson and all this shit. And then he starts to get 4,000, 20,000 views. It looks very artificial, like he's been pushed into that by someone who I would imagine is probably Tommy Robinson, to be quite honest with you.
Okay. I mean, that's interesting. I've heard other things that he's an agent and so on. Tommy Robinson, I'm not sure, because he said he don't give a F about Tommy Robinson several times when he's been asked about it. And most Tommy Robinson supporters don't say that. I don't think from my perception, he's not really on that. I think I'm taking him on what he said, which is he's seen these marches with loads of people, thousands of people, and he's been told they're racist. He wanted to find out what's going on. I find exactly the same myself. When I heard about it, I started looking at Tommy Robinson on YouTube. I just didn't carry a camera and go and look for them. Do you get what I'm saying? So, yeah, most definitely there was a point in time when I became interested in what they're on. So, I don't know. I can't really say much on that, except for he said several times F Tommy Robinson, something like that, or he's not a support or something.
I don't agree with that. I personally think that he's put there to make the far right look like they have minorities backing them, so they couldn't possibly be like racist towards a certain group. But we all know that there's an agenda against Islam. I'm not Muslim myself, but I'm not fucking stupid. I can see it. Yeah.
I mean, that's interesting, because I thought that with the Asian, I don't know if you remember, there was an Asian guy that I think he used to be with the EDL. It was a little goofy, like Asian guy, little skinny one, right? And like you could clearly tell that after a little while, like he must have been bullied out of it. And I don't think Black Van Man is that type of guy, because when that guy put his camera away, you could hear that Black Van Man was ready to throw down. You get what I'm saying? And in general, he carries that attitude wherever he is. He's cool until, you know what I mean, you step over the line with him and then he's ready to throw down. So I don't think that he would be a useful guy. For instance, if that was the case, then they would be telling him where to go, you know, what to film and what not to film. But he's randomly doing stuff, you know, off his own back, ending up where he's in a pub, and by the sounds of it, he could have got jumped. Do you get what I'm saying? So I hear what you're saying, but I think there's things to counteract or counter-argue with what you're saying.
Right, you obviously haven't heard him debate me, have you? You obviously haven't
No,
heard that.
where's this?
It's
What
on my
the hell?
channel.
I want to hear
Right?
that.
He looked like a fucking clown. By the time I finished it with him, he was calling me a coward. He was saying I'm weird. He couldn't answer a fucking simple question. I'll give you respect. You've actually answered my question, but that guy is fucking nothing, and he could not even answer one question.
But is that because he's an agent, or is that just because he's not really a debater? Do you know what I mean? Like me, I've been debating for time. It's how I became, Muslim. Like, you know what I mean? Through debating for Christianity, sort of thing, or the various, groups or Hebrew Israelite or whoever I was before I became Muslim. So for me, I've been doing it for time. But he literally looks like somebody that hasn't been used to debating, is not used to the type of arguments put to him. He even said so. Do you get what I'm saying? So I don't know, bro. I don't. He doesn't. What's the name? I don't know. I think Plants would really follow a pattern, and I don't think he follows that. Do you get what I'm saying? There would be too many bodge ups, I think. But I don't like the. There's some things he said, which I would say didn't make sense. Like I sort of gave him an example of what was it in relation to. He was saying like he doesn't like the doing for black and not white. We should all just do it together, he said. And my point was, I said, if you were going to go into a business and you put some money, I think I said £1 million into it, and there was someone else that's supposed to put £1 million, but that person did not demonstrate that they were dedicated, responsible, they were on time and stuff like that, or punctual, etc. I said, would you invest with that person? And he went around a bit. Then he came back and said, no. And I said, likewise, why would you want to unite the black community who you agree is mashed up with white people? We need to fix the black community first. And I can't remember if he answered yes or no, but because everyone else was like, it seemed he was taking his time to answer. And I do find that a problem. I generally find I'm not saying he's a hypocrite, but I generally find hypocrisy and double standards a big problem. So, but I had the opportunity to speak to him. In depth.
Right, listen, the kind of questions I asked him, an 18-year-old could answer. Yeah, I said to him, why do you think that the UK has ties with Israel and we back them when it comes to fighting against Palestine? I said to him, why do you hang around with Danny Tomo, who's a convicted kidnapper? You couldn't answer. You couldn't answer any of these questions. And if you are an honest person, you're able to defend your position. Yeah, and he can't do that. So he's obviously not honest. He's obviously just paid to be a face, but without having actually any fucking opinion whatsoever.
I do. Yeah, I have found that to be a problem as well. Like there isn't much. I mean, is he about videoing and that's it? Or is he about getting involved? Do you see what I mean? Like some people just video a lot and they don't have much to say. Is that his agenda? But that goes against that. I think that would go against his initial thing where, he came out, he wants to know what's going on. Are they racist? What's going on with the people? I don't know. Like I would wish he was on here if we could get him on here, and then I could see. Do you see what I'm saying? Because for me, I find some things problematic, but I don't want to put something in that space of what it is until I've at least asked him some questions myself.
Mate, you ain't going to see him for a while, because by the time I finish with him, he's got bloody PTSD. Yeah, trust me. Just watch my video on my channel. Yeah, 45 minutes of him getting grilled and him just saying. I asked him, "Do you know who Stephen Yaxley Lennon is?" Now that's the proper name of Tommy Robinson. Yeah. So if he's fucking going to find out about Tommy Robinson, do you not think he would actually know his fucking real name?
I'm not sure, to be honest, because he looks like, from what he said, he just heard about them with Tommy. Like it took me a while to find out what his I think it was Akala, I think was the first place I managed to get that, and then some other videos were saying that wasn't his real name. But I'm not quite. That's what I'm saying. I haven't even got a picture of who Black Van Man is. Do you see what I mean? There's so much missing for me to put like, okay, he's like this. Do you get what I'm saying? Like for me, everyone sort of, I've got stereotype of being anti-Sunni and da-da-da, but my thing is pro-blackness, and I'm saying Sunniism is anti-black, so it's one of the main things on that's a problem. But I'm saying with him, I don't really know what his whole thing's about. Do you see what I'm saying? Is he
Listen,
just
right?
videoing? Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Listen, right? It's fair enough filming all kinds of groups of people, yeah? But I would like him to actually question them, yeah, and pull them up on it. But he doesn't do it. All he does is he gives Braden and Ralph a platform to spew their vile shit, which we all know. If people speak like that more often, we will have fucking race wars and shit like that, yeah?
I totally agree. This is why I like it when Ralph comes on and tells us what the far right are thinking, what their agenda is, rather than the taqiyya of, we just don't think Islam is compatible. That softy thing. I like people like Ralph that come and say it so we can actually hear exactly what they're thinking and what's going on. Black Van Man, I don't know if it's an Asian thing or if he's just like that, as in, growing up, I've come across some black people that they think this way. There's no agency. It's like we've come across them, and every time I've mentioned anything to do with black people, I'm a victim or this or that. And I'm kind of like, hold on, bro. I've been working since bloody paper round years of 13, right? And I've never been out of work for longer than probably a year or something, or whatever it was in relation to those teenage years when you're studying at college, right? So I'm kind of thinking, if I've met people like this in my life and they just have no interest in seeing things from a black perspective until they buck up on something which says, you know what, you're going to be treated different because you're black. And then they sort of start to come into a bit more of a black side. I'm like, is it that he needs to experience that himself? And I find it difficult that he being the complexion he is, with the hair texture and beard texture that he has, would not have been treated with some bias somewhere along the line, some racial bias. So these are the things I want to ask him, actually. Like, what kind of mentality does he have? Where is this coming from? Do you get me? And right. I can't put it all down to an agent.
Right. On his channel, there's this hilarious song that he's written some lyrics for, yeah?
Hello?
Talking to Ralph and Braden, do you think that unifies people, or does it do the fucking opposite, you absolute moron?
You went out. You cut out.
I said basically, he's got a song on his channel where he's put the lyrics and he said, I come with a unification plan. So like I just said, if you want to unite people, you don't give these fucking assholes a platform, yeah? You might do it, but then you question them and you make them look like a fucking idiot like I do.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I mean, I don't know what his agenda is, though. That's what I'm saying. I don't, because I mean, I know other people can do the same and they don't. Because is it that he's scared? Is it that he's thinking, rah, you know what? He just wants to go along with them because there's a lot more of them than us. Do you see what I mean? So he doesn't want to appear, at least publicly, to be against them. It could be that. I don't know. I really want to question him because, like I've said, I don't think that any agent that's paid by Tommy or is influenced by them is gonna be allowed to randomly just film stuff, randomly do stuff. I do have a problem with him not being able to call out, let's say, anti-black things that are pointed out to him, but he can very easily call black people victim. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. If I ask you this question, I guarantee you'll be able to answer it, but he couldn't answer it, okay? I said to him, Braden has said in the past that black people have brought nothing of worth to this country, yeah? And I said that is total bullshit. Can you justify what he said? And he couldn't even answer that either.
Right. You said to him that Braden said that, and he said what? He agreed.
He said nothing. He couldn't answer the question. He didn't answer any of my questions. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, I asked him about 10 questions, and he didn't have the mental capability to answer them because he's not programmed to do that. He's only programmed to be a face. That's it. He's not there to talk.
No, but this is my point. I hear that, and that's. But I'm saying he's not doing well at being a face. Then, do you see what I'm saying? Because I know people. If for instance, there's a guy that's been coming to the park for like 10 years. And all he does is take pictures. Every now and again, he asks a little question here and there, and that's it. He's a tall mixed race guy, and he just takes bare pictures. So when we first started coming here, maybe it's been 20 years, but anyway, we first started coming here, me and some brothers like, this guy's definitely an agent, bro. Because remember, this is, I don't want no internet. A lot of these, internet for what do you call them, smartphones around them time there. So it was kind of like, who the hell is this guy, blood? Like, proper, we would just like, he's an agent, stop taking pictures, almost come to a fight. But I'm saying there might be people that are weird. I'm trying to, you know, for me, I like to have the majority of boxes need to be ticked for me to say, right, coon, you're this, you're that, whatever. That's the issue.
Listen,
do you know what I mean?
Listen, right? Yeah. Do you not notice a pattern with the far right? The fact that they're not all white anymore. The fact that there's fucking people with turbans. That there's people who are from India. That there's people who are black. Yeah, they've changed their tactics now. It's so obvious.
No, I understand all of that in relation to them needing people of color. I mean, I'm not surprised about the Sikhs. When it comes to black people, again, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to a degree because of the things which they may talk about. For instance, a lot of people are not told that there are a lot of Afro-Caribbeans, in fact, even, you know, Ghanaians and Nigerians, who have a similar view on Islam, as it's called, being a problem. A lot of Nigerian Christians that I know, they've told me about what happened in Nigeria and how they think this is, you know, when they hear I'm a Muslim and my parents are Christian, they're like, oh, poor you, they're going to pray for me and stuff like that. And I'm kind of like, you know, and they're telling me what goes on back home. So I'm saying that could be the area, the region, etc. But in this country as well, they don't want it to spread. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's a difficult one. You know, I'll be honest, I don't know much about the thing apart from what I've seen. Do you know what I mean? Because, for instance, if I ask you a question of percentage in regards to the Tommy Robinson supporters and people that turn up, what percentage would you say are far right, you know, anti-black or just racist people? They've been like that from time, whether Muslims or not, they're just racist. What percentage would you put on that?
I obviously couldn't tell you that. I couldn't tell you that. But it's more about the fact that Tommy Robinson and his crew are basically misdirecting people's anger towards a certain amount of people. And it shouldn't be at those people. It should be at the elite who have always ruled the world and are still doing it now by bombing little kids and innocent women and children, bruv.
I hear that. All right, this is interesting. Now let you have a conversation. I agree that the head of all of this is this elite, but they're quite far high to reach. Okay, so we generally have to deal with what's on the ground and what we're facing, because as you know, most of these presidents do not actually go to war. They send people to war. So the people defend themselves up. They say, oh, ignore the soldiers that have turned up with their bullets and their flipping bombs and whatever else. Ignore them. Let's wait till we get to the guy at the top. Or the people at the top, they have to defend themselves. So when you're saying, you know, the elite of the issue, I'm saying, well, what about here as well? What about on the ground? What are we facing? Because if you go to certain people who are black Afro-Caribbeans in Luton, and white people in Luton, in Bradford, in Manchester, in Birmingham, in all these different places where I know certain types of so-called Muslims live, there is a consistent pattern. Now, I'm not saying grooming gangs, I'm just talking more of the type of mentality that they carry with them. So how would that be something that you would keep blaming on, you know, the top people then? The ruling elite. Hello?
Your mic was really, really bad then for about 2 minutes, bruv.
Oh, sugar. Okay, so did you hear what I said about the ruling elite sending people to war? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm saying the ruling elite, they send people to war. When those people go land on those countries, on their land, the people there defend themselves from the people that come and turn upon their shores, on their land, to fight them with guns and bullets and missiles, etc. Although they know that a president and a government has sent them, they might be enemies with that government. They still have to fight who's in front of them. Likewise, I agree that the elite are the problem. But at the end of the day, if we look at places like Bradford, Birmingham, Manchester, Luton, and various other areas, we found this problem with this so-called Muslim group or sect all over the place, wherever it goes. So it's not just something which the elite are presenting and being the only problem. We also have problems down here. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, no doubt the elite manipulated it and whatever else, but it still is a problem. For Afro-Caribbeans, for Nigerians, for white people, for all kind of different people, this group is a problem. Its ideology is a problem. I used to be part of it, so I know what it is.
When you control the media, you set the agenda, yeah? And the agenda is to focus on Islam. It's not to focus on the elite. Tommy Robinson brought out his stupid pamphlet saying that he was going after the elite. He did fuck all, yeah? All he did was just expose people that were already getting exposed anyway. Now, grooming grounds are vile, disgusting, doesn't matter where they come from, end of story. But let's be honest, it's still happening now, and it's politicians that are doing it and rich people, but they don't get fucking mentioned.
Well, that's clear as hell. Like at the end of the day, Tommy Robinson has clearly shown himself up in relation to only talking about Asian grooming gangs, etc. I think that kind of that's kind of a really weak point that they use, because a lot of people, I think, what was it called? People that no longer support Tommy or something like that. People are basically coming out and saying, well, when it came to white people grooming, like these girls are saying, well, they weren't interested. They don't care about them. So where's the care for, the general white populace? You actually are using what you want in regards to your agenda. And that's more or less the method of the ruling elite anyway. So you can say that he's just following the agenda of the elite. I don't know. I mean, coming back to Black Van Man, it'd be interesting. I really, if you're out there, Black Van Man, jump on, bro. Let me hear what you got to say. Yeah.
That's going to happen.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. I don't know. I don't think he's really good at debating though. But he's not the first person I know that. I've come across a lot of people that they can argue emotionally, but they cannot debate. Do you get me? They can't. You put something at them, they might need to a simple question. They might need to go home and think about it for a few days and come back to you on simple stuff. Do you get me? So, but I don't think he's just a face because he gets too involved. He should be saying, "Look, I'm just videoing and that's it."
Nah, I think you're underplaying it. Yeah, he's there to make them look less racist. Yeah, that they couldn't possibly be targeting a group of people. You ask him to defend his position on anything, he cannot do it. He resorts to stupid tactics.
So what was the first one? What was the first one?
Say again, bro.
What was the first point you just made? You said I'm underplaying it because.
You're underplaying it because he is definitely there as a plant to make the far right look less racist, okay? And when you question him on his intentions, he cannot fucking defend his position, yeah? When I ask you a question and you don't know the answer, you say no, don't you? You don't just say your dad for like fucking 15 minutes like this prick did.
Huh? What, your dad or you're dead?
I asked him, who's Stephen actually then? And he said, it's your dad, innit? It's your dad. Your dad.
Okay. Is this on your channel? All this stuff, yeah?
It certainly is, my friend, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to definitely watch that. Ooh, let me subscribe to it right now, actually.
Well, look, I'm going to be honest with you.
I don't know.
I've got respect for your answers because you're listening to me and you're taking what I'm saying on board. So I respect you for that, yeah?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, what's wrong with this damn thing? Stop. Sorry. No?
Right, do me a favor. I just got to make a phone call. I'm going to put myself on mute and I'll be back in a few minutes, yeah?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, right. 1 sec, bro. Right, I'm back. I don't know where you are, bro, but I'm back.
Yeah, I'm here. Right, so I've gone over to your channel. We've got one here which says Speaker's Corner, Black Van Map, BVM versus Overkill added. Another one, BVM exposed. Those two, yeah?
It's that first one that you said, yeah. But obviously, the other stuff is worthwhile watching as well because it gives you a bigger picture as to what he's doing. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is interesting stuff. I mean, the images you have on top of the video. Okay. Yeah, no, I definitely got to watch. I mean, I don't know. It's frustrating because, all right, my whole thing was this year. He was filming them, and I saw him at the park through, I think, YouTube first. Yeah, yeah. And then I was like, oh, I got to get to meet him because I wanted to get my message out. I don't know if you know my position, which is I say that Sunniism is a terrorist ideology and it's masquerading as Islam and it's making us who follow the true Islam look like terrorists. So we must make a clear distinction, just like certain Sunnis call out the people who support ISIS, etc. So when I say it, all of a sudden I'm causing division and I'm causing hate. But when, non-blacks do it to, or who are Sunnis do it to other Sunnis, oh no, they're calling out the terrorists. Do you see what I mean? So for me, I do that to more or less anyone who's got a camera, who's going to reach a different audience. So it wasn't really for me about Black Van Man in that sense. It was the fact that he had a camera and he's reaching that audience. So therefore, those type of people who think Islam is one and Sunni and Shia are the same type of terrorist ideas like Sunnism, they could at least hear a different voice and say, okay, maybe it isn't the whole of Islam. Maybe it's this group here. Do you see my point? And that's where, for me, I found myself sort of, leaning over to where he was, sort of thing. So
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You have the right to say that, but obviously, what you're doing there is you're being a bit sort of generalistic, yeah, by saying the whole of this religion is this, and that's obviously not true. I've worked with Sunni Muslims in the past, and they're very nice people, and I'm sure there's very nice Shia Muslims. So I don't take your point on that.
No, but I said ideology, and I'm saying that is irrefutable. Never mind, you couldn't refute me. Sunnis can't refute. What it is, you have to remember, I was a Sunni, I was a Salafi Sunni, and the mosque I used to go to contained Sufis, the Abandi, Tabligh Jamaat, and so on. So I learned very fast. I used to go to the mosque before I converted. Do you get what I'm saying? So, I've studied it so much. I mean, at the end of the day, I understand what you're saying, but I have people who I know that are locked up for terrorism, people's family, friends who are Afro-Caribbean locked up for 20-something years for, terrorism, etc. And people that I know went, fought and died in the name of, so-called Islam. So it's things where, if you were to say that to me, that's fine. I'm not saying that they aren't good Sunnis. I know them myself. I work with them. So it's not the deal. I'm talking about the ideology, right? So the ideology for sure is problematic. It's as simple as that. And that can't be refuted.
Okay.
So the
counter for that would be, and I don't know if you can speak up a bit because you're a bit quiet at the moment, right? The counter for that would be, is what's all this about Shia Muslims and their self-flagellation? Can you defend that?
Of course, if they want to beat themselves, the self-flagellation is to do with Imam Hussein and their particular expression. I mean, people will be shocked to know that Ayatollah Khomeini, in fact, told them to stop practicing it. It is not something that is part of the ideology. So again, that would never come against me because I don't follow anyone's culture. Do you see what I mean? I'm talking about the actual ideology, the hadith and the teachings and the commentary on the Quran and the teaching of their scholars as Sunnis. You can never come at me with the cultural practices of Shias in this country. The cultural practices, they mean absolutely nothing because I'm a black man that's converted and I'm not following anyone else's culture. Do you get what I'm saying? If I wanted to follow culture, I'd follow my parents' Christian culture. Simple as that, though.
So what you just said there is that they have the right to do as they wish, which you're correct because they're adults. But when it comes to doing it to young babies and children, I don't think that's quite the same. That's
haram. It's what it is. It's a simple. The bottom line is you're not allowed to harm yourself. So this is why ayatollahs, I'm not just saying scholars, ayatollahs, and you can Google this. Ayatollah Khomeini has said you should stop doing this. One of the things they put forth is a clear verse that says not to harm yourself. That's the verse. Do not harm yourself. So obviously, like you said, I've seen the thing where they've got a big knife and they're cutting the baby's head and stuff like that and causing blood to flow. Obviously that's something which I would say it's totally haram. I generally have differences with the cultural Shia anyway, as you would expect, because some of them see us as, oh, who are you? You're a convert. But my whole point is that they're not following it. I'm saying when a Sunni does a terroristic act, he is following Sunniism, and that's the bit you don't seem to get. That's very easy to prove. Do you see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I'm not going to get too involved in this because obviously I came on to you to talk about certain things, and we're getting a bit too deep. Yeah, but I respect your opinion, what you're saying. If you agree that it's bad to do that to children, then we're in total agreement.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's. I mean, I would say it's on the level of haram. Like, for instance, the adults doing it to themselves, that could be debated. But once you're hurting children who have not consented, etc., and they don't know what the hell's happening to them, that would be on the level of haram. And I'm quite sure, to be honest, I think scholars say the same thing. Do you get what I'm saying? But it's just, what can you do with people going out? Like, I remember one guy used a massive sword. He chopped himself in the back, and he died. I mean, the fit, bloody hell, I mean, he really sliced his back. The sword was massive. But yeah, okay, we can change the subject if you want. Yeah, for me, I think. All right, let me put this to you. My issue is that the far right and the common white people, from what I can see, are actually buying into the elite and the far right's narrative that Islam is a threat, therefore we need to get rid of it. Right? Now, from my standpoint, the Sunni religion cannot defend itself because it has too many things that part of its structure that make it a threat to Western civilization. How then can we deal with this problem? What would a solution you say? Can we just say, oh no, it's not religion, blame the elite? Because I don't think that's going to happen. Do you get what I'm saying? The elite have too much means at their disposal in regards media, in regards manipulation of economics, etc. What would you say is the solution to this problem?
The solution is that any kind of religion that's extreme is wrong, and that goes for Islam, that goes for Judaism, that goes for Christianity, because let's not forget, in Christianity you have people who say that all homosexuals have been punished for their sins, and they go to graveyards of soldiers and they abuse them and shit like that. Regardless of what you personally feel, I think that's going a bit far. So I'm against extremism in any religion. I think we should be here to fucking build, not destroy, and extremism destroys. Now, how do you stop that? We have the intelligence and the technology to stop that if we wanted to, but we don't. Just like we don't stop cancer and we don't get rid of the crack cocaine off the streets, etc., etc.
I hear that. What I mean is, okay, what I'm doing, I believe, is I'm letting people know that you don't have to hate Islam because there's this group is not really following Islam, and I can show it because the Quran says this and they say the opposite. So I'm saying, in relation to other people, like, this machine of anti-Islam has, it's quite a big machine with a lot of fuel to carry it a long way, you know what I mean, and a big engine. So I'm still kind of like, a lot of people are complaining, but what do we do? Do you get what I'm saying? How do we deal with this issue with how do we take the fuel and the wind out of their sail? Do you get what I'm saying? Because a lot of people are convinced that this ideology is a threat.
Like I said, we have technology and intelligence to stop it, just like we had the intelligence and technology to stop 9/11 and the fucking planes flying into the Pentagon. It was allowed to happen. So anything that you see now that is wrong with the world is allowed to happen because they make money off it. Simple.
No, I'm saying we. I don't mean the government. We know. Let's say we all accept that the governments are corrupt. They're there about control and manipulation. But like you say, you're doing stuff on your channel, I think, and you said you interview people or something like that. So I'm saying, we, the masses, what can we do to change all that?
Expose anyone of their wrongdoing. Call them out on it.
Okay. So from your perspective, the example would be Black Van Man, I assume. That would be an example.
As well as Ralph, Braden, Jupiter.
Yeah, but I think Braden, he's not well, is he? The guy's very much on. I think he drinks a lot, doesn't he? So I wouldn't think he's Ralph. Very, he's articulate as hell. He studied this thing. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's a big problem. Who's the other one you mentioned? Jupiter. Yeah, I'm not too sure what she's on. You know, I really don't know. Again, I haven't really had any in-depth conversations to really see what she's about.
Um,
On the other
uh,
side, like most of, yeah, go on. So,
Sorry, big pun. Basically, what I want to call out is the fact that we're always here in these bloody chat rooms talking about two different things, Muslims or Christians, more or less. But there's one religion that has a lot of control over this world, but never gets mentioned. Okay, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
do I know it as a religion? Or
Basically, Zionism using
okay,
Judaism as a way to control the world, and they have done for a long, long time. They will continue to do so.
I hear that. I mean, I thought he was going to say Freemasonry. Yeah,
Well,
I
they're
mean,
entwined. They're intertwined,
yeah,
aren't they? Freemasonry
intertwined.
and
Yeah,
Zionism.
yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying. I don't see. I don't know if you've seen. I've seen a documentary called The Ring of Power. I think it's called. And it still sort of puts the Queen back into power. Whereas in my younger days as a Sunni, everything was Israel and Jews and Zionism. I'm not sure anymore. I just think I don't think we're going to know who it is. We just know that certain people behind some curtains are really on something, you know, sinister. And that's basically what I can see right now. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know.
These people, they control the drugs that come in and get your children addicted. They control paedophile rings. They control the banks that extort people and put people in debt. They extort Africa, but by giving them interest that they know that they will never be able to pay back, and thus strangling that country to death.
Well, I mean, they're doing that through the Caribbean as blooming hell. I don't think the Caribbean islands can. They've more or less bought the Caribbean, or at least a lot of the islands, with the loans and the rest of it. I mean, they literally are buying up certain beaches as well. So yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying I'm in England, so I have to kind of work on England. And at the moment, I only see one solution to this problem. And again, you know, people get at me and try and criticize me, be hateful and call me all kind of names. But my point is, I'm willing to hear other solutions, and no one's come up with any solutions. Do you get me? Like I said, people, you know, people that I've kind of used to see around, you know, once people hear I'm Muslim, that's it, because they're thinking, right, you've got allegiance to the enemy of this country, kind of thing. And I'm like, well, no, that's not it. That's what, you know, some of these lot teach. And you know, it's kind of like, well, how are you different? And then I have to go and explain. So I'm saying, well, why not just teach it so people can learn for themselves that there are two different religions coming under the same label?
But the thing is, it's very easy for us to find differences. Yeah, that's fucking easy, and the media will show that to you anyway. But I'm here about common ground, yeah. So I don't care where people are from. If they're good-hearted, they're good-hearted. End of story. And if they're not, then they're going to get called out by me. Simple as that. That's how I live my life, and it's very simple.
What do you think of ISIS?
Well, obviously, you know, if they're an authentic terrorist group, then they're fucking awful. But let's not be stupid and not think that there can't be people that have infiltrated it. Yeah. There's documentaries saying that they're basically funded by Israel, man.
No, that's fine. And the thing is, imagine the previous Imam of Mecca, the Mufti. He is on YouTube saying that the doctrinal points of ISIS are from the Salafi movement. So he said they have the same beliefs, the same scholars, etc. But he said the backing. He said intelligence agencies don't create a whole new thing; they use what's already there. So if he's saying it and I'm saying it, why is everyone getting at me? He's still a blooming Sunni. Do you get what I'm saying? So my point is, ISIS, remember, one of their main vows is to wipe us out. So how come I'm not supposed to defend myself from people that want to wipe me out? Their religion says so.
But you know the statistic about terrorism, that you're more likely to get killed by bloody struck by lightning than you are by a terrorist attack. You know that.
Sure, but I mean, I don't think we can go to war with God in regards to lightning. So I'm saying in relation to people's intentions and beliefs, they can change. I was a Sunni myself, and you know, we used to have discussions back then in regards to going to certain areas to defend the Muslimin and all that. And I've changed. So, you know, I'm fully aware that people can change, but they're not going to change if people keep defending the bloody ideology and say, well, you know, it's their religion, you have to respect it. Do you get what I'm saying? It used to be something that was more cultural back in the day. That is changing. So we have to deal with these changes. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's where I'm doing what I have to do until someone else can come along and show that my way's wrong without screaming and shouting.
Well, I hope you respect that I haven't screamed and shouted in you. But anyway, you're old enough to know about the fact that we need a boogeyman in our lives, yeah? So it's been the Russians, it's been the French, it's been the Irish, it's been the Japanese, Chinese, whoever it needs to be. There always needs to be an enemy, because if you don't have an enemy, then all this fucking money that they take from us, from our tax money, they have to justify where it goes, yeah? So this is why they build these enemies, and then they fight these wars, and we're supposed to fight for them. Our kids fight for them, not the elite's kids. The elite's kids are in fucking Oxford and Cambridge and fucking Yale and whatever, yeah?
100%. Well, the thing is, I've been on this since 17. This is kind of the first thing I used to hear about from Rastas, like Bun Babylon and you know what I mean, the barristers, judges, solicitors, everyone's sort of in the same team and all that kind of thing. So the conspiracy things, which, you know, as far as I know, are real, are there. It's just, what do you do about it? Do you know? Because my point is, yes, they're there, but we still have problems in our everyday life. And when I look back in history, as a person that studied quite a bit of history, at least covered over the surface, it doesn't seem to be new at all. It seems to be the ways that leaders have manipulated the masses over time throughout history. Do you get what I'm saying? It does seem, yeah. But
right?
But what can you do? That's what. This is my point. Like,
stop worrying about Love Island and the fucking latest iPhone. And realize that people are dying, yeah, in our name, in England's name, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know what you're gonna do. Boy, you know what? I was having a conversation the other day in regards to some of that. What the elite and the politics, and I don't know. Some people just they're not interested. Oh, conspiracy this, and I'm just like, how can you not see that? Do you see what I mean? Like even the trans kids agenda or whatever it was, and they were like, oh my gosh, you know, they literally turn off. So I'm like, what do I do? You can't force people to listen. So I don't know. And it looks like this is what's been the problem throughout history, that loads of people weren't listening until it came to a crunch, and then you couldn't do nothing about it. That's what it seems like, mate. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. And civil war, I think you mentioned that earlier on, and that is my issue as well. And if things don't change, yeah, that's one of the things I'm trying to avoid as well.
Yeah, but again, this is a kind of agenda that's been set for a long time. That kind of thing was happening in the 70s or whatever, when like black people and Asian people were getting beaten up by skinheads and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's a weird one to mention that, because I'm thinking they didn't have as much technology, but obviously they would have been using some means of manipulating the masses to their way. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how it worked back then. Do you know what I mean?
All you've got to do is just put one or two plants in a certain organization, make sure it goes the way you want it to.
Yeah, go on, sorry. Yeah.
No, I finished already.
Right, so you put, I mean, I'll be honest, I thought Tommy Robinson first started out as a sincere, concerned person. And I think his agenda has been co-opted. Like, you know, he was given an option.
Football hooligan, cocaine addict. Fuck him. Yeah. Okay, if I ever fucking see him, I will debate him and I'll fucking crush him. Do you understand?
Yeah, if he'll stand there long enough, I don't think he will. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
But all his followers, they're the poorest parts of society, yet they fucking give him fucking money out of their pockets, while they're suffering, and he's got like a massive house, shoves cocaine up his nose and boasts about on fucking YouTube, Fuck him.
Yeah, no, I think there's a whole channel about him there. Ex-followers of Tommy Robinson or something.
Yeah, and you go around on his YouTube hangouts and hear all the people singing his name or having their fucking videos on his channel. Yeah, it makes me fucking sick, bro.
Yeah. But I think any losing support, because a lot of people are complaining.
He was a big part of the fucking looting hooligan firm. Yeah. And what would they be doing? Probably singing racist songs about people of your colour and beating people up of your colour, bruv. But now the agenda's not that anymore. The agenda's to do it against fucking Asian people, yeah?
When was this you're talking about? When's the Luton hooligan or whatever?
He's got a fucking book about it, for fuck's sake. This is what I mean, man. You guys don't even know.
No, but I mean, that's fine. I mean, okay, that makes... So in his book, he's saying that when he was younger, what we talking like 17, 18 the age, yeah? He was part of a football hooligan group.
I didn't read the book because I don't want to give him any money, but obviously, yeah, you know.
Okay. That's very interesting. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what to do about, I don't know. I'm just, what it is, I see it my way at the moment. It seems to be working well because a lot of people have said to me and responded, well, you know, they're glad to hear that there is another version of Islam, because other than that, they would have thought, you know what this religion that they believe is Islam has to offer definitely won't work here. Do you see what I mean? So they're like, you know what, forget about it. Of course, there's going to be nice Muslims, but their point is the ideology. And with a teaching of taqiyya where you can lie and stuff like that, that's the other side of it. You don't know who you're dealing with till they get in power or they get powerful enough. So, yeah, it's a problem.
I call out people that I see committing sins. Yeah, that's all I can do. I can't be everywhere. If people want to tell me about something, I'll research it and make my own mind up. But it's very obvious that the far right is in power at the moment. Yeah, and they're using minorities to push their agenda. Yeah.
Well, of course, it's very scary because this is my point. I don't see enough pro-black people dealing with the issues right in front of us. I see them talking about other issues in different countries. and even actually when they do talk about what's going on here, it's not really in relation to actually making a change that will work. It's more about, you know, weird talk. So I don't know, because now that Boris is in power, I think things are going to get a hell of a lot more serious. Like, for instance, if it's because of Sunnis that they want to try and ban the hijab over here, that's going to affect us. Do you get me? We're not the same religion, but then they will ban our hijab. Do you see what I mean? So I'm like, that's just bloody ridiculous. I mean, maybe it won't happen.
Do you not think that you're just part of divide and conquer? Yeah. Of course you are, yeah. They put fucking homosexuals against homophobia. They put black against white. They put rich against poor. This is what they do, yeah, to make you fucking argue amongst each other. And then while you're doing that, we're still going around raping countries and raping.
But listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. You're against the elite because they're seeking to oppress and abuse you. ISIS have just demonstrated that they're willing to go into Shia countries, take Shia girls, rape and abuse, cut people's heads off, and then I'm part of the problem of divide and conquer. Are you serious?
No, I didn't say that. You're mishearing what I said. I said you are being used and a part of the divide and conquer thing because you're arguing amongst your own people when you should be uniting. Seeing your differences, debating them, but don't bring hate into it because we've got no fucking hate as it is.
But this is what I'm saying to you. When it comes to the point that these people have said they're willing to kill my Shia brothers and sisters, how the hell am I? What am I supposed to do with that? You can't debate people like that. There's people online that have got. There's one was in a chat earlier on, and he teaches that. He supports ISIS. And he's allowed to go on.
I'm anti-war, so it's a moot point for me. And you might want to speak to him, not me, because I'm anti-war.
No. I'm saying with you, you're telling me like I could be fitting in their agenda by hating, and I'm saying self-defense is the first right that I blooming have in regards to anyone that wants to harm or attack me. Do you get what I'm saying?
100%.
So it's these lot that have said it first. It's not me. Remember, I converted to this. Do you get what I'm saying? I converted, so it's not like I grew up with it. This is something that these lot have been going through for years. And when I converted, then I'm hearing this stuff. Do you get me? So I've had to become aggressive because their nature is to try and be aggressive towards me just because of what I've studied and I've decided to follow. Simple as that.
Yeah.
So
I get you. Of course, you have the right to defend. If you feel like you're being attacked and you're going to get physical violence towards you, by all means, you can call it out. Yeah, but then don't remember the fact that also intelligence agencies are part of these terrorist groups, and they make sure they go in the direction that they wish to do it. They fucking fund these people. They help them make their fucking terrorist videos in studios, spend shitloads of money. They hire private companies to do it. You know what I mean?
no, I definitely agree with that. Yeah. No, I have no because isn't it interesting how none of the terrorist acts seem to harm any of their people? Like, do you know what I mean?
Why does ISIS never attack Israel?
Yeah,
Why does
exactly.
ISIS never
That's what I'm
attack
saying.
Israel?
Or even Saudi. Like, I mean, surely they would want that. Yeah.
There you go.
You would have thought.
There you
Yeah,
go.
no,
There's the fucking
yeah,
answer. Because
yeah,
they
yeah.
are controlled by Israel.
Whoever it is, I think Israel, Britain, and America. To be honest, I think all three are part of.
Of course, they rule the
made
world,
ISIS.
man.
Yeah. I don't know what we could do about it, though. I mean, I don't know. These wicked people have been in power a long time, man. Seriously, how many thousands of years have we? When was the last time we actually had a just ruler that cared about the masses? I mean, when was
Never,
that?
because they're not allowed to be in there. And if they ever get close, they'll either get murdered or called anti-Semitic. Yeah, which I'm sure you've heard recently about someone in particular.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I heard that. I saw something came up the other day, which wasn't intentional. It just came up. And I swear he was asked, "What's that guy's name?" Somebody kept asking, "What's the guy that interviews people kind of harshly?" And he said, "Are you anti-Semitic or something?" And
Jeremy
they tried.
Clarkson.
Was it him? I think it was the. What's the other one? He's tall with like curlyish hair, and he's got a woman next to him, a co-host.
Nah, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, if you saw him, you'd flipping out. He's I think he does. Is that him who does the right stuff or the no, that's someone else, isn't it? Yeah, but anyway, yeah, this guy. So he's asking him, "Are you anti-Semitic?" And he must have asked Jeremy Corbyn about 3 times, and Jeremy Corbyn didn't seem to answer straight away a yes or no, and it sort of went round in circles for a bit, and then he did answer with an explanation. But I think what it is, they're trying to pretend that he's anti-Semitic, based upon his policies of probably justice. You get me? So he's complaining, he's calling out the injustice going on, and obviously, if you do that for certain groups, then yeah.
And he's anti-war, and war is $1 billion industry. So
That's
do you
it.
think they're going to let him fucking be anti-war in power? Come on.
The name's Piers Morgan. Thank you, Irish, for laying. Yeah, Piers Morgan. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, he's a dick
yeah,
as well.
Yeah, anti-war. Yeah, well, now, I mean, bruv, they control the world through war. Come on now, flip's sake. I mean, that's how they. But to be honest, we get our benefits because of all the flipping. This is the problem. The life that we live in luxury or partial luxury is because of the wickedness that they do elsewhere. It's kind of bad. It's kind of like, a family being raised off the parents being drug dealers. Do you get what I'm saying? And armed robbers. That's the situation we're in. Yeah, so it's kind of so it's a weird one. It's not very nice.
But then that's why it's so clever, because people are used to all this luxury and they won't question it. Because if they question it, they might lose it. Yeah, they don't want to break the illusion of all the happiness, the fake happiness that they got.
I don't know. I mean, have you got a specific set of things that people should sign up to, like almost like a movement? Do you know what I mean? That you could teach?
Not really, but do you know that it only costs 250 quid to start a political party?
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So don't tell me that we couldn't do that. If we bonded together as a people, all we need is like 1 million people, yeah? 1 million in this country who don't want war, who want the best for their children, and to call out these disgusting, evil people that rule the world, man.
Hold on, if it only costs that, how come more people haven't started a political party?
Because they're fucking lazy and they'd rather sit on their ass watching fucking EastEnders.
I mean, I'm supposed to go to do some work. I'm going to delay it again for a little while. I'll probably start it back at 1 or 2. But it's kind of weird. Like, if it's only that price, I mean, is that it for real? Like, gosh.
Yeah, man.
You'd always think
that's a quote from Papa Cop. So yeah, that's all we got to do. Yeah, create a political party that is totally different from the others. Yeah, And then look, if you get 1 million people on your side and they donate £1 to the cause, you've got £1 million. With that £1 million, you could do fucking anything, anything.
I mean, yeah, but this is the thing. Do you really think? Let's say we go with your thing that's calling out the elite. Like, how long would you last? Do you see what I mean? Once you start,
It doesn't matter. You got to try. I don't know if you've got
yeah,
family, yeah, but you got to
yeah,
try
yeah,
because when I'm
yeah,
dead, my family
yeah.
is going to be living in this shithole, bro.
Mm-hmm. But this is the thing, though. The Tommy Robertson. Okay, let me put this to you, right? Forget Tommy Robertson as an individual, but a lot of the groups are complaining about the governmental system and the elite. A lot of the followers. So, what are you saying about them, or is that garbage?
Elaborate again what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, Tommy Robinson supporters are complaining about the system and the government, how it's pro-Islam and it's paid by Israel and all of that stuff. So what about that? Because a lot of the people that were ex-supporters and complaining about him are saying, well, he's supporting Zionism and they don't like the system, so they're kind of against it as well. Where's their political party? I think
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's just
they're far
Pied
right
Piper.
though.
He's taken them under his wing because there's so many angry people and they don't know why they're angry. And the actual reason why they're angry is the people who run the banks, yeah, who make interest out of fucking thin air.
Oh boy, I don't know. Well, trust me, I just think.
I know you mentioned Freemasons. No one ever fucking talks about Freemasons, yeah? Why don't they do that? I don't know why. Because these people are prime ministers, are politicians, are police constables, police detectives, police fucking superintendents, everything. And their fucking duty is to stick together no matter what. So even if they've committed a crime, they cover it up for each other. That's what they do. It's in their fucking doctrine.
Yeah. No, I mean that's the problem that I have. I totally agree, and it does seem that they're extremely powerful, doesn't it? So I don't know. I don't know.
And they're judges. So do you think they're going to let their own people go down, these judges, if they're Freemasons? No, of course they're not. So the whole fucking justice system is fucked as well.
But I think it's a bit more than that. I think they get things on each other because I remember there was a news article that said something like that there was too many paedophiles in Parliament for the police to investigate or arrest, so they had to like just leave it. Do you see what I mean? So I think they've got things on people. So for instance, they will do corrupt stuff and then they will get them to, maybe do something with a child, and then they'll say, right, if you say anything about the corrupt thing that's going on in government, then we're going to put you on trial for what you've done to those kids. Do you see 100%. What I mean? That's what it looks like to me. So I'm thinking this is why
this world, bro.
Because think of Jimmy. Look at Jimmy Savile. Yeah, none of that stuff come out until he's dead. Do you get what I'm saying? Because he probably would have snitched on everyone. Do you see what I mean?
Exactly. So, and then you look at Epstein, who was probably about to, and what happened to him. Now I don't know if he's dead or not. Yeah, I don't fucking know. None of us do. But it's similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
And who did Jimmy Savile chill with? Fucking Margaret Thatcher goes to there for fucking Christmas days and shit. Who else does he chill with? The fucking royals, yeah? The elite, the massive elite of this country that rule the country are fucking connected to paedophilism, yeah? Whatever the fucking word is.
But think about this then, yeah? The way you've described it and the way I've described it, it sounds so powerful. And this is why a lot of people just get on with life and bury their head in the sand, because it's like, well, what can we do? Do you see what I mean? That's the kind of...
Yeah, there's people who have gone through being fucking abused by these people, and they have the fucking bravery to come out and talk about it. So if they can do it, let's not be pussies and just stand up and fucking expose them as much as we can without endangering our families. You know what I mean?
All right, well, what are the yellow vests about? They've just come to mind. What are they about, the yellow vests? Do you remember?
I don't know, but from what I can tell at the moment, they've got people who are very far right in big parts of it as well. I can look into that and I'll let you know. But yeah,
but remember, Black Van Man turned up there, yeah, and there was a racist guy there, and I think, what's her name? There was a lady that told him to go because we don't want you here. This isn't about race, and she was telling him to leave. So Black Van Man. No, but the guy was there, so they're saying we don't want you having that vest on. So I'm saying that the yellow vest seemed to be more political because I think her son got murdered. Something. I think it's about the elite in the way it works. Do you get what I'm saying? That so there are people doing something, but I don't know what the real deal is, man. It's just flipping out, bro.
Right. The problem with
Where's
every
that
single
up?
movement out there now is that it's been infiltrated, and they've been doing this since the
Yeah, true.
70s and 60s in America when they infiltrated Black Power movements and civil rights movements. They do the same now. That way they control it. Okay. So the only way that you're going to get the truth is if you have a community that is totally exempt from that, and I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you
No,
do that,
how
bro.
the hell, bro? I'll tell these lot. If they're good enough, yeah. If you look at the Nation of Islam, right, of Elijah Muhammad, right, if they can infiltrate that group there and have such influence to put a wedge between Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad, right, flipping out. Even Farrakhan has said that the FBI and CIA have infiltrated his Nation of Islam. And he said that, and like, okay, right. So, do you know what I mean? Like, who can you trust in any movement? It's just weird. I don't know. I don't know if we're just going to have to wait for them to collapse. I don't know. It's just weird. I mean, look how many revolutions have happened in the past. They've had revolutions, then the people that get into power seem to end up being the same or similar to the people that were in power before. What happens? I don't know. Does power corrupt people? Is that what it is? I don't know,
It's
man.
just about all it is about controlling each generation. Yeah, they don't need to worry about it too much. They just make sure that you and I are controlled for that certain amount of time. When the next generation comes, they use a different tactic. Yeah. So
Exactly.
right now, it's the far right that is in power, basically behind the scenes, and they're using minorities to further their agenda. And they're obviously paying these guys a lot of fucking money because I would never ever sell my soul to some shit that I didn't even believe in.
No, I hear that. I hear that. No, I mean it's interesting. You've got some interesting views, man. But I've only ever seen you in the comments, so yeah, this is interesting, man.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you. I had a bad impression of you. I have, yeah. I had a bad impression of you because of what people said. But you've listened to what I've said. You obviously agree with a lot of what I said. So this is what I'm saying. Come together on common ground instead of fucking worrying about differences. We can all find differences. Even with my best friends, I'll find differences, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. I mean, if you look at, there's a video of the park. I don't know if you remember Shia Blade Runner. He showed that there was a guy called Abdul Hamid.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
he's the guy with that like tea cozy hat, right?
yeah. So Abdul Hamid, me and him have almost had a fight 3 times because he's tried to tell me what to say. Do you see what I mean? So this is my point. It's not me that comes out against them. It's continuous from them. So I just started to be on the offensive all the time. Do you see what I mean? Like when it's similar to, let's say, Afro Caribbeans when they came in 40s, 50s, and 60s. Do you know what I mean? You can't blame them if they freaking turn around and say, you know what, they're going to be there. Whoever comes at them in certain ways, they're ready to fight. If everywhere you look, when you get on the bus, when you flipping go to work, you come out of work, all that kind of. Because I don't know if you know that when our parents were coming out of work, sometimes at certain factories, there'd be freaking white men waiting there with chains and freaking iron bars. Do you get what I'm saying? So they used to carry
Yeah.
stuff. So my point is that I'm on the defensive and offensive because that's how it is, and it's common, and they get supported by the so-called mild, nice Muslims, and this is a problem. And she'll be all nicey, she's down with black, this and da. But then she's flipping inviting the little ISIS midget, Suleiman, and what's the other one? Omar, the terrorist, Uncle Omar, onto a channel, Salam alaikum, brothers, and all this. So I'm like, bro, this is what it is. I was a Sunni, so I know the score, and I hear what you're saying. It's not about division or hate, it's about self-defense. And I suggest for you to, aliens came down here and they say, oh, humans are fighting against each other, you versus the elite versus you. Do you know what I mean? From every level, you can look at it, oh, what you're fighting for, just live in peace. Do you get me? So everyone's got a reason why that can't happen. It's not as simple as that. Do you know what I mean? So that's really my point, man. But it's been really good talking to you, bro. I'm literally about to put on your video while I get ready. I'm gonna watch Batman, man. But big up.
Listen, let me leave you one thing, yeah? Unite the people to fight the evil. Simple as that. Yeah?
There you go. I agree with that, my brother. Brilliant. Nice one. Take care, bro.
You take care, man. Halima, you said that I gave you a headache. My music gave you a headache yesterday, so you can sod off, yeah? I ain't singing for you. Hey? I ain't singing for you. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah? I make my own music most of the time, man. Yeah? It's a way of expressing myself. What harm does it do anyone? No one. No harm. What else are you guys saying? Right, this Skyworks guy is an absolute knobhead. Look at him. He thinks he's like very clever because he like types in all capitals at the first word of each. I don't fucking care, right? Skyworks, no one knows who you are. I get messages from people saying, "Who is Skyworks? He's a fucking weirdo." And do you know what I say to them? I say, block him. Yeah. If anyone wants to see my block list video, by all means, go on my channel. You'll love it. You'll be able to see all the fucking scumbags that frequent these rooms. Now, to be quite honest with you, I don't think I've ever blocked anyone in this room, maybe one or two, yeah. But in Real's room, you go in there and you will have fun blocking most of that fucking room, yeah, because it's full of trolls who make fucking accounts that dox people like Raspek's mum, yeah. Anyone who does that kind of shit is a fucking demon and a devil, yeah. And I hope that whoever created them punishes them in the way that they see fit. Okay, because bringing people's family members into online beef is fucking pathetic, yeah. There's lines that you don't cross, yeah. When I debated that twat Black Van Man, yeah, I didn't bring his fucking family into anything, yeah. All I did was speak to him, ask him questions that he fucking couldn't answer. He's a little fucking immature little prick, yeah, who's getting money for fuck all. All he's getting money for is for filming these fucking racist people like Braden and Ralph, yeah, who say the most ridiculous things. And like I said to someone offline, these people would not fucking say the shit that they do outside a nightclub, yeah, where people are drunk. They would not do that. Where there's people that would just smash their fucking head in. So they're just basically pussies and cowards who use these companies like BVM, maybe CRE or whoever it might be at that time. They just use them to speak their fucking foul shit. Yeah. Do I call people coloured? No, I didn't. I said by accident the word coloured. Yeah. Um, your fucking mate Ralph or whatever says the word n word constantly, but that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And that Rich LK, you are a fucking weirdo as well, bruv. You're another one that people don't know who the fuck you are. Yeah, you just come out with all this random shit. Yeah, who the fuck are you? No one cares about you. No one cares about you, bruv. Got anything else to say, Skyworks? Knobhead. Anyway, guys, yeah, check my channel out, yeah, because most of you are fucking stupid and you didn't even realize that people do actually have content on the channel, yeah. Now, what you should be doing is you should be supporting that content by liking it, by leaving comments, by sharing your opinions. And a lot of people are starting to do that on my channel now, and I appreciate everyone that does it, yeah. Anyone who gives me advice on my channel, anyone who gives me support and comments, whatever, I have so much time for you because you went out of your time of your day to give me that love or whatever it was, and I appreciate it. I'm a humble person, yeah, and I can't do anything without you guys' support, yeah, and neither can all the other people that make content, yeah. Okay, Miss Mona, I apologize for saying your friend, all right, but I've heard rumors that you're Sophia Lewis anyway. That's what I've heard. Skyworks, fuck off, man. The only reason I can see you is because I'm on air, because you're actually on my block list. So be lucky that I'm actually saying your fucking name, you weirdo, yeah? Fucking creep. I hate all you pricks who just come in the chat talking shit. Come on and say it on my fucking, say it to my face. Kanito, of course I got a fucking channel, bruv. I got like 80 odd videos, yeah? I had to take some off because I got people trying to fucking, yeah, whatever. I'm not getting involved in that. You're crazy. Skyworks, shut up, man. You're lucky I'm even saying your name, you prick. Dickhead. I have respect for people who actually bring their opinions to the table. All these fucking idiots who just come with the insults without actually backing it up is whatever. You know what I mean? Dickheads. Canito, watch my video about Real. I did a diss track about Real because he banned me from his room for the simple fact that I made a fucking joke that I was going to blackmail someone in his room for $3 million. Yeah, that's right. He was basically trying to find any excuse he could find to ban me from his room, and that's what he used. I said to him on New Year's Eve when we were in that room, I said, "Happy New Year, Real, to you and your mum." Did he say anything back? Nah, he just used that time to be a little bitch, yeah? So that just shows you that he's got a massive fucking ego, doesn't give a shit about uniting people, yeah? All he cares about is his fucking money. And I hope you enjoy that fucking PC that you got from Sid money, yeah? Because you did fuck all to deserve that. If I had a channel, I would blow you out the fucking water. You're lucky that Dan is not around, because right now you'd be fucking dying in the water. And that is a quite ironic joke, really, isn't it? Huh? It's quite ironic, that joke, really, isn't it? Miss Mona, did I say that I think you are Sophia Lewis, or did I say that I've heard rumors that you are? Stop fucking typing shit when it's not real, yeah, dickhead. I said there are rumors, yeah? Of course, Black Van Man is low IQ. You couldn't even answer. Right, go on my channel, listen to the debate. Halimia's already heard it because I keep pestering about it. Can't answer me. Stephen Yaxley Lennon is the original name of Tommy Robinson. And do we all know why he changed it? Probably because it doesn't sound as fucking English and down the pub, yeah? Like, oh, Stephen Yaxley, Stephen, it doesn't go. But the Tommy Robinson name is more English. It's more, oh, I'm going to go down the pub with Tommy Robinson, yeah. It's all marketing and you fucking guys fall for it, yeah? Marketing. Big up, Bugs. What I like about you, yeah, is that you speak with passion. And people say this to me, oh, you're arrogant. Oh, you got big ego. No, it's passion because I believe in what I'm fucking saying, yeah? And I want my family to live in a world that is more peaceful than it is, where we're not being lied to and deceived to by the elite who make us fight against each other, yeah? Constantly as a distraction, yeah? So that they have the ability to keep bombing little kids and women, yeah? For every so-called terrorist that they kill like fucking 12 innocent people. Not in my name, they don't, because I'm anti-war, yeah? I'm anti-war. It doesn't we're in 2020, there's no need to go and fight and kill innocent people, yeah? You have the intellectual capacity to debate, yeah? They fucking send people to a moon, apparently, but you can't stop fucking wars. Just like Tupac said, we've got enough money to fight wars, but not enough money to feed the poor, yeah? Why don't we ever talk about homelessness? In America, they got like 10 million homelessness, yeah? And do you know where most of them are? Near Hollywood. So while all these fucking Hollywood scumbags are snorting cocaine and fucking doing whatever with little kids, yeah? All these people are homeless, yeah? And we do fuck all. Big up 20 Phases, man. He's a good guy. He helped me out with my debate with BVM because he sent me a link called Pound Shop Journalist, and basically what it is an article about BVM, and it goes through basically how shit he is, yeah, because he's fucking shit, yeah. I did not think that when I debated him, it would be so easy to make him look like the prick he is, yeah. But this guy, by the time I'd finished with him, he was calling me a coward and shit. He was calling me a weirdo. He was asking me how old I was, where I was from. Halfway through, when they muted me and I fucked off, he was going, is he Muslim or something? Oh my God. Okay, thanks, Alina. That's a good advice. Thank you. Guys, right? I make my own music. I make my own lyrics. Yeah, I make my own fucking thumbnails. I just take a lot of time over my channel. Yeah, just support it. I'm not asking you for money. All I want is you to comment, tell me what you think. When people agree with me, it gives me power. It gives me power knowing that I'm on the right side. You know what I mean? No, I'm not Muslim, bruv. I'm agnostic, yeah? Lots of people at the moment want me to be Muslim, and fair play to them, yeah? I mean, you know, whoever gives me the best rewards, yeah? Like, who's got the best cookies and shit? That's what I'm about. Right, I'm just putting something into the chat so you know my channel, yeah? There you go, Tommy Robinson. Right, so basically, Tommy Robinson, yeah, is basically an Israeli shill, yeah? He went over to Israel not long ago. He posed on tops of tanks, yeah? He spoke to fucking rabbis. And basically what they were doing there is they were basically saying, we own this guy. We're showing the world that we own this guy. He works for us. And when you see Mr. Real and Maggie Live's that protest at the Tommy Robinson when he was in prison, yeah, I saw Israeli flags there. Israeli flags. Now tell me what the fuck we have got to do with Israel. The only reason that was there is because someone is trying to show us who the hidden hand is, yeah? And remember that Israel gets donated millions to America, by America, I beg your pardon. And like I said, 10 million homeless in America, and they still send money to some fucking country so that they can. The Israeli army has got tanks and fucking heat-seeking missiles. The Palestinians have got sticks and stones and little kids, yeah? I've got a video on my channel of proof that the fucking Israeli army put people into Palestinian situations, as in, you know, pretend to throw rocks or whatever, just so that they can target people in that crowd, yeah? They do all kinds of things. So you don't think they're going to put people in Speaker's Corner? I've got a screenshot of Ralph Masselmani being speaking in the Israeli Times. Yeah, I sent it to Halima, for example. Yeah. So why out of all the people do they come and speak to Ralph? Why? Is that because he's their figurehead? Yeah. That's probably why. Miss Mona, thank you. I apologize if I offended you. Okay, I don't mean to offend you. I don't know you. So I apologize. What else? Yeah, and then you've got Danny Tomo, right? Now this guy, all you've got to do is Google Danny Tomo kidnap. Then you will find article with his ugly ass face in it of him and other people attempting to kidnap someone. And you know what the fucking hilarious thing is? They got the fucking wrong person. So not only are they fucking moronic and tried to kidnap someone, but they got the fucking wrong person. And these are the people that you put your support in. Yeah, Danny Tomo, yeah, it's one of us. Fuck off. It makes me sick to see how fucking gullible some of you are. It fucking makes me sick. I hope that when you do have children and settle down, you actually realise who these people are. And all they are is just fucking there, paid to fucking divide us, yeah? And I don't take advice from fucking failed kidnappers. I don't know about you guys. And let's go back to Tommy Robinson. If you had a daughter, yeah, would you let her go around with someone who had various fucking names?
Yo.
No, you wouldn't.
Yo, hold up, bro.
Yo, who's this?
What's up, man?
Yo, you right, bro?
Yeah. Hey, man, I don't have nothing against you, bro. But, you know, when you talk about Black Fan Man, you know, he's not here to defend himself. You know what I mean?
It doesn't matter. I debated him. I already said this on my channel. I debated him for 45 minutes. I've let him have his fucking say, and he couldn't do it. He wasn't mentally capable.
He's not here. You know what I mean?
I don't care. I don't care, to be honest.
If he's here to defend himself, then you can talk the shit.
No, I can talk about who I want. I can talk about who I want.
I'm just
especially if they're in the public arena, yeah? And they support and they're there supporting someone who kidnaps people. Yeah, would you be the same thing if it was your family member that was attempted to get kidnapped? Would you say the same thing to me then? No, I don't think you would.
I'm just saying, bro, he's not here.
I don't care. He chills with
shit.
failed kidnappers. Defend that. You're here now. Defend that.
Defend what, bro?
Defend that he fucking supports people who kidnap other human beings. Defend that.
I don't know. I never heard him say that, so I don't know, bro.
Exactly. So why are you coming here stepping to me? I've done more research on this than you obviously have. So are you one of his cheerleaders as well? Because he seems to have a lot of cheerleaders.
No, I'm saying he's not here.
I know he's not here. I debated him on my channel for 45 minutes. I gave him every opportunity to express his opinion. He could not do that. So he's done out here, yeah? Anyway, who do you want to talk about then? Because obviously you're a bit butthurt that I'm talking about him. You didn't mention Tommy Robinson, and you didn't mention Danny Thomas. Obviously you're a bit butthurt about BVM.
Obviously, I'm not butthurt about you talking about him. I'm just saying he's not here. If he was
know he's not here. I've already debated him for 45 minutes. He's done out here. End of story. Yeah? When you speak to a grown man and you ask him a simple fucking question, who's Stephen Yaxley Lennon? And he repeats, your dad, your dad, your dad. I don't have time for these fucking morons, yeah? I apologize, but I don't, yeah? Life is too short to waste listening to these fucking dickheads, yeah? Like I said, yeah, you're quick to defend him because he's not here, but you don't mention Tommy Robinson or Danny Tomo. Let's talk about Danny Tomo, yeah? Are you cool with the fact that he basically is a failed kidnapper, yeah? Huh?
What's up, bro?
I said, are you defending the fact that Danny Tomo is a failed kidnapper?
I don't even know who that is, man. I live in America.
Exactly. So if I start coming to your chat into a YouTube channel in America and start telling you about stuff, yeah, would you not think this guy's a bit out of order because he doesn't even fucking know what he's talking about?
I don't know, bro. I'm just saying, I'm saying if I was somewhere and this other guy's somewhere else, I wouldn't talk about him unless he's there so I can say it to his face.
Well, you obviously don't have a family and you don't care about the future generation. So that's up to you. That's your standpoint, not mine.
Wait, hold up. Are you talking about me? You don't even know me.
I'm talking about you, yeah. Yeah? People need to stand up. Evil happens when good people do nothing. I'm sure you've heard that quote before, yeah? No? Right, okay. Stop that. Anyway, anything else to say?
Yo, Velly, I missed Issa, huh? Velly, what are you up to, man?
Yeah, I had a good conversation with Issa. You should have heard it, yeah? We went through a variety of subjects, and do you know what? You know what he kept saying to me? Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. So, good on him. Rich, okay, shut up, man. No one cares about you, yeah? Big up, Reese Dean. Hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. TYO. Big up, man. TYO, what do you know what frustrates me, man? Is the fact that you and me, we got channels with content on them. And then people don't even understand. They don't even know it. You literally have to point out, by the way, click on my channel because I got shit on there. I mean, I click on people's channel all the time just to see who the fuck they are. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, I'm not defending Tommy Robinson, but this dude, I don't know. I feel bad for him because he's like lost in his life. So he's just scared, bro. He's scared. That's the thing. But you know, why is he scared? I just have to ask yourself, why is he scared in the first place?
Yeah, yeah, what are you saying? Mohammed, what are you saying? Mohammed Rashid.
What's up, man?
Saying my books, what are you saying? You good?
No,
Where-
I don't really know Tommy Robinson, what he's all about, but I think he's scared of Muslims, right?
Yeah, that's the excuse they use to spew racism, to be honest with you.
Oh, so he's a racist, right?
Yeah, definitely a racist. Definitely a racist. They've been racist for a long time. You're back, well done, true. Yeah, they're racist, man. They've been racist for years, man. In my time, it was the NF, the National Front, that morphed into the BNP, and then I think from the BNP, that's what the what's the next one from that? Truth, the latest anyway, the EDR. So they're just all cut from the same cloth. You get me?
Yeah.
They've done it for years. It's been done since, I think, literally since after the Second World War, from them times there. So these people have always been around, but they just try and coat it in different things. And this is the latest version of it, where they're trying to soften the approach of the right wing, which in actual fact is just a bunch of racists, basically. You know what I mean? They can go around the world causing absolute problems, but when it comes back to them, they're saying that they're the ones under attack. You know what I mean? It's absolutely nuts still. But truth was saying is the truth. It's facts. They try and cover it up, and then we got a lot of people, agents that come within, and that's what it is for me. These people are infiltrators. When anyone comes in spewing hate or insults towards another sect or another group of people, in regards to the society in which we are today, they are part of the problem. They are here to divide and conquer. That's been the MO for how long? You know what I mean? We've seen that shit all through Africa. We've seen it throughout the world. You get me? So it's it's all about divide and conquer, and bringing that sort of hate still. So yeah, that's what they're on, fam. That's what they're on.
You know, when
Deny things like racism.
When I watch you guys' videos, you know, I noticed that racism in the UK is different than the racism in America. You know what I mean?
100%.
Like in the UK, they're just straight out, flat out racist, and they just talk about it publicly. I feel like they just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like here in America, if you're racist, you have to hide it. But over there in the UK, they talk about it with like pride and shit. And
yeah, they'll hide it. They'll hide it in society and out at work and in life as normal. And you can't go around calling people niggers. You can't do that, yeah. But what you'll find is with so-called free speech is when they'll then spew that sort of hate. You say under the guise of free speech. You get me? And they use that to really throw their hate, throw their disgust, their real feelings out into the ether, because there's a lot of people who feel very inadequate. You know what I mean? They know what society's done. They know they've had their leg up. They're watching people suffer. They're watching black people getting treated different. They watch their own friends and family get treated different. You know what I mean? They know what's happening, but they'll just deny that it's happening. They'll pretend that it ain't. And that's one of the biggest dangers, I believe, to black youth out there, especially when you deny the experiences that they've had. You see what I'm saying? We got a lot of people coming onto these sort of channels saying that they're for the people who are being oppressed, but really and truthfully, they are not here for that. They're here to push the agenda of the elite that control. You understand me? And that's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing being played.
Those people are the worst, bro.
Yeah, man. It's facts, man. It's facts. You know what I mean? People change arguments. When we're talking about the issues that we're facing in our society, these religious arguments aren't really what we face in society. Yeah, that's what they use as a guise. Really, when you take it down to the bare bones of the argument, it's actually to do with race, and that's what it is. It's racism, and at the moment, it's Muslims who are at the front of that because they're using them as a guise. You got to remember, black people have been facing this shit for freaking donkey's years in this country, even in our continent. You get me? We've been facing this shit from time. Where do you think all this colorism and all this come from? In Africa, we've got all different shades of black people there. There was never no issue in regards to race or how much melanin you had in your skin or how little melanin you had in your skin. It's something that's pretty recent. Within the last few hundred years, that has been slowly brought into society, and what helps this society actually move forward. You see what I'm saying? So this is the reality of where it is. So when people start diverting the argument to religion or different sects in these religions, and they hate this religion because of their ideology and all this, and they start saying, oh, but I'm about supremacy. What makes me laugh is the only supremacy that we're seeing the effects on is white supremacy across the country. But they want to talk about there's other supremacies. What other supremacies are there? You know what I mean? Just someone thinking that they're great doesn't mean anything. If you can actually put action and power, you got power. Sorry, let's rephrase that. You got power to action those ideologies. That's a difference. That's the difference. You dictate what happens in some people's lives, isn't it? You dictate. We got people sitting in the elite who sit at the top, signing papers, deciding what the curriculum is. They're deciding who goes jail for what crime, who does. You know what I mean? That's the reality that we're facing. And a lot of people try to deny these things, and those deniers, I believe, know exactly what I want. And that's what I'm saying. It's like the difference between a Negro and a coon. You see what I'm saying? When people throw out those words there's a big difference between a Negro and a coon. Man, I can work with a Negro. I can't work with a coon. Yeah. Simply because a Negro is someone who doesn't have knowledge. They don't understand. Yeah. What's going on. They haven't tried to study and find out why they were treated a certain way as they were used. They haven't tried to find out. They just think, oh, this is how it is. Because it's everywhere. They think this is just how it is. And it's not how it is. It's not always been this way, but and then you can try and educate and try and hopefully they might pick up and learn from that. But with a coon now, a coon is different. A coon knows exactly what I want. A coon's actually been affected by it. Yeah, they've been affected by it. But what they decide is, I want an easier life. I want to be a comfortable slave. That's the difference. You get what I'm saying?
We got a lot of those coons in America. You know what I mean?
Trust me.
Yeah, we have a lot of those, especially the ones that we're supposed to look up. They choose, they choose for us, who we're supposed to look at as our leaders. You get what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why
I don't know how it is in the UK. I don't know how it is over there, but over here, bro, it's just bad, bro. No one wants to be none of these guys. No one's looking for them, a fatherly figure. You get what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. In the States, it is very different because you still live very segregated in America, and that's one thing I noticed when my brother went over, because I've never been, but my brother went over there, and the first thing he said to me is he can't believe how the areas are so segregated. I mean, he said Brooklyn was amazing. He said he couldn't believe how it had the Spanish quarter, or was it Philadelphia? I can't remember where he went, but one of these areas, Spanish area, black area, the white area, Jewish area, and you just don't mix. You just don't go into these areas after a certain time.
Bugs, bro, sorry to cut you, but it's only been about 50 years since people were released from this slavery, Jim Crow, whatever, and they moved from the southern up to places like Brooklyn. It's only been about 50 years,
Yeah.
People doing well, really. They're doing really well, their communities and whatever, and how they've progressed and that. They're doing really well. You got to give them credit, man.
Yo, Nito.
They were held back, you know what I mean?
Yo, hold up.
They weren't allowed to study. They weren't allowed to read. With you, I don't even think you're from that stock, Mohammed. So to be honest, you're probably an immigrant.
Hold up, Nito. Look, I used to live in New York, and I used to live in Los Angeles. Yeah, but
still, genetically, you're an immigrant, innit? Same like me, innit?
Hold on, let me tell you. I used to live in Ohio. I used to live in Philly. I live now in the Washington State, over there in the West Coast. So when I used to live in LA, bro, what's his name was saying the truth, aka Overkill. There used to be, bro, streets, like a whole street filled with homeless people, and then there were Jewish people who were rich as fuck.
But that's part of the system. You're making that as if it's a failure of the system. America's built on that.
It is a failure. It is a failure of the
It's
system.
not a failure. That's how that system runs. There's always going to be poverty in America because it's a capitalist system based on that.
No, what I'm trying to say is there are people who lived there longer because the Jews overtook LA. If you go to LA now, because I've been to LA.
Hear this: the Jews overtook LA. You for real, bro?
If
Are
you
you for real?
you watch,
You're coming with a bro, man. Listen, you need to be a little bit more self-aware. Like
No.
what you're coming with is a typical immigrant ideology.
I'm not
You landed somewhere and you start trying to pick out who's the leader and who to follow. Like,
bro,
what do you mean the Jews took over LA, man? Get real, bro.
I am getting real. I used to live there, so I know. So let me talk, and then I can explain it to you. What I'm trying to say is the minorities took over LA. So the Jews are considered as a minority, but the Jews are the richest out of all of them, right? They're the richest. If you go to LA, you'll see how rich they are. They're the richest.
They're not the richest, bro. They just worked out how to hold on to their money.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is there's people that live there longer, but no one helped them. You get what I mean?
Who's helping who? Who's helping who?
If you go to South LA, if you go to, if you go to Commerce, if you go to all these other like cities, you see it, they're all in poverty. There's racism that's big in LA, and everyone's divided for a reason. If you go to the east side, that's where the Mexicans are. If you go to the west side, that's where the Asians are. If you go to the south side, that's where black people are. You get what I mean? And then if you go to the north side, that's where all the white people live, in the hills.
Yeah. So that's a nice description. But what are you comparing that to? And you're saying it's segregated. Is it more segregated than where, for example? Because in London, it's the same. You got Ladbroke Grove right next to fucking, what's it called? Shepherd's Bush. You got the richest living next to the poorest. You got like, what's that building, Bugs, that burnt down in the men's?
Grenfell.
Yeah. Within a stone's throw of like the richest people in the whole of UK. Like, it's the same wherever you go, bro. The rich are like parasites. They live off the poor, innit?
Yeah,
it's a fact.
Yeah, it's like when you look at Grenfell, that's a prime example. It's good that you brought that up because Grenfell Tower, where it's situated, there's a road that runs actually right beside it, yeah, and you overlook it from Grenfell Tower. Right on the other side of this road, the postcode changes, and I mean it's literally a stone's throw away. You can throw a tennis ball and hit a house over there, and that is where the house prices there are in the millions, the multi-million-pound houses. And right across the road, these places are the estates and the flats. And it's a known fact that they've been trying to get these people out of there for years because they want to start knocking those places down and developing more of their multi-million-pound houses for a lot of them to move in. It's gentrification. We know about it. It's not a secret. So that's why the fire is very suspect. And the fact that they're prepared to murder people over it, and then they on the news, they lied about their numbers when no one came to help. It's facts. It's very deep, and you got to realize how deep this goes because even the so-called insulation I'm into construction, yeah, and I used to work for the company that installation was the insulation they used on the side of the building. Now, decent insulation at about £10 a square meter is fire retardant. It will not catch fire. It can't catch fire. And this is the stuff they have on expensive normal buildings, all these commercial blocks and stuff like that. It keeps the building very warm and it will not catch fire. But the one that they used on the Grenfell Tower was supposed to be this £10 fire retardant one, £10 per square meter. But what they used was something for £2 per square meter, and which is like, it might as well be paper. It might as well be paper dipped in fucking flammable material. You get me? It's really cheap stuff. It's only to keep places warm, and probably a small place. Shows you that it comes from the very, very top. They know exactly what they're doing. So much they were so bait with that one where people died and it caused so much of an uproar. There are loads of buildings with this, and they're all, guess what, all the other buildings that they have to take it down from, and all these other buildings are also council places, and they're all across London. noticed, you might have noticed, as soon as after Greco happened, there was loads of building work going on where they had to take this stuff down because it was that blatant. I mean, so they know what they're doing because these people, and I've worked for these people in these companies, remember, they make a lot of money. So there's a lot of these elite people that run these companies, sitting on the top of board of these companies. Their sons, daughters all work for these companies. You know what I mean? They don't give a damn about the people at the bottom. And that's how the society works. This is how capitalism works.
This is the thing, Books. Like, when we're talking to Americans, like, they don't realize that England's just a smaller version of America. So everything they're telling us, we already know. But the thing is with England, it's so small that you can catch on to things quick. When things like that happen, it's so obvious. Do you know what I mean? Like, with them, it takes them longer to catch on because everything's done on a bigger scale. The impact of it takes longer to basically come home to roost. But with us, we can see things instantly. That's the thing with England, it's so small. You know what I mean? Like, you can catch on to things very quick how the elite operate. The whole point of what I was coming on to say is, when you was mentioning about the EDL and BNP and why they're all like different factions and different groups, yeah, it's the same thing. It's like, I didn't even clock it till I watched that debate with Akala and what's his name, Yaxley Lennon, fucking Tommy Robinson. And even Akala turned around in that and he said, the right wing, these racist people are always funded from the top down. It's always the elite that are installing a little buffer zone of society to protect themselves of their little fucking, what's the word? Fucking people who aspire to be like the elite, but they're not the elite. Do you know what I mean? They're the ones. People like fucking Jupiter with an aspirational self. Like, do you know what I mean? These are the people that are the threat, yeah?
But
now, because England's so small, what they're trying to do, yeah, but bless England, because England's the place where, in the whole of Europe, it's been so hard for them to bring in the right wing. Like, they put so much effort into bringing in the right wing, but it's been literally impossible for them to do it because the British population ain't on that.
They're not on it. The masses aren't on it. So even when you see these people spewing it online, they are not the majority. They don't speak for the masses.
No way.
No way. When you go out into the society, out to our communities, you'll realize that's why when people try to say, oh, Boogs is pro-black, and when you're pro-black, you bun white people, hate white people. You've never heard them words come from my mouth, you know. Man's got Irish people, members of my family, but the truth is the truth, you get me? And the reality is, most white people out there in the road, most humane white people even some of the ones who are, would categorize them in the elite, like not in the elite, but upper class or got money and had their, you know, generational wealth handed down. A lot of them don't agree, fam. A lot of them don't agree.
Of course they don't.
Only the ones who know that their power is wielded in the fact that we stay at the bottom. They're the ones who know, and they know the truth, but they'll still pretend because they know that's where their power lies. But the most of them don't care about that. They don't care about the money. They actually want to live life. You get me? So when you speak to them and chat to them normally, then people are down for the truth. They know that they know what it is. They know what it is. But sometimes being silent also sort of gives, you know, you're giving kudos to it. You're saying, yeah, okay, I'm not saying that it's like to do with me and just living life because you're all right, you're comfortable. Really, truthfully, you're saying it's okay. That's the reality of the thing.
I got a question. I got a question for Nito. Man, okay, I want to tell you a little bit of my background. So I came from Iraq because of the war, and I came to America. And when I came to America, you know, there isn't no.
You had expectations. Let's just say that.
No, I don't care about them. You get what I mean? I'm saying there isn't no black state. Why? Why isn't there their own state with their own place where I can go and be free, like actually free? Why? They built this whole nation, bro, in their backs, their ancestors' backs. Why aren't they given privilege? Since we talk about racism in America, why won't you give them their own place, their own space? That's my problem. That's what my problem is in America.
Bro. What comes out of America, apart from fucking barley and wheat and whatever the fuck them farmers grow out there in the Bible Belt? Nothing. They never discovered no gold. They never discovered nothing in America worth anything. It was just fields and fields and fields. The biggest commodity was the slaves.
100%.
Biggest,
And now,
do you get me? That's the only thing they had.
And now they have no use for them. So what they got to try and do is think to themselves, how the hell do we get rid of all these niggers that we brought over from Africa and the niggers that we enslaved who are already living here? What do we do?
You know how they're going to do it, bro. They keep them poor, lower their life expectancy,
right.
Don't give them no healthcare, no education. It's the same thing what they're doing to us over here. It's the same brand.
This is what they do, because you got to understand the curriculum at Eton and Cambridge is 100% full circle from what the state schools provide. And why is that? Why is it that producing your so-called I can't think it's Eton, who had 11 of the prime ministers have come from there. So that tells you what they're doing. It's obvious. When they're teaching history, they're teaching bare lies. They'll still teach children that Columbus discovered America. But most people now know that's bullshit. It's a blatant lie. He was a murderer and a rapist. That's what he did. They're sadistic people. And this is the reality of it. So how is it that they're learning the truth in Cambridge and Eton, but in the schools where most of these black children are, the descendants of all these people, they don't teach them that. They teach them otherwise. It's because they need to keep you enslaved. They need to keep you inferior. They need to keep your mindset a certain way. So when people stand up and talk about it, you get bashed down. That's why a man like me or other people like me who speak up on these things, people try and rubbish what you're saying. When those people are doing it, know full well what you're saying is the truth, but they come with certain arguments to try and make it seem a certain way to other people who won't have any knowledge or idea, who haven't tried to figure out what's going on in our society. Why are we being treated so unfairly? Why is it this way? Do you see what I'm saying? And this is the reality of what we're living in. That's why anyone who spews hate and spews insults and disses to a sect or certain type of people, whoever it is, regardless, even after all the treatment and that mainly Caucasians have given to black people over the years, even if black people spew hate to them, you know that person is an agent. It's not that they don't know, it's that they know, and they're trying their best to keep things divided and keep the things as they are, because people unified is what will cause a problem for these people at the top. You understand? You got to remember, we don't call 100%. Them the 1% for nothing. They're 1%. They're a small minority. They're a small minority. That's why they have to have police now being their main gang on the streets, enforcing these bullshit policies that they put in place. It's not rocket science. But you got
the thing that scares me. Well, I'm scared now because they seem to have been a little bit more self-reflective, and they've realised that they need to bring this thing in sections, in layers. So when you look at the right wing now, they've broken it down into layers where they can have people like BMV or BVM or whatever the fuck he's called at the bottom level, have someone like Ralph in the middle, just above someone like Raj. Get me? Like, they're building it in layers where, as the more you go up the ladder, the more white it is, but the more you go down the ladder, the broader it is, and it's siphoned like the average white person who might have a slight racial tendency, who ain't racist, but when you hear someone like Raj speaking how he speaks, he might start thinking, well, it's okay to think like that. And then he slowly moves up the ladder, and then they recruit them. And then they have a siphon.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's what it is. And that's where you have people like EDL saying black and white unite against Muslims. But that's just the low level. When you go up,
this is what I'm saying.
And that's what scares me.
The biggest point that Akala said on that time when he had up Tommy Robinson at that debating or whatever it was, on that TV show, the biggest point he made was, and you said it already, was that it comes from the top down, not from the bottom up. But they'll have you believe it's the dumb estate white guy who's racist and calling you a nigger is the one we should be worrying about. You got to think to yourself, where does that ideology come from? And that's what it does. It comes from the top down. They're trying to push it to create this ideology that what they're doing, this hate they're experiencing, is justified. It's like when they go to, like, they're going over to Iran, killed off this leader there, and they're trying to justify it. But the fact is, you've actually left your country, flown over there to go kill someone. How the hell are they threatening you? This is what I'm saying. They talk about these ideologies and Islam coming into this. It's all lies. This is a trick to make people to justify their actions, because if people didn't agree with it, they would march on Parliament, fam. All you need is 5,000 people to march on Parliament. You can change laws, This is what people don't know. You got to check the facts, and this is what they do. So they have these people at the bottom, and that's why even people in the chat who sit on these lines, on these chats all day, in the comments, being racist, talking this, saying you're talking shit. These people don't understand they're being used. They're pawns. They're pawns in it. You know what I mean? It's just a joke thing to see and hear these people going on with their foolishness. You know what I mean?
They're
And
robots.
at the end of the day, our children are now suffering. I barely, as a youth growing up in London, we will barely get through it. As people, non-white English people, you barely get through it yourselves. You know what I mean? So you get to this stage in life, and once you put it into perspective, you realize, right, you need to give these youths a heads up. They need to realize this is a trick game. They're putting you onto this. This is why certain music gets pushed out, because people want to talk about, oh, the music is bad and the music is bad. Who do you think own the publishing companies? You don't think that there's bare music out there which has a positive message and spreads a good message? Like from the times when I was this, before NWA, you had Public Enemy and all these different types of music that were pushing out messages. KRS-One, all these groups that are pushing out positive messages, teaching real black history, teaching real defiance to the system, as in not go against the system, but do what you need to do for your community. And then they thought, this shit is helping that community too much. They're healing from this shit. That's why they've turned the music to the way it is, because they're using it against us. Music has been hijacked a long time ago. So when people try to use the argument of music as the problem,
No, he's right. Music's been hijacked a long time ago, because before they used to talk real.
Videos for the girls to watch. That's what they're going to show black man holding gun or doing crime. That's why you see these youths pushing that, because that's the music that they'll get paid on. That's what they'll get paid on. They're not going to get paid on talking good awareness.
When the motive is getting paid, then everything goes out the window, isn't it? We know that.
They've sold us materialism, because it's even worked on the continent. You got to realize, these are to say that you're rich, on the continent, you have to be driving a European car. That's a joke thing. They've sold you a fake dream. There's people in Africa, I remember people in Ghana, my family genuinely thought that we literally walk on streets paved with gold. They think we walk around, we can pick up money from the floor and go and buy food. That's what they genuinely think. They think it is amazing over here, not realizing that they'll go out of the frying pan in Africa into the fire in the Europe. You know what I'm saying? And they only realize it once they get there. They only realize it. In Africa, you ain't gonna go hungry. Majority of people will not go hungry. They'll portray those sort of
you realize
all day long
in the UK.
Because that, but in Africa, it's much better. You live a better life than you would in the UK.
Yeah, of course.
To the point where man goes there, and man's setting up to go there. So when these people keep telling you go back to where you come from, after they've done stole people or trick people into coming here to build up the so-called unquote motherland, when they say to go back, bro, I will go back in a heartbeat. Yeah, but now I've got to work this fucking fucked up system to get that money to go back, to get what you value as the value as the currency, to get back and go there. I've got no choice, so I have to play the game now. I have to play in this evil corrupt system to do what's right by me and my family. You get me? So these are with a go back thing. It's a joke, and it's even worse if you say it to someone on the stateside in America. That's a joke thing. These people were killed, murdered on their own land, as well as dragged from Africa over there, and then people have the audacity to say, if you don't like it, go back. Are you joking? Are you just
like it's a bad thing. You know that Liam, that skinny Liam that's on Thingy, a Reels channel. Last night, I went on there. He's going to me, are you getting ready to go back to Turkey? Because we're not going to allow you to practice Islam in the UK. I wanted to laugh, bro. I was like, if I had enough money to go back, bro, I'll go back today. Like, what are you talking about? Idiot. But this is the thing, though. Like, a lot of the majority of white people, that they need to realize in the UK that we're not here fighting just for our rights, fighting for the truth for ourselves. It's for them as well, because they're slaves as well. But the thing is that they're born into this matrix where they can't even see it.
That's right, like many
they can't even see it. Like when there's adverts on TV, we could sit there and watch it and think, right, that's just brainwashing. But they won't even clock it, and they'll be out there tomorrow buying the new flavor of Kit Kat, talking about it at lunch break. Do you know what I mean? They're so sucked into it that they need that reflective mentality to show them that, you know what I mean? Like, you lot need to realize that there are other places in the world. There are other ways of living. Like, it ain't just about paying your bills and dying and leaving your kids with nothing. Like, come on. Do you know what I mean? It's a two-way thing. It's a two-way thing.
You have to understand, Nito, they're the minority in the world. Just the white people, right? Aren't they the minority?
100%. That's what they're fighting for, their survival. That's the real reason for a lot of this stuff. It's the real reason for the way the society is set up and the way it is. Facts. It's 100%. Minus birth rate all over the world. If you add it all up,
that's the birth rate that's killing it. But really, like,
They've hung us, they've injected us, they've given us bad food, bad water. They've done it everywhere across the world, and yet we are still producing more children than they are. That's the real that's the real issue. That's the bottom line. Yeah, and they don't want to admit it. You got enough of them turning gay, changing sex, doing all this. That's the real that's the real underlying problem here. Black people. Homosexuality was never part of African culture. Fact, never. It's come from the Greek culture, and they've taken it on because the Greeks, Romans into UK. That's what they've taken on. That's why all the Parliament people they might have wife and children, but they've always got a young boy partner because that's what the elites did. And this is part of their problem. Why they don't produce? They find some sort of solace of being up in a man's batty, yeah, and putting you into a place where you shouldn't be, yeah, and think you're going to reproduce life. They ain't reproducing life. Even if you go to the laboratory, it's not going to work. It's not going to be the same. That's why black people are producing, whether they're poor or whatever. We're still producing children and producing a population. And this is what they're trying to cut down. That's why they're using Muslims as a shield first to attack. But really, that main attack is based on Africans. They want to do it to Africans. Africans are the ones producing everywhere.
Yeah, you're right, bro. This is if you speak to Ralph, if you speak to Ralph for long enough, yeah, this is why I like Ralph. He'll expose all this to you.
Yeah,
he'll talk with Ralph. He thinks you're too dumb to clock it. Like, he will openly say, "Oh, this is what you're saying, yeah, that this is their agenda," and then he will laugh and say, "But they're too dumb to even realize that I can come on here and say all this, and nothing will happen because everyone's just too dumb." Do you know what I mean? But what I noticed from what he says is that he's saying they're using the Muslims as an excuse to bring in all these laws, and once this Muslim threat dies down, the biggest threat to them is going to be from Africa.
100%.
But them laws will be in place before them Africans step foot in Europe. All them laws will already be in place to basically minimize their development or their growth as a population once they reach it. And that's all it is, really. So the elite can stay elite. That's all it is.
It's the truth. It's the truth. Truthfully there. Truth overkill.
Yo, Abu GZ. What's your name, man?
Bugs, brother, Bugs.
Okay, all right, Bugs. My name is Mohammed.
Big up.
Obviously, but I just want to say, don't you think that we should help the Nation of Islam because they actually try to build their own nation in America? You know what I mean? Shouldn't we give them respect a little bit more than
I build any organization that's looking to build black people and help and enforce and support black people. I work with any of them, regardless of religion or ideology, as long as that ideology is not for the detriment of others. It's about building us up. You get me? So yes, I F's with the Nation of Islam.
I agree with Bugs on that one. But what I'm saying is, when you're dealing with any Americanized institution, you've got to realize it's heavily tainted with Americanisms. That to us in the UK, it's just blatant. As soon as you start dealing with Nation of Islam people, you can see that they've got this American ideology and mindset that really, if you're a pro African person, like, you're going to see that there's a conflict there. There's an issue there that hasn't been resolved yet because the time hasn't been really given to it just yet. Like I said, it's only been 50 years, but it needs time to kind of like for them to realize that Africa's where it's at, not America. They seem to have this American-centric ideology that they're still trying to fight for equality from the white man. Then really what they need to do is separate. You get me?
I got to disagree on some of that because you got to remember the indigenous people to the Americas were black people. You get me? So it is their land. So yes, they might have taken it over now and they're trying to claim stake to it. You know what I mean? The same as even Britain, because read about Cheddar Man and how black people were there even there first, and across the planet, because you got to understand the Caucasian history only goes back as far as they've only traced it back as far as 6,000 years. That's as far as it goes. Whereas we know that Africans, it's untraceable. They don't know how far back it goes, but it goes back.
Yeah, it's never ended.
Thousands, yes, into the hundreds of thousands documented. Do you know what I mean? So this tells you who was on the planet first. So these people telling you that they're indigenous to this land, it's bullshit. Let's go and ask the people, the original people of Australia and Tasmania. No, we can't ask the people in Tasmania because the white people came there and wiped them out. Do you see what I'm saying? So this is the reality of what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a people that are war hungry, very vicious, very violent, very brutal, and that they try and paint everybody else with what they actually are. You understand me? And this is This is the reality of what we're saying. Even now in the chat, you get people telling you, go back then, go back if you don't like it, go back if you don't. What do you mean? I live everywhere. Everywhere's my home. So you can't tell me to I can choose, you get me? But the fact is, I know that Africa is the Garden of Eden, and God put that there for his people, and his people are people that look like me. You get me? And people who are ready to, and those people who look like me are accepting and open, and will actually have other people in if they don't want to come and fuck up the shit. And that's what's happened. Is that we've been too trusting and let these people come in after they come in with the guns, because they've tried to come in first. You got to remember, in ancient Kemet, Egypt, they attacked there for a good 1,000 years. You know. We had the Persians attacking and the Hexos, whoever was attacking for thousands of years, and they were fought off for thousands of years. And it was only when it got later they actually infiltrated and started reproducing. They were allowed to join the society, and that's how they got over there and took control of that first documented civilization. And from then, the history is as we've seen. You know, what I mean, since then that's when they changed the calendar. We started with year 0, and it was AD and BC, and they just changed everything and to their own thing. And they had a set out plan to ensure their survival, because that's what it was. That's what it's about. It's them ensuring their survival. You get me? But there's been all different colors of white people and everyone around for a very long time, until a certain type of Caucasian came, and just came with their warmongering hunger for war. You know what I mean? And killing. And it was normal killing, bruv. You've heard the horrors of just as recent of after slavery, when they started doing the lynches, when they started cutting pregnant black women's stomachs and let the baby hang out on the floor, and would have bets on which would die first, the mother or the child, or stamp the baby's head out, tie black people to horses. We know all the horrors, but people just want to deny that it ever happened. And you got to remember, this ain't fucking years ago. As you just said, 50 years ago, slavery just ended, you know. To vote in the 60s. So why is it people try and pretend that this ain't happening? I feel it's guilt. I feel they know this is their ancestry. I feel they know this is the truth. That's why there's white people who actually face up to this fact and say, boy, I'm not like that. I don't agree with that. I know my parents did this. I know my grandparents did this. I know my great-grandparents, grandparents. But I don't agree with it. And it should change. It's not right. It's not right. It's inhumane. But the ones in the chat have no remorse. They don't care about the people that died in Grenfell Tower, even though they know what gentrification is and pretend they don't know. You know what I mean? They have no remorse for the black people being shot dead in America just based on the color of their skin. A white man can punch a policeman in the face and still live.
Bro, I would not step foot in America.
People in a church and get taken to Burger King. But a black man will be driving in the road and he's got one light out and he gets shot dead. And people want to pretend that
I would not step foot in America on principle, bro.
You have to
principle.
You have to.
They could give me money, I wouldn't go to America.
If you see Bill Cosby, they put him straight to jail. But when you see Weinstein,
100%,
they just left him. But what I want to say is okay. The reason why I think they don't want us to go back to Africa, or they don't want black people to go back to Africa, is because look at them now. There's doctors, there's people who are working in who are educated, you get what I mean? And if they go back there, they'll take the resources that America and the UK, this is what I think, is taking from Africa. There's hella resources in Africa.
It's put the brain drain in it. So it's called. As soon as you start getting anywhere in Africa, they start offering you scholarships to go to Harvard. Next thing you know, you ain't going back to Africa. That's called the brain drain. They do that on purpose.
It's a mindset. What I'm trying to say is, when the war happened with Iraq, you see Kuwait as a small country, and they're making multi-billion dollars. When Iraq is 20 times bigger than them, they went there to take the resources. You get what I mean?
100%.
Global imperialism, bro. We know the game. That's what they're doing, isn't it? On a global scale.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that they try to fake the funk, man. But we know our Guan. A lot of people know our Guan. That's why man will say this live on there, so all the police that are listening can take note and know that people know the deal, innit? And there's a lot of people who are wising up to the fact. Yeah, you got a lot of these foolish, low IQ racists or black people are ready to jump on board with a lot of these right wing white people. That's up to them. That's cool. But the time will come, innit? Because the masses are that. They are the masses. They are the majority. And once the majority gets wind that they've got to get up and do something, things will change. Things will happen. And there'll be no one who can control that. As much as people want to spew hate and talk nonsense and do whatever, the fact is actions are going to speak louder than any words. You understand?
Books. Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen that little white woman? She's American. She's got grey hair. She's got it cut like a man's haircut, though, short. and she's a little white woman, and she goes around showing the map of the
Jane Elliott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see when they done tests on people? They got groups of people together in each country, and they tried to turn them against each other.
Yeah.
And they would pick one trait, like for example, a ginger person or a blue-eyed person or whatever.
Yeah,
and they would try to get the majority to turn against them.
That's right, blue-eyed,
You see that?
Yeah, and
you know the only country it never worked in. You know the only country it never worked is in England.
It did. What happened?
Every other country they run that test, they managed to successfully turn the majority against the minority and oppress them. Yeah. The only place it never worked was England.
Wow, that's deep.
Yeah,
man. That shows you a lot. It shows you a lot.
Because don't forget, in England, although it's small, that their degree of tolerance is much higher because they've always had differences like English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh has always been there. It's just how God made it, man. It's just a small place, but it's like a microcosm.
Yeah. And I think that's what I say.
I mean?
The thing I've read about Britain is that although we do see a lot of people speak up, but there's a lot of people in Britain who are genuinely do have love for other human beings across the world, and they show that quite often. Because I speak to a lot, there's a lot that contact me, and I tell you what, they far outweigh the negative people. That's why sometimes man will only come to bun out the negative people, but more time I ain't got time for them. Man's got to move forward with the positive people who are looking to do positive things and show love to others, because that's what this is about. When you're spewing hate, you're part of them. If you're showing love, then part of us, and it's simple as that. And I tell you, the majority of people show love to each other.
But you're always going to get that bipolar in any community. You're always going to get the ones that like only love themselves. In any community, you're going to get that. Do you know what I mean? Like that bipolarism. You know what I mean? That's how communities work. But you get the ones on the fringes that are strong, that can interact with other communities, and then you get the ones that are insular and they're within the community. Like you always get that in all communities. So just because you get a couple of people that are just like a bit radical or whatever they are, like that doesn't really like spoil it for everyone else. Do you know what I mean? Because it's always going to be outnumbered by love.
It's like now, Khan. It's like now, yeah. You're Arab, are you, right?
No, I'm Cypriot.
Cypriot. Oh, okay, you're Greek Cypriot. So there's people now. Turkish, okay, Turkish Cypriot, excellent. I love Turkey, by the way, man. And my most favorite last place I went to holiday, man. Enough love over there. I'm telling you, bruv, Turkey, what? My children cried when we came home, fam. What a beautiful place, bro.
I know a lot of people that say that.
Beautiful people, fam. But what I'm saying is, even now, as we talk like this in the chat, people are still trying to cause division. People can't see the bigger picture. They will sit there and say, how can you let this one talk about this? Is he even black? Is this one evil? And, you know, what I'm saying? And that's what they don't understand.
No, I get that a lot. I do get that a lot.
You just show yourselves. That's what you do. So I'll let you show yourselves. You get me? More time. I don't even need to say nothing to none of you people, because it's not for you that I'm working for, trying to help or trying to boost. You get me? You are the ones there who'll sit there and die in your rage. You will die in your hate. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. You know, this is what you want to happen, and you got people spewing that type of ideology, and they're in the minority. They're in the minority. This is a fact. So spew the hate, try and cause division. See how far it gets you. But it won't get you nowhere except sitting in front of your computer, typing a little bit harder, pressing them keys harder with anger. Yeah, I mean that's what it's gonna do.
I just want to say, like,
and you're not real. You're not really about this. You're about trying to get emotion, and that's probably down to what's happened in your life. Probably what you've experienced, what you received, that you try to project that onto other people. You see, people that receive love.
It's a control mechanism.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course, it's nothing more, nothing less. And that's why I feel for them people more than I hate them people. You understand me?
I feel for them too, because it's like the tail wagging the dog. They're always going to be the minority, and the tail tries to wag the dog, but it's the dog that wags the tail. You know what I mean? It's like me and you, Boogs. If I met you and you're like, yeah, cool, bro, and you invite me to your house for Christmas dinner, and you got one miserable granddad sitting in the corner spewing racism, I'm just gonna laugh in it. I'm just gonna be like, do you know what, bro? Your day's done. Do you know what I mean? You missed your chance. Like, do you know what I mean?
100%.
But it's not gonna make me hate you, though. I'm just gonna laugh in it. I'm gonna say, you know what? Regardless of this guy, you've managed to become a person of love, innit?
Yeah.
So them haters they're always gonna be there.
I just want to say, bro, when we used to live in another country, you know, when we were hungry, you know, the neighbors would feed us, or when someone else or our neighbor's hungry, we don't eat. You get what I mean? But in America, You know, everyone is like conquering, divide. Everyone wants to do their own thing.
100%. That's what I said.
It's their people,
Yeah.
people that live in a different society, like an American or British society. They're just born different. They're born in a different mentality. You get what I mean? Like if you go to Africa, in Africa, bro, you go to a village, they all take care of each other. They all love each other. They all know each other.
And when I mentioned that earlier, Mohammed, when I mentioned it a moment ago, someone come up in the chat saying, "Oh, sit there and get food. We'll see," or you know, trying to diss Africans and making out they're poor. But that's the mad thing. Them poor families, those poor villages that you go to, they don't go hungry, fam. They look out for each other. And I tell you something else as well. The love for they have for each other is properly real, and the smiles on their face, the enjoyment of life is so much more real than you'll ever have in any of these built-up fake European cities. It's something completely different. It actually touches your soul. It touches something inside of you, and that's what these don't have. They don't have a soul. That's why a lot of them are the way they act in the which way they do. You get me? They can't help it. This is just normal. So they're the ones there sitting there dissing, insulting, and that's what they're about. That's what they're on.
You got to remember though, we're living in a place where male suicide is the highest in the world. It's literally where we're living now in the hemisphere is so high. The quality of sun is so low that humans can just about survive. But yet these people have discovered how to survive by becoming whiter. So they let the sun in through their skin so they can survive, so they can get that vitamin D. But even then, if you look at statistics, only 1 week out of the year is the vitamin D level even optimal, like livable.
Yeah.
In the UK. And the more north, like the thing is, it's right on that sweet spot, because the more north you go, the more the suicide rate goes up. And you can see it like a thermometer. It's just a straight line going straight up UK. You get to Newcastle, people are popping themselves off, bruv. They're killing themselves like as if it's fashion. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how the suicide rate is. So when a black man comes to live in the UK, yeah, you got to realize that you're living in somewhere that's literally unlivable for a normal, even a white person. So you got to instill methods of survival, like nutrition #1. Like, do you get me? Nutrition is #1. Education is even #2. Do you know what I mean? Like you're talking about people in their nutrition, like going back to Africa. Yeah, like my professor at school. Yeah, they called him to Ghana. He went to Ghana, and in Ghana they were saying to him like the children's maths scores are going low. So he looked into their food and what they're eating, and apparently they were living on United Nations handouts where they were just giving them rice and tomato stew. And people were feeding their kids that, and they were getting low amounts of protein, low amounts of essential fats, and the brains weren't like developing. So the teacher looked now and he said, what do these people naturally eat before the white man got here and started giving them shit? What were these people naturally eating? And they were showing them that there's like lakes in Ghana of anchovies, of fish, like just there. And saying to him, how come you lot don't eat this fish no more? And they were like, oh, because it's got bones in it and they don't like it and the children can't eat it. So we just give them, it's easier just to give them rice in it. So we just do that. Yeah. So he taught them, he said to them, look, catch the fish and grind them into a paste. Yeah. Put the paste into like, you know, like you get tomato puree in tubes, but it's like toothpaste. They put it in the toothpaste tubes and they started feeding it to the kids, yeah? Feeding them the food from their immediate surroundings, yeah? And their math scores went up almost instantly.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, it's going to be that. That's the
so
thing,
when you look at this method of like dominating the world, it's also to do with dominating what people eat. Not just here in England with a high carb diet, but all over the world. Like when you look at India, the youngest child to ever have a gastric band fitted was in India. He was 7 years old because the only thing he eats is McDonald's. This McDonald's that's going around the world that they're spreading everywhere, they're dominating what people are eating. Even in abundant places like Africa, they're managing to control people's intake. Get me, bro? Like this is the crazy thing about it.
Yeah, so, no, it's true. That's on a big up
on a deeper level.
I want to big up Akil Assad, big up 20 Faces as well, man. Big up yourselves. And also I wanted to find out Truth. Are you there, man? I wanted to speak to Truth still. Is he still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here, brother. You right?
Yeah, man. How you doing, man? This is the first time we're actually speaking still.
It is, man. It's good
Chat
to
here,
speak to
so
you, bro.
yeah, big up. Good to speak to you as well. And I loved hearing how you're speaking earlier. And I think you're a very balanced and honest guy, man. I got a lot of respect for you still and what you're trying to getting that truth out there. You get me? I was just wondering how the conversation went with the Lactolect after I left, because I really had a lot to do and I wanted to hear, but I couldn't listen in. So what did you manage to have a decent conversation? Because it seemed like you were on for a while. I tried to rewind, but I didn't have time to listen.
Do you know what? I actually sort of got on a lot better with him than I thought, because I obviously I make videos and I've been asking people who to do videos about next, and he came up time after time, right? So I've got a bit of a bad impression of him. But I decided to just have a chat with him, and he answered my questions eloquently. And the things that I said, he was agreeing with. Do you know what I mean? So, like I said to him, I'm here just to find common ground. I'm not here to fucking battle people. I ain't gonna battle people that I think are here for nefarious purposes like BVM, and that's why I destroyed him. You know what I mean? I couldn't help myself. I just had to do it because I'm worried about our future. I'm worried about our family's future, and when I see these people like being snakish, I just got to do something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you, and that's what I'm saying. That snakish behaviour is the one that really pricks up my ears a lot of the time. That insulting, that hate for this group and hate for that group, or blame to this group and blame. I just see it as a dead giveaway in regard to those people's ideologies and agenda. You get me? And that's what I'm noticing now. I see a lot more of it, definitely online, because as I say, in the real world, you just don't get it. You just don't get that, at all. Even around the followers of Islam, I don't see it. I don't get that. Those people are genuine and definitely have love in their hearts when they practice it properly. You get me? But even Christians, if you're practicing Christianity properly, you don't get it. But what I'm finding is that we get a lot of people online. They use it as an outlet for their hate, to spew it. You understand? To be able to come and say things, and they use it under the guise of free speech. And this is my issue, man, because then people there, they seem to have a lot of energy to come online and bash people who are actually trying to do positive things in their community. And that's a deep thing, because I didn't realize it until about 2 years ago, when man actually first hit the road with gang. And that's when you realize, these people really hate on this thing. This really goes against what this society is about. You get me? Trying to help these youths and put them in a place where they can actually be positive members of their community. The people don't want that. They need these prisons filled. They need these lot to be the bad guys. They need to walk across the road and make out these youths are the worst thing ever. When really and truthfully, they are a product of this society, because those same youths growing up in Africa don't do the same thing. You're not scared to walk school in certain in other parts of the world. You get me? Apart from a European country, so people just seem to forget that fact and just pick and choose that and just put it on a whole race or put it on a whole religion and just pick and choose where they're going to blame. And this is the thing. This is that conversation that I believe needs to be had, because these people spewing all that hate, as I say, I think they just really expose themselves when they do that, especially when they start calling the names or telling you to go back to your own country. It just shows a lack of intelligence and a lack of understanding for other people in this world. It really does.
But Boogs, I just want to say, I might be wrong. You get what I mean? I'm not saying I'm correct, but I'm just saying we shouldn't blame the people. We should blame the society. Because if you remember when we talked about the 1%, they're living good, right? They're living happy. They're living like healthy and everything. But the rest of us, we're living like shit. They destroy.
Well, they think they're living happy, and they portray that they're living happy. You got to remember, these people have got control of media, so they will let you think that sitting in a Bentley and driving here and buying this Gucci thing and all this, and they're so happy and they're so great, and they show you the good time. And that's what social media does as well. Social media, it will really show the good times. Show them smiling and show them all happy. But reality, what is the reality when you go to their homes? What is the reality when you sit around a dinner table with them? What is the reality in their actual life? How do they die? Do they die alone? Do they die with their family? Do they die happy? Do you know what I mean? Have they given? Have they left a legacy? This is the real thing, because I don't believe they are very happy.
No,
I don't. That's why you got to understand why is it. And I think a prime example of that is the poor people's music, this down evil music. I remember from the days I listened to hip hop and rap when it first came out, and it was really shunned. They really used to block it. You never heard it on radio. People always talked it down. It was the gang members' music and whisper. But now it's fought through and got through to so many souls and resonates with so many people. Even the negative side of that music resonates more with a lot of people, to the point where the children of those same people that tried to demonize it are the ones buying that same music, and it's filtered into these rich people's lives anyway. So these poor people, they're trying to emulate, even down to the women who have been insulting black women for freaking donkey's years with their big asses and big lips, they say, and all this business. But now what do you see? And people just forget. I remember back in the day when white girls would say, do you remember the saying that people say, does my ass look big in this? Yeah, this was a phrase for white people to say. If they don't want to have big asses, they want it to be slender, and they're trying to make that the standard of beauty. It's only time, and it's a short amount of time that it just flipped on its head. Now you got everyone wanting to look like Kim Kardashian. Who's Kim Kardashian trying to look like? Yeah, with the hairstyles, the lips, with the this is the reality. So people pick and choose. They pick and choose what it is at the time. Or people
power is always going to prevail.
Trying to control that way of thinking, but really, the reality is not the same. The reality is complete opposite. It's 180 degrees in the opposite direction, and this is the reality. So when we say that they're happy, when we say they're driving a Mercedes, got the expensive cars and clothes and bags, and they're making this money and doing that. Yeah, when they're making a video in the rented house with the rented car, when they go back to their normal yacht, do you think they're really happy? Do you don't think they go back to beat with their baby moms that they couldn't keep because they were arguing with her? Do you see what I'm saying? This is the reality.
What I was saying, I think I said it wrong, because I know I said it wrong. What I was saying is, we can go back to that Africa thing, because the Africa thing is the right way. How they live, the people, because they're happy, bro. What I was trying to say is, and here in America,
if you look at the World Health Organization's definition of what is happiness, you're going to see that it's not just a mental or physical state of well-being, it's also social. So these rich people that have isolated themselves off from reality and from the rest of us, there's an big element, like a third of their happiness is missing. Yeah, but we have that they don't have, and it don't cost us money.
What I'm saying,
it's having each other.
What I'm saying, like, because since we're in this society, we cannot go and cut down a tree and build our own house. We cannot actually live our life how we're supposed to live.
That's what I'm saying about the food. Like, you got companies like Nestle, they're taking over people's own water. They're coming there and they're saying, we're going to build a Coke factory here to make Coca-Cola. They put a cap on the natural water to make the factory, and they stop the people from getting the water. Companies like Danone, Nestle, they're known for doing that. Like, there's lawsuits being brought against them by communities in America where they've actually taken over, they've gone to a small town and taken over their water supply. And they said to them, you can't have the natural water, you have to buy the bottled water. So think about what world we're living in and how consumerism is just taken over.
That's and what's in that bottled water?
Crazy one.
The water that was put there by the Most High, and they're telling you that we're taking it and you have to pay for it. It's crazy. It's crazy, but this is reality. And that's why these people are twisted in the head. That's why you got people so-called suffering in other countries, because these people are twisted and they want to take control of it, of everything, and be in charge. It's like, it's just crazy to me. And then people see it, or I believe they choose not to see it. That's the real.
You have to understand why they killed Martin Luther King, because he said, We're gonna go to all these companies and tell them, well, you're not treating us well. So they killed him. You get what I mean? Because the majority of the people.
I think that's a bit of a side issue that can go take the conversation somewhere completely different. Because obviously we're not that well informed on Martin Luther King Jr.'s life and that. So we should leave that to people who know.
I'm informed much to know that everyone knows him for the speech of "I had a dream," and people think that's what he was famous for. I
think his image was rewritten.
Yeah,
his image was rewritten after he died.
That's right.
They whiteified him.
That's right. Because actually, before he died, the real reason I believe is that he actually came to his senses and actually said in a public speech, that he fears that he is integrated his people into a burning house. And that was his last speech.
Exactly.
And they didn't forget. That's why you won't hear that speech spoke about. You get me? And that was his main last speech, was that he said, nah, this society is twisted. And I fear that I've been integrating my people into a burning house. So you can check it out. That was his last speech. That was his last main speech.
Yeah.
They would pretend that they don't know that or don't want to know anyway.
No, that's real right there. I like that. You know what I mean? But these people that we live amongst, you get what I'm like? I came from another country. Nito probably, I don't know if he was born in the UK, or came from another country. I just want to say,
I was born here.
You were born in the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm born there as well, yeah.
Okay, so when you come from another country and you see this society, you know, you start hating yourself. You really do. You don't want to be
mean, bro?
What I'm just saying.
Not?
Because, bro, we're not living happy. Like, if you see other countries how they live, they're happy, bro. I'm not happy where I am at because everyone is just, they don't give a fuck. They don't care about.
Because everyone's in the rat race, bro.
That's what it is.
You got
the
also
system's taken over.
You got to realize that this society, though, also the whole education system, the culture, the society in general at large, actually trains all people to hate black people. They put them on the lowest end of the scale, and obviously there's a caste system, so the more men you have, the worse you're treated, and it goes up, you better get treated. They've had that from day dot. You get me? And what people that actually makes those same black people who are uneducated, aren't as well read, fall into the category of actually hating themselves. You know, and I used to test this in my bedroom because what I used to do when I started realizing the trick to the team, I used to pose this question to a lot of my boys, and this used to work every single time. And the question was, when you're out late at night, you've gone for a drink or whatever, you're at a cash point, and there's 5 drunk brothers, 5 drunk white men standing outside a pub, going nuts, doing whatever, and you're at your cash point and stuff and that, getting your money out. How do you feel? And a lot of the brothers said, boy, okay, cool. I said, all right, that's that part of the question. So the second scenario is, that was first scenario. Second scenario is, you're going to the cash point and there's 5 black brothers with hoodies on, all wearing black. One of them's even reading the newspaper. He's got his foot up on the wall. One's on the mobile phone, and they're just sort of chilling by themselves. And they're quite a bit further away than you, than these drunk white guys. And all my brothers said to me, when they're getting that money at the cash point, if it's a group of the black brothers, if they've got something on them, they're holding on to it, ready to go. If the white brothers, they don't feel nothing. They don't care unless they come to approach them. They don't care. They don't mean nothing. But to their own sons, brothers, cousins, they're more wary. And also, if they do approach them or do anything, they're actually going to definitely do something. They've got to defend it. They've got to go out. They've got to go wild out and defend it. And I said, that's it right there, bro. That's it right there. You have been taught to be racist, even to your own kind, fam. That's what this society does. That's why black people are at the bottom, because people are taught to be this way. Yeah, no one is born racist. No one is born looking at color and saying, because you're that color, you're less than me. No one is born that way. You get taught it. And the maddest thing about it, it's not even mostly white people that suffer from it. It's mostly black people. They hate themselves. They hate themselves. This is fact. Yeah, and this is the reality that we've got to face. A lot of people don't know face these realities. That's why you got a lot of people who jump online who actually look just like you and me, but are absolutely nuts, and they will go against everything, even they know what the reality is, and they'll try and tell themselves the lies that society tells them. Oh no, it's just the individual. Oh no, it's just that one person. Don't judge them all by that, whatever. But you got to understand, it's the society that is sick. The society is what creates this. Yeah, you can just tell that by looking at a nursery and seeing how those children play with each other. Simple. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, no one's born racist.
What Boogs was saying is basically what I wanted to say, but in a more smarter way. You get what I mean? But everything that Boo's saying, I agree with, because it's true. Because when I came here,
I agree with him, but I think that there's an element of that within every society. Like, for example, if I'm Turkish and a non-Turkish person steps to me, I can put it down to them not really knowing the coup, innit? But when a Turkish person steps to me, I have to take that on fully. Like, I have to show him not to ever try that again. because I know he knows the coup, innit? So he's blatantly trying it. So I think everyone's got that thing where they treat their own community harshly, like, because it's a competition. But with you, like for example, you, Mohammed, I might not take you on as a competition. I might just see that you're just some free radical. You're just roaming around, and we just happen to have some abrasion, some roughness between us. Yeah, we can just walk away from that, because within my little world, you're not a competition to me. So there's no point me wasting my energy on you. I'll save it for the people that are in competition with me. So you always have that in communities where they treat their own people harsher.
But Nito, you don't have to be like that. You know what I mean? You don't have to be.
But there's a reason for it, is what I'm saying.
I know, but maybe I misunderstood you. But when you see someone that's trying to be in competition with you, like from your country, just have like a little sincerity. Just be like, oh, okay, bro, this guy's probably sick. Probably something's wrong with him. He's not happy with his life, and try to help him a little bit. And then if you can't, and he doesn't want help, then stay away from him. That's what I do. When I see my people from Iraq here in America, they're struggling, I feel so bad, bro. I feel so bad. You don't even know how bad I feel, because I know what they're going through, and this country, it's because when they're here, they don't understand. So I really know what they're going through, and I feel the same way, but I don't show it because I don't like to. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you have to have sincerity.
Yeah, sincerity and empathy. If you're a human being and you see another human being suffering, it should trigger something inside of you. If it doesn't, then you know that something has been wired wrong in you. Yeah. If it doesn't, and I know this must seem a bit wrong, but it's like, for me, yeah, is watching or seeing people being murdered, yeah, on camera, like a snuff movie, because we got a lot. That's really what the internet has a lot of now. We have a lot of snuff movies where people send it around on the WhatsApps and all this business, and you watch people deaded, yeah. That does something to me, man. I don't watch them things there, but there are a lot of people.
Don't watch it.
There are a lot of people.
They love it. Yeah, they love that.
Watching it. You got to understand, people are sharing stuff.
Scary.
They're looking at it like
Scary.
do people not see that? That means now, yeah, well, you got to look at it really psychologically. You as a human being, yeah, are so wired incorrectly, or looking at things so wrong, your perception is so off, that you enjoy watching someone like you had life like you being snuffed and taken out of them, and you enjoy watching that for some strange reason. The life that God gave you. This is the mad thing. This is why people got to realize it's ingrained in our society, because it's being pushed, and that agenda is okay. That's why you'll see people dying online all day long. But you try and write the word CUNT, that will get blotted out, or it won't go in a comment. Yeah, but they'll show you someone gets the head or the head chopped off. And which one does more damage? What does more damage? Those images do something to you psychologically, and yet people are happy to sit there and watch it and share it and laugh about it, or they might watch a video of a disabled person being harassed or bullied, and they think it's funny. Me, that does something to me. When I see someone getting bullied, it does something to me. It makes me want to do something to that bully. Yeah? And that's what I did in school. I couldn't help. I didn't realize why I was like that, but I was like that. I would try and go out my way to bully them bullies. I would go out of my way. I would step in and fight if I see someone getting harassed or jumped or targeted by a group, or outnumbered or weaker than, or they're just trying to. No, I can't take it, fam. It does something to me, and I feel that if you don't,
maybe that's why I've always felt more comfortable. I've always felt more comfortable around. I've always felt more comfortable around black people because of things like that. Yeah, there'll always be a guy like you who will be like, do you know what I mean? Like, this is an injustice. Whereas, like, with other types of communities, you get that kind of, like, not that they're inhumane, but they're sort of like more prone to kind of going with that kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't personally, I don't like things like that. I can't tolerate it myself even.
I can't take that. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that black people are all perfect and no one bullies no one.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying as a community, as a group, there's always certain attributes that certain communities will hold up and certain communities will shun. You get me? Like, and them sort of degenerate behavior, like gayness, pedophilia, you never see that in, even as a joke, being accepted amongst black people. So I've always felt more comfortable around black people because there's this societal, not on an individual like you said, but on a societal standard
Right, as a
Like, certain
community.
things are just
Yeah,
So
definitely.
like, I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you on that one.
Yeah,
100%.
definitely. And that's what I'm saying. As I said, if it doesn't do something to your soul or spirit, to your spirit, basically, it doesn't disrupt it in any way, and you can watch these videos and all this video into this horror stuff. And I'm not bashing people into this stuff, because some people kind of, it's like peeking behind the duvet. You kind of want to watch it. You are scared by it, and that's what you like. Yeah, fair
I
enough.
guarantee you they're all scared by it at first, and they learn to like it.
But
They learn to
but
find it funny.
but Boogs, when they watch these videos, and then in the future, maybe they'll change, bro. Maybe they'll start feeling sincere in the future. Maybe they like it now, but then in the future, they're gonna change, bro. They're gonna be like, "Wow, what have I done?" You never know, right?
Yeah.
I don't wanna sound like I'm always on Muhammad. But sorry, Muhammad, but accept my apology, yeah. But no, like, you're getting it wrong. It's the opposite way. It's like they're starting off as good people, and they're acclimatizing themselves to a bad environment by exposing themselves to this negative thing that's robbing them of their compassion for other human life. So they're becoming, as time goes on, colder towards other people. So when they see the news and it's like, 10,000 people died in Syria today, and there's like 100%. Rivers of blood pouring everywhere, like, they're
100%.
desensitized to it.
That's what that's what they do, because that's what you got to realize. That's why when you realize words have power, because when Katie, whatever her name is, that ugly woman with the daughter named India, I can't remember her.
That idiot. Yeah.
When she spoke about those people driving off the coast, calling them cockroaches, Carla said it best. You're giving a mandate. You make these people less than human. Therefore, giving a mandate. It doesn't matter if they're dead. It doesn't matter if we go and kill them and massacre them. They deserve it, if anything. Yeah, that's what you're doing. And these are human beings. The reason why these people are taking that risky gauntlet of a journey that they might not even make it to the other side is because people from this side of the world, where I live, like a hypocrite, where I live, have gone over there and destabilized and bombed and killed to the point these have got nothing there. Yeah, now they're coming over to try and save their lives and the lives of their children. You're saying, these are worthless idiots. They should be. It's just a joke thing. It's like, wow, you not really like that, and you realize there are people
like that from time.
Yeah, they are like that. You know what I mean? They don't give a damn.
They've been like that. Yeah, of course.
They're evil, and they're the ones that have spoken about in all these religious texts. They're the ones spoke about in all, in all these stories passed down for hundreds of years, even throughout Africa. These are the people we talk about. These are the devils. Yeah, they can't help themselves. That's how they influence. This is how they live. They believe that the destruction of others somehow raises themselves. You know what I mean? It's like you're in a pool and you see someone else drowning in the water, and you then start grabbing onto them to try and save yourself. No, you ain't going to survive. Guess what's going to happen? Both of you are going to drown. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going to happen. And this is the reality of it. People just think that they can put people down, bash them, say they're calling them out or whatever, rather than trying to reason with them and make them understand your perspective. If they don't want to understand your perspective, then you just have to allow it and let people live in it. Let people live. As long as it ain't affecting you directly, let them live in it. That's what they choose to do. Then maybe they might get an answer to it a bit later on in life. But you can't be bashing or dissing or insulting or knocking other people down or making these people out less to be human or less than you and think that that's okay. Yeah, man, 100%. There's a lot of evil in this world, but the good far outweighs that evil. Trust me on that, because I do those measurements, I do those checks. You know what I mean? And myself, social media. But that's why they try to control it as much as they can.
You can still be aware of and conscious of the power that's being put behind the evil now, and it's raising it. So people like this Katie that's been given a platform, you have to ask yourself, how is it that her words, that she's on Twitter, how many people's listening to her? Before, Katie was a nobody. She was a laughing stock. She was a joke. But now she's been made into this person. Do you know what I mean? And when you look at the power that's behind these people, you got to ask yourself, really, what's going on?
That's what I'm saying. That's what, because wasn't she a failed contestant on?
She was a joke, bro.
Yeah, and she was a joke. She got off the team, and then all of a sudden she starts talking this low IQ racism shit, and all of a sudden she's got some sort of platform that tells you about this society. It tells you. And people choose not to believe it. Even the people in the chat now agreeing with that sort of rhetoric, and they don't business. Even I've noticed now they've actually slowed down with their comments because they're realizing, yeah, for real, innit? What can I say to that? You're being exposed. You're being exposed for the evil, not even human, the evil being that you are, the evil thing that you are. Yeah, when you have no remorse for people dying en masse based on the color of their skin or where they're from in this part of the planet.
Are we back in a minute? I've got a phone call.
I'm echoing. Okay. Yeah. So
No, that's real. You know, Boogs.
Yeah.
They don't have sincerity, man.
But
who put the sincerity? Who put that non-sincerity into them?
Well, it's done because I think it's done just to separate the masses. Yeah. Groups of people, huge groups of society who would like to see the best for everybody, and people will tell me that, oh, you're communist or socialist or something like that. I'm like, nah, man, I just want good for as many people as possible, man. There's enough resources on this planet for it. When they start telling you about this is running out, that's running out, there's not enough land, there's not enough space, this is lies, fam. This is lies. This is like we're trying to go like we're humans and we're more powerful than the being or thing or whatever it is that put us here, that created this. It didn't just appear out of nowhere. It wasn't this big bang thing that they just talk about. Yeah, that's just trying to bring that atheism that comes from the Western world to the rest of the world. As Africans, as melanated people, we have always given reverence to that higher force, that nature. Yeah, giving thanks. Yeah, every day you get up, you thank the sun for shining. You get me? But there's people out there who'll tell you, oh, forget God, there's no such thing as God. Prove God exists and all this. And well, that's what this channel's based on, even, I think, isn't it? I'll have to let Veli answer that one. But for me, that's nuts. That's nuts if you think that. If you just think that you think the way you do, you're here, you're grown, you eat the tree that bears apple and the tree that bears orange was just by chance. Nah, fam. You need to really check yourself and check what you're about and check what you're going to tell your children, fam. Because that's a dead thing, man. It's a dead thing. Even when you get buried, you go for a service when they say your body's going back to the earth and give praise and thanks for your life. You know what I mean? So for you just to deny that is nuts to me. And I mean, you don't have to believe in the way which everybody else believe. You don't have to follow Christianity or Islam. No, you don't. You can follow your version. You can follow what you do to give reverence. Yeah, I mean, it might be a different variation, but as long as it's not affecting other people, go on with yourself. Go do good. You know what I mean? And this is the nuts things to me, man. There's a lot of evil in the world, and people now are more brave to express that evil thought and that evil hate towards someone else. That's really what it is. And at the moment, it's under the guise of free speech.
Yeah, man, you're right. You're 100% right. That's the problem, bro. If you me and Veli, we were talking to some other guy. He was an atheist, and he doesn't believe in anything. And I don't hate the guy. I kind of like him. He was pretty cool. But at the same time, bro, he doesn't believe in, oh, we should take care of each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just looking at the chat and I see melanated goddess both Veli give me some eyes, man. It would be a good emoji to have some evil eyes where they can just look at you and just say, what are you saying? What are you saying, Bugs? Shit about God. How are you gonna come on a G block and talk like that, man? What are you talking about, Bugs? Allow it, man. F that talk, man. Don't come and push your religion onto me, Bugs. What you on, Bugs? Yeah, I can feel that from the eyes from Veli and melanated still. I can feel
I can see Veli doing that.
Oh, sugar. Melanated, come on, man. What time is it where you are? Oh, it's morning. It's morning where you are. Come, Melanated. Come put me in my place, man. Come tell me about myself.
No, but honestly, bro, like, I think it just goes down to society, bro. It's the people that live in the country who the country manipulated them. This is what they like. If I see my neighbors here in America, I see some of them are cool, but some of them are racist. You know what I mean? They're truly racist. I know they are, and they like have flags on their cars and stuff like that, like American
Confederate one.
Yeah, bro, and they roll around with that and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. But
Bro, it's bad.
yeah, that's how it is, though, man. As I say, it's a society where you're grown and trained to be that way. You get me?
Yeah, it is true, but at the same time, these people, they don't know anything, right? Their parents never taught them. Like when you see these white racist people, their parents don't even know. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? What's going on in this world, because they're just so lost, or they don't have senses to
yeah.
understand.
They more follow. They more follow. That's the real issue. They take what they're told, and it's a very clever way because that's what media is. It's a form of control, and people believe that they're getting a fair, balanced view. Really, the reason for media, the reason for news, was what it was before Second. I think the Second World War, First World War. I think it's Second World War. It was actually just called propaganda. It was just called propaganda. The point is to make people think and feel a certain way. That's what the news is. That's what it is in this society. It's not here to keep you updated or let you make an informed decision. No, they want to sway your decision. They need you to think a certain way, because if you think a certain way, they can control your actions. They can control what you do. And that's what we're on. That's where we are at the moment in this society. Facts.
When I was like looking into America's history, like in World War II, here in America, it's crooked, bro. What I saw was, you know, people who were celebrities promoting war, and they were selling bonds to the people, and they were saying these people are evil. When the celebrities are getting paid and they're not the ones going to war, they're just making money out of it because they're following the system. Bro,
Yeah.
I feel so bad. You don't even know how bad I felt. I'm like, is this what they did with Iraq? Is this what they did? Like they promoted it into the whole American people, and they were like, "Oh, these people are bad, so we should go bomb them and kill them." So I'm like, what the fuck is going on, bro? History repeats itself.
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's why they have to keep our memories short. That's why a lot of people don't know or remember recent history. And a lot of recent history will just tell you how these societies, that the people that control these societies, how they think and what they try to push. And you can see it by the type of TV we have, the type of music that's pushed out. They need people to think and to think a certain way, as I say, because it's a form of control. And this is what we're getting now. That's why when they talk about racism, they're not talking about from the bottom up, like these people just hate black people, they just hate Indians, or they just hate, a different demographic. It's not that. It comes from the top down, and they're influencing that way of thought, that way of keeping the people divided, because that's the way you stay in power. It's the way you stay in control. That's why when they invaded Africa in the late 1900s, that was officially the First World War. That was officially the First World War, and that all of Europe attacked Africa. But people don't want to talk about that. They'll pretend like the First World War is that First World War that they say was it. That was the first European war. Yeah, the second European war. They don't have world wars. They're just European wars. When Europe came and attacked Africa, that was a world war. And that's what they did. And then they came, and the first thing they did was then slice up, because they had a formulated attack. They all did it at the same time. The Spanish, the German, the Dutch, the British, the Holland, they all did it. And then they came, and then they carved it up, and they kept it separate. And that's their main thing. That was their aim. That's how they've kept control. And now what's happening is that many people on the continent and the diaspora are picking up on these things. They are picking up, and it's filtering right down to the younger generation. And that's where they're going to come unstuck, because Africa has the largest, youngest denomination of people, I think, under the age of 30 or under the age of 20. And once they start coming into the knowledge and realize that the reason for their lifestyle and how they're living, a lot of the ones who are suffering or the violence that's happening in the not city areas, in the countrysides of where they are, that's where the problem's going to come, man. Then they're not going to be able to take control. And you got to understand, they're still trying to keep control. Yeah, when we talk about this return to what's it called? The return to Ghana. What's it called? Can't remember what it's called. There's an initiative where they're getting people to come back to the motherland. And this first one is 2019 return to Ghana. And people don't understand the reason why a lot of this is even being pushed is because they still feel that they've got control in it. They want people to go there and set up. They want people to go and spend money there because they still want to siphon off the resources and of the services that are happening there, which is a reason why Obama managed to get 2 military bases in Ghana and then military bases all over Africa. Why would you need military bases? Yeah. Why would you? If I'm looking to take control by force, yeah. We don't have no armies, you know. People don't have no armies.
Yeah, but I know black people here in America. Some of them will go if they have the chance, but some of them won't go because their ancestors' blood was here, and they deserve to stay here. You know what I mean? Because when people tell them, go back, why don't you go back to Africa, man? They have, this is their land. They also deserve this land. Get what I mean? So when I traveled, because I've been literally like everywhere in America, I noticed that I only seen like probably 3 Native Americans. Get what I mean? They all were murdered, bro. They were all massacred because this land belongs to the Native Americans, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so I barely saw Native Americans out there. I saw some in Wyoming when I was in the middle of America. I saw some Native Americans and they were talking, and I thought that was pretty cool. That was the first time I ever seen Native Americans.
Yeah, they killed.
They used to like cut people's heads off, and
they were the ones suffering, man.
No, they
were the ones suffering, and then we all bought into. I remember watching all those things, the Lone Ranger and all this stuff, and Bonanza, and they make it out like, yeah, these are the really evil, uncivilized people of this land that we've got to control and subjugate and make sure they don't attack us. When really it was vice versa. It was vice versa. These humane people came across on boats and come there and attacked and killed. And this is just recent history. This is recent history. This is not that long ago. And this is the reality of things, man. For me, anyway. For me, people might see it different or view it differently, but that's how I see things. You get me?
What I saw was people. They used to take souvenirs, cut Native Americans' fingers off, and then they would sell it in town. And then once they sell it in town, they'll take his finger and then they'll be like, "Look, I killed a Native American," and they get paid for it, bro. They used to get paid for it.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, in fact, that's what I read in Tasmania, Australia. That's what they did there as well. They would kill them and then bury them. This is a sick one. I couldn't believe this. They'd bury them up to their neck in the ground, and then they would actually kick their heads off, try and kick their heads off with one kick, or bat their heads off their shoulders, and then they'll take those heads into town, and they'll get paid money on it, because that's what they'll actually do, is actually wiping out the indigenous population. So it was actually a game for them. They'd actually go out killing and hunting down the indigenous people. And then making out that they were the barbaric ones, Absolutely.
So thinking about that, bro, these people, bro, they don't have no conscience. You get what I mean? They're scary, bro. Imagine Nazis, bro, but 10 times worse, right?
Yeah, Veli, where you at, man? You need to let these people on, bro. Veli, can you hear me? There's people.
Probably do.
I'll make some calls now. I need to jump off still, but I still want to leave the thing with Mohammed on his own. You get me? I
feel you, man. But I was telling the truth. You get what I mean? This is how I feel. I personally feel. I'm scared of these people. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm actually scared of these people because you don't know what they're gonna do. They're bipolar, bro. They're stop any minute.
It's mad because it's infiltrated into a lot of people in the world now. So it's not just one sector people. There are a lot of people that think and feel and believe the way that these sick people are now in control have behaved. They believe it. And you can see that just by even looking in the chat. There are a lot of people that take these words, these teachings, these philosophies as the correct thing to do, and because the society is the way it is, it's just how it is. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. Yeah, let them on, Veli. There's people waiting. There's people waiting.
Boogs, do your okay. Do your thing. I'll let you, because I know you're probably kind of busy. You know.
Yeah, I'm looking to jump off, but I'm just waiting. I think Veli's there, man. Veli, let people on, fam. I'm sure Carnito and Melade were looking to jump on still.
Yeah, Boogs, it was really nice talking to you, bro.
Big up, Mohammed, man. Enough love, my brother, and I hope we get to speak again soon. You get me? Big up for hope it brings you some good stuff, man. Peace. Veli, wagwan. Veli, wagwan. Where the people then, man? Where the people then? Let's see who's in the chat then. Da. Let's see. Well, I can see.
Hey, Grand Rising.
Son, we saying excellent.
So glad you didn't leave, Bugs. You know you can't leave and not, talk to the sis, your little sis.
Yeah,
Boogs, you can't just disappear, Boogs. What's going on? We're keeping you here, bro.
What are you doing to me, man? I've got to get the after school food ready. I've got to go to the shops already. I've got 2 forms I need to fill out and send off. I've got a phone call to make, and you're not going to make me stay here.
Yeah, we all got that shit to do, man. Come on.
Wow, my sister Melanie.
What's good? It's good to see you again.
Oh, man,
I wake up and all I hear is all of this Boogs fire coming off the phone. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, one of them ones again, man. There's certain ways in which people speak that always draw that out of me, man. I've got to get a better control of it. But there's some people that spew so much hate and disgust. I swear down, man, you can know my character now. I can't take it, man. And the worst thing they can do is do that shit in front of me, because that could be detrimental to their health. I can't lie.
I just wanted to say to Mohammed that, Mohammed, you still there? Now, he was saying that when he's around certain people, he feels scared. I was going to say to him that fear that you're feeling, that's their fear.
Yeah.
As humans, we're like pack animals. We pick up on the vibe, innit? When you're around certain people, they're scared of you. You pick up on that fear. You feel it, and there's a reason why they're scared of you, bro. You get me? Like you don't know. They don't tell you, but they're scared. You know what I mean? And that fear that you feel from being around certain people, that's because they're the ones that are actually in fear, and you pick up this weird vibe like there's something going on that you don't know about. Get me? That's the elephant in the room, let's say. Do you know what I mean? Like they're thinking about you in a certain way, but you don't clock it. But subconsciously you feel that vibe, and then you know that there's something wrong. So he's saying
Hello?
Because they're so brave, but when a black man looks at you, he sees you as a human being. But when these other people look at you, they're seeing something different. They're seeing something other. They see themselves as human, and they see you as other than. So that's where you have that weird feeling, do you know what I mean, that sometimes can happen. And I want to say to Mohammed, like, don't take that fear on board. Don't take it on board, because it will corrupt you. You get me? Don't never live in fear, bro. Do you know what I'm saying, Mohammed?
Yeah.
That's not a natural way of life.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, no, seriously, I got to jump off. Melanated. I'm so sorry, but I do have to fly. I'm gonna try and jump back on again, because I was even longer than I was supposed to be. But give me at least an hour or 45 minutes to an hour, and I'm gonna try and jump on again. Hopefully you'll still be.
Okay.
My sister. Enough love to you, though, man. Miss
Enough love to you.
Big up,
Happy New Year to you and the family, the wife and the kids. Big up. Boogs, nigga, the family man.
Yes, you know how we do. Just try.
Yes.
Games, trust that. Love everyone in the chat, all the real ones in the chat. Yeah, all the real ones that are really out here trying to show love and and push positivity and trying to help that less fortunate than themselves. All of them ones spewing the hate, you can all go fuck yourselves. Peace out, family.
Big up, man. So we need more people like Boogs, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's my brother right there.
Yeah. So
But what was the
melanated.
topic, yo? Because I woke up and I was just like, somebody done pissed Books off. So I was still trying to, pick up on what the heck, what the heck is everyone talking
I
about?
think
Like
that Truth Overkill was on earlier, and he was talking about certain people like Ralph and certain people that we get online that are kind of perpetuating this myth that their view is sort of somehow dominant or like being furthered in the country, like whereas it's not. We know that there's a minimum amount of people in the UK that's actually racist. There's a minimum amount of people that's on this hatred, and and Books just come on and was explaining about how freedom of speech is being used as a cover story for people that want to spread hate, and how there's like as we know, like the power behind this right-wing movement of hatred and division comes from higher up, not from grassroots, from people. So the majority of people in the UK are genuinely not racist, not divisive, and have this positive view of multiculturalism and like or specifically of black people who in the UK have actually provided a lot of the content for the culture that we've been like living through like recently, like the last 10 years, 20 years, like even since like the most of the Caribbean people came here, like from the Windrush generation till now. There's been like a positive impact on British culture in terms of music, in terms of sport, in terms of like in your daily life, like the black people you will come across, they will enhance your life. They'll make your life better. Do you know what I mean? Just by knowing them. Like there hasn't really been a negative from black people
but I
being in
don't
the
think
UK.
that
This myth.
at least in the United States, that doesn't take away racism, unfortunately.
No, it
Like
doesn't.
I don't think the most Ku Klux Klan racist person says, you know what, I ain't watching no freaking football because it ain't nothing but a bunch of niggers on there. Like they still watching the damn football. They still, if they're from if they're from
But here's the
Florida, they
difference
still want their
between
Florida team to win. You understand what I'm
but
saying? Like
melanated. The difference between the UK and America is that those systems were in place before black people even got here. So we're not taking it, or as immigrants, we're not taking it as if them systems were put in place to directly just to stop us from progressing, because them
what I'm saying is
systems were
that it's
always
still
in place. But in
even if
America, it's different.
even if their lives are like, what I'm saying is that using the example that you gave, that their lives are enhanced and and all that kind of stuff. I don't see that taking away or diminishing or erasing the lines of excuse me, of racism. I
agree
think
with you.
that
Like when it
they
comes to
look
the
they look at
hardcore
us
elite
like
racists,
they look at us as tools though. Like, okay, you're a tool for entertainment. So yeah, that's all you guys are good for. Entertainment or doing a little dance or, beating your drums, you little you see what I'm saying? Like it could still be used as like
detrimental.
they could be literally an invention that we know a black person invented, and you say it to them, they reject it. Oh no, they probably stole the patent from someone, or like they just like see that type of stuff is difficult for them to receive, like the intelligence of a black person, and but entertainment, food, music, sports,
But I don't think that's the
those
case in the
areas.
UK. It's not the case in the UK. Like even in primary school as children, we're taught about like Egypt and the pharaohs, and like black people aren't always put in a negative light. Like there are positives. Like we are taught like things from a young age. And like I think what it is with the UK is that it's a small place, and there's never really been that much poverty in the UK to turn around and like have this like hungry, evil dog eat dog mentality that you see in America. Because although America now is richer than the UK, at the time it was being established, I think the poor white people there, like you get like some white trash, low class whites that you get in America, you will never see that in England. Like very minimal. Like they wouldn't have any like social sway. Like, they wouldn't have any like power, politically speaking, or influence on the culture even. Do you know what I mean? Like that's minimal compared to America. America's like totally different. Totally different. No, like, I hear what you're saying. Like your experiences in the in the US are like magnified because you're surrounded by them. You know what I mean? And they're basically what they're doing is they're building a country with you, and at the same time against you. So everything that they've done has been against you from the conception of their nation. Everything that they've done has been against you, really. Do you know what I mean? Whereas in the UK, it's not really been like that. There is like a more of a class divide, or like a wealth divide in the UK, rather than a racial divide. Like, but saying that, I'm not saying that there isn't those barriers to people progressing along the lines of race. There definitely is. But I'm just saying, like on a grassroots level, on a wide level, and in general in society, I would say that I know, like you lot in America, you've commented as well. Like I've heard you even comment in how integrated compared to you lot we are. You know, and I don't think we should take that for granted over here. I think we should highlight that, and we should endorse it, and like, you know, be proud of the fact that majority of the whites in the UK are with us on these issues of you know, not discriminating and equality and things like that. Like a majority of white people are like on the right side of being right when it comes to that. You know, and we should give them credit for that as well. Compared to like what you see in other countries, like what you see in fucking Europe, like with the rise of the right wing, how easy it's been for the elite to kind of like bring about a mass move to the right. You know, like they've created this this belief that there's a poverty going on, like this talk about you know, withdrawing funds from here, there, and everywhere to kind of make people feel the pinch, to make them feel poor. Really, we're not poor. What we got is relative poverty, where we're looking at other people and thinking we're poor because they got more than us. And really, when you measure poverty, you're supposed to measure it on terms of like life expectancy, education, things like that. That's how you measure poverty. Really, when you look at it, we're not really as poor as we've been led to believe. And that's the move that the elite have brought about. You know, with all this austerity and talk of cutbacks and things like that. That is the move that they've pulled to make people scramble and fight over the crumbs. That's made them more right wing and more racist. You know, so when we look at our society, it's like it's very small compared to America. Like in America, you look got a massive landmass, got different states or different institutions. With us here, it's really like streamlined. We've got like 2 like or 3, you might as well say, political parties. You know, like we switch from Labour to Conservative every 4 years. The elite stay on top. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no, like what we call that the glass ceiling, where no one's really allowed to raise their level to the level of the aristocrats, to threaten them in any way. Like the rich are always going to be the rich. And that's because England's so small, they can't afford to have any uprisings. So historically, in terms of like the elite that we got here, they have kind of like been less inclined to spark this fire of the right wing. You know, like what you saw in Germany with Hitler and all that. Like here, it's been the opposite. They just don't want to rock the boat. They want to keep everything cool. Like they don't want, like, you know, the right wing to kind of like overthrow them, because the right, like, although the elite and the aristocrat fuel the right wing, they're not really right wing themselves, because being right wing doesn't really serve their purpose. But what they'll do is like they'll perpetuate this myth of right wing politics to divide the country up, to have so the power base is less stable to move against them. I don't know if he's making sense. I know like it's getting a little bit like too much, but
No, you were making sense.
yeah. So like in England, it's a very kind of like a weird situation where the country is actually very small, and sometimes that helps the situation, and sometimes that works against the situation that we find ourselves in. So if you look at it in that way, they've had to create this pyramid version of racism here, where you got like lower level of racism, where they say things like, for example, black and white unite against Muslims. So they suck in a wider society, a wider group of people into their sphere of influence, and then they have a pyramid effect where the further up you go in that you get more and more racist, and you get more and more white people. So like they slowly filter, like they take in the whole mass of people, and then they slowly filter out the black ones, and they keep the white ones that normally wouldn't have even got sucked into that little siphon. But what's happened is, because they're hand in hand with their black brothers, and it's black and white going into it together, they don't realize that along the way somehow they've ended up on their own now, and they're just at the hands of these white elite that are using them basically. Because the reason why they're employing this method, they find it so hard to ignite this flame of right-wing politics in the UK. It's not really there. Majority of population are not really with them. But in other countries like Europe, like you see now, the right wing's just taken over. They've gone crazy. Even in France, it's gone completely right wing for a long time now. It's been that way, you know. So I think that in the UK we are in a very specific situation.
But there are some similarities. I just want the similarity. The similarity is, you know, when you say black and white against a Muslim. You know, when Trump was being elected, it was black and white against the Hispanics. You understand? And it was, you know, and if you look at like the anti-immigrant rhetoric that's even been said by Black Americans now, you know, so now, you know, Black Americans are definitely wanting to distinguish themselves from Black immigrants. You know, so under the guise of this reparations movement that they have, and you know, while I recognize the importance of Black Americans receiving reparations, right? It is, you know, the separation is what it is. It's the separation. So it's just a divide, and it has them siding with their country, you know what I'm saying? The same country that had them in shackles, or their ancestors in shackles. It has them siding with their country. So, you know, they are like
That's amazing. Like you're the first person that's actually explained that to me.
It has them wanting to emphasize their Americanness in order to emphasize immigrants' lack of Americanness. Do you see what I'm saying? So like if you're 100%. So they're like, you're Haitian, I'm American. Do you see what I'm saying? We're not the same. They're pointing out we're not the same. And I'm like, oh, okay, so you're the same with the white man. Right? Oh,
this is a dilemma. This is a real moral dilemma, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, okay, I got you. You know, I mean, I completely understand the importance of now I will say, for the purposes of, like, let's say there's a college that wants to give a scholarship to an African American.
Yeah,
it is somewhat unfair for a Haitian, or not somewhat, it is unfair for a Haitian American to apply for that scholarship and get it, because there should be scholarships for the descendants of the atrocities that happened here. They're due that. So I am in full support of the language Obviously, I'm not in support of the language being called immigrants. I would love for them to refer to us as diasporan Africans, and if you want to call yourself an African American, that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, but we just being careful of the language and
Yeah.
the tone
No,
behind it.
I hear what you're saying though, Melanated, because me, yeah, like I'm 46 years old, yeah. I grew up with mainly Caribbean black people, like Jamaicans. But then, like about like 20 years ago, we had a huge influx of Africans from like
Hmm.
Nigeria and wherever. Now, 20 years later, obviously, like the black community is kind of like come to terms with each other and they're like stable now. But there was a little time there where Jamaicans and like Nigerians were sort of in conflict with each other
Hmm.
based on their experience. Like they had separate experiences of being black and like colonization, and how they dealt with white people and the relationship they had with like England was different. So it was
And it's different in
understandable
how
that
they
they,
want to be treated and how they want to be.
yeah,
They want to be viewed. So it's almost like,
exactly,
you know what? I don't want to be viewed as a Jamaican, so I have to draw this huge line and say I'm not this, I'm not that.
yeah,
And it's so interesting because yesterday, I was watching that video of Jedi and the Rasta dude, right? And it was hilarious because the Rasta guy was like, "You don't look like a typical Nigerian." Jedi's like, "Okay, what's a typical
but he does though.
Nigerian?" But that's the whole point, is that we want so badly to draw these distinctions, right? And I think that the word diaspora definitely encompasses differences. The people in Brazil are not the same people as the people in Cuba. Like, duh, there is difference.
Yeah, yeah,
Like it's the word means that we're spread out.
yeah,
Like, and but it doesn't have a negative connotation to it.
yeah,
Like, you black immigrant. What the fuck? Right? Like,
yeah,
to me that just sounds crazy. Like,
yeah,
as if the French here aren't fucking immigrants, and the Germans that are here aren't
yeah,
immigrants,
yeah,
as if the Irish that are here aren't immigrants. Why
yeah,
why all of a sudden we got like a 2010 2000 what happened to the this country is based off of immigrants. So unless we're going to
mm,
have the term white immigrant and black immigrant, miss me with that
mm.
bullshit. That's my
Yeah, that's
stance
what
on
always
it.
like shocked me with the term African American, because I was thinking there ain't an equal one for the other side to say European American. Like, they seem to just be American.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then you've got black Americans. So what? So where's the white Americans then? Why ain't they being labelled?
So you know
Like,
what? It's so
America does
funny.
seem that way.
When I use the term European to white people out here, they face light up like, why did she just call me a European? They do that. They be like,
They love it, innit? They love it.
no, they're not from, like, that's not a term that people, they just say white or Caucasian out here. They
All
don't say
right.
European. But I remind
Oh
you
yeah, because
who you
what
are,
that
bro.
is,
I
that's
remind
to
you.
do with the later Europeans that were very poor, and they don't want to be associated with them. They want to be known as the native, what they regard as native white people of America. So when you say European, it's like you're saying you're white trash that come from Europe. Like the Eastern Europeans after the fall of the German Wall. That a lot of Europeans then moved to America, like from Eastern Europe, and in America, I think they call them Euro trash. They don't really want to be associated with them people. They want to be known as like the founding fathers and all that nonsense. That's
Yeah,
why they probably
they
don't
want to
like
be
being called
calling us.
European. And yeah, that's what
I
it is.
mean, like, I never heard they don't call people Asian Americans. I mean, they may, like, in a news article or something like
Yeah,
that.
never.
They may, but African American is like, it's literally the term for people with black skin. It has nothing to do with your nationality. So
Yeah,
if Prospect moves to America, he'll be an African American for real. If freaking Witness or Betty move to America, they'll be African American. Like, that's how people will see them. I'm not saying that they will literally become African American, but
They'll be
you
viewed
know,
that way.
they have a kid born here. They'll be like, oh, little African American little baby, boo boo. Like this just means black.
They will assume the American identity. You're saying.
Right, but it's almost as if the term, the idea or the concept of a diaspora is ignored, and it's just you're African. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like it's like the United States recognize that black people come from Africa, but the rest of the world is like, oh, you know, maybe not. I'm original. I'm Aboriginal. I'm a Moor. I'm a this. I'm a, you know, all of these other things that they're saying they're rejecting. You have black people rejecting the African identity, and America is saying, man, even if you black and from Cuba, you come from Africa, so we gonna call, you know what I'm saying? Like you African American. They just lump it all into African Americans. But but go ahead. I'm sorry, Muhammad.
I was gonna say Nito for the racist people, because there's sometimes racist people on here. So you were saying that the elites are using the racist people for their agenda.
Yeah, 100. And if anything, you see a section of people offering themselves up to be used. So it's not like anyone's calling upon them to offer their services, but they're just basically so aspirational and they so idolize the elite that they run to aid them. They run to be sacrificed to them. You know, like even you get people of color doing that, and it's so obvious why they're doing it. It's like they've got this colonial mindset, this like, you know, I don't want to use the word coon, but you know, because it don't really apply to them because they're not black. But like that same mindset of serving the master, you know, and they always see like they want to be on the winning side basically, regardless of their own situation. And like you get sellouts like that all the time. You get sellouts like that.
That's hella funny, man.
Yeah, it's like no one ain't even calling them to come and help like the whites out, but they go running. No, we got you get them people, and the good thing about the UK is that them people are blatantly obvious. Like you can see them a mile away when they're doing that, because, like I said, our culture is so kind of like fair. When you see people doing unfairness, it stands out like a sore thumb. So you know, although we do have this glass ceiling thing that I referred to earlier, where our progress to infiltrate the higher ranks of society are held, like we are held back, because it's such a small country that in 1 or 2 generations really you should be able to infiltrate the elite, but like we're held back from doing that. Apart from that, don't really see much unfairness in the UK because they don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to create this impetus for people to strive for greatness. Like, you know, when you see people like, you know, JFK, he was Irish, but you see like these highly successful Italians that made it into Congress and things like that. Or even now you see like people of color making it into government. It's because they're fighting against oppression. So in a way, that oppression is giving them that fuel for the drive for justice and equality that's helping them raise themselves to that level. So I'm saying is in England, they don't even give you that. They don't even give you that opportunity to have that fuel to raise your level, because they don't oppress you that much. They just find that sweet spot where, you know, they can keep you where you are and you don't rock the boat. And it's just like very manipulative. It's like very, you know, like it shows that how self-aware that you would think that the elite would be sort of like not really in touch with the population. But I'm saying in England, such a small country, the elite are really in touch with the population, and the population are really influenced by the media and the message that the elite are putting out there. So England's really a very specific situation to find yourself in. That it's not like any other place, no.
Yeah,
I think we need to be aware of that, because England does have this thing of being viewed as the trendsetter, the leader, like.
Yeah, man. When I see those videos online of you know, of the racists in the UK, bro. They're like evil, bro. They're scary, man. They all form up in a group, you know, and just start hating people for no reason, you know. That's what I see. Like in America, you know, when we have like rallies, like Donald Trump rallies, you know, you just have to look at the people. Like that's there. When I see the people in the Donald Trump rallies, all I see is hate. I see I see people who are evil, bro. And they don't even know what's going on. They don't even know they're just playing they're just standing in the background trying to act like, you know, basically when I see Donald Trump rallies, I freak out, you know. I don't know. What about you, Goddess? What do you
Oh
think Trump
no,
rallies?
look, I jumped back in and kind of like, oh boy. Um, well, yeah, I definitely see some hate-filled people, you know. But and a lot of the talking points are similar to the ones in the UK. Meaning, like, they want to preserve their race, they want to preserve their people. They're afraid of becoming a minority and all that kind of stuff. And you know, um, and then people get really desperate when they're afraid. You know, like their actions are different than when they're confident and secure. So to me, they come across as not confident people, insecure, and afraid about their future and what lies for them. So yeah, it's no joke.
Yo,
No joke.
what time is it over there?
9:28.
Oh, the sun is up, huh?
Yeah, yeah. About to have my morning coffee.
Damn.
I swear, I need to change habits. If Khan was on here, he'd probably tell me I need to be on some green tea. And I'm trying to make that switch. I actually went yesterday to try to buy a really good green tea to switch to, because like this is definitely an addiction. Can't be just throwing shade of people who have other addictions. I mean, yes, it's not heroin, but just having a social and physical addiction to something.
When I used to live in LA, I used to drink. I used to hang out with a lot of Koreans. You know, Koreans are really cool, and I used to drink this tea that one of my friends, he's Korean. He taught me about it, and I swear it's the best tea ever. It calms you down. Like this tea is so good, and it's really good for you. I have to
No,
find
I don't want to. But see, like when I'm waking up in the morning, I definitely don't want to drink a tea that's going to calm me down. So, right? So I want to drink something that has like a little pick me up, but it doesn't startle my I think it's called my central nervous system, to the point where my heart rate is going too high. So that's the reason why I need to switch from coffee. Because coffee can raise your blood pressure. It makes your heart rate go way too high. But I'm gonna go today and purchase my green tea so I can do better for myself.
Yo,
What is
I'm
it?
starving.
Flatbush. You in Brooklyn?
No, it's 6:30 a.m. right now. So
No, I'm saying, are you in Brooklyn?
no, I'm in West Coast right now.
Oh, what's Flatbush?
Huh?
Is that not you, Hola Isu? Is that not you?
Yeah. He's from New York.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably like
Because that's where I'm from. That's what made me. It brought it. It was like, what? Like, what's he talking about? Flatbush. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm starving, man. I just want to eat. I'm hungry, but everyone's asleep and it's dark, and I don't want to get up.
Oh, what time is it there?
It's 6 o'clock.
Shit. You're an early riser.
Yeah, it kind of sucks, but it's cool. I like it actually because I like seeing the sun go up. It's chill.
Yeah, I don't know about all. I mean, I do like watching the sun come up. It's beautiful, but I prefer to do that in the summertime. But you're on the West Coast, so the weather's probably still nice. The
I'm up
weather's
north. I'm up north, so it's like kind of the same as you guys right now. It's cold and windy and shit.
oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
hate that. I
Yeah,
hate.
my cousin lives in Washington State, and she was pretty much telling me like her weather in Northern California is pretty similar.
You ever been there?
No, I want to go. I do want to go visit her. It's too many travel plans, and I got other plans, business plans I'm trying to implement. So you
It's kind of
can't.
it's kind of like when you go in the outskirts of New York. You know, when you go up in the up north a little bit. It's really nice, right? Where there's like boats, people are boating and wild and everything like that. But at the same time, I'm from where country it's hot, so I like going to California, and chilling because it's nice. The weather's nice right now in California.
Oh yeah, yeah. If I came from a country where it's hot and I moved to like New York, I would go crazy.
I hate the cold.
Hmm. Yeah, I complain about the cold all winter, but you know, we're caught in this rat race of being in America. So you do have to you do have to be in a place where you can have like the best quality of life. You know, like there's other states here in America where the weather's beautiful, and as a black person you can't be out past 10 o'clock on a weekend because then you have to watch over yourself, watch around yourself. You know,
Man, I used to be
I don't want
crazy.
that kind of life for myself.
I used to be crazy when I used to go to New York. I used to like I didn't care at all, but I was younger a little bit. I was in my 19s, and I used to go outside in the middle of the night. But you're a girl, so it's different. You know what I mean? So it's kind of different because when I used to go, I used to cross the bridge and go to Newark, and I used to chill over there with my friends over there in Newark,
Hmm.
and
Newark, New Jersey, you talking about?
yeah, in Jersey.
Hmm.
I would always see crazy shit at night, always, because I
Yeah,
was
I was about to say Newark is not all like quiet, and I mean it probably has its parts of it that are, but Newark is turned up over there.
yeah, it's crazy. I used to go kick it with my friends over there, you know, because I used to kick it with people who are from Africa, but they speak my language. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So I used to go kick it over there. We used to speak the language out at night, just fucking shit up.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's fun. I like the East Coast, but it's too much for me. It's a different lifestyle. Because when I went to the East Coast, especially coming from the West, everything was just fast. You had to learn quick. You had to adapt quick.
He's from I'm answering someone in the chat. He's from is it Iraq? He's from Iraq, but he moved here to the United States, and now he lives in California, Northern California. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Yeah, man.
my
So
favorite.
is your plan to move back or to leave America and live somewhere else?
Oh, well, like I just want to get out of here. Honestly, I don't want to be here.
And where do you want to go?
I don't know. Like when I went to Florida, I really liked Florida.
Oh, so you want to get out of Cali when you say here. I thought you meant like you want to
No, no,
leave
no, no, no.
America.
No, I want to get out of America.
Oh, okay.
So what I liked was the tropical weather. I really love
Mm,
tropical weather.
so you want to live somewhere tropical.
Yeah, maybe South America or something. That sounds chill because you get to like trust me when you live there, you have a
What are
little.
you gonna do? What are you gonna do about like? I thought you, if you didn't want to go to Iraq, I thought you would want to go to like a Muslim African country or something like that, where you would at least be able to have that connection. I would think that would be a
Well,
big connection.
well, since I can't go to Iraq because I'm American and they would like kill me, right? They don't like.
No, I said another African Muslim country.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wouldn't
Um,
that be good for you?
well, in Africa, it's different. You know, the people are really nice. I can speak their language. It's more
Hmm.
unity, you know.
So that's
But
what I was talking about, like the language part. Like if you went to South America, I mean, I don't know any South American countries that. I mean, I'm sure there's Muslims there. I'm sure.
I don't
Don't
speak
get me wrong, but it probably won't be like a large community like what you are used to.
and that's the problem. That's the problem. I want to go somewhere tropical where if I have a little money, I can live good. But I don't speak their language, you know, so it's gonna be really hard.
Oh my goodness, Torik is backstage. Khan, I hope you're backstage too. Don't do this to me, Khan.
But
Don't.
but honestly though, I heard Africa is a really nice country, like a really like continent, really nice.
Yeah.
Well,
So
people
why
are.
don't you go to
Oh,
Africa?
oh boy. You see, damn, Khan, where you at, yo? Khan, you on here?
What have you got to offer Florida and the tropical places?
I just like I like
What you mean? What you got
palm
to offer
trees.
it?
You get what I mean? I
Yeah,
like.
it's like when we go to other people's country,
Taxes, pay taxes.
no,
You work,
yeah,
you
but
pay
when we
taxes.
go to other people's country, they say to us, "Oh, what can you offer our country?"
You work and pay taxes.
Yeah, but what in what?
Well, I mean, work can change.
No,
So
yeah, but
even if somebody
let him
gives you an
answer
answer,
it. Can you let the gentleman answer, please?
oh boy,
What's up? What's up, bro?
Muhammad, just be careful.
No, it's cool. Let him answer. Let him talk. What's up, bro?
So what have you got to offer the tropical places like Miami and all these places like the Caribbean where you want to leave America, even though these places are still in America?
I don't know, bro. I'm just trying to chill. You get what I mean? I don't know
Oh,
what your
so you want to
perspective.
so you want to go places like Amsterdam then?
Nah, I don't want to go to Amsterdam. I'm cool. You get what I mean? I
You
don't want to go to
sure?
Europe.
You sure?
Yeah, bro. I'm trying to chill. You get what I mean? I'm not trying to mix with their mindset. I'm not trying to mix with the Western mindset, bro. That's it. That's what I want. I just want to chill. I don't want no problems
So
with
what is
people.
your mindset then if it's the Western mindset?
Well, I don't want to be like them. I don't want to live in America. I don't want to live in the UK.
Oh, so you don't appreciate America, what they've done for you?
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah. You're
what
here
your
on Hangouts.
question is, bro. I can see where you're coming from. I'm not trying to diss
America's been
America.
actually kind of good to your countrymen.
I'm not trying to diss America, bro. I'm not trying to diss the UK. I just don't want to be a part of what they're doing. That's it.
So how come? So how come you appear to be there?
Because of the war, bro. They came to my country
Oh, and you was forced to
invaded.
America.
Okay.
Was you forced to America?
Of course, I was forced. They came to
How
my
was you
country.
forced?
What are you talking about, bro?
So you're born there then?
I wasn't born in America. I was born
So your parents dragged you to America, basically.
because of the war.
It don't make sense. So how come your parents like America and you don't?
I'm not saying I hate them. I just don't
Yes,
want to
you
be
are.
a part.
We don't appreciate our land, our continent, what's called America.
Yeah, you don't appreciate Torix land. You don't appreciate it. How dare you?
Wait, so I'm guessing you're from.
My people had to suffer years upon years of torment for other people to enjoy America from all spectrums and all corners of the world, and you're complaining.
So you should say you just for clarification so people understand, because sometimes even I get confused. You should say the Americas, because that's really what you mean.
No, it's all inclusive. It's one landmass, like how Africa. Like how you Pan Africans look at the whole of Africa. I look at the whole of the Americas. So even the cold part.
No, what I'm saying is that when you say the Americas, it's clear of what you're speaking of. Because when I type in America in Wikipedia, Brazil doesn't come up in it. The Caribbean doesn't come up when I say America. I have to say the Americas.
It's called the United States of the United States. So it's like the UK, the United Kingdom.
It's only an A, it's no S.
No, what I'm trying to say, what people live in was called the 50 states. It's called the USA. The rest of the continent is actually America, North America, South America, Central America.
Torok.
No,
hold up. Hold up, one sec. It don't matter.
Like we have the United Kingdom.
What I'm saying is, bro, what has the Westerners done to the world?
Well, yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you,
they dropped
my people had to suffer. My people had to suffer and toil for other people to enjoy my land.
Wait, so
you're there now complaining like America's done something bad to you while you're living there.
I'm saying what I want. I'm not saying what the Americans want. I'm saying me. What I want to do is leave. I don't want to be a part of this.
So you want to go back home then?
Torah.
He can go wherever he wants to. It's not. It's possible for there to be a place that's better than your home.
What does he call home?
There could be a place, right, that is better than your home, right? Just because a place is your home, right? You can say, oh, I like this home. I like this place better than what I consider to be home, and we can move to those places, right?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say,
home for me is New York. It's cold there. So if I want to move to Florida or Texas or Alabama or anywhere in the South, I can do that. Nobody can be like, why don't you just go home?
Yeah, but your home is your home, whether it's cold, hot, or windy. Your home is your home.
At some point, your home becomes a place you used to live. That's it.
Torak,
but whether we like it or not, our home is what it is. Whether it's got high crime rates, it's third or fourth in the world.
And you can never live home again. So you can never, ever live home again.
You're trying to say go back to Iraq? Is that what you're trying to say?
In a rude way, yeah.
What are you complaining about? Are you homesick?
No. Hold up. You answer the question. Are you trying to say, are you go back to Iraq? Is that what you're trying to say?
Mm-hmm. Well, what are you complaining about, Martin?
Yeah, if you're going to complain, basically go back to Iraq then. That's what he's...
No, I'm saying what do you feel homesick? Do you want to go back to your land or something? I don't understand.
No, he wants to leave here. That's it. That's all he said. You are interjecting that part in a very sarcastic
No, but it's
manner.
funny. It's funny. All right, but what I'm trying to say, where does he want to go? He wants to go to Florida.
Maybe he hasn't decided.
So you want to drive Zopound? You want to be around the Zopound?
Bro, again. I wanna. Okay, look, hold up. I see your agenda, bro. I see like.
I don't know what's your agenda. Yeah, I just hear you downplaying America.
I see your agenda, bro. I know what you're trying to do.
You don't see my agenda.
Like all the wonderful Jamaicans over here that come here and they work in the hospitals and they get their doctors, their nurses, their engineers, and they send their money back to Jamaica and they build their house and they have no intention of retiring and growing old and dying in the USA. They know they're going back. The people in Grenada are going back. People in Trinidad are going back. People in Guyana are going back. Nobody. People in India. Nobody's trying to stay here. So why are you faulting this young guy for saying this earlier?
I'm trying to see where does he want to go and why. But I see somebody caping now from the Amazon, like Wonder Woman.
Let me listen. You cape for the white man all day. You cape for the white man all day. You cape for the white man all day. Listen.
Look, hold up.
You cape for the white man all day.
Little Mo.
What has the Western countries done to the world?
Goddess Mo.
Now I'm ready to get with you.
Yo, Torok, you're talking about me. You're talking about me. Just a normal dude that doesn't want to be a part of the society. What
about your society? What about your community?
What do you mean? What about my community? It's all destroyed. What are you talking about?
No, but you have some people from your country is in America, innit? They have a community base, innit?
I don't want to be a part of it. I don't care.
Is it
Why
that
not?
community?
Why not? Why you don't want to be a part of it? Now,
I want to get away from all of this hate and.
I chat in my chat. Yeah.
You don't believe him, Torek? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. He just want to go join. All he wants to do go join Soul Pound down in Florida and behave like his name. What is that? He wants to behave like his name is Kodak Black. That's what he wants to do.
Oh, okay.
He want to run around with them type of people.
I don't even know what you're talking about. First of all, okay.
You don't know. I know where you went. You said Florida. Why you want to go to Florida for? It's only black people. It's only black people there and old white people there. So why you want to go to Florida? You want to join Soul Pound, innit?
No.
You want to be a cocaine cowboy?
No, they have a lot of Spanish there too, depending on what part of Florida.
I said in the beginning, I don't want to live in America in the first place. So,
but you said Florida.
No, hold up. Have you been to Florida?
He says he likes the weather there. He said when he went there, he liked the weather there, so he now wants to relocate somewhere tropical. And then he mentioned South America.
Oh, so now you want to go to South America with the rest of the Middle East? You'll find your community there. They're everywhere in America.
Bro, what's wrong with you?
I'm saying you will find a lot of people from the Middle East, from Lebanon. This is what I'm saying. But even in Jamaica, you will find people from Syria, Lebanon, and all different types of places from the Middle East.
What's wrong with you?
I'm asking, what is wrong with you?
No. There's nothing wrong with me. I can.
Yes, it is. You say you want to go. Where do you want to go?
I could live whatever I want.
You said, I said you don't want to live amongst your community. I'm saying, boy, if you're South America, there is some of your community there if you did want to go. But you're saying, what's my problem? I'm asking, what's your problem?
No. You have problems, bro.
I don't have problems. I don't have problems. I'm a solution.
No. You have a problem.
We don't have problems. 99 problems, but we don't got one.
Yo, Tori be busting out into song, yo. He be singing. That shit is funny.
I know what he's saying. He's just
that we don't have problems.
You said you don't understand the language. Now you understand.
I swear to God, this dude's whack.
Oh, so now you know Creole and reggae rhymes.
Yo, you have problems. I swear to God.
Oh, yo.
You have
now it's yo. Is that how you talk in your living room with your community? Yo. That's how you talk in that's how you talk in your house.
You're a weirdo, bro.
Is that how you talk around your parents? Yo. Mic check. Testing. Come true. Yo.
Yeah, you have problems, man. I swear to God,
you have the problem.
Yeah,
you got the problems. I think you got the problem. We don't have problem. Where you would like to be in the tropics.
Honestly, man, I don't care what you think because you're stupid.
Tropical.
I don't care what you think. You have problems.
No, we don't have problem.
Yeah, you do. You have problems.
No, we don't. We got the tropics. What you're looking for?
You're sweet.
The tropics is what I have, and you don't got any.
You're sweet.
Exactly. What have you got?
All right,
you
bro.
got salt. You even have salt for you to even be bitter?
No, you're sweet, bro. You're sweet.
Yes. What is sweeter than tropical? You know anything more tropical than sweetness?
I don't give a fuck about what you think. Bro.
Yes, you do. You are moving. You are moving.
T-Rock. Break it down for the gentleman and make him understand.
Him don't have nothing to break down.
Your underlying point is because I don't think he's catching the drift, and he's just coming across as a little bit like negative. But I know you got a point to make.
That's why I started laughing.
Yeah, I know T-Rock's got a real point to make underneath all the trolling.
He's a spoiled brat.
Break it down for the man, innit? The young man. Educate him.
Him the spoil. You can see his parents let him get away with everything.
But just like on a political one, innit? Like make him understand where you're coming from, because I know you're a multi-dimensional kind of
He doesn't know what he wants.
Catching the T-Rock vibe right now.
He doesn't know what he wants. But I bet he wants to go to Haiti and Florida, little Haiti in Florida.
I'm just trying to chill.
Oh, you want chill? Who's good at chilling?
What year?
Who's good at chilling?
Mohammed, let me play devil's advocate then, innit? Like, if he's not gonna say it, let me say it.
All right.
What are you chilling about, bro? America fucked up your whole country, and you're sitting over there chillaxing. What are you chilling about?
Okay.
You're selling out your whole culture, your whole civilization, just so what? You can relax in America.
Yeah, so we can go in hammock like a hyena.
When other people like T-Rock
I get
still holding up the flag for the resistance. You're over there relaxing.
You want to drink Malibu on the beach?
No, I get what you mean. If he came out like that, then I would have understood. But he just tried to come out like in a weird way, bro.
No, but it's not weird. It's not weird. You got to understand who else is listening.
I know, bro.
You're not picking up the code. It's all code. He's talking in code, but you're not understanding him.
Yeah. You're right. No, you're right. But at the same time, you know, he knows that I'm a young person. You get what I mean?
Oh, he's a young person.
But he came out in a weird way. You know, he didn't come out.
How young is you?
He's old enough to smoke, innit?
Ain't it? How young? Young in heart.
No, but I
yo, I'm done. Yo, Torek, when Torek starts trolling, it's
forever young. Like Jay-Z. Like Hove. How young is you now, young man? Young gentleman.
So, Mohammed, do you understand what he's saying to you, Mohammed?
Yeah.
He's saying you've acquired a superficial identity, but you're not really resonating with the core beliefs.
Yeah, I get what he means though. I really do.
And that's why he asked when I said, you know, if you're Muslim, would you want to live in another Muslim country if you don't want to go to Iraq? And then he asked you, what do you have to offer? He's basically saying you don't go to nobody's country if you don't have anything to offer them. You're not going to their country to go chill. That's not like you can't go to nobody's country to chill. You have to come to their country.
Yeah, Rolling Spliff.
Well, when I met chill, I meant like
Rolling Spliff
with the society. Their society.
Yeah.
No, but is that what your parents chilling in America? No. They you know what I'm saying, they grinding. Like this place is, you know, if people who don't do nothing, who not about nothing, they have nothing. So you're not trying to go to somebody else's country and have nothing. So the image that it gives when you say chill is just not one of productive, being a productive nature, adding to the community. And just like Donald Trump is not trying to have nobody come here now who's not going to add to America. other countries have that same standard too.
Yeah, no, that is right. But maybe because I said chill, you know, it just sounded.
It sound like what? You're chilling.
No, it just sounded weird. You know what I mean?
It sound like you want to be on the beach with two spliff.
Yeah, that's what chilling sound like to me. Chilling on the beach, and then you said Florida, so it's just like, yeah, man, I'm just trying to chill. I'm trying to be high.
The drinks are free.
I'm trying to be with some women, trying to just be whatless.
I want to party hard. Tell the truth, young man.
Let me just say it. Torek ain't trying to say it. Let me just say it. Can y'all hear me? Or am I driving around in a dead zone?
No, we can hear you.
Excuse me. Excuse me. That's my sneeze. Don't make fun of me.
Can you not hear me when I'm in YouTube looking at the comments though?
No, not if you were saying. Were you saying something? We couldn't hear you.
All right. Yeah, someone made a comment about why am I chilling in the UK? And I'm saying in the UK there ain't no chill. It's 24-hour work. So obviously don't know about the cost of living in the UK, bro. No one ain't got time to chill. Not when you got kids to feed. So Turok will tell you this ain't an easy ride in England.
It's not an easy road. Now Tura got me singing freaking music. Oh man. I don't understand, why is that the first answer? Why don't you go back? Why don't you leave? Why don't you leave today? Leave tomorrow? What? Why is that the first thing that someone says to you? If you don't like it, then leave.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
Even when people decide to end a relationship or end a marriage, that shit is not like tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like you plan to leave that sucker. You save money. Sometimes people can't afford to split up. They gotta live together even while they're not together.
Yeah, I've noticed with women, like they handle the breakup in relationships better than the men, because the man don't really know it's over until he finds his suitcase on the doorstep. But the woman's kind of like one step ahead in that terms. So
I don't think so. It depends on
breaking up.
It depends on who's doing the breaking up. I think it depends on who's doing the breaking up, because
that's
sometimes when a man is moving on, listen, the bed don't even get cold. He got somebody else in there cooking. Somebody else in there cooking, cleaning, everything. Yo, you are freaking replaced like a motherfucker. You'd be like, damn.
Yeah, hey.
You'll be like, wow. And unfortunately, like, I don't know how the women didn't see this sign coming, but I know at least on 2 occasions that literally the woman got notified, do not call me. I'm getting married tomorrow or something like that. Like they was in a 2 year, like I think the most was 3 years, like a 3-year relationship with a dude, and he straight up got engaged, everything, and was like stayed with her, was intimate maybe like three days before the wedding day, and then was like, yo, this is it, like it's over, don't call me no more, I'm getting married. I was like, the woman was more than crushed. Crushed. Like, what? I don't know how she didn't see the signs, or like how his family kept that a secret too. But yeah, it really all depends on who's doing the breaking up.
Yeah, I ain't really been in any kind of situation where I'm the one doing the darkness, let's say, like, because I'm a nice person, innit? I'm just looking for someone that's like on my level.
I'm a nice
Like, I'm not
person.
really on this upgrade. I'm not on the upgrade thing. You get me? Like, I'm not really into breaking hearts and upgrading. Like, I'm just into finding someone that's on my level still. Like, and I'm grateful for that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a grateful person. Like, we can spend time together, you know, and just like watch a little Netflix or something and just be cool around each other. I'm not really looking for, like, people got these high standards and expectations of who they want to be with. I think you find someone you can harmonize with and just have like similar life goals. You know, like, I think don't expect too much in it. Like, be prepared to put work into a relationship. It's like my motto is like relationships need to be worked on. I think people are looking for this high level relationship that kind of takes care of itself. That's just non-existent, like, in my opinion. But everyone's different, isn't it? Like, I think them people that do the dumping, they're gonna be like alone one day. They're gonna realize there's no one left for them to dump, innit? Because they dumped all the good ones, or the potential good ones. Do you know what I mean? Trying to fast forward to a ready-made relationship. I don't think there's such a thing, you know. I think people need to grow together. Like, you're gonna change, she's gonna change, but as long as you kind of touch base with each other, hopefully, like, change in the right direction together. Like, relationships are a hard thing, you know. Like, it's the hardest thing, really, isn't it? Like, relationship.
So when you say like high expectations, what are you meaning? What would
I think,
you?
like, people's parents kind of like bringing them up to believe in, like, there's this perfect person out there for you, and man, like, there ain't. Like, there could be a perfect person, but let's say there's like about 10 potential perfect people. That if you find one of them, then you can kind of mold them or work with them to kind of like get to a perfect scenario. But people looking to jump into perfect, do you know what I mean? Like, they don't really want to acknowledge that you're dealing with an individual. Someone's going to have their little nuances and their little quirks, and you have to kind of take the rough with the smooth, and you know what I mean? You have to have that degree of tolerance. And I think the more people kind of like are brought up, like me, for example, not being brought up with a mum and a dad, it's difficult to kind of like have that tolerance for other people. Like, I think when you grow up with a mum and a dad, you realize that sometimes mum has to turn the other cheek, sometimes dad has to turn the other cheek, and there is a degree of tolerance in a relationship. I don't think people are quite catching that. They just want ready-made.
Right. No, I agree. I agree. Because I look at some of the things that, like, my family members that are married, that they put up with. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't know if I can deal with that. Right? Like, and
Yeah,
it's
you've
just
been single
like,
too long.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, I don't even know. It's not, I know it's not something to like run away from your relationship. You know, like, it's really, really tough to work through those things, you know, and then, well, I don't know. It's just like, I just be shaking my head like, whew, thank goodness I got to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? It makes the time when you're like, when you're alone, you're like, well, I'm alone, but I don't got to deal with this, and I don't got to deal with that, and I don't have to, you know. It's the little. Sometimes it's petty stuff, and sometimes it's major stuff. And if you want your relationship to work to last, you got to work through both of them, the petty and the real and the big stuff.
I think that in my opinion, in relationships, like, there's always a giver and there's always a taker. And like, you have to recognize who you are before you enter into that contract with that person. You know what I mean? Because if you're a giver, you have to recognize that, you know, giving all the time can be tiring. Yeah. I think there's givers and there's takers.
Giver and taker.
Not just, but like, I think there are certain criteria, there are certain boxes that need to be ticked before you like get into a relationship with someone. You can't just base it on looks and sex. Obviously that is part of it. I'm saying that in general, I can't tolerate, like, see, with me, yeah, I'm a bit of I'm a giver. You get me? Like, and then what you have to do when you're a giver, you have to take into consideration. You have to consideration that when you're giving all the time, sometimes you can get taken for granted because you're giving all the time. You know what I mean? And when you get taken for granted, you shouldn't really be surprised because you've been giving, and promoting yourself as this giver, you know.
So
then when someone's taking, you just have to be like, you have to be self-aware. You have to understand that, you know, you are this giver who promotes themselves as this giver and is accepted as the giver. But then when the person just take, all of a sudden, then you're like shocked and like, oh, why are they taking me for granted? Yeah, because you put yourself in that position to get taken for granted. So don't be surprised when it happens, and don't take it to heart when it happens, and don't take it as an insult of that other person. And don't be all butthurt and like upset about it, because you put yourself in that position and promoted yourself as the giver, and you've attracted someone who is a taker. And there's always a giver and a taker, but unless you realize and you're a giver and you're looking for another giver, a bigger giver than you, that's not going to happen. You can't be a giver and then you attract someone who's also a giver. It doesn't happen. But when you're young and naive, you don't realize that because you're not watching for that. So you're a giver, you meet someone and you're expecting them to be an even bigger giver than you. But that's not the case.
Listen,
Go on. I can hear you.
I'm hearing you and I'm just like already getting upset.
Oh, really?
I'm getting upset because I'm just imagining, not upset like at you. I'm getting upset because I'm imagining like myself giving and being taken for granted. And I'm like, I'm not hearing that. Like if I give you something and you don't say thank you, I'm gonna let you know you ain't say thank you. Fuck that. I'm not letting it ride. I'm gonna be like, oh, you acting like I gotta do this. Like I don't.
No, but look. This is the beauty of it. When you're a giver, if you disguise yourself as a taker, you will attract a giver. But then the difficulty is you have to maintain that pretense of not really caring, because givers are lovely people. Yeah. The thing is, with a giver, if you're too nice to them, they'll lose interest.
A giver?
Yeah, because they want to be the giver. That's their role. When you take that away from them, they lose interest. So that's the catch-22. That's the catch-20. That's how you get around the game.
Nice,
that's how you get around it.
But if you, so listen, this is
that's how you win. Like if you just be appreciative, if you want to win, that's how you win.
If you just be appreciative, right? So you have a giver and you have a person who gives in a different way. That's what works for me. I'm not with this whole you just taking. You have to give in a different way, but you definitely have to give. Like that's a requirement as well, because I won't even be attracted to you if you're not giving. If you're not giving of your time, if you're not giving of appreciation, you're not showing appreciation. You're not showing all of that is giving too. So you may not have to like. So like, let's say if you don't, if I make the bed or I cook or I bring your lunch to your job, but I got a flat tire and you're behind, leave from where you are and you come and you do it, or you come and sit with me because I was in a car accident, you pick me up or something. You're giving, but don't be like, well, just call it car insurance. Bye. What? Oh, hell to the no.
So what you're telling me right now is you're not attracted to your opposite. Most people are attracted to their opposite. You're not. You're attracted to someone who mirrors you, so has the similar interests as you.
Okay, so my love language is acts of service. Right? So I'm really attracted to someone else's if their love language is acts of service and quality time, right? Like gifts are nice, but that's not my primary access love language. Like if you don't if you don't like buy me gifts, but let's say you buy me something to eat because I worked all day and you were home or something like that, or you take me out or you take me to my favorite artist concert or
thoughtfulness.
Thoughtfulness, those type of things, right?
Yeah.
And those things are not like, doesn't have to be every day.
You can't buy it with money. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
No. Don't just be like handing me no water money and then and now boom, now you could go about your way, go wherever. You done bought yourself some time away. I don't know what the hell going on here. Like look, I got my own money, so I'm good. You know, I didn't have a man
by myself. Because you're a deep person, you're quite deep. That's why you require that kind of level of interaction with your partner. Because you're on a deeper level, you're not a superficial person. Superficial people, you can just throw money at them for years and they won't realize. Because that's what satisfies them anyway. But you need that soulful, like soulmate kind of relationship.
Yeah, I do. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. But that's an admirable trait in a woman. Because when you find that right person, I guarantee you're 100% loyal. No one could take you away from that one. And that's beautiful. Like, I love that.
Yeah,
I can't imagine someone like you being snaky.
No. I never, when I'm in a committed relationship, I wouldn't even kiss, hug, hump, fondle anyone else. Like, I'm not interested in anyone else. I'm not.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
No, respect to that. Honestly,
yeah,
that's respect.
You got good traits, Melanated. Really good.
But but I will say, you said that you haven't been on the snaky side, you called it. I definitely have broken up with a lot of people.
Yeah,
I've broken up with a lot of people.
That's a different type of breaking up. Obviously, they've offended your deeper level of sensibility, and they've hurt you in a way where you're like, I can't bring myself to be with this person because they're displaying some trait that I find abhorrent. And that can happen.
Or it could be that they are unwilling for it to become deep, for it to be on a deeper level. Like, if I don't see
what get put in,
like as I get older, nobody ain't looking for no boyfriend. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I'm not looking for no boyfriend. So the minute I start seeing traits that I don't see you being the man in my life, like the man, then what am I doing here? You just look good.
Yeah, in UK we call them fuck boys. That's a fuck boy right there.
Yeah.
That's what we call them.
Yeah, we call them fuck boys out here too. Like, you just look good. You just okay. You dress nice. You got your little joggers on. Yeah. I mean, but what do you have nothing to feed my soul. Nothing to offer. Like if I think, and I even tell this to my son, a woman comes into your life should enhance. And the same thing, when a man comes into my life, it should enhance. And I don't mean enhance like a fur coat and diamond rings.
No, but balance.
Yeah. There should be something that he has to offer. And that he spent time working on himself so that he could be that for you and to you. If not, like, what are you doing?
I got something to say. I don't like trying to be right and shit like that. But I want to ask Goddess, the society, when I look at my phone, don't you think that impacts me as a man? Like, I'm just asking the question because everyone is cheating and everyone's fornicating. Doesn't that impact me as a man?
Absolutely.
Oh man, allow it.
I think that it impacts everyone, though. It's not only you. If you think that when you look at your phone, you have horrible examples of what a good woman is, but somehow women have beautiful examples of what men are, then I don't know what you're talking about.
You have to.
In our society, what's going on, right? Like, especially like what I'm trying to say is when I look at my phone, I go on Instagram, I'm always distracted by women. Always.
That's good. That's a good thing, though.
But women are distracted by men. You're just not looking at that's what I'm trying to tell you, is that if you think there aren't images of male, they got male thoughts on damn Instagram that got beautiful.
I hope you're not upset.
Beautiful ass beards, beautiful shape ups, the nicest everything, tattoos everywhere, no shirt on, oiled up and greased up, trying to look good on Instagram. I'm telling you, it's there. It's there. And then when a woman sees you and you don't got no muscles, you don't got this, she's evaluating you just like you're evaluating the women who don't have these perfectly round behinds and tiny waists and these Instagram models. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Don't you think somehow the black woman physique has changed? Because I noticed in the 90s, like women used to be more curvy and things.
They used to be more curvy.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I don't.
Mate, you ain't got Instagram, innit? If you ain't seen the curves on Instagram,
no,
what are you talking about?
No, they are curves, but like you know,
you
like
ain't
your
seen
average...
the onion booties out there.
No, the other day I was on I don't know if it was Hangouts or something, and I was like, man, I wish I could turn my camera on. I saw the biggest behind and the lady, she looked like she was a lesbian, like a stud. She was like a stud.
Oh, God.
But she can't hide it. You see what I'm saying? Like she couldn't hide her behind. So she got this T-shirt on, and like she tried to press down her breast, with the sports bra, and she got the short haircut. She had a pretty face and a big ass behind. I was like, yo! Because I know she must hate her life. Like she thinks she wants to be a man.
Being objectified, isn't it, all the time? Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but that's only recently though, when people go through them type of things. When you think about it.
No, but I'm saying, and she wants to be a man, but her body is saying you're a woman, like shapely, very shapely.
No, but I could understand.
Why she want to be a man?
I could understand.
She's a lesbian.
Lesbian.
No,
yeah, lesbian.
Because no, to be honest, I think men have pissed her off because she's probably got a big bum and she's grown to hate men afterwards. No, to be honest,
why would you hate men?
No, because probably she's had a big bum from she was young and big people was bothering her and all sorts. That's why probably she's turned out like that.
Masculine. She's psychologically very masculine and she just happened to be born into that body.
Yeah. Most of the time,
her personality was formed before the hormones that generated that ass even kicked in.
It's something probably men have done to her in the past where she's behaved like that, or she's turned. A lot of women, especially young women nowadays, because if you notice the way how certain young men behave, they're not really gentlemen like nowadays. They've got like a sort of porno mentality, if you know what I mean, and it turns off a lot of women, man.
That is true.
I agree with both of y'all. I think it's a little bit of both that that contributes.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both, isn't it?
I do. I agree with Turek and his position, and I agree that some of it is just, because I work with young kids, and sometimes I can see a little girl that's like 8, and I'm like, damn, yo, she's such a little boy, like.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing. Like we're from melanated. Like there's women like that in our communities, and there's also men that are very feminine. And the thing is, because we have this culture of arranged marriage in Islamic culture, like it's not really part of Islam, but like let's say it's predominantly with, like from my experience, I've seen it with Muslim people that they have arranged marriages for their children. Now, what happens is a man who's very feminine or a woman who's very masculine can find a partner and explore their sexuality and realize that their gender is separate from that. Like they might be very like masculine as a woman, but in the bed she's very feminine, and she might never come to that discovery without a partner to have that experience with. So I find that in my experience, there's a lot of positives to arranged marriage. Like if you're partnering up is based off of your personality, and your personality is like not really in line with your gender, you're going to have difficulties. And I think arranged marriage is a good cure for that, which we don't get in the West. Like really, there ain't no arranged marriages in Western culture. You know what I mean? So those people always suffer. Like you're describing a woman who actually went and become a lesbian. Like if she was in an arranged marriage from a younger age, she might not have ever come to that crossroads in her life where she's like, oh, mentally I'm very masculine, I need to find someone like that can complement me on a mental level. And she's gone and found a woman because a woman's obviously subservient to her masculine domineering traits, when really if she was in a relationship with a man, she could have found a gentleman that's that's prepared to put up with
I'm not,
masculinity.
But I'm not advocating for for people to be gay and all. But there's a lot of gay men and lesbian women who have been sexually with the opposite sex, and then they made their choice of what they like. So it's not always that the person
but they're judging
had
it on but they're judging it on a sex level. I'm saying when you have an arranged marriage and you look at your sex life as part of your home life, as part of a family, as part of creating life and bringing about new people, when you look at sex in that framework and not like Turok said with this porno mentality, then sex takes on a higher level of meaning in your life, and it's not really so much like based on who am I walking down the road and whose hand am I holding. It's not like that, really.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say the same thing, because I come from a Muslim family. I feel like when you get married, for me, is you're committing your life with someone, and then when you have kids, it's not about you guys no more. It's about your kids and having fun with the whole family. That's why you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you're bonding two families together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Definitely. It takes the whole family to kind of like come together, really, to support them people, because being in a relationship is hard. When you got in-laws that are against you, you're on a recipe for disaster. Do you know what I mean? But whereas when you get the support from both sides, it's a beautiful thing. Like, I like it when I see that. It's nice when people are supportive. But you hardly really get that. Like, if you go to anyone for relationship advice these days, the first thing you're going to get is, dump them. It's not worth the hassle. Don't even bother chat to me about your relationship. Just finish it. She's not the one. Like, that's the first thing what people come with. And it's like now everyone's pushed into this individualistic culture of being alone and just being single or just being dating all the time. Like, when you're with someone, you want to make a family and you want to have a home. No one's really unsupporting you. Like, no one really cares about that these days. It's like everyone's just about, like Melanated said, what they look like on Instagram. And it's become highly individualized culture. And it's like there's no room for family, like people don't get respect for trying to have a family and be together. And like no one supports no one in their relationship. Like,
that's why
even girlfriends are the worst.
That's why I big up Bugs when every time, it's not like just for fake. It's genuine respect and appreciation for the family men that I've come into contact with, on these hangouts and on YouTube. Like, I respect them. I respect hearing Prospect doing a video or doing a show, and it wasn't because his daughters is there with him. You know what I'm saying? Like Ultra Funky, he shows you his little baby. He talks about how happy he is. His wife is pregnant. You know what I'm saying? And to somebody else, they might be like, that's a very boring life. And he always sounds happy. He sounds fulfilled and content. And he
see me, Melanated. I don't really think I ever became an adult until I had a child. Then I realized, because I spent so much time getting away from my parents and rebelling and whatever. When I had a child, that's when I had to phone my parents up and say, what do I do now? Like, what do I do? Like, and then, do you get me? And then I just started appreciating my parents in a different way. And I realized that unless you actually have a child, you're always in that child mindset. There's always someone there that you're trying to get help from. But when you become dependent, when you become responsible for someone who's dependent on you, then you have to man up quick. And I think that has a knock-on effect on the whole rest of your life. It's like people that you're mentioning, like Ultra Funky and all these like responsible minded men, having that child and having to man up has a knock-on effect on the whole rest of your life, that you become a responsible person that you never thought you would become.
I could imagine Funky before he probably had children. He probably was like out there, you know what I mean?
Innit?
Probably.
Suited and booted, innit? Can you imagine him? Suited and booted out there, boy.
So if he sounds
I heard he used to ride a bike. as well. Super bike.
Like a motorcycle?
That's it. A super bike. Super.
What's
Ultra
that?
super. You know, like a super bike where you lean when you have to turn around the corner.
Oh my God.
Super bike. Super ultra bike.
Yeah, like for me, if I think that having a child, having a family, you know, because even like if you just get married, you know, yeah, you know, you're two adults, but you're accountable. You have someone that you're accountable to. You know, you have someone that you're responsible to, and it changes from when you make your decisions and you make your moves just for self. You know, like everything you do is in this other person's interest. You get offered a job, you know, you guys got one car, the job starts at 4 a.m. How the frig is your partner gonna get to work? You know, you guys gotta figure out this, you gotta figure out the finances. Are they cool with taking public transportation? Are you gonna take public transportation? Are they gonna wake up every morning and take you and then come back home? Like it's not just, oh, I accept the job. You know, it's let me talk to my partner. Let me can I get back to you later on today before I accept? Like you have to, it just makes you more accountable to someone else. You know, I remember the me before being a mom. Man, some of the shit people say to me, I would be one of the people, send me your location. Ah! Like, you know, that would have been me. That'd have been me. But now I got a child. Like my son can't see me out here fighting like some. I'm gonna tell him not to do this. Like, see, it just makes you accountable. I remember some lady was rude to me in the grocery store, and I had to decide: am I gonna cuss her out, teach this little boy profanity, or be this example, or am I going to? I think I said something like, "You're supposed to say excuse me." So like I took the moment, the opportunity for it to be a teaching moment for him, and that I remember walking away feeling like, "Fuck, man, I feel like she got the over on me," you know. But my son was like, "Mommy, that lady was mean. She was mean." I was like, "Yeah, I know, son. Like, who does that? Why would she? Maybe she just got a lot going on with her, you know." And it just showed me like it's not about me anymore. Everything is about him.
Yeah, that is true. Like there's a very powerful saying that someone once said. I forget who, it might have even been Mahatma Gandhi or someone who like that said, "Be the change you want to see in this world." Yeah, and I think without realizing, when you have a child, that's the mentality that you sort of implement. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you, as soon as you know that baby's on the way, before that baby even like has consciousness to know what you're doing, you're gonna stop swearing, you're gonna stop smoking, you're gonna stop like a lot of the bad things that you do. Like, you're gonna stop that because you know that there's a little pair of eyes there watching you, or there's them little ears listening. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna change because you know that someone's watching you.
Yeah,
and
it's already affecting
more
them.
about them.
You do. It's already affecting them. Everything you drink, if you don't drink enough water, if you don't get enough sleep, if you have too much salt, like everything you're doing is affecting them.
Eat your greens. Like, you become like you become typical parent mode, isn't it? It's funny. Yeah. It's like me, like I'm driving in the car like one day, like got my favorite playlist on, and it's all like end this and end that and F this and bitch that. And I look around and I realize my kids come to the age where they can actually understand. Like, they're not like 1 year old anymore. They're like become like 10-year-old. And like time just flew. And I'm just looking around me and I'm like, damn, I better just like change my playlist, innit? Like, I just had to like have a kids version. Like, and I was thinking, wait a minute, like none of this hip hop can actually get played. I just had to come up with some new playlists. Like, and like that happens, innit, with children. It's like, you know, they become aware, like there's a certain age that you can get away with certain things up until, you know, and then you realize that they are actually aware of, like, you know, you're on the phone having a conversation with your friend, and know that they can hear you, and you know what, that they understand half of what you're saying. That you're not gonna really, you're gonna have to start having private conversations like, oh, I'm just going out to the car, and you're out in the car just on the phone just chatting shit to your friend. Like, like you become a parent, innit? Like, that's how life is. It's just like, it's shocking. Like, you look at yourself and you think, wow, is that really me? Like But it is, isn't it? It's just like you become the change that you want to see. Like you just become a better person. It's just mad.
Right, true.
You know, like, but before, no one could stop you. Nothing could stop you from swearing, or you could see a million adverts telling you to stop smoking, and you just you wouldn't give a shit. Like you wouldn't give a fuck about nothing. But when you got that little kid there, just changes who you are, man. It's like it's a big like. I don't know if you ever seen that film, The Crow, with Brandon Lee.
Yeah.
When the woman's a drug addict, and he goes up to her and he said something to her like, "To our children, we are like gods. You know, everything that you do, like they observe it like as if it's scripture. Like they're observing it like it's facts. You know, so you know, become like very, very conscious of what you're showing your children. Like even if it's like all these mad beliefs that you had and whatever, you just don't want your children to even pick up on it. You just have to become really accountable for everything that you're showing them. You know what I mean? It's just life, innit? It's like catches up with you. You can only be a youth for so long.
Okay, I have a question. This might be way irrelevant, but do you think society is breaking down families, like breaking them apart?
Yeah, 100%. Like there's a drive for individualist society where, you know, like everyone's an individual, everyone gets to choose their religion, everyone gets to choose their gender, everyone gets to choose everything. And like we're offered this ideal like we've got all these choices, but really it's just breaking down groups into individuals. Do you know what I mean? Even like men versus women doesn't even exist anymore. It's become like many genders, like races have been broken, everything's been broken down into like individuals. So it's just the way it is, you know. It's just easier for them to stay on top when everyone's like not in groups, and that's been pushed. And I think that was shown to me by someone to be like a very left wing, like an ultra left wing ideology that's been used in communist countries, this individualism kind of like culture, and it was a bit scary when someone showed that to me, because I originally thought that, you know, like the extreme right wing were the ones to fear. But then I've always been left wing in it. And when someone showed me like there's a negative to this left wing ideology, that when it's pushed to the extreme, you see like Maoist ideologies and very like these kind of like left wing, like even like someone showed me Hillary Clinton adopting certain Maoist ideologies, and it's all based on controlling the masses. And individualism is part of that, and breaking down culture of family is part of that, because you look at certain cultures like Italians, for example, that moved to America, they maintained their family ideology of having families, and they were strong, you know, like up until a certain point. Like they've infiltrated the government and they had like senators and all sorts that based on their family values. That's what made them strong, isn't it? Now you see that even they've lost it, even that's gone. So like, there is a drive to remove that power from behind people. Like family is the basis of many a civilization.
Yeah, when you talk about Hillary Clinton, bro, that lady was a wacko, in my opinion. You know, I think she did a lot of bad things. You know.
Yeah, I think she's a really like evil, satanistic type person, that she's prepared to take on any ideology or use any method to stay on top. And for her, it's all about staying on top. Like when you look at what the Clinton Foundation done to Haiti, like robbing them, you know, when you realize what kind of people you're dealing with, like, you know, making themselves richer on the suffering of others. Like it's their whole ideology, it's their MO, it's what they do, man. It's their motive for living, you know, like they're just evil. They just have less compassion for other humans. Like they look at people, they don't see themselves in them people. They're just, you know, void of humanity. So they're dangerous people, really. You know, and it seems that these dangerous people, the ones that they find themselves at the top, you know, these evil type people always seem to crave power. They always seem to, you know, put their whole lives aside. You know, she probably even had a child just so it looked good on on her CV, you know, like she's that type of woman, innit? Like, you know, when they got one child and it's brought up by the nanny, innit? You know, it's like that. It's like they just have that child, so it looks good, and they don't have no more children. Because really, like, what time did Hillary Clinton spend with her child? I doubt if she spent any time with that poor Chelsea or whatever her name is. You know, it's not even her husband. Like, she only got married, like, so she can come across in a certain way, like, so she can appear to be a certain person. You know, like, even that was fake. Like, she weren't really married. She weren't really under that guy. She never really done what he said. She never really followed his leadership. No, they just was two full political forces that they allied with each other and become like a power couple. You know, like she never loved him. That's why when he cheated, like, she didn't care. Now, she was just like obviously publicly embarrassed, but you know what I mean? No other woman would take that shit. Like, you know, he would have got kicked to the curb, no matter how rich he was. Like, you know what I mean? What he done with that little Monica thing, innit? Like, that was naughty. Like, that was a dodgy thing. Like, these people are just fake people, man. You know, it's like with the royal family, when you see them on the news all the time and they're presented in a certain way. You know, you got to realize that it's just content, innit? That they're just creating content. Like, they're just, you know, like the ancient Greek gods. You know, when people make up stories about, you know, like this god slept with that god and they had a child and it turned out to be that god. You know what I mean? Like, it's just that it's that same bullshit that's getting spun. You know, but with a modern slant on it. It's just the same bullshit that people want to hear. You know, it makes them feel secure in their little bubble of a world, knowing that there's powerful people out there. As if somehow them powerful people got our interests at heart when they haven't. For
real though.
It's dangerous, bro. Hillary's like the dodgiest. Imagine, like, I know Trump's a fucker, yeah, and he really fucked up badly. But when you look at the way the world was going, yeah, and what Hillary and them lot were doing, imagine if she'd have got elected instead of Trump. Like, this war situation now would have been escalated tenfold. Like, this war on Iran would have been in full flow right now. You know, like, that whole Syria situation would have been like speeded up real quick. Like, they wouldn't have allowed Turkey to go in there, kick America out, and make it like a peaceful like place. It would have been the opposite. It would have been like they would have put fireworks underneath that. They would have made that inflamed situation much, much worse. They would have escalated it to a ridiculous situation. Like, look what Hillary was single-handedly responsible for what we're seeing in Libya today. That's crazy. That was her agenda. That was her ideology. She was like, yeah, let's move forward with this. And these are the people you're dealing with. Like, they're sitting down looking at the numbers going, X amount of people's going to die. And they're like, fuck that. Let's just move forward. Like, Hillary's the one that she fucked up that whole Libya situation. Do you know what I mean? So she's an evil motherfucker. Like, she got voted in instead of Trump. That whole situation, like what we're seeing now with Libya, would have happened a lot sooner. And it would have been a lot worse. Now, I know it's bad what's going on over there, like human trafficking and everything's going crazy. Like, but it would have been worse with Hillary at the front. Much worse. Because with Hillary at the front, other countries would have had less of a say. It's like now in Libya, you got like Turkey going in there, you got Italy going in there. Like, they're trying to stop this kind of like civil war from going on because it's creating this unstable situation. But Hillary wouldn't have allowed that. No way was she allowed that. Her and Obama, which they're on the same side as we know, they were the ones that instigated the coup in Turkey, trying to take the Turkish leadership out because they knew that moving forward, they would be the ones that would like move into the gaps, like move into the voids that they create. No one else is going to step into the shadow of America. Do you know what I mean? But with Turkey, they will have to go into Syria. They will have to go into Libya for their own interests even. They have to do that. So they would be compelled to do that. Whereas other countries could just turn a blind eye. So they thought, let's just take Turkey out from the get-go. But it just didn't work out. You know, it just God's will, innit? It's luck. It's just it didn't work out for them. No?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just like it's just mad.
I think it didn't work out is because of the people. You know, the people with the leadership.
That's what I'm saying from earlier. The people power always wins out. No matter how they manipulate it and what they come up with, these strategies for manipulation and control of the masses, people power will always throw a spanner in the works. always. And that's just like, they can't stop that, innit? Like, I've seen a program on TV, Turkish TV, which you can find on YouTube. It showed this president, Erbakan, years ago, like 20 years ago, came and showed on Turkish television live, saying this is the military plan for America. This is where they're going to move into. They're going to move into Syria. They're going to do this in Iraq. They're going to do that. Everyone's looking at him like he's a madman. He was like, listen, I'm the prime minister of Turkey. They took me into a room, sat me down and told me their plan. And I can either get on board with the plan or they're going to get us out of the way for this plan. They're going to steamroll this plan through. And everything what he said turned out to be right. There's no way that guy can be that like intuitive or that fucking genius to know none of this. But their military plan for that region was planned out 10 years in advance, 15 years in advance. It was planned out. And nothing can stop them. That's what I'm saying. Like, when they make a plan, they make a fucking plan. That plan's going through because no one can really stand in their way. That's the sad thing about it.
Yeah.
You know? So it all panned out the way how he said. You know, like they plan to cut Turkey in half, give half of it to the Kurds, make a new country there where all the oil is, where they can like put in a puppet regime and rinse out all the oil. Like, this is all about the oil, bro.
Yeah.
You know? That's what it's all about. You know, people are nothing to them. People are insignificant. Like, when you look at it in that way, like, it's just millions and millions of people are dying. You'd think that they would care, you know, but they don't care. They just don't care. They just care about money, you know.
Yeah.
And like, for us normal people, like, who would rather be a little bit poorer if it meant millions of people not dying. You get me? Like, for us, like, it's heartbreaking when we see all these death and destruction, because in a way it's like they're doing it in our name, innit? In a way, like, they're going out there to get petrol for our factories, for our cars, for our civilization, for the West. You know what I mean? So when you see Muslims objecting and saying, but they're our brothers. Oh no, you're a sympathizer. Oh no, you can't say that. You're anti-West. No? So now as a Muslim living in the West, you've got to be really careful what you say.
Yeah.
You know, and that just shows you, like, that is the barometer that you've got to measure it by. Because if we have to be careful what we say, and like, anytime we show sympathy for Muslims that are being killed, you look at it on the other side, these far right people that are being encouraged and brought about, it goes hand in hand. Like I said, it's from the top down. You know, poor people at the bottom, they've got no incentive. There's no reason for them to hate anyone else. You know? That's how it is. It's a fucked up world we're living in, bro. Like, and the thing is, like, we just need to maintain our level of consciousness, of understanding of the situation. Even talking about it on these forums and things like that, and coming online and talking about it, it's important, because there's going to come a time where these voices that you're hearing about people saying things like what I'm saying now are going to become less and less and less. And that lie that's being spun is going to become people's reality. Because reality, what is reality? The reality that you're being offered, you know, that you're being shown, that's being tailored for your eyes. You know, it's just a lie, isn't it? That you've been spun this lie. You know, they're saying to you, oh, work, pay your bills, don't worry about no one else, keep your head down. Don't worry about what's going on in other countries and masses of people that's being murdered, because that's nothing to do with you. But really it is, because the same machine that's killing those people and providing petrol for your car, sooner or later, when that expansion slows down, it's going to turn in on itself. The first people that's going to get cold are its own population. Like, these machines that have you by your throat, like these corporate machines. This is what they're engineered to do. Like, and it's not even that I'm making it up. You can see it with, like, the Irish potato famine, for example, when half the population of Ireland was allowed to die because they were moving from a rural economy into a mechanized industrial economy. People were surplus to requirement. They just allowed them to die. You know, there was a potato blight. They didn't really need to fulfill their quotas to Germany and provide potatoes for the whole of Europe, but they chose to do that, knowing that half the population would die of starvation. They chose to.
Yeah, but you're right though. But we have to watch out
you know, people that grow
You have to watch it out.
I got a call.
When you said that they were gonna take over 4 countries, and the last one is Iran. There was even an American general. He said the same thing.
Like I know it might be a bit insensitive saying these type of looking at it in maybe in this perspective, but where do you see like the Middle East like in the next, I don't know, 5-10 years?
Are you talking to me?
Not just like to the whole panel or just for you and Khan.
I see it going to be like Syria, maybe not in the 5 years, but in like in the future. I feel like the whole Middle East, you know, because if you look at it, if you see Saudi Arabia, if you see Qatar, and you see Kuwait, UAE, their countries, why aren't their countries all destroyed? Like Syria, Iraq, Libya, all these countries, right, are destroyed.
What about Lebanon?
Lebanon, it goes with the same with Syria and Iraq and all these countries. The Khaliji countries, they're all safe. But
so what would you not say is a good way Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Lebanon? I'm not too sure about Kuwait, but how they're trying to steer their countries into the future.
I don't think there is going to be a future for them. I honestly, bro, I don't think so, because if you notice, okay, look, let's look at Saudi Arabia or Kuwait. You know, I've been there. I've been to Kuwait. I have family over there. When I go there, I see people with Ferraris, Dolce & Gabbana, Gucci, and everything. You know, they have mansions and everything. And then you go see Yemen, bro. People don't even have water. You know, if they don't have food. You know, if they didn't have food, I'll be, you know, different. But they don't have water, bro. Water, like the simplest thing. But these people have.
No, it's hard. It's hard. Like even in Saudi Arabia, petrol is more cheaper than water.
Yeah, it is.
In most of those countries, petrol is more cheaper than water.
Well, it's really cheap. Like, imagine how cheap. Like an SUV can be filled easy. So, because when I was there, you know, like an SUV could be filled like what, $10?
Yeah, but don't you think maybe with the money, what they get, they might make it a bit more technologically better and probably more better to like habitable. So they probably might have more running water and certain things.
But wait, don't they go against Islam? If you think about it, those countries, those Khaliji countries, they go against Islam because
but it's an older way of thinking. You got a lot of young people now. They want to try and pursue the future or have a better way of living, but where they are, so they don't have to go outside of their country because they like how they live. Like they got a whole way of living, and if you know what I mean, they just want the same equal playing field with education and certain things.
I get what you mean. Yeah, you're right about that. But at the same time, you know, they should take care of one another because we only live one life.
Because realistically, the desert is a harsh place to live, but there's certain benefits of your environment where you could capitalize on that. Take, for instance, solar power,
oil.
Well, I'm not too sure with the oil, but like the sun is always gonna be there in a sense like that. If you know what I mean. So you never know. It could be like another power plant for other countries and certain things, or at least electricity could be cheaper, and maybe somehow or the other they can do something with their technology, so like they can at least have decent clean water at least.
Yeah, man, it's so sad, bro. It's really.
It's not sad. It's not sad. We're in a different times right now. It's the age of Aquarius. It's the age of knowledge. It's like another golden age we're gonna go into now.
So what you're saying that? So are you saying that they should seek like knowledge on how to address like the problems? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, because
correct.
Well, I'm gonna be nice today since it's Ethiopia Christmas. Yeah, like there's a type of mud the Mayans used to make because some of the rainforest Amazon is not very good to actually plant things in. So there's a type of way how we used to make mud, and the mud that we make somehow it just expands and keeps growing, and sort of things like that. And that this same type of soil, if you put it on barren soil, it can make the soil alive again, basically. So there is techniques what are even quite not too harsh, chemicalized, if you know what I mean. What is very what things can use, if you know what I mean. And this is the age of knowledge. And these people are using these techniques from the olden days, if you know what I mean.
Right. Because I think like there has to be ways to, I don't want to say generate water, but like to kind of address water outside of just importing water and stuff like that. Like I guess creating an environment where like your plants and so forth can still be get water and get the nourishment so that they can grow, and then you can have food and things like that. So I guess because those are things that I mean, with wanting to like leave here and go somewhere else. Those are things that I'm trying to educate myself on too, like how to grow food and all that kind of stuff.
Like the Germans use a type of technology where they go up in the sky and they can literally stop the rain in certain parts and certain areas. So they got like a field where there's loads of their like cars and certain things where they're ready to ship out, and they literally go up in the sky and they put some chemical in the sky so like the rain don't literally drop in that area. So I'm thinking there must be another. So I'm thinking that there must be another type of method where you can have specific areas, not everywhere in the desert, where you can at least make it try and rain and certain things like that. So you can, I don't know, you can build off some sort of thing from there, if you know what I mean, and try and do a
They do say that they be creating clouds, like creating the cloud. So yeah.
Trust me, it's a different age we're living in now, and they got the money, but it just people need to get the right education and like not panic and actually just like try and see that, you know what I mean.
And I think you're saying education, but I really think it's a lot of it has to do with the values too. Like they were saying that they allowed the people to die from the potato famine. It's if they value human life, right? So if you value production of your own foods and production of and providing the water and so forth to your population, then you will filter your resources in that area. But if you value perhaps you specifically individually having your own water, then you might ship your water in from somewhere else and say fuck everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's more of a reflection of the values of the people who are making the decision. That they don't really value the people
the reason why I say
what
that.
they need.
The reason why I say that because it's everybody's issue who lives like in the Sahara, in the deserts. Like water is very expensive, if you know what I mean. Like when you hear petrol is cheaper than water, so like literally like you can fill up your tank for literally like 50p or a $2 or £1, and for you to purchase water now over there is probably maybe 3 or 4 times that amount. Because most of the water, what is drinkable, it gets delivered, like how you see in the certain of those offices and certain things like that. But it's like if somehow or the other they can, I don't know, There's already water underneath the desert, but it could be the salt water, basically. You don't know. But I think there is some. Well, I think there is some sort of type of salt water and clean water, maybe around that area, due to what I've heard in the Quran and certain things. So I think a lot of people just have to go back to their old sciences and try and learn how people used to do things, and also adapt new methods. Because realistically, like, water is the most essential thing, and you don't really hear, I don't know, like, any of those aid people going to like the desert areas try to provide water at least.
You don't see them trying to provide water to them Flint, Michigan either. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's a reflection of the values, and they just don't care.
Yeah,
you know, but it's interesting that you say that, because now I'm thinking, so then, you know, how come they haven't instituted or developed new methods of having water in Flint?
Because that's the thing, realistically, and this is why I think, like, universities need to be more attached to the counties and certain boroughs what they're in, because they've got all the scientists there. So while scientists are there, they should at least give young people the chance to come up with solutions of certain aerial problems and go through it in that aspect, in a sense like that.
Because I mean, at least, you know, I know most people would be like, "Oh, come on, who wants to start doing this?" But even if, like, let's say not in an apartment building, but people who are homeowners, right? If the government paid for them to have some sort of rain catching mechanism to attach to their home, so that they, and then, you know, like purifying the rainwater, that may not completely like um meet all of their water needs, but at least a good, you know, even if it's 50%, even if you know, you have water that you can wash your clothes in your house with, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you want to wash your clothes with dirty water? That's not going, you know, like, 'cause we're thinking of like drinking water, but like the water that comes out of the pipe is dirty and and polluted. So we use water to wash our clothes, take a bath, like all of this stuff. Like, if, I don't know, I think the same way that when there's a hurricane, these people get like a relief. You know, they get some sort of money from the government to kind of offset some of their damages. Maybe not all of them, but something. I think that, you know, in 2020, there are mechanisms to filter rainwater and you know, like kill any sort of microorganisms that would be in the rainwater, and make it suitable for bathing, drinking, or even washing your clothes and cooking with. And it should be offered to the people of Flint, Michigan, at the bare minimum.
And a lot of these universities should be in a race trying to solve certain issues and problems in America.
That's true. I agree.
You know what I mean? That's how the inventors used to be, you know, like back in the days.
I mean, I know that they still, at least in the social sciences department, there's definitely lots and lots and lots of free research on like human behavior, and, you know, like, done by the college students. So I don't understand why, you know, in our sciences department and, you know, engineering departments, why they aren't, you know, establishing some sort of like fellowships and internships, and you know, combine them with like not Planned Parenthood, oh Lord, what's Habitat for Humanity, like having Habitat for Humanities, and maybe building homes that have these optional water filtration systems, and, you know, just like, if you know the problem exists, trying to offer some kind of solution, and and like you said, being part of the change.
Yeah, definitely. Because I noticed when I was like studying law, that the coursework what we used to get, a lot of those sort of questions would be of current affairs and certain things was happening in international laws, or something might have happened in a particular case and certain things like that. And it's like I was thinking, why aren't they using the same method like with science, that actually trying to solve certain issues in America and locally and certain things like that. I've noticed in England now, like they've tried to establish more city farms and like organic, getting more crops, but sometimes you don't know if they're just doing this because you might end up in war, so they're just prepping you like in a funny way.
City farms is good.
Mm.
City farms is good because I think just people just need more options. Like out here, they have what they call food deserts, where people don't have access to like healthy foods, like anywhere close to them.
And this materials like this trees, leaves, and just certain things, because there's a guy from St. Lucia that made a fertilizer with sea algae, what just gets washed up on the sea, and sometimes it takes a lot of people to clean it up, and they can't really do much with it. And somehow or the other, he's turned it into like a bio fertilizer of some sort, and he's literally turned into a billionaire. And now we had literally people from all corners of the earth knocking on his door in St. Lucia because of his product. And a lot of these things are just lying around you, and this is why I say education is the best way forward, especially things like geography, where you're dealing with social issues, science, population, and agriculture. Like it all bodies a lot of things in one. So I think a lot of people need to really go back to the drawing board and learn their sciences and certain things.
Oh yeah, I call myself like over the summertime trying to grow certain like herbs and food, vegetables, and it was a learning experience. I don't know if if you have a green thumb or not, but it was just like me trying to take a stab at it, just trying my hand at it, and I experienced a lot of challenges. And through speaking to different people, they was like, oh, trying to tell me about fertilizer, and I was just like, okay, I have to get over like my concept of how useful boo boo could be. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and I didn't even want to. I was like, I'm not buying manure. I'm not buying somebody's doo doo and no, like I couldn't get it out. It was like a blockage in my mind, and yeah, right. So now that I was able to grow I grew one tiny bell pepper, and I grew. I never really got to see my zucchini or I forgot what the other thing was. My zucchini didn't grow, and I just had so much problems, right? All I grew was what was it? Not basil. It's another herb. I think one of those other herbs like basil or thyme or rosemary. One of those things that was growing like nothing. Like that was easy to grow, but anything that like was to like it's just a lot. You just gotta know it's not nothing easy. It ain't like you just drop, especially if you're not growing it in the ground. If you're trying to grow it in a pot, you gotta know the size of the pot you gotta buy, and then it's so much work that you gotta do to the soil before you even put a seed in there. You gotta do a whole lot. The soil gotta ferment. You gotta have bugs up in there doing it, whatever the bugs is doing. Like it's a whole lot of. It's not as easy as I thought it was.
Yeah,
That's why I gotta get with DC Brad. I gotta get with DC Brad so he could help me to get my soil right.
And if you noticed, like they used to teach a lot of these type of little sciences when you were young in like nursery, and that's why they call it kindergarten, because they said the first classroom is like nature or in your garden and certain things like that. And I'm thinking they've took a lot of nature away from us, and
Oh
is
yeah,
it, you know what I mean, it's just turned into concrete now on certain things.
absolutely. I mean, they still do a little bit of those things, like um,
Looking at bugs and all that.
yeah, do looking at bugs, or having the kids each, like, basically have like a little baby cup of soil, and they'll all put their names on it, and they'll all track and see like when the little seed breaks through the soil, and everyone's like, oh, mine is growing, and but there's like no continuation of that. That may be like one little project they do in kindergarten, but it's
Mm.
definitely not that big connection that we have with nature, like that emphasis of.
Yeah, I remember like looking at tadpoles and frogs and all them sort of things, and I forgot what they call them, all them like them bugs, bottleneck and all them. Well, most of that you see that in springtime, depending where you are, though, innit?
You see that in what?
Like you mostly see like nature come like in full around the summer and springtimes, really.
Yeah, yeah. In the winter time, it seems like everything just chills on out. Unless you live in a part of the globe that doesn't really have like a cold winter.
Yeah, no,
All,
there's always
and all,
something going on, but
yeah, they have like a lot of rain.
yeah, yeah. I just remember like Jamaica, like just the first morning I woke up, I could hear chickens, and it's like it's just crazy. Like you just hear so much life around you, birds tweeting, like a whole
Hmm.
different landscape. I see ants running around. You see lizard on the wall. You see bees off, like you see wasp. You see enough things.
Yeah, man. I like that type of living. It really, I guess it just makes you realize like how much how much stuff you're really not exposed to.
No, it's true.
'Cause when I went to Panama and I was, going in and out of the house of where I was staying, man, seeing them lizards, like I was like, oh my god! I'm telling the lizard, just pass, but and then we like trying to make noise so the lizard don't come when we start walking. It was just like, the people who live there, they like, okay, just move, they ignoring it, and I'm like,
Yeah.
look, it's a big difference if you're not exposed to that. But then again, if they come in New York and they see a rat on the street, they might be screaming.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Like they may be screaming. Somebody be like, "Yo, it's rats everywhere." Like New York is don't even.
Serious?
Oh my gosh, it's rats everywhere.
Oh gosh. I don't know how do you sleep, man, knowing there's rats everywhere.
It's how do you sleep? I mean, you do your best to keep the rats out. What do you mean? But they're everywhere. Like it's you have like, and then you have your rats, and then you have your mice. They're different.
Wow.
So rats are like the big ass rats, right? So it's plenty of food for the rats in the subway, and like um all of the businesses, like in the business clothes, and they put their garbage outside and all that stuff. The rats ain't really trying to like get into no little apartment building. The
Mm.
mice is in the apartment building. They have a little pocket. They having a bunch of mice sex, and they have a little bunch of little mice babies, and that's also a nuisance. Like mice all over the damn place, running all over the place, shitting everywhere. It's not cool.
No, it's
But
true.
like if you're walking in Manhattan, you're just walking at nighttime, especially. You crossing the street and a rat crossing the street too.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-mm. And I heard they're quite clever as well, you know.
Oh yeah. There've been so many videos like and like a McDonald's or a KFC like at night when the store is closed and the person turn on a light and the rat is just all over the place. It's just disgusting that you just want to throw up looking at it.
Man.
Because you got to think it's cold too, so they're looking for somewhere to be warm.
Yeah, they're wicked looking. Wow, can't stand them, man.
It almost makes you wonder, like, what is their purpose? Why are they here?
I can't stand them.
Why? Who? What? You know what I'm saying? What is your purpose on this earth to just irritate the humans?
And it's horrible because like you don't have to have their family there if they got a wife and children. It's just like, mate.
He said you don't know if they have a wife and children. He's just like, yo, I'm gonna kill you. That's it.
Oh man.
And see, like that is interesting because you know we be like, oh, we love nature, we love, you know, we're one with nature. We ain't one with no rat though, and no mice.
No way, Jose.
I be trying to, like,
no way.
if I find a spider, I be trying to like let the spider go outside instead of killing the spider. Because normally, but see, like what about a roach? Who is sparing the life of a roach? Everybody's killing the damn roach. You know what I'm saying? See, we all biased, yo. We all biased. We ain't rocking with no roach, no mice, no rats.
The Chinese, I think the Chinese they eat them. Yeah, you can make a little hustle. Because I was listening to one Rasta man called Muta Baruka, and he was saying like if you capture them and you put them in like a little, I don't know, like a plastic container or something, and you let them like shit out for like 2 weeks, and like they're all clean, and basically you can go and sell them.
Oh, I'm just, oh my God.
Yeah,
roach
Chinese.
Doodle. What you supposed to do with the doodle? You have to keep cleaning the plastic container.
Yeah, that's nasty, man.
Who even? I don't even want to touch the roach. I just want to kill it.
Yeah, but the Chinese like them to eat, you know, and the Japanese they pay big money for that.
So wait, so they only eat the cleaned out ones?
Yeah, they try, they try to do a little something.
So if they catch a roach, they're not gonna kill a roach. They're gonna save the roach until they clean it out.
Yeah, man. Let it pass out whatever is passing out for 2 weeks, then there it is.
Ain't even no meat on a roach. That little tiny thing. Where is you? That little tiny thing. What? Come on, you can eat a piece of chicken. What is a roach supposed to do?
They ain't playing with those, man.
That's like a potato chip. A roach is like the size of a potato chip.
Yeah, they have like nachos, or a packet of them.
What y'all call them? Crisp. A roach is like a little crisp. You know what I'm
saying? For them. Sometimes they put honey on it or barbecue sauce, maybe. I don't know. Soya sauce.
Wait, listen. Nah, man. That sounds crazy.
No, but think about it. Could you imagine if you made a fortune of just selling that to the Chinese?
Man, plenty of
things.
Plenty of apartments that
wow.
They got a gold mine. Then, if you look at it that way, you know.
Trust me, and it's like, can you imagine if you had a big bag of that and you get some money for it?
A big bag of roaches. That just sounds disgusting.
People, they be licking their lips. They say, "Oh, this one comes from Harlem."
Oh man, imagine if they be like, they got a preference. Yeah, I like Brooklyn roaches better than Harlem roaches. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
but Brooklyn roaches be tough.
yeah, man. Oh, I don't even know. Like, should we? I don't even. How did they develop like a like for roaches? Who was the first person to say, let's just eat this thing?
But they're
Who
always around,
did
mind
that?
you. Yeah, they're always about. So yeah, I think a lot of the Aboriginals do things like that as well. They say
They eat the
protein,
roach.
and the bugs.
Realize planting can be protein too. Sure.
Mm. Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah, that's why I like cats, man. Cats, like they hunt out rats and mice, and I think mice don't even try and go where cats go. I hope. Yeah, it's only the baby ones that just end up on a up block, and the cat just spin the block on that mad little mouse. Yeah, man, that's why I say cats and Jack Russells. I think Jack Russells
when it comes to mice and stuff, but I don't like cats. I gotta get it. I don't like cats, man. They too damn sneaky.
I think the Egyptians used to like cats.
Yeah, they did. Even when I learned that still ain't helped me to like them. They too sneaky. They too sneaky. I like them,
man. No, they independent, man.
They too independent. It's like having a relationship and a person don't even tell you they love you or nothing. The cat don't even piss on you. The cat just they like, yo, yeah, you feed me every day, but I'm still not fucking with you. Yeah, I'm still not. Yeah, I don't fuck with you like that. Like a dog, like I've never. What's a loyal cat? Like, what is that? Like, cats don't be loyal to their owners.
They keep away mice, man. That's loyal.
Nah, that's
and you know what I heard as well? They keep away bad spirits. That's why the Egyptians like them, and the Persians, and some of the Asians as well. And I think the Greeks, maybe.
But they only do that for themselves, man. I don't know about
they do it for you, though.
The whole mice thing, it's because if they like it. It's not that they like. It's not like okay. So like, let's say if somebody was yelling at you, right? You standing there, your cat right there, and you get in an argument. Your cat is like, "Yo, walk on," right? The cat not doing nothing.
No, I've actually seen a cat save a baby one time from a dog. I've actually seen that. See, cats are smart. They know when to do whatever they want to do, really.
No, man. Okay. You see, I can see you're a cat lover.
No, yeah, they cat them decent, man. Cat them decent. Like even in Jamaica, like the cat would just look at the dogs and just like the dog is more in his nature, but like you can just see the cat just laughing at the dog realistically, saying, "Oh, he's stupid."
No, man, I love my doggies. My doggies show me love. My doggy be like, "Hi, I'm happy to see you. You're home." You got a cat. The cat be like, "Okay."
No, the actually cat greets you when you get home. I see it.
What they say?
No, like they discreet you in it. Like they, for some reason, they know when you're arriving. I don't know how. No, they would. They always end up greeting you when you come in the house, or they meet you outside.
Yeah, I never seen that, but I'm gonna take your word for it. The cats greeting people. Okay.
Yeah, it's only if it's the cat's say far, far away and it's just doing its own thing, and man, not really bother. But for some reason they can tell when you're just about arriving. When you see the cat just sit there, when you hear that person arrive, you're thinking, raw. And they pretend that they don't know what they're doing, but they know what they're doing.
Them cats is selfish, boy. I used to wonder, my homegirl, she had a dog, and the dog, like if you come into the door, dogs, they bark, they get up, they come to the door, they looking at you. Her dog was a house dog, so the dog barely even go outside, right? She treat the dog like it's a baby. And I came to her house and I was calling the dog name. I'm like, Peppy, Pepsi, Pepsi. I don't see no. I'm like, yo, where's your dog? She was like, what you mean? He not answering? Pepsi, Pepsi. We walk around the whole house, go upstairs to her bedroom, open the door, and the dog is laying on the bed and he just turn around and look at you. Like, I said, yo, what kind of dog is this? Somebody could have robbed your whole house, left, and the dog don't even make a sound. It's like, yo, that's not good, man. You need to teach the dog to make some kind of noise, like something is here.
Yeah, dogs are very, I don't know, peculiar, but they are good though, like to guard you, and they'll give you their life for you.
Well, I shouldn't have been talking about cats because I just went outside and I stepped in dog shit. How about that?
Oh man, see, that's another thing with the cat. The cat you don't ever get to see the cat shit.
I know that's what I knew you was gonna say that. That's why I said I should have been talking a bunch of shit. I talk about your shit and I stepped in the shit. See?
But the funny thing now with the cat now, it's in somebody else's garden. They're gonna shit up though, and that person is vexed. But I don't know how the cat knows to go shit on that person's garden. Like for some
so
reason,
you ain't even talking about a litter box trained cat. You talking about an outside cat, like an alley cat type of cat.
Yeah.
Cause they got that litter box stuff.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
I don't like the litter box stuff.
It's like, how do you tell the cat to go shit in there or piss in there? It don't make sense.
No, I don't know how they learn how to do it, but they literally go there and doodle and pee in the box.
Serious?
Yeah. The cat will only go to the box and pee in the box, and they doodle in the box. I'm telling you. And then it's some kind of stones, and then once the cat pees, you just mix up and shake up the little stones, and then it absorbs the urine and it turns into like a clump, and then you could just scoop that out and you throw that away.
Wow.
I don't know how the cat gets trained to do that. I think it has some sort of odor in there that
I think you have to train them. I don't know.
Yeah, because my friend had they bought some cat. They bought the kitten from the kitten was like 8 weeks or so, right? They spent a whole lot of money too on this freaking cat. And one day they left the cat inside the car and went into Walmart, and I guess they left the window cracked, and the cat leave. I said, you just make a $800 cat just pick up and I would be pissed off. I'll be pissed off. Like, you see, no loyalty. The cat just want to go.
Yeah, I bet ran to some white people.
You said you think that you bet the cat went to some white people?
Yeah, I think the cat must have run to some white people straight away.
The cat was like, "Yo, man, black people eating all this spicy food and shit."
And it deuces. He knows a white person must have saw that cat. Say, "Yes, quick, jump in."
Mm-hmm.
They
Oh,
will
you're
open
so
the back seat for that cat. Yeah, they're not playing with that cat, boy. They're not waiting to see if that's anybody's cat. They
Black people will keep moving. Like, I don't know this cat. I ain't bringing this cat up in my house. Like you said, black people know about the whole spiritual thing. They be like, man, this cat gonna bring some spirits up in my house. Hell no.
Yeah, and some cats, like, no matter how you try to get rid of them, they'll just turn up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you can definitely tell, like, some white people must have took that cat, or the cat must have went straight back to where it came from. Because for some reason, cats know how to get back to wherever they got where they come from or something like that.
Mm-hmm. I ain't messing with no baby cat now. I mean, I ain't messing with I don't mess with cats. To me, it's just like you just can't tell what's on their mind. They just be looking at you, and in 2 seconds, the cat could just be on you, scratching your face, and you know what I'm saying? Like, at least a dog would be like, "Grr," like you like, oh, okay, you're upset with me, doggy. But the cat will be looking at you like everything good, and then boom, they on you. Halima's trying to get in.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you actually can't turn your face away from a cat. They would attack you, depending on who you are.
Veli, you got Halima in the back chat trying to get in. Halima boss. Is Halima boss the same as Halima? I don't know. People YouTube names be changing. We just talking. We ain't even looking at the chat. We don't know what's going on. It look like a whole bunch of what? All I need to divorce my husband. What is going on here?
Has anybody from America said to you, Rasta Christmas yet? Or?
Oh, do you know anything about this Rasta Christmas stuff?
Yes and no, sort of.
Is it like Halassi's birthday or the day he was born or something?
No, Reddy knows when Selassie's birthday is. Not today. It's the Ethiopian Jesus' birthday, mate.
Okay, so for according to like of course, no, I'm not taking the mic. No,
not you, Veli. He's taking the mic.
Oh,
It's Jesus' birthday, nobody else's birthday, mate.
Oh, okay. So Veli trying to be sarcastic. What you saying?
Yeah, it could be maybe Nimrod's birthday and Krishna's at the same time, but we're talking about Ethiopian Christmas. Yeah, but I'm not too sure with this particular date, but we're all sort of revolving around the Gregorian calendar. When there was trying to make Christianity, they banded a lot of their old pagan beliefs and other Far Eastern beliefs, because they used to have some of these things like, as their gods. Take, for instance, the god Ishtar of spring, where we have Easter, and with some of the pagan people, they celebrate their sort of Christmas from the 21st to maybe the 25th or the 24th. And during that period would be their Christmas. But also for the Hebrews and some of the Jewish, they have Hanukkah around that time, and Hanukkah lasts for 8 days or 7 days. So this Ethiopian Christmas at this particular time could be the original time when maybe when Christ was actually born. Some people say it was around February time or the spring. So depending where you are in the world or what is the seasons. Like in Ethiopia, it could be spring early there now. So yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, that is. I think it's interesting how, like, not all, but a lot of the spiritual celebratory times happen to be around the same time. You know, so regardless of the systems being different.
Because the Ethiopians work on a 13-month calendar, and right now it's actually like 2012 for them, and they're like 7 years behind of what we know of the Gregorian calendar. So with the 13 months, what they have like a week-long month. So maybe that's got something to attribute to why it's at this particular time.
Okay, so then this will change next year. It'll be a different week. It'll be a different day.
Yeah. No, not really.
Yeah, because for us this is 12. You know, so like January of next year is only going to be 12 months. So if it's 13 months, then it would be February. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, but because realistically, there's possibly 28 days or 29 days in a month. But we have the extra month just added on in certain days where you have 31 days in certain months, and they will probably be the additional extra month, but added on to the 12 months basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So their month.
Oh God. Jeez, my phone is on fire. Very, very, very. I think Melanated just dropped out, and somebody else want to jump in.
Yo, walk one. It's popping. Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
Oh, go on, man. Got like
Yeah,
a
man.
little
Rasta Christmas.
20 minutes. Mel, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you still. What were you gonna say to our cuz?
Yeah, that's what's going over this dreadlock Christmas.
Nasty Christmas, yeah? Yeah, man. Come on. Yeah, man. Shooter Rastas are caught up on Red Pill Trill's channel at the moment.
Okay.
That's the reason why we ain't really got much of a fight on this one today still. So yeah. Yeah, man. So what are you saying though anyway, man?
Not much, just breaking it down with Melanated, talking about too many things, man. Talk about what else? About science, technology, about people fixing up the Middle East or trying to use new technologies to better the terrain and ecosystem of the Middle East. Yeah, but they got money, you know what I mean? And it's sort of like how well, I don't know if it's the same, but it's like Las Vegas is like a city in the desert. So it's like if they're able to somehow sustain themselves, but I think the water in America is a bit different. So maybe that's how they get a blight from living in the desert. But yeah, I'm not too sure if in that region where they are in the Middle East is just salt water, so that's why they can't really do much. Yeah, there must be some technology nowadays.
Right. It's like anytime anyone comes up like, or is a good like inventor recruited by
Can you hear me?
whatever, like, yeah, we can hear you now, Mel. They get
Okay,
recruited
good.
by like a first world country and now end up being their scientists, like the brother that was making the water engine in Jamaica just got recruited by, I think, Switzerland or one of them countries there.
Right.
Nah, he's not doing no work in Jamaica now, boy. He's doing all his work in Europe now, you get me? So
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. It's like,
yeah, it's mad though, but there's certain things people can use that for, like, at least what's beneficial for the environment and certain things like that. I was telling them, like, the Mayans, they had a method of making their own clay because in the rainforest, like, the soil's not that really perfect, so they made some sort of, like, they had a way where they can basically make their own type of dirt, and basically this dirt just keeps expanding and growing and expanding over time. And they were saying you can put this dirt into any barren soil, and this soil will basically regenerate that soil.
Yeah. Is that I think where did I think it's somewhere in China or something. They turn a barren or a desert into like green land or something like that.
See, yeah, the Chinese are very how can I say, they're very inventive, if you know what I mean. They know how to work with nature, some of them, and
That's what I'm saying. Obviously, it's best to build up your community and whatever as well. But it's always good to work with others in it, because there's always going to be like the thing of competition means that sometimes other people will make an invention that you might not make because of the competition. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because of everyone's in such competition trying to invent stuff and make stuff and do this, that, and the other. Yeah, you still need to trade with the other people as well, innit? Like, yeah, I understand this when the pro-black ones say, right, obviously you have to build up the actual first things first. You have to build up the community.
before you start building up anything else in it. I understand why man say that still. But,
Yeah, and like
who's that Trooper? Yeah.
oh, Trooper is there.
Yeah.
Hi, Stuart.
Oh, yeah, Trooper.
Yeah, I thought I'd
What's
come
going
on one quiet. If any of them had cunts come on, I'm going off.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, like I say, man, everyone's welcome around there, innit? Opposing views and people that agree with us as well, innit? Like, so, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting a bit too old to be fucking putting up with bad behaviour, to be honest. I'm getting a bit tired.
Fucking odds of that.
Yeah, fucking hell, it's like, you two live next door to each other or something?
Do you know what
It's like you and James Jones live next door to each other. As soon as you jump on, he jumps on. As soon as he jumps on, you jump on. It's like, what the fuck's going on?
No. That is actually, you know, I can't because it looked like it was dying, but Jupiter will probably inject some life into it. So I'll jump off. I'll jump back on later. So.
What's up, James?
Nah, bro, I'm staying on in it, man, because I got to jump off now.
He just
I got to
dropped
jump
off.
off. Yeah, nah, he jumped off.
James
Still.
is hilarious.
Yeah, James is funny still, man. Trust me. My YG, you get me? But yeah, like I say, man, want all the people them to come around and have chats around there. Still, yeah, try to keep the dissing matches to a minimum and keep it about the points, and then, like you're saying, we can have harder questions asked still. But I do understand that how the argument thing goes as well, innit? Like, obviously, when you're on two opposing sides, it's like you can't help yourself in it when you have to say something about someone, innit? Like, you call them a cunt as well at the same time, innit? Like, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah. I get that as well. Still, so yeah. But anyway, man, carry on, Sorok, with what you're saying, man. Big up yourself, Mel, as well. And
big up,
I'm
brother.
gonna jump off still. Then I just got one more boiler to fix in it, man, and then we can do like a drive time show.
Drive time show.
Like drive time show. Yeah. Well, it's drive time in UK anyway. But,
yeah, it's work time over here. People are in the midst of their
in the middle of the day.
They work day. I'm getting ready to sit in front of my computer and listen to whatever it is that Jupiter and that should be an interesting conversation.
So Jupiter is England out of the EU now then?
By the 31st, they say. I don't know if it's how the things are going. I haven't looked today.
Oh, what, January or?
Yeah, it's meant to be by the 31st, but as far the last I heard, Labour were going to try and put in some paperwork to halt it. Nothing new there, but I don't think it's going to get very far because Boris said that no deal's on the table and it was it's going to have to wait and see. So how's things been with you? What you've been looking into? What you've been studying lately?
Just mostly on the Taínos and looking at the Mayans and the Incas mostly.
Okay. What new stuff have you discovered?
No, it's just like a lot of like the Amazon ain't really fully discovered yet. If you know what I mean, it's like I think there's more to come along the way in a sense.
Yeah, you see the Mayans. Recently, I think it was about 18 months ago, they did infrared over the forest nearby. And they've realised that it was actually a much bigger society than they first thought.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that now. But it's just so dense, the rainforest.
Yeah, so apparently they've got sites that they want to dig up and get them up and see what's down there.
You might have watched the same thing I was watching, because like they was talking about this mud, but if I can like basically grow itself.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And it's funny that because in a lot of the creation stories in the Americas from like say North America and some of South America, they always talk about like this piece of earth that basically was on the turtle's back that just grew and grew over time, and they called that like Turtle Island, which is America.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute. But I'm gonna jump off now, yeah. So
he's laughing at us.
Yeah, and it's also the
I'm not. He's not funny. Oh shit! Yeah, sorry. I'm back in a bit anyway, man. We got yourselves, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so like it's funny like there was this guy that went in a podcast called Joe Rogan. I forgot that guy's name. I think it's called Graham something, and he was talking about this same clay that basically can just grow itself.
Yeah, it's interesting because you know you hear these myths and stuff, and then you suddenly find evidence that makes these myths understandable, and I think that's fascinating about learning stuff and that.
Yeah, because a lot of history has to get rewritten again, and I think a lot of history is gonna change, especially in this year. Or like there's gonna be more discoveries or more, you know, I mean, there's gonna be so much things people have to study or just put into put in order of history a bit better nowadays.
Yeah. No, definitely. Every year they're discovering more and more stuff. It's amazing.
Because this is funny because I was looking at that also the voodoo system of the Yoruba system and some of the spirituality in the Americas, and it's like you can tell over time where some of the cultures that was originally in the Americas have changed slightly, and they've sort of adapted some of the Yoruba traditions, but they're using same methods, if you know what I mean. So like there's a place in the Mayan civilization, I think it's somewhere in Colombia. They've literally got like seven statues with what they call like the seven dolls. And I noticed in the North American mythology and their stories, they talk about the seven grandfathers. And like I was looking at this candle from like a voodoo shop, and they said like, oh, the seven voodoo, the seven orishas. And I was thinking,
Orisha is different. Orishas are different than voodoo. So.
Yeah, but the thing what I'm saying, like they're using the same number 7. But when I look at the Nigerian one, you can tell that it's more than 7 orishas, if you know what I mean.
Right. Mm-hmm. No, I'm just saying when you use it, you're kind of mixing the systems.
No, but there's a candle. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't think like in Nigeria they would do it. It's only that with the Santeria.
What do you mean in Nigeria they weren't doing it? In Nigeria they weren't doing what? Practicing Ifa?
No.
Ralph's calling us nutcases.
No, I'm saying that there's a certain way they practice it in like the Santeria, very different from the Yoruba where they've infused other practices as well. So take for instance what I was talking about with the seven powers. It's like they've mixed up some of the orishas and just called it the 7 orishas, if you know what I mean. Because a lot of the people in the Caribbean, they've got some of their spirituality along
the number 7 right through the Bible is actually a powerful number. Kabbalah, no. Right reaction, 7 seals, you shouldn't be taking the mix. Or piss, rather. Said mix, I don't know why. You shouldn't be taking the piss. 7 seals.
What's up?
Seriously, I
Queen
do.
J.
Good man. He said not me.
And like I see also like the connection with like the Benin one and with the Caribbean as well, where I think you was talking about the lizards as well.
Yeah.
And things like that.
Yeah. It's really exactly right reaction. I don't know why I said mix or miss. I was having 2 conversations at once, and sorry, Tarek, I'm doing it to you again. Yeah, no, I find it interesting because the tribe that my husband comes from, that's what they believe. They believe that the well, it's not. Oh, what do they call them? Iguanas, is it?
Yeah.
They believe that they're their ancient ancestors, and they also have a creation story as well. That people assume that in Africa they didn't have gods, but they did. Yeah.
Like each tribe had their individual sort of creation story was unique to them.
Yeah, some regions, yeah, because some tribes do sort of like double over, have similar ones.
So what's like the Benin one sort of?
The god that what's the name of that god again? Ogido Miogido, I think it's called Ogido Miogido, and it talks of beings that came from the sky.
Okay.
So, yeah. Hector's not around at the moment. Otherwise, I'd ask him if he was around. I'd say to him and he'd tell me.
Yeah,
he has spoken about it before, and he sort of like said to me before that what he knows from that, it matches up a lot with the Sumerians and some of their stuff.
Yeah, Inky and
yeah. And when you there are Jewish people out there that have done videos who swear that the Genesis comes from that story as well.
Yes, oh yeah, it's true.
So
yeah, you can tell that was like very popular in those sort of regions, the Middle East, Persia, and maybe like Turkey. Maybe it might have reached sort of Greece a bit or Egypt.
Well, Sarah Garvey that day, do you remember that day when he come on, he was talking to us and to Ards when Ards went in for the overkill and didn't let anyone speak. But Sarah Garvey said there was a book, and I've forgotten what the book was, and I really need to get in touch with him. Because he says there's a book that shows the connection between Sumerians and the African region, and how there is evidence, archaeological evidence, that maybe some of the people came out from that way down. Yeah.
Because somebody was saying there's a connection with like the Iberian Peninsula as well.
Yeah. I think the people have probably shifted and moved around this world so many times, though, that everybody's connected in one way or another.
Because it's kind of weird when you look at say the DNA of some of the Irish people. Not say a lot, but
Hi, Ralph. Quote Turek about you. He said, "Right, this is all Turek. See you later, Ralph."
We got Ralph. Yeah, because like if you look at some of the Irish DNA, a lot of their DNA traces to regions like the Iberian Peninsula.
Yeah, I think that there's been groups of people that have been moved around and moved around and moved around throughout the centuries. And, I mean, well, we know that anyway because we've seen groups moving down, but the main cause of sort of like have shown us where people have gone, if you know what I mean. They moved out of Africa.
Yeah.
If you look at the Dogon tribe.
Oh yeah, the Dogon.
Yeah, the Dogon, the ones who believe in the star.
What
star? Yeah. Sirius, isn't it?
Sirius B.
Yeah. Isn't that the same tribe that the matriarchal Eve is supposed to have come from?
Say that again.
You know the mitochondrial Eve that they talk about. The woman that traced us all back to. I think it's that tribe. Yeah.
Wow.
The Dogon tribe. Yeah. It's where she's meant to have come from. But the interesting thing is, listen to this. Even though they traced the genetics back, they believe it was different fathers. One woman, different fathers, which is quite interesting.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Where did you hear that from, Jupiter? Where did you?
I can't remember now, but I read it. I know I read it. No, I'll look it up for
I've
you.
never heard that before.
Yeah, mitochondria.
I would love to look that up.
Because they say like the first sort of mitochondrial European woman is, they say, it started in Turkey.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah, and that would match up with the eye color. Eyes didn't the blue eyes come from the Black Sea region.
Yeah, true.
Big up DC Brad, big up Queen J, big up
DC Brad.
Everyone in the chat, big up. This, you see, I'm trying to train my dog because you was talking all this mess about dogs. Girls want you to apologize for all your trash talking about dogs. So I'm trying to train my dog. I got doggy treats, but this dog only wants to listen to get a treat. I don't know how many treats it's gonna take. Cut it out. Dog don't want to listen. And dogs are just cuter too than cats. I'm sorry, they aren't.
Hey, they also said some of the oldest bones found was in Morocco.
Was in where?
Morocco, I think it is.
We have been talking about they. Who's they? We. I need to be able to find this stuff because never heard of no Morocco bones.
No, so that the oldest bones what they found, not to say they're actual Moroccan bones, but probably that those bones might link back to the Dogon people.
That's what you think? They go back to the Dogon?
Yeah, these bones supposed to be very old, very old. But I was thinking, it seems like there was a lot of activity in the Spain, Portugal, Morocco region. What that they don't really talk about too much.
Are you subscribed to Sonetta TV at all? Do you watch any of his stuff?
I used to,
last night he had Ngozi on his show, and Ngozi was breaking down, like, he speaks. I was putting in the chat that he needs to work for a freaking auction. Like, he speaks so fast that a person would literally need to watch the video, stop it, take notes, and then go back and watch it in a slower speed, because the topic of the show was like our connection to ancient Kemet, right? But he goes into more of the biological connection, like our different haplogroups and the different genetic classifications of people, and who admixed with who, and over the time, and different migrations. So people came out of Africa, then went back in. So they went out of Africa, migrated with certain people, and then came back in, and then brought a different set of gene pool back there, and they migrated with the people there, and then like he was just going into all of that.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting to hear where Jupiter got her information from about, like, the mitochondrial Eve having multiple fathers, and just trying to connect that with other information, because I'm not saying that one person has the answer, but putting the pieces together to kind of have an understanding is always good. So yeah, it was really an interesting show. Some people who were, I guess, studied in that area, they were like basically like confirming that his information was pretty on point, and then other people were in the chat like, oh, he's talking crap, and then I don't know if he's talking crap, but some of the stuff, like, you can see some of their biases. So obviously, if someone had like a Hebrew name like Yasharala or Yasha this, or you know what I'm saying, and then they're like burning fire on anything that have to do with the continent of Africa, then you're like, okay, you're probably not even listening because you're just like F that. You just have like not really receptive to it. But and I guess vice versa, somebody who might have had like a Kemetic name and they were just co-signing it, that's also could show their bias too. So it's interesting that this came up and I was watching that yesterday evening. Hello?
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for you to find the actual. I can't find the actual story where it talks about the dads. Fathers.
Yo, Veli's crazy. Veli said Merry Rasmus to everyone in the chat room.
Merry Rasmus.
Yeah, it doesn't say, but what it does say is that every female. Right, let me read what it does say. I'll still look for that story for you because I'll find it. But I'll read what it does say. It says in January 1987, Rebecca Cann, Mark Stoking, and Alan Wilson published a paper in Nature that dropped a bombshell of our understanding of human evolution. Until then, the prevailing theory held that different groups of humans had evolved separately in different regions, beginning about 2 million years ago. Their groundbreaking work revealed all humans carried mitochondrial DNA in their cells that dated back to a single woman who had lived just 200,000 years ago. This woman was dubbed Mitochondrial Eve. Though their research was initially met with tremendous controversy, the death knell of the multi-regional hypothesis had already been struck. The idea here was that our predecessor, Homo erectus, had left Africa 2 million years ago and spread out around the entire world. Then these different populations adapted to the new environment by evolving into Homo sapiens. Although constant gene flow and interbreeding between these different populations meant that everyone.
What does that sound?
Species.
I'm trying to hear what you're saying.
I don't know. I think it's
Tara, can you put your phone on mute too so we can hear
her? The model was seen as the best way to explain all the Homo erectus fossils found throughout Africa, Eurasia, and Australia. The discovery of mitochondrial Eve gave crucial support to the recent African origin model, which held that modern humans only evolved once, most likely in East Africa, somewhere between 150,000 and 200,000 years ago. All older fossils discovered elsewhere represented hominoid lineages that have since gone extinct. And whilst we've recently seen some strange fossil findings that could complicate the picture yet again, the basic tenets of the recent African origin model are now well established. So how did mitochondrial Eve manage to rewrite the entire story of human evolution, for that matter? What exactly is mitochondrial Eve? Unlike her biblical namesake, she wasn't the only woman on Earth. In a sense, she's just a quirk of statistics. But if that's the case, then she's easily the most important quirk of statistics who ever lived. In sexual reproduction, a person will only pass on half of his or her genes, and their contribution to ensuring generations will continually divide by half. After 1,000 years, anyone's ancestor's genetic contribution will drop to effectively nothing. That actually means that the most recent common ancestor of all human beings, or MRCA, who lived anywhere from 2,000 to 40,000 years ago, is more a statistical curiosity than a genetic benefactor, and he or she is related to all of us today in only the most technical of senses. In order to find a common ancestor whose genetics have passed on, we need to look for things that are passed down from generation to generation with little or no alteration. Both genders pass along one thing that is unchanged during sexual reproduction. For women, this is the mitochondrial DNA, which is a distinct subset of genetic material found not in the cell nucleus, but rather in the mitochondria, the power plants of the cell. In most species, including humans, the female egg completely destroys the mitochondria in the male sperm cell shortly after fertilization, leaving only the female mitochondria behind. This is where we get the term mitochondrial Eve, made popular on shows like the Battlestar Galactica reboot. This individual passed down a mitochondria relatively unchanged to every human alive today, and all females will continue to pass down a mitochondria indefinitely. By tracing the subtle mutations to mitochondrial DNA that have accumulated over the millennia, we can figure out which groups are most closely related and ultimately fix the existence of mitochondrial Eve to a fairly specific time in the past, which is currently estimated at about 200,000 years ago. That pretty much rules out the idea of multiple origins for humanity. Otherwise, mitochondrial Eve would have to date back a couple of million years, and mitochondrial analysis shows that that simply isn't the case. It's worth noting that mitochondrial Eve would not have been exceptional during her own life. She certainly wasn't the only woman alive at the time, merely the only one who can trace her descendants to everyone alive right now. All the other women alive at that time, same time as her, either left no living descendants or are only related to some smaller subset of people alive today. While mitochondrial Eve has been the most scientifically important of our common ancestors, she isn't the only one, and she is far from the most recent. Indeed, we don't have to go very far up our family trees to discover just how interrelated we really are. It's a question of basic mathematics. There simply aren't enough ancestors to go around. To understand what I mean, let's say you were born in 1975. Your parents were both born in 1950. Your 4 grandparents were born in 1925. Your 8 great-grandparents were born in 1900, and so on. In other words, your number of ancestors doubles every 25 years. Further back in time you go. If you take that back 1,000 years, simple math demands that you have well over 500 billion ancestors in a single generation. Considering there's fewer than 7 billion people on this planet, and even that is far, far more than any other point in human history, there's something seriously wrong here. The solution, of course, is that you don't have 500 billion distinct ancestors, but rather a much, much smaller number of ancestors reappear over and over and over again in your family tree. Figuring out just how many of your ancestors in a given generation were real and how many were duplicates can make for some fascinating statistics. While we don't really have 500 billion different ancestors, we can still look at the reverse of the idea. Is there a single common ancestor that every person on Earth shares? As we know with mitochondrial Eve, the answer is a resounding yes. But now let's take a look at the most recent common ancestor, or MRCA. The name says it all, really. This is simply the most recent person who, through any and all generic lines, can be connected to every single person alive today. While it's fun to imagine a very small band of humans from which all humans are descended, the MRCA live long after any such population bottleneck, even more so than mitochondrial Eve. The MRCA is the ultimate quirk of statistics, a random individual who happens to be the latest person who connects to everyone. In fact, depending on who you believe, the MRCA might have lived just 2,000 years ago, so this definitely has nothing to do with being the world's oldest human, or only human. What's particularly fascinating about this is that we in the present day can actually change who our most recent common ancestor was. After all, The estimate that MRCA lived only 2 or 3 millennia ago, long after humans became isolated on far distant continents, only works because of the globalization of the last 500 years. The theory is that enough European explorers intermarried with the various indigenous populations of the places they colonized, so that over time, even the most isolated groups became linked into the overall family tree. This is a controversial theory, particularly since there are still thought to be a handful of uncontacted groups in South America and Southwest Asia. If these peoples, each group of which only numbers about 200 or so, really have remained completely cut off from other humans for millennia, then that would force the most recent common ancestor back to the Upper Paleolithic, anywhere from 40,000 to 10,000 years ago. We can at least say this is in 2011 is possible, but not proven, that the MRCA dates back to a surprisingly recent date, anywhere from 8,000 to 2,000 years ago. In 1511, before European exploration had really begun in earnest, the MRCA was still unquestionably an individual who lived in the Upper Paleolithic. And by 2511, the current trends in globalization suggest that everyone will definitely share a recent MRCA, and one that gets more recent with each passing generation as more and more lineages mix. Finally, let's take a look at mitochondrial Eve's lesser-known male counterpart. The science here is simply enough. Since only men have a Y chromosome, fathers pass it on more or less unchanged to their sons, which allows geneticists to trace patrilineal descent in much the same way that mitochondrial DNA allows us to trace matrilineal descent. Intriguingly, genetic evidence suggests that the Y chromosomal Adam lived about 90,000 to 60,000 years ago, long after mitochondrial Eve. Why is everyone's male ancestor so much more recent than everyone's female ancestor? It's all down to breeding patterns. In Paleolithic times, the general rule was that any fertile woman could expect to have a certain number of offspring, and this was fairly evenly distributed. Paleolithic men, on the other hand, might father many children by multiple mothers, or they might fail to father any children at all. Of course, that's something of an oversimplification. Anything describing tens of thousands of years of humans' activity inevitably will be, but it explains why our male ancestors cluster together more and why our common patrilineal ancestor is so much more recent than his matrilineal counterpart. All of this speaks to how small our planet really is, and indeed always has been. A powerful reminder of how little real difference there is between us all. In fact, there's probably the greatest legacy of mitochondrial Eve, 25 years on. Instead of lots of different proto-humans evolving separately over millions of years, the story of humanity is much shorter, more elegant, and more interconnected than scientists had ever once imagined. While it's generally...
So wait, Jupiter, didn't you say this article said that the mitochondrial Eve, that she had multiple...
Yeah, I said I'll tell you what it does say, and I'll still look for you. So basically, what they're saying is that the mitochondrial Eve came out of Africa, and that she's related to every woman alive today, not just black women, white women as well. Every single woman alive today has got her DNA in them, which is really interesting, I think, anyway.
Mm-hmm. But that understanding, do you feel like that's a new type of understanding of things?
What do you mean? It's proof.
No,
I don't think it's a new type of understanding.
What I'm saying is that, okay.
I think it's proof. A lot of people used to believe that there might have been different areas. Although recent discoveries are now saying that there was much more than just 2 or 3 types of humans. So that's interesting as well.
I guess what I'm saying is that, like, so when I was a Christian, I believe that, just based off of my Christian teachings. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it's this, that's not, and if you wanted to say what was proof, my faith was proof.
Oh yeah.
The word of God was proof, right? So this, it's not, it's, no, I didn't jump on her. I didn't jump. What is going on with these people in the chats? I'm sorry, I got distracted. But I'm just saying that I just wasn't really following when you were saying that basically she had like multiple fathers, like the mitochondrial Eve, like she had like multiple, like I guess different type of, she was the combination of multiple male genetics was in one person.
Oh, no. Basically, what they're saying is the mitochondrial Eve lived at one point, but she had so many children that it went down so many different lines at different generations of mixing in. So the lineages.
Okay. So she had a bunch of baby daddies.
Yeah, sort of thing. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Now I understand. Now I understand what you're saying. I was just, I was like, this is sound like some kind of freak of science or something where there's multiple male DNA, like, so her 50%, let's say, from her father would have been like 3 different men or 4 different men. That's what I was like, what? Please tell me where you found this from. Yeah, I was just like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, no,
it just wasn't making sense.
It's only women, and it can only sharpen women. So if you yourself, when you have a daughter, that will pass on your genes. If you don't have a daughter and you only have sons, your genes won't. Well, they will show up, but your lineage won't really show up. Your mitochondrial won't show up because your son will mate with someone, and her lineage will then go on. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
In the mitochondrial, so they won't be able to see the direct connection through the mitochondrial. But it's interesting. It's boring. It's interesting. You have to sort of sit and read some of some stuff every now and then.
So men don't have a mitochondrial DNA.
No, they don't. Well, they do, but it gets destroyed. That's what that article just said. When it goes, well, what happens is when the sperm goes in, the female destroys the mitochondrial, but the actual nucleus doesn't get destroyed. So in the man's semen, they pass on one set of genes, and the mitochondrial comes from the other. It's interesting.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, so pretty much mitochondrial DNA, like the oldest, I guess, common ancestors, genetic material that was left yields that, she basically started multiple different lines, I guess you could say, or strands of herself as she mixed with different men.
LB said it's getting boring. Someone jump on. Well, come on then, LB. We're quite happy for you to come on and talk about it.
Oh no, they want us to argue and yell and argue, insult each other and stuff.
If people are coming here to argue, I should just jump off. And Halima, no matter how nasty you are, you need to spit truth. I've never swore at Fine Swine's daughter. I would never do such a thing. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they really trying to stir it up. Stir up the pot.
Yeah, they like
little darling, stir it up.
And at the end of the day, I'm not bothered. I might argue with Finest Wine, and I might swear at her and say something about her child to her, but not. I would never swear at a kid. I don't know what they're talking about. But yeah, it's interesting. I find it interesting anyway. I find what Turek brings to the conversation interesting quite often. Turek brings up stuff that and people take the mickey out of him, but actually, when you go and check out what Turek's talking about, it actually makes sense. It's just that other people don't have the sense to understand it. So that's up to them.
Well,
understand.
Yeah, I think, I'm not going to say that everyone definitely understands it, but I wouldn't equate someone's lack of interest in that to mean that they're not interested in it because they don't understand it.
Oh no,
to me telling, I think that people will say, okay, the origins might have been from the same, they might have been a central focal point that we all originated from, but I guess to take that and then draw and say, well, we're all the same. I think depending on the person's reality, they wouldn't see us as we're all being the same. And that is not enough to drive that person to that understanding, to say, okay, we're all the same. For some people it is. For some people it is, right?
Yeah.
But
it
that may
depends.
not be for everyone.
Depends what perspective you're coming from. Because no individuals are the same. Everybody's an individual. Everybody. Because of
I mean the same as meaning alike, That's what I meant by the same.
All humans are alike. Yeah. But they've got different cultures, they've got different traditions.
Yeah, but the closer you get to whatever whatever, like your group, the more and more alike you are. Right? So to simplify it and say we all have two eyes and two arms and two legs, I think that's an oversimplification of it. Right? Because then we could look at other mammals that have two eyes and two arms and two legs, right? But we would say that there's a difference between us and those mammals. So where on that spectrum are we going to start to say we're different? Because we could say we're all alike.
I think what
just like
different today is intelligence and mindset.
Huh?
For me, where humans are different, where you set them apart is intelligence and mindset. I mean, you can say there's also genetic looks as well.
So you would draw the distinction between people's intelligent mindset. So everyone who has an IQ of this, they're in that group. Everyone who has IQ, and that's how you would divide people up, or like those would be the categories in your mind of the differences that we have.
Yeah, I would say that we've got different intelligence levels. That's not based for me on race, but there has been proof that it is. If you read the bell curve, that there's the evidence suggests that the average and the mean of each country can be rated. But even within that, though, if you look at the nation in it alone, like if you flatten the bell curve out and just look at all the individual people, you're always going to have people at the top end and at the lower end, and those in the middle. There's always going to be those that are more intelligent, those that are less intelligent, and those that are in the middle. So that's one way of sorting out the differences. The second way of sorting out the differences is aesthetically what they look like, which would be skin color, hair color, and that. But that doesn't always reflect the gene pool that it carries within it. It just so happens that dark skin and the dark hair and the dark eyes is a dominant gene. So if it comes up across a blonde-haired woman with blue eyes, and you've got a dark-haired male or whatever, or vice versa, the brown-eyed gene and the brown-haired gene and the brown skin gene would be more dominant, unless say the father was a carrier of the blue gene without knowing. In which case, if he had a blue-eyed gene and his blue-eyed gene met the woman's blue-eyed gene, the child could have dark skin but still have blue eyes. It's fascinating how it all works out. It's very interesting. It's interesting when you look at where the blood groups come from, where they clustered, how much of the haplogroups you've got and that. And it is interesting. And it does sort of like paint a picture and a map of how it's spread out from mitochondrial Eve and even further back, actually. But it is interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I don't know. Like, I don't know, like, what the harm is in recognizing the differences. I think that, you know, there are people with blue eyes and people with brown eyes, and I think that there's nothing wrong with recognizing those differences, as opposed to saying, "Oh, well, we all have eyes," you know, and just like having that outlook. Like, I don't see it as a bad thing, and I just feel like sometimes in society you're deemed to be bad for highlighting those differences. I just don't get it.
Hey ladies squad, handbag squad. Hi ladies. How my ladies at? Where my ladies at? How
are
we?
You just gonna good. How are you just gonna just twerk like that? Now you're gonna give Torque a handbag. Don't do that.
Torque just has to keep quiet in it. You know, this is the ladies squad, handbag squad.
He definitely gonna keep quiet now. He gonna keep quiet now for real.
No, Turek will be all right. Turek will start teasing us in a minute when he's ready.
So, sorry, ladies, what was the convo that you were having? What we saying? What we were talking about, hon?
Talking about.
I was just saying that I find it interesting the way that genetics, how when they blend together and how they create a human being and stuff.
Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it? The way.
Yeah.
I thought it was quite weird. You know, when you see people with brown eyes and then you see them, they have like a child with green eyes or something like that. I think it's quite, because they always say the brown is dominant.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not always dominant. I've always thought that. And you know, when I've seen people with like,
it's true. Every now and again, you do get a quirk. Yeah, you do get a quirk.
A throwback. I think they call it a throwback.
It's really interesting. It's quite amazing, actually. I find that one of the most exciting things about having mixed race kids. I just don't know what my grandchildren. Well, no one knows what their grandchildren are going to look like. They can have a rough idea. For me, I find it really beautifully amazing that I don't know whether my children are going to marry white or black, and if the grandchildren are going to be more sort of like dark black or lighter skinned. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. I think it's difficult, isn't it? But I think one of the things that they say about skin color, there's a lot of different genes that create skin color. It's not just like one gene that determines the color of your skin.
Yeah, it's a mix, yeah.
Yeah, like several different genes.
But so let me ask you, Betty, is it important? I know that, was it yesterday? I'm getting confused with these conversations. Yesterday, you mentioned that, you know, it was important for your mother, right? That you bring a Black African home, right?
Yes.
So it was important for your mother to have at least an idea of a certain phenotypical appearance for her grandchildren. I wanted to ask you, because you're growing up in
Cocoa Brown in the middle of the world.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So do you share in those sentiments though? Like, I mean, you're pregnant now, and you're for your child, right? So mom and dad are both black. For your child, is it important to you, or are you just like, hey, be with who you want?
I would prefer my child to be with an African, but once your children get to a certain point, you can't tell them what to do. They're gonna do what they're gonna do.
I understand.
I would say if they
so
do,
would you instill it the way in which your mother instilled it in you, though? Would you say,
you know what I would do? My mum was. Because my mum had chances to date white men and she just turned them down. She wasn't even interested. But the way I would do it is I would do the similar thing to what my mum did, but I would tell my child the benefits, the benefits, and I would say about when you go over racial boundaries, it's a difficult thing. I would tell them about the negative side as well. But ultimately, it's up to them. You know what I mean? I can't be policing grown children. I would tell them, do as I say. But if they don't listen, then it's there. If it all goes wrong and they go and get themselves a white man or an Asian man and it fucks up, don't come and cry on my shoulder. That's all I'm going to tell them. Not any crying. You know what I mean? You just have to woman or man up. You lay down, make baby. If man does you wrong, that's your problem. Because in an ideal world, you would like to say, color doesn't matter, and to children it doesn't really matter. But once you become an adult, you start realizing that color does matter. But yeah, I would prefer my children to be with African black people, but it's up to them.
Yeah, I was asking because sometimes I think being vocal about that, it's almost like it's something that people think in their minds, but they're afraid to say it out loud. And then when you do say it out loud, it's like you can hear a pin drop.
Yeah, because like Shaka said, there's a lot of propaganda against black love, isn't there? There's like a propaganda war. Black people are meant to say, oh, they want white people in the family, they want Asian, brown people, and they're just never allowed to say, I want a black baby, I want blackness. But white people don't get the same thing. I don't hear white people feel guilty for saying that they're with a white person. I don't hear it. It only just seems to be black people that are told that we have to embrace everybody.
It's kind of the opposite, where their family structure is supported through advertisement. It's promoted. It's accepted, and it's almost expected, right? So that's why when you see someone outside of that, it's like, oh, okay, well, he chose to be with the black woman, or she chose to be with the black man.
Yeah, because I don't know if you hear. Did you hear that convo? There was a convo with Steve and Raven in Speaker's Corner, and Steve was saying, Raven said, "Nah, I'm only with black women. I'm about black women," and then Steve said to him, "Well, you're counting out other people." But what was funny about it is Steve has got a white wife and white children. I thought, well, before you tell him as a black man to go and get himself a white woman and leave his black wife, why don't you as a white man go and leave your white wife and go get yourself a black woman? And it's just like a lot of people, they preach something that they're not prepared to do themselves.
I think it's quite normal. Most people stay in their own race. I think it's quite normal to have those feelings. For me, it doesn't bother me someone's sexual preference anyway. It only bothers me.
But you're saying you think it's quite normal. So do you think it's more of a society thing? Do you think it's more of a society thing that voicing that is a problem? Because that's what I was speaking on. Like if you voice it, the reception that you get from other people, as if you're almost racist. They feel like it's racist to say that.
Yeah, but they shouldn't. Well, for me, it's not racist when someone says, I want to be with that kind of person. I think that's up to them. But if someone says, oh, it's a political statement, I don't agree with that. I'm not going to go into who said that, but I don't agree with that. But if someone says...
But I could say it because I agree. I think that for the reasons that we mentioned, that myself and Betty have mentioned thus far, if you think that your relationship doesn't send a message. So that's the political statement, a message. So if you have, so I'm gonna give you another example that has nothing to do with your relationship. Have a black woman having natural hair is a political statement, because when you there are policies in certain jobs that specify how your hair is supposed to be, right? When you step outside of the natural grain, traffic is going this way and you said, nope, I'm a busser you and I'm going the other way. Okay. That's a political statement, right? So that's why who your partner is a political statement. The way you dress, the way that like if I dress in an Afrocentric way. Mm-hmm.
Can I answer that? It wasn't just black hair was a political statement because racist white people denied black children going to school. They're going to school with cane rolls and they send their ass home. When black women went for jobs, they were told, get rid of those natural cane rolls, those braids, that afro, and straighten your hair, put a wig on a weave. This is still happening in Britain today and the United States of America, to the point where black women had to take certain states in America to court. It's not just, it became a political statement because there were some racist white folk who felt threatened just by afro hair.
I know someone who works for a television channel, a local television channel, and she wears a wig every day, and now developed a scalp condition, right? Because lack of circulation and air to her scalp, where her hair is not growing. And I would say, why don't you wear? Because I know this person personally, so I'm like, well, why don't you just wear your natural hair? Like, why don't you just like do a twist out or wear a puff or? And she's like, I can't go around at work with my hair like that. Like, I would lose my job. And I'm like, what do you mean you're gonna lose your job?
There are white people who will not employ, like even kids with dreadlocks, people with dreadlocks, all these hairstyles that complement afro hair. They have certain white people who will not allow you to be employed. They don't even want you in the goddamn school. So that's why
it's not something that's what they consider to be appropriate, right? So when you go outside of the norm, that's what makes it political. Sometimes these stories are in the news. These stories are in the papers.
White kids have gone into school. There are white kids that have gone into school in the UK with cane rolls and got their ass sent home because they said that they were copying Afro culture, black culture. That's how racist the UK is. When even a white kid gets sent home with cane rolls, that's how anti-black the UK is. So it's not black people.
So when people are taking statistics of things, they're definitely looking at the family structure. They are looking at, oh, she left because I was bringing in the whole relationship thing and how it's political. Who a person chooses to build a life with, their foundation, their inheritance, their lineage, their DNA. How is that not a political thing?
Yeah, I agree with you. Of course, it's political. Like Tina Turner said, what's love got to do with it? It's political because at the end of the day, they don't accept us, and they make it known that they don't accept us. When you as a white person can be threatened by a fucking hairstyle, and you're ready to deny that person education and employment because you feel threatened that the fact that these people are different from you racially. It wasn't black people that made Afro hair political. Black people reacted to racist white people putting in policies, and violent acts towards them. Because go down the street with a fucking Afro in the UK. Go to those white areas and you'll see how you get locked. Even you can go to the black areas. You'll see how white people react to you. Not all of them, but there's a good fucking percentage. Yeah? Why? It was only like last year, there was, I think it was Shelfridges or one of these places where she went with braids and got told to go home and get a weave.
Oh my God.
Do you know what I mean? And then there was that little boy that had locks, went to a Roman Catholic school, a boys' school, They sent his ass home. He's only like 12. They said, you can't come to this school. You got to get rid of those locks. So that's not black people doing that. That's racist white people in Britain saying that your ass can't get an education because of your fucking hair. It's not us making it political. It's them. They want black people to look like them, to assimilate. Don't ever stand out. You need to pretend that you're white. That's what they want. That's why so many of us conform, because we just want work and we want a fucking education. Because we don't want the hassle. So any white Britons who are so stupid to believe that we're all colour don't matter. And then why is it? And then another thing is, there's a book called The Curly Girl Handbook by Lorraine Massey, a white British woman from Yorkshire with curly hair. Go and talk to the white women with curly hair that also are feeling the discrimination, because they're getting told that if they've got curly hair, it's not corporate enough. You look like the prostitute. Straighten your hair. And they say that is a side effect of racism, white supremacy, because curly hair is associated with black people. Read that book if you think I'm joking. Read how many white women are now complaining about how they're not allowed to have their natural curly hair too.
Oh my God.
It's the next. If you even read the book, I read it. It's called Lorraine Massey. It's called The Curly Handbook. But how can a white person complain that they're not allowed to have curly hair? Because we all know what curly hair is associated with us black folk.
Wait, why are they not? Who's complaining about a white woman having curly hair? I'm confused.
Well, the white people. They are white women. In this book, this white woman was talking about several white women, just like you say, corporate. You know, when you're in corporate America and corporate Britain, yeah, they complain because they're told if they go with all their wild curly hair, they're told to straighten it because it's not professional. Now that's that same thing we're being told as black women and black men.
And so
professional.
So we're supposed to empathize with them. Now they have a curly hair struggle.
What she's saying is, it's not really about empathizing, but what she's saying is, it's because of racism. That's what she's saying. The side effect is that because black people are treated badly and curly hair is associated with black people, if you have those features yourself as a white person, you're going to start feeling it. That is why she has a whole...
I can't front. I met a white woman. Her hair was not only curly, but her hair was coarse.
Yeah.
I went up to her, I said, man, I think your mom was dipping with the mailman, man. I'm telling you, I think you biracial. She was like, she kept telling me that she was white. I ain't never seen no white girl with nappy hair in my life. Like, her hair, like, she would try to like wash her hair every day, like just go in the water and wash her hair and come out. And you know, like when you a black girl, right? You have no relaxer in your hair. You wash your hair, right? And when you wash your hair, it gets wet. It hangs down. It gets a little bit of straightness to it, right? And then when it air dries, that sucker just grows up to the sun. It just goes up.
Yeah, like candy floss.
This white girl would literally, if she air dry her hair, she had a fro, son. I was like, your daddy is black. I was like, yo.
She's like, no. It's racist and white supremacy, but it's a beauty standard that basically says that you have to be blue-eyed, blonde with straight hair, and if you're not any of that, you're you're gonna feel it. So like, because the way talking about how she can feel, that's how she knew about racism. And she felt better when she moved to, I think it's New York. Lorraine as a hairdresser, she moved to New York and she was surrounded by people of color who naturally have curly hair. That's how she felt better as a white woman. Because when she was in Britain, because she was in the minority, a white woman with curly hair, she was, she's feeling all this prejudice. And I think this is what people don't understand, that if you're not near that, that Barbie look, yeah, even if you're white, you're going to feel the prejudice too. and a whole lot of people getting this whole network called the Curly Hair Forum. It's all white women and Middle Eastern women complaining, saying they're getting fed up with this white beauty standard. Yeah. Now, obviously, we as black women feel it more, but I hear what those white people are saying, because even in hairdressing, they teach you that curly hair is damaged hair. That's what they teach you. And
big up Dark Magician. Big up Dark Magician. G Block, stand up.
Oh, yo, happy New Year's, Dark Magician.
Yeah, happy New Year.
Brad.
Well, Melanated, you working?
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, it's supposed to snow. Just letting you know.
When, today?
Yeah, they said that's why my mother just called me. She said that the federal government, they trying to get everybody out by 2 o'clock. It's supposed to be a big snowstorm.
No. I'm not at work, but I'm supposed to work tomorrow, so I hope we don't have any work tomorrow. Woo woo.
I'm getting audited.
Yeah. This is sad that we wanted to snow just so we can have a day off of work. Horrible. Horrible.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on natural hair on DC Brad?
It's really disrespectful. I hear a lot of black men tell black women they need to wear their hair natural and all this stuff. But when black women and children are facing discrimination, I don't hear these black men. When these black women can't get jobs because they're wearing their natural hair, I don't hear these black men come to support black women. Yeah, I mean, I hear.
I have seen.
Black man always argue with black man, but when it comes to deal with these racist white folk, black men have no energy.
Well, black men have to defend himself for that one, because I don't know. The only thing is I have seen black men be vocal on just, embracing natural hair, posting different atrocities, like if a woman is fired or something like that, they will be public about it, like on social media. I have seen, at least the people that I follow, because I follow people who are of a certain mindset. So that does come across my feed. When I think it was the young boy who was, I think, in the Olympics, right? And he had locks, and they literally pulled him over to the side and just started cutting his hair, like that was like a big uproar. The community was in a big uproar about that.
Yeah, the ref got fired for that too.
You said what?
Black man won't do shit in Britain. You won't see no black man get up and do anything about how the little black boy that can't go to school because he's got dreadlocks, the black woman that can't get work because she's got an afro. I don't hear no black men get together.
I remember even seeing a video of a black man recording his son. I saw a video of a black man in having an exchange with school personnel who expelled his son from, it was a private school, and the son had locks, and he was having the exchange with them, saying that this is discrimination. How does my son's hair affect him learning? He gets good grades, he has good behavior, why can't he come to the school? And they was just like, I'm sorry, he was recording it. And then he turned the camera on himself, and then he was just like, we need to stand up, but they doing this to our babies, making our babies. No, in the US.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Black man have a lot more to say in the US, but black men here just too busy telling black women how to do their hair. But when shit hits the fan, you won't see these black men. When black woman gets discriminated against and the children, you will not see black men come together collectively to take on these racist white folk.
Betty, maybe they're gonna come together and start businesses and have their black women stay at home. They don't need to be trying to beg any white man for a job. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. I don't know.
Yeah.
The black British men can come on and talk for themselves, because I'm just talking about how I feel as a black woman in Britain. Yeah, any black man that says that what I'm saying is not true, that's British, can come on and defend things. I'm just gonna say it straight. black men in Britain ain't fucking shit. When you start suffering from discrimination from black women, you ain't gonna see no fucking niggas. They ain't gonna fucking turn up. Yeah, you're gonna be in the barbershop.
Yo, you going in?
Yo, you call niggas,
throwing dominoes at each other like they did this morning when they heard Esau and that Bugs. Fucking, they had so much energy for each other, but they ain't got no energy for these racist white folk. They only got energy to break each other. That's how black British men are. When it's time to take on racism and white supremacy, you ain't gonna see them. They're there. They ain't got no energy for that. Got energy to argue with Betty online, energy to argue with the sisters. When it comes to dealing with the oppression that we face, you ain't gonna see them. Yeah, I don't know what about you brothers in America. You seem to have a lot more balls in America.
Well, because we are women
protesting outside the nail salon when the Chinese man was beating up the sisters in America. I saw a black man come up and do protest. You ain't gonna see no black British man do that. I'll tell you that now.
Damn.
It's only the Americans.
I got no faith in the black. Oh my god.
But it's true, though, brother. I'm not honestly. Even Jarena, my friend Jarena, who's Ethiopian, she's British too. Yeah. Honestly, black men don't defend black British women. They're too busy arguing with each other and chasing white women.
Like that many though.
Yo, Veli, man. What one, Veli? What one?
Bro. I can't.
Yo, Torek. Matter of fact, where Torek at? Oh, Torek left. Man, where Torek at?
Because a carrot, you know.
Torek is British. No, but he British, man. He live out there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he better stand up for his Hebrew women out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, where are all the black British men here? Where are they? I got more balls than half of them put together. Because honestly, when Asian man is following me around the fucking shop in Britain saying that we're us black women stealing, where is that so-called fucking black British man? I went back to my own people. I went to the Nigerian shop. I said, I've had enough of these Asians racially discriminating against me. I don't buy anything from them anymore when it comes to fucking hair and beauty. I go to the Nigerian shop and the Somalian shop, yeah?
You go, girl.
I got fed up with it, fam. But I honestly don't see black British men. They ain't shit, fam. When we start suffering from discrimination, you won't see them. They're too busy arguing over a game of dominoes. The barbershop, you just start seeing them like the pull-up show. But when it comes to these racist white folk, no energy for them, but just energy for the sisters, energy for the children, but no energy for the racist white folk. And American brothers outside the nail salon protesting because the Chinese man had the fucking cheek to come and beat a sister. You honestly think a British black man would do that? No, protest. Just sit there, telling you like that. Your hair, shit, man. It's shit. Collectively, it's shit, man. There might be a few good ones, but collectively, just listen this morning. If you listen this morning to the so-called black British man, they had venom for each other. Esau and Bugs, they had venom. But when it comes to deal with the racism that white people treat black people with, no energy. They only got energy to kill each other and bring each other down. That's why there's so many black women in Britain that are just on it. That we got to be the man and the fucking woman, because the black man don't stand by our side and back our struggle. When black women are dying in fucking childbirth, 1 in 5 more times likely to die in childbirth. Where's the fucking black British man? Nowhere to be fucking seen, fam. You're only gonna come when you're 6 foot under. They don't defend the thing. Too many of them locked up in jail. Waste man. Fucking fools. Sorry, melanated and Brad, but I just had to get off my chest, fam. The struggle's real.
She said, sorry, I had to get off.
I'm not gonna think like African American men, we always own it, but you know, like it seems like when a black woman comes out publicly and says it, like many of us will wake up and like, all right, we'll do something, but damn, though. I mean, like, I don't know. I wouldn't want to showcase all the brothers in there like that. You know, there probably some brothers that stand up. You know.
Where was the Brad?
Anything you need to throw in the white towel.
No, I'm just saying it. Well, I'm just saying though. Like, I'm not trying to act like African American men are perfect. You know, we have our flaws, and but then again, you know, let's be real. The black men who usually do all the self-hating are usually pro athletes and celebrities. You don't be seeing that shit on the street that much, you know, because 85% of black men.
What you mean?
Huh?
What you mean they don't? What do you mean by self-hate first before I respond? What were you talking about?
You know those black guys are like, I married a white woman because black women this, and it's like,
no. That's not only celebrities. No, I'm not saying it's a majority of black men, but you do have a lot of average Joes, you know, that have that, like, literally be like, I don't want no dark skinned kid.
Oh yeah.
They say stuff like that. Yeah, you know, like colorism is live. You know, usually when a woman is she bad is because she seems like she's mixed race, or she doesn't have very I don't know, profound what you would categorize as black features, like dark skin.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You know, dark skin, nappy, coarse hair, full lips, full nose. Like, usually when they be like, oh, shorty bad, I mean, she don't look like that. She looked the opposite. Now she's good. You know what I'm saying? Now she's desirable. It's like, oh, and if you do see a dark skinned girl, they say things like, she's pretty for a dark skinned girl.
Yeah, I hate that statement with all my heart.
She's pretty for a dark skinned girl.
Yeah.
You know? And then or they'll say, are you mixed with anything? You have an exotic look. Exotic? What the hell you mean? I'm mixed with black and beautiful.
Yeah.
Blacktiful. I don't know. What the hell?
Yeah. I could. I'm sorry. I want the political marriage. Because I always say.
But what do you think about what Betty had to say? Because, you know, I don't want to minimize that joint like it wasn't. You know, I don't want to minimize it as if it's not the concern of a black woman that the same way that when they're shooting, because I do have that perspective too. You know, when they're shooting down black men and when they're doing things to black men, black women are very, very vocal on those topics, and we take on that beef, and, you know, as our own, because it's a community thing. But when there are certain things that are specific that impact the black woman, such as her being like, a man can go get a haircut and he's a black man still, he just getting a haircut, you know, and he looks appropriate and neat and whatever and get a job. But a black woman, she has to alter herself in order to seem.
My mother told me when I was younger. My father that, like, he didn't wear a wig or weave or whatever because he preferred her to wear wigs because he always saw a wig as being like a cap, so it'd be like, you know, it was no big deal. And my mother always told me, she said, unless you pay for your wife's hair every time, that's the only time your opinion matters. So personally, for me, I could care less, you know, what a black woman does with her hair, because I've learned we can't control you, so it would be stupid to try. You know what I mean? So, you know, if you decide, I love the naturalness of your hair, because black women's hair don't fall. You know, I love that 4C. Jeez.
But do you think men should be involved in the struggle, in the fight for rights, acceptance?
The black British man's turned up. Are you going to defend the thing? Hold up. You're going to defend it?
Yeah, man. I come to back it. You get me?
Yeah, go on.
Back it straight away. You talking about B?
Go on mute.
You talking about B?
Note your
bullet.
bullet.
Not about the black man in the Britain, man. Yo, remember the girl got shot in Tottenham, you know? That's what started off the G-Walks. The black girl got shot in Tottenham, bruv. That started off the G-Walks, mate.
So you're saying that they defend the thing?
Yeah, of course you do, man. Of course, for the right causes, the people come out. no matter who it is, man. You know what I'm saying? Like for the right causes, the people come out. Man. So
what about discrimination in the beauty world, and where the amount of times black women go into these Asian shops, they get racially profiled? Yeah. How come I never see no black men? Or they always talk about they don't like the weave and stuff like that, but I don't see them ever boycott these shops. I don't see no protest outside these shops. And obviously, it's not just black men that get racially profiled. Black men will get racially profiled when they go into these racist Asian beauty supplies.
Yeah, but you know what? I tell you what, the people them should really be doing is instead of protesting them shops, man should be making their own shops.
Yeah.
But that takes time, don't it?
Yeah. It does take time and it takes hard work. And that's what a lot of people don't want to do. A lot of people don't want to spend time and do hard work. So that, again, what do we end up doing? Being reactionaries and being consumers and just waiting on Sky Daddy to come and save us. Who's going to save us next? Who's going to save us next? No, you need to do hard work and save yourself, because you can't wait for people to save you from. That's not how it goes.
But you
indeed.
Shouldn't
the community thing though
that mistreat black people be taught a lesson? And because if they have protests outside their shop, those racist Asians that have got a monopoly on the black hair and beauty industry are going to think twice about racially profiling black folk, because they live off us.
So what happens then though? Because
what I'm saying is you can build black. I'm not saying that black people shouldn't own their own shop. Fair enough, that is true. Because that doesn't deal with the fact that those Asians in our community mistreating us.
In London though, or especially in South London, if you've got a black hair shop and you try to beat up a black woman in that hair shop, your shop won't be there tomorrow.
But it's not just about beating up, it's about the racial profiling, when black women go in to the shop and they're following you around the goddamn shop like you're a thief. But without us, the damn Asians won't even have their fucking shop. We're the ones buying their shit.
Yeah, true story is that I ain't really been into a woman's hair shop and all that, and walked about with a woman and all that still. So you get me? So I can't really say how they.
One day, take your daughter or someone like a black woman or someone that you know, and see how the Asians treat black people, and you'll see what I mean. They take the fucking piss. They're racist little fuckers.
But I do know what I was gonna say though is I do know black women that have started making their own weaves and wigs and all them sort of things there. So.
Yeah, after my experience, I started boycotting them, and then I finally found some Nigerian Somalian shops to shop at. But for me, that doesn't solve the problem. It only solves part of the problem. The fact of the matter is, in this country, racial discrimination is against the law, and us black people are supporting these racist Asians that not only stop black people from getting a shop, because what they do, they have a monopoly on the wholesale business in hair and beauty, so they can stop selling to you. What they do is they'll open a shop next door to you, undercut your prices, put your fucking ass out of business, and then the minute your shop's gone, they will raise the prices as well as following you around the fucking shop that you're gonna steal. That's how the Asians do it. They have a big percentage of the wholesale business. If you buy any Afro hair products in Britain, it'd be very hard for you not to run into the Asians in the wholesale. But they take the fucking piss, fam.
I do think that the bigger message, I think the bigger message of what she is saying is not the specific situation around the hair industry. It's more so that, for black men to be as involved in things that involve the black woman and the family as the black woman is in pertaining to things that involve the black man. I think that.
What do you mean,
Yeah, an example. An example.
Wait. Listen. Yeah, but
I want to give you an example.
So I can make it. Yeah. But I'm just gonna try and make it easier for your example in it. Yeah, because obviously when Betty was talking about the hair thing, I'm not sure if that 100% translates to to the UK, well, to all parts of the UK, you get me? Because it might be in an area where there's not a lot of black people where something like that could happen. But in an area where there is a lot of black people, something like that couldn't happen, man, because man will run off on that shop, man. Your shop will get closed out. You couldn't box or you couldn't rush one of the man them's sister or something. One of the man them's woman or do you know what I mean? Like in a shop and even if she was
what if it's not a man them? What if it's not one of the man? What if it's just a regular black woman that may not have linkage to the streets or to warrant that level of response?
If it's someone that you knew about, I would say that basically, yeah, if it was just a high street, yeah, situation, and there was people seeing, and the men in a shop was beating up a woman, I'm sure that people would step in to see what's got.
That's not what she's talking about. She's not talking about right, but at least to break it up. But she's saying, okay, having a strong presence that you're not going to treat our women this way. Not this one woman, but more so of this is a woman of our community, and this is not going to be tolerated. That there's a protocol to deal with that.
Yeah, but what what are you suggesting in it? Because it's sort of I sort of need to understand
part of it has to do with a big change in the way that we see ourselves, right? I like to use the word community. Some people don't see us as a community, or our community is very
showing each other more respect. If we show each other more respect, then that would be.
I feel like that would be.
It would be harder for people outsiders to disrespect people in our community, sort of.
I feel like it would be our response towards one another would be immediate, right? It's just like when Jedi called that Muslim dude's mom, your mother's a bitch. Not only he wasn't the only one upset. That's a mother of a Muslim. She's a Muslim. She's a Muslim. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that he had the whole community. Let me finish. Because he had the whole community.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Right? He had the whole community. He had the whole community in an uproar at a statement that he made. Words. He ain't touched the man, mother. He ain't, grab his crotch and say she need to do this and blah, blah. He ain't do nothing. All he said was a word, and the whole community was up at him, right? Yeah. My example that I wanted to give to you was when Eric Gardner was murdered, right? The community was in an uproar. Everyone, right? It was problems. When what's the other guy name? Oh my goodness, I forgot his name right now. The one that they was rioting after when he was killed.
Mark Duggan.
Mark what?
UK. To about UK, yeah, Mark Duggan.
No. Okay, Mark Duggan in the UK. I forgot the other gentleman name in the States.
But yeah,
right?
Let me.
But when Kareem Gaines was killed, right? Or when Sandra Bland was killed, there wasn't no. It wasn't like that. That's all I think that Betty is trying to say is the emphasis that we banging and we going hard for what's right and injustice. It need to be for the men and the women, because there wasn't no rioting when Sandra Bland got killed. It just wasn't.
Yeah, but they're saying, but you see, over here. Yeah, but wait. Over here, let me address one point that you made before. You see that thing that you were saying with Jedi, yeah? They used that as an excuse to try to rush, man. That wasn't, you know what I'm saying? So instead, that was the excuse that everyone needed, sort of thing, to say, oh, we're gonna try to rush you. Yeah, it wasn't say more like, rah, you've insulted a Muslim woman, so we're all gonna come out. Because anytime Zabida's been insulted, they ain't tried to rush no one. Anytime she has been insulted. They ain't tried to rush no one like that. You get me? So it wasn't just because they insulted a Muslim woman, but like I was saying, on the other side of it, yeah, like the first point I made when I first jumped on was when gangs started doing G-walks. The first G-walk was because the young girl got shot in Tottenham in the crossfire of some gang fight. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, she was nothing to do with the thing. And obviously, the main reason why more people came out is because it was a young black girl, not just because it was do you get me? So, like, if you're gonna,
I think the example you're giving about the G-walks is more so of a internal community thing, right? That's like a gang fight, and she was a victim. She was a victim of within the gang, within the community. But what I'm saying is that more so, like Betty was saying, discrimination. So she's speaking about like the dominant white culture discriminating against Black people and their culture, right? I was speaking of police brutality from the dominant white culture and Asian. Okay, the police brutality.
Why should the Asians be allowed to have shops in the Black community and mistreat the Black people? Especially the Black women that go to their shops. I don't see Black men come collective together to support Black women and say, we're going to burn that shop out of the community. If you're going to feed us, if we're going to be feeding you, yeah, well, you can have your little house in Iran, little house in Afghanistan and stuff like that. But then when our women come to the shop, you start mistreating them and treating them like thieves, then we're going to run you out of the community. Then you can go and keep your shop elsewhere in another fucking community, go to the white man's community, treat his white woman like she's a thief, and see if white people will allow you to do that. But Black people put up with a lot of fuckery. This Asian man could not go and do it in the white man's community.
You know why?
Follow the white man woman like she's a thief. It's only Black community that a fucking Asian man can fucking do that and mistreat a Black woman.
Do you want to know why? Yeah,
you know that
because when you rush man in their shop, yeah. Yo, when you rush man, yeah, in the shop after, yeah, and then they have a discount sell, all the people them are gonna run straight back into that same shop what man they just got beat up in. Man, they're gonna run straight back in the same shop and spend the money back there. So if you don't provide an alternative to the shop to go to, people are sort of gonna have no choice to go to that shop or travel halfway across England to go to another shop. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
and I hear what you're saying, Bella, but you want to know what you want. I hear your point, right? I do hear your point, but you want to know what? When I go to the nail shop, I see the woman. It might even say Kim's Nail Salon or whatever, right? And she's like the head nail technician. But you know who owned that shop? Her and her husband. Her husband. He's the one coming in there ordering the supplies, doing this. So where is the Black man putting these businesses in our communities? I think it's a very fair question. Like, if it solve the problem, put a nail salon for your Black women to get their nails done. Put the Black hair supply stores so the Black woman has a place to go. Provide those things for your community.
That's what I'm saying, isn't it?
The Asians are cornering.
No, but you're saying that the Black men don't want to go and defend it because as soon as the stuff goes on sale, the woman is going to run in. She won't do that if the Black man provides an alternative for her. She won't.
No. I'm saying that. And wait. Let me say something here. I was saying that and providing an alternative. The main thing really is providing the alternative. If there's no other alternative, if we're not providing no other alternative, do you know what I'm saying? That because really and truly, that's a self-sustaining business. If women like to get their hair done and their nails done all the time professionally, then why are there not other women opening up salons with or even badgering their partners to open up a salon with them, what they can earn this sort of money if you can provide an alternative, and you know what I'm saying, you might even be able to buy the place that you're renting.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That
I'm studying hair, but I also study nails because that's one of the things that I want to do. But the fact of the matter is, the Asians are cornering. They've got too much property in the black community. So when you're saying provide the alternative, how are you going to provide the alternative when the Asians have got most of the shops? You got to bun them out first and then replace it with a black shop. Because the Asians have got so much in Manchester. I'm talking about Manchester, where I'm from. Yeah, the Asians, so many shops in the black community, and the service and the racial profiling that black people, especially black women, are getting. They take the fucking piss, fam. I just know for
without
do that to white folk.
Hey, without providing an alternative, yeah, how can you bud them out? How are you going to stop people going to the shop?
How can you provide alternative if they're the ones with all the shops and there's no space because the Asians dominate? That's what I'm saying, bigger. They dominate. The shops are not there because the Asians are freaking there. That's come to Hume. Come to my side. You will see the Asians in fucking full. Take your daughter, your cousin, black women, and see how they fucking treat you. That's the whole of Manchester.
Do they have so are you saying that in Manchester they don't have many black businesses at all?
What it is?
They do.
Manchester, central Manchester. I don't actually. My mum lives there. I live in Salford. But if I want to get a black business, a hair, I've got to go all the way to North Manchester where the Nigerians are, or I've got to go Moss Side and go to where the Somalians are. But the thing is, the Somalians don't have a lot of products. The biggest shop I know is about 3 miles away, and I've got to drive all the way to North Manchester to go and see what the Nigerians are at. A lot of black women don't own hair and beauty supplies. The Asians own it. And then when you go in their fucking shop, they're going to fucking follow you like you're a fucking criminal and mistreat you. That's why black women go there, because there's no alternative. And black people can't afford to have their own shop. This is what black women do. Yeah, they'll get a shop, they'll be selling hair, beauty, and food and clothing. But the Asians will just do hair and beauty. And what they'll do is they'll undercut the prices, and they'll come in force like a little freaking army.
Because to some degree, I'm gonna kind of agree with Veli, that we do have to take ownership for the choices that we're making to spend our money, right? We do have to take ownership of that. Like, we complaining about the treatment, but we continue to go there, right? So
other people from going there, when Veli says, like we say, what is the alternative? Because when you come to Hume, you won't see a black-owned hair beauty supply in Hume. It's Asians.
So like one of the alternatives would be, okay, even if you could go above their heads, right?
Hey,
so even if you go wholesale with the fake hair.
With the Asians.
Do you know enough people? Do you know enough black women that will visit a black hair supply shop?
Yeah, I do.
So why don't you start trying to see how you can put that together? See how much it's going to cost to start to get supplies, even do an online thing. You get me? You never know, man.
Yeah.
Never know how the thing goes. You get me? You could be providing the alternative. Yeah. And that's what we need to do more. Provide the alternative. Yeah. Once we've got the alternative up, now we can start saying, oh, look, no one's not coming to so-and-so. I've got this hair running and blah, blah, blah. You get me? But while there's no alternative,
Yeah. I hear you, Veli.
Betty, we need to start from our living room.
What you in the living room?
No, your living room and your medicine cabinet. Because as far as hair supplies, I try to make my own for myself.
Just a lot, but
or I get products. I get products that I know that are. So if I can't support a black hair supply store because they don't have any where I live, then I at least support products that are made by black people. Because like you can only do what you can do.
why so many black men, barbers? One of the problems in the black community is we will train as hairdressers and barbers, but we don't want to. We don't want to go into manufacturing. We don't want to own the shop because that's another thing you'll see. Go to Human Market, you see so many black men with barbers, but they won't open a hair product shop or beauty shop, to support their own businesses. Because I'm sure black men put, cream on their beard, on their hair. If black men that had barbers and black women that had hair shops opened a hair and beauty supply together and supported each other, we could run these racist Asians out of the black community. But all we want to do is do hair. We don't want to go. We don't want to go into manufacturing. We don't want to manufacture our own products. Even the hair and beauty products, they say are toxic.
That's the next stage. That's the next stage, man. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
That's the next stage where like, all right, you're gonna start looking into that next level now. Instead of just having the shop front, you need to own the premises that is on, and try to get a foot in the supply chain that's supplying the business, isn't it? Like, so the brother that's supplying the trimmers, the ones that's supplying the cutting oils. You get me? The ones that's supplying this, that, and the other. Boom, you get all them together, and you get me?
Yeah.
That's how the Asians have got a monopoly on the corner shop game, innit? Because so they started owning corner shops, and then they went to the next level and started owning the wholesale shops. The wholesale shops. And then owning the delivery company in between the wholesale and the corner shops. That's it. You got the whole thing cornered.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah.
Right, it's your family name now that runs this thing up.
Yeah. And another thing I noticed, like when I was younger, what you found was there was like a Jamaican lady and a husband that had a hair and beauty shop, and there was like a Caribbean man used to put Raymond's hair. And what you found is a lot of people, they don't like to take on their parents' business. Once they retire, that's it. That's it. Then next minute the Asians move in. And I used to
that's true.
Even though she wasn't that friendly, she was a little bit, black people's customer service sometimes. But she had everything, even food. And then another thing, this is another thing, when they did regeneration outside, this is another trick that the state likes to do. Yeah, they'll fucking give you an eviction notice, compulsory purchase, and shut your fucking shop down. And the money that they will give you for that property, you won't be able to get another one because the cost of that property has doubled once they do regeneration. If they don't even triple it, that's another way they ran people out of business in fucking Moss Side.
But what Veli is saying is important though. Is like the time of there being these shops is diminishing anyway. People, like they got this store called Vitamin Shop out here. It's like a health food store where you get all your herbs and tinctures and protein powder and all this stuff, right? Sometimes I go in there, I go in there just to read the contents of things, and I order everything from Amazon. You see what I'm saying? Like, why am I going into the store for? The prices are higher because they have rent to pay and everything else. I can order on Amazon and get things delivered to me in 2 days. So when you're thinking about having your own health and beauty store, that may really be an online store, and you can have different lipsticks and nail polish and shampoos and conditioners. And
you don't always want everything online because the thing is, you want to be able to look at the product and look at, if you're going to order lipstick, you want to look at the right shade because a picture online doesn't always tell the same color when you get the product.
Well, if
you're
you are
absolutely
having
right. What I'm saying is, it's moving
then you
to
want to
that
have
though.
an online version as well.
Yeah,
do you know what I'm saying? That because the online is the one that's taking off right now. That's the future.
And even when you have online, people always offer way more things online. I hear what you're saying is that you want to be able to touch it, and women are buying weave online. They've never even touched the weave. They're really like we're just moving that time, we're moving away from that. And if you speak to anyone in business and they're going to tell you about how to maximize your profit and things like that, they're going to say that margin of clients that you're losing because they're not able to physically see it is not as big as you really think. Not in this time. Maybe in like 2005, when the internet was still not all that, like people were like, I'm not trusting this crap I see online. It's 2020. People are buying cars like they never even driven the car. They literally go online, pick the car, and have that shit delivered to them. That's how people are buying cars now.
Yeah, Carvana.
They picking the interior, picking the exterior, press a couple of clicks, purchase. They sign a damn promissory note. They know what their car note going to be. Everything, boom, boom. They never even walk into a dealership.
7-day return back guarantee. Policy.
Never even walk into a dealership. That's how people are buying cars nowadays. So trust me, people are going to buy a damn stick of lipstick. You know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna buy the lipstick. So I'm excited for you, Betty. Yay!
Yeah, I'm
businesswoman.
Once I finish level 2 hairdressing, things and deals and stuff. Well,
and that's something you can do from home with the baby.
Well,
Hey, Betty, if that business takes off, I want 10%. You know that.
Yeah, you want 10%? Don't worry.
How you gonna want 10%? Damn, for the idea, yo, Billy, that's a lot, yo.
Yeah, man. Obviously, I'm moving Jewish out here. You get me? I'm moving Jewish out here. If I get 10% of everyone's business, then I ain't got to start a business myself.
Got you.
I went to a Nigerian hair salon years and years ago in Cheetham Hill in North Manchester, and you know how we do it in Nigeria. They bring the baby to the hair salon. They'll put the baby on their back, the hairdresser, while they're doing your braids. The baby, there's no such thing as nursery in Nigerian hair salon. We put the baby on our back. We do your hair for you.
Oh yeah.
Make money. I'll just cut through really quickly. Yeah. I just want to ask. Everyone's comparing black people to Asians. Yeah. But with Asians, that they've got the same sort of conflicts within their own racial group. Yeah. So Bengalis and Pakistanis and Indians, what have you. Yeah. But generally speaking, you'll find that the Asians that are individual Asians. So they say like Bengalis are mainly the chefs in Indian-owned restaurants and stuff like that. Yeah, you're aware of that. So there's elements of racism within their own community. Kind of thing, yeah? With blacks, black people, we are considered to be everyone can agree, at least on this panel, that we're the most exploited and most marginalized group. Yeah. Yeah, we can all accept and agree on that. I think the issue is we're saying that we can't compare ourselves to any other group. Yeah.
Why?
Because Asian people, not only do they face if you like, for lack of a better word, like sectarianism or tribalism within their own racial group, but they're also directly linked to a continent. It doesn't span multiple continents. They identify as being from a specific continent. One. Number two, they're equally not the most marginalized group. So it's hard to compare yourself. So when you've got a worse set of circumstances, number one, and then number two, you've got a different definition than them, it becomes complicated to compare yourself to them. That's the first. And the second point is, and if I was to offer a solution, because I'm going to jump off that, I'm not going to have time to engage deeply in this argument. But isn't it more important to shed this black identity and realize that Jamaican should help Nigerian should help Ghanaian should help Somali should help, because we are all equally oppressed. So much focusing on what links up.
Maybe because black people think with too much muscle and not the brain.
Hold on. I mean, don't internalize this concept of being black. We can all accept that we're all regarded as black, but don't internalize it as
I don't like that, man.
That doesn't.
Hold on.
I'm telling you about
Let them finish.
Yeah.
When they go to the shop, regardless of whether they're Nigerian, Jamaican.
Let James finish.
How am I going to shed?
Let James finish.
So I mean, don't internalize the black concept in the same way that Asians do not allow themselves to be labeled as brown or yellow. Yeah, they don't allow that. They accept that he's Bengali and I'm from India, and I've got more relation to this even though I don't like Bengalis in India, I've got more relation to this Bengali person than I do this Polish guy. Yeah, so I'm gonna hire this Bengali guy to be the chef in my restaurant. It is exactly the same way we should show solidarity in the sense that if we're linked by the continent, then yeah, I'll help this person because we're African. And if this person's Jamaican, I'll help this person Jamaican. You know why? The primary reason is because we are exploited and marginalized because we are black. So not so much we are
much
black.
muscle.
Yeah, not so much we are black, so we're forced. I identify with this guy because we're black, because we share the same oppression, and two, because we're culturally linked, innit? Like what people loosely define as black culture, we're linked. But all this internalizing is almost to forget individual identities that they share. So how can you copy them where we're a black culture, some monolithic black idea, a color, and they're linked by actual genuine cultural links? You know what I'm saying? It's a bit
stop. James, how does that stop?
Left brain, more muscles.
Going to the shop and being followed and mistreated by Asians when they go in the Afro hair shop owned by Asians. How does whether we call ourselves black, Jamaican, Nigerian stop the fucking Asians from fucking racially profiling us? How does that stop?
James, let me say something, yeah? You see Witness, yeah? He gave a solution. I keep repeating this, yeah? Witness gave a solution to, obviously, we have a lot of black betterment and so on, so yeah, and that was to the smaller tribes to concentrate on bettering themselves and then come together once they're bettered.
Yeah, the individual, the nations, bro. Like, we are nations. We're not just tribes. That man try to relegate us to tribes.
Yeah, the nations. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the nations, the so and so's. So that once the Nigerians fix the Nigerians problem, once the Jamaicans fix the Jamaican problem, once the Barbados fix the Bayesian problem, you know what I'm saying that?
But we can help each other. We can help.
You can do that. Yeah. Even there, like you said, you can help each other. But once,
why would I? Go on.
Once the issues are solved, then or once issues are seen to be on the way to be solved, that's when you can start to make these progresses in the other direction.
When America goes to war with half of Europe to protect another half of Europe, it's because it's got more cultural similarities and a special relationship with one side of Europe. Why can't we be the same? Why can't we say, yeah, we are a different culture? There are some Jamaicans that don't accept this term. Like some Jamaicans will say they're African. Some Jamaicans will say, no, I'm from Jamaica. I don't want to be separate. But why can't an African help both of those people the same way? Because of some shared culture that they have with both of them, not just their skin color. Remember, the phenotypical identification or this black concept isn't shared by the people we're comparing ourselves to. They don't help. Right? They don't help just because of brown.
It's for the people to start to see that themselves. The people sometimes it's like the people don't see that themselves. Once the people them see that themselves, then that will sort of be easier to work with.
But Vele, this doesn't make sense what he's saying, because I gave a specific issue and challenge. Yeah, the Nigerians are shopping at the Jamaican shop. I'm a Nigerian, but I shop at the Ghanaian shop. I shop at the Jamaican shop. I smoke at the Somalian shop. But that doesn't. What I'm talking about is Asians racially profiling black women, regardless of whether they're Jamaican, Nigerian, Somalian. They're racially profiling. What we call ourselves has nothing to do with the fact that the Asians have got a monopoly in our community and they're taking the fucking piss.
Because they know y'all don't love each other. That's the reason. Black people is the only race that don't really love each other and don't support each other. That's the reason why we will always have that problem.
Now you always give that. I hate that excuse. You always give that excuse about they hate each other all the time. Cause
yes, they do. That's the fact. That's the fact. I'm not saying everybody, but if you look at all the races, they support each other, even though they hate each other. But it's less, it's very less. But when you look at the black community, it's hard for us to love each other
that's the reason why it's hard for us to progress. That's what I think.
What it is, yeah, is people need to be brave, yeah, and say then, all right, if we feel as black people as a community that going into certain places is causing us stress and harm, then we need to not go into them places and provide an alternative to them places. If we don't spend money in the places, the place dies.
But I need to jump off in a sec, like now actually. But my point to what I'm saying really is no 100% shared exploitation. Man have a shared so that is the first port of call for any to identify. I'm black, right? So to identify black is to identify that there is an anti-black agenda in the world. Yeah, cool. Fight exploitation at every port. Yeah, everyone should be doing that. To be honest, we should be doing it. That should be a humanistic response. It doesn't necessarily be specific to blacks, but we know black people are the most targeted, if you like. Yeah, but then outside of that, man don't internalize too many foreign and imposed concepts, because at some stage you'll realize that is one of the things that facilitates the imbalance, because not everyone's playing by the same rule set as you. And if you've got some rule set that's been imposed upon you and no one else is playing with it, then you compare yourself to other people and think, how did they get away with that? Well, maybe because they're not thinking the same way as you. Maybe they're playing with different rules than you are. And one of those things it's not about I'm not black. It's about accepting how the world perceives you, but not internalizing it and making it how you perceive yourself, bro.
Good.
You have many other cultures that surround you. Some of them not even specific to being black, bro. Like I always say, with youth cultures, hip hop culture, all these different cultures that relate to different people. You don't have to identify as one sort of monolithic or homogenous identity, and that will allow you to notice similarities in other people's cultures and then be able to support them. So it's not are you Muslim or are you black first? Are you Somali or are you black first? Are you this or are you black first? Forget all these childish, immature ways of fucking pigeonholing people. Yeah, let's look at it specifically. All of us who look like us are targeted the most in the world, so let's fight that. So if you were to create a bank, let's say in the interests of people that were not getting loans from other banks, yeah, guess what the majority of those your clients would be? They'd be black. So you don't have to say it's a black bank, because then it that will cast an aspersion upon that bank. Do you understand what I'm saying, where I'm going with it?
Yeah. But like I was saying, there's like Betty wanted a solution, yeah, and then that's the solution I'm giving, isn't it? If it's somewhere that you're going into and you feel like the people are mistreated, if I've been into a shop here and I feel like the people are mistreating me, yeah, I don't go into that place again.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't care if they're selling the shit half price or whatnot. If I feel like the people like are treating me like lower than the human, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? How am I gonna keep spending my money in these places and going back to these places? Fuck that place. I ain't going there. I'd rather drive past that place. Even if I ain't got the petrol to drive to the next spot, I'll fucking wait then. Yeah, big up, cuz. Yeah, that's the solution then, cuz, man.
I say segregation and rebuilding.
You gotta be strong, innit? You gotta be strong in this game then, because people exploit weak people all the time. Every time you show weakness, it gets exploited. So if you show the weakness that the people are going to take advantage of you and you're still going to come back to the shop, guess how they're going to treat you?
I need to convince other women to not go, because it's not me not going. It's not going to make a difference. I need to convince other women en masse not to go. That's the only way you can drive a shop like that business. Because I don't go. I still see other women go because they don't really have an alternative in you.
Right. That's true.
What you can do,
I was thinking to myself,
stop
like,
going there yourself first of all. Sorry, Mel. Stop going there first of all, while you're telling other people to stop going there. Do you get me? And then from then, at least you know that you're definitely not putting no more money in these people's pockets, while you're telling other people, while you're giving bad publicity to other people and telling other people not to go there. Why should you go to places where they're treating you bad when you're paying for their fucking mortgage on their shop, you're paying their rent for their shop workers and all that?
But I'm not happy with that shot. I'm fed up of it, because this has been going on for time in Hume. Yeah, there's a group of Asian shops that continue to take the piss with the black female customers. And I'm getting.
When you say Asian, are you talking like Chinese, Japanese?
Time to do some protest.
No. She's talking about
let them
the
know
other
that
type of
they're in the
Asian.
black community. They ain't on the fucking Curry Mile. If they want to fucking follow women around the shop, they can fuck off to the Curry Mile and fucking do that there. Because last time I checked, these Asians don't support fucking black businesses. They don't fucking come in our business. You think Asian women can come in a black woman's business and then fucking black women be following around the fucking shop like they're thieves the way they do to us? I can't do that in the Curry Mile, but they can fucking do it in you.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean,
like man said, if you ain't provide the alternative and you're still going back to the same places where the people are going to be taking advantage of you and taking the piss out of you, they're only going to do that.
Well,
they're
one
going
of
to
the
keep
things is,
taking another step further and a step further, man.
well, this is really about, entertaining the conversation and getting the message out there, because she already said that she doesn't patronize those stores and she's found alternatives. So, her saying the type of alternatives, there's Nigerian stores, there's Ghanaian stores, there's Somali stores, lady, if you're in any areas and you're experiencing this stuff, definitely look for alternatives. I would also recommend, as a woman, explore YouTube and create your own products. You can purchase coconut oil from a grocery store. You can get tea tree oil, and some of these other stores you can order the products online, and you don't have to necessarily.
My mum makes cream. My aunt's got a business, selling products and what that as well, My mum makes her own cream and hair products, shampoo. Do you know what I'm saying? Like hair grease.
Well, what's the name of her product? Bigger, why you come on, promote her stuff right now?
Yeah, my aunt does
promote it.
Get me, yeah, man. SWEL.
I know.
SWEL.
I think so, or FEWL. I can't remember.
Oh Lord. Okay, it's gonna be in the descriptions of this video, people. The name and the website and or the contact information to make your orders will be in the description once the video is complete. Right, Veli?
Right, like, yeah.
That's a good one.
My sister bought her first makeup of Kushli Cosmetics as well.
Really? Big up Kushli Cosmetics. Y'all make sure y'all check Kushli sells her makeup online, and you can definitely. She has a website. I think it's KushliCosmetics. How you say UK code, something like that. I don't know how you guys do the.
I think you put a link to it. But can I just let people know that one of the reasons why black people got civil rights in America is because they boycotted these racist white-owned businesses. They stopped going on the fucking buses, yeah? So if you're supporting these racist Asian shops that are supplying to us, yeah, you're just allowing them to mistreat us. Black people don't have no friends. Self-love starts at home.
But
yeah,
one of the things I was thinking about when Veli was talking about why do we go, and I was thinking to myself, when I was at home, right, the Chinese restaurant, I didn't really like the Chinese restaurant. We call it the Chinese restaurant. That's where you get your food from. Your little French fry and chicken wing and General Toast chicken and all that foolishness, right?
What do you call them?
We call it the Chinese restaurant.
Okay.
That's what we call it, the Chinese restaurant. So and the messed up thing is we used to call the man Mr. Chen. I don't even know if that was his name, Chen, but everybody called the man Mr. Chen, right?
Yeah.
It was clearly owned by
Mr.
Chen, and they say carry out in DC. Yeah, we ain't calling no carry out.
Yeah.
So anyway, but growing up, I knew that if I had $2.50, right, I could get $1 fries, 2 chicken wings cut up with some barbecue sauce and ketchup. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if I wanted to go to the Caribbean restaurant, a plate of food was like at least $5. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you just get a small container. So, to some degree, the lack of resources will funnel you to continue to patronize a place that you don't want to, right? So you know the treatment is not good there, but you need to they have a product that you need or that you feel like you need, right? And it's at a price because you can't go into the Caribbean restaurant and be like, yo, let me just get one chicken leg and one scoop of rice for $2. They're not doing it. You see what I'm saying? You're not getting no stewed chicken and
It's like
things
a
for no
$13
$2.
plate right there.
You're not getting it for $2. So the in my neighborhood where I grew up, the only restaurants I had was the Pizza Shop, which they used to get a lot of our money because back in the days, pizzas was like a dollar slice. And then it went up to like $1.50 and so forth, right? $2 or whatever. But
do you think the problem is? Yeah, go ahead.
The Pizza Shop, the Chinese restaurant. There's enough Caribbean restaurants competing with each other, and then you have your chains, your McDonald's, KFC, Taco Bell, Wendy's, all of them kind of foolishness. You're competing against those things just for food alone. So to me, I got to the point where I was like, I'm not buying food through a bulletproof glass. I refuse to. I refuse to order food, and you're treating me as if I'm going to stick you up and rob you. You feel me? You're putting my food in something, you spinning the shit, and you can't touch my hand. I'm giving you money. What is that?
But you're not speaking for a lot of black people though, because I was thinking the problem is part of the problem is because black people like to spend. Black people is very expensive, so if you like to spend, they're ready to serve you, but you're not ready to spend your money for your people.
Yeah.
Did I just say I'm not willing? Did you hear what I just said?
That's wrong.
That's
bro.
what I said. I said you're speaking
saying,
for
bro.
yourself. You're not speaking for a whole. You're not speaking for a majority of people.
No, I'm not. I don't agree with what you're saying at all.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying there's a point. I said is that part of the reason?
He's saying that people. He's speaking as the collective.
Listen. If people provide, if people provide services, that are the same top quality or at least on par with whatever the top quality is, do you know what I'm saying? People are going to support it, like, because it's top quality. You're gonna be it's gonna be stuff that you're wanting to use, that you need to use. But if it's the half-hearted, second-hand, broke-down shit, who the fuck's gonna buy that? Cause obviously the shit's gonna go out of stock. It's gonna go out of, you know what I'm saying? Like, people ain't gonna buy that shit. So
you make a meal and call it like name it some African name, and then make the same meal and put the name in English and see who's going to patronize your food.
What do you mean?
Say for instance, if you sell water and you call it some African name or some strange name, and then you sell the same water but you put an English name on the label.
Bro, listen, it depends.
You're not making any sense. Because have you ever been to a Thai restaurant?
If you do the marketing right, if you do the marketing right, with the African name, you might have more white people buying the water than black people.
You think so?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
So your argument.
The marketing be.
Yeah, you're right. I support you on that one.
And if you've ever been to a just any ethnic food restaurant, I'm not talking about hamburger and French fries, but if you've ever been to any ethnic restaurant, they don't put the names of the foods. I didn't go to Thai. You be like Ling Pong Wong. What the fuck is this? I don't know what a Wong Wong is. They gotta tell you what a Wong Wong is.
It's got a picture of the food, so you can see what it looks like, and then you have to ask the restaurant, the waiter, can you tell me what this is called, please? Can I order that? Get me what's in it, what is in it, and if it ain't got pork in it, then for me, then and it looks nice, then I'll order that.
Listen, it's not about because it's an African name and we hate Africa so much we're not gonna get African water. No. Somebody might be like, I would say that people are familiar and they like what they like because they're familiar with it. And there's some people who are afraid to step out of the box. But that's not just black people. That's a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of people that be like, oh, I've never had squid. They be like, I ain't fucking with no squid. I ain't fucking with that. I don't know about no squid. I ain't messing with it. I just eat burgers, hot dogs, fries. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of people who don't step outside of their box. You be like, oh, did you ever had octopus? No, that ain't no American. We don't be eating no octopus. You know, but then you go to someone. I don't like that. I don't like calamari, but I've had it before. No, I don't like calamari. But I'm just saying that I don't think it's because there is a necessarily a hate. I think people are comfortable with what they're comfortable with, right? And stepping outside of that box is difficult, and that is across culture. There's probably people who eat roast beef but never had jerk chicken, and they're like, I don't know what that jerk is. No, thank you. Let me just have my safe roast beef. This is what I know. My mom cooked roast beef, and that's it. It has nothing to do with if the person is black or white. They could be both two black people, but they just not fucking with nothing that's different. Or it could be a white and a black person. I don't know. I don't really. I think maybe depending on where you live and what you're exposed to, you know, you're gonna see things from a particular perspective. But if you go to a place like California, where it's such a melting pot in its own, you will have black people who probably eat tacos all the damn time because there's so many Hispanics there.
Yo, but that taco trucks though, and the grease trucks in New Jersey, I support black businesses, but damn, something special.
Or like, okay, look, I'm gonna ask DC Brad. He live in this area. Have you ever had papusa?
Yeah.
See, that is something from Honduras. Them Honduran people, they make that shit, and there's so many of them here that black people eating it. We don't. Black Americans is eating papusa. Like, yo, let me go get some papusa. Like it's nothing.
Oh, you said papusa. I thought you asked me something totally different.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my! I was going to say.
Oh God, no!
Sorry,
Brad, get your mind out the gutter, Brad. No, alhamdulillah, nothing.
She's like, Kalas, I'm free from this
nigga. What is papusa?
It's some kind of like. It's like a. Yes, big up the Boaz dad.
Yo, Melanated, I saw you was talking about that episode of Sonetta last night with Ngozi. What do you think?
Oh yeah.
I'm about let's make Kemet black. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get it back there. Shoot, he owned the
man. I'm focused. I mean, I don't mean no harm to Kemet, but I'm West African, man.
Don't you think, sometimes, like before you make someone else successful, you need to be able to make yourself successful with it.
Oh, God.
But I think I agree with what you're saying, but I also think that making that place successful, that can be part of my success.
So sometimes there could be too many successful people around you. That's why you have to go venture outwards.
Like sometimes you could say, like, let's just say I wanted to create a business in Nigeria. That can make me successful. I don't have to say I have to be successful here first, and then I can concentrate on there. I could say,
Juju. For the business to be created in Nigeria, you have to have some sort of funds to open it.
Something like.
I mean, it can't sometimes. So what I'm learning is that sometimes it could be I have to have funds. I have to have connections. I have to have a plan, because sometimes people all they have is like a plan of something, and then they get investors, and you don't necessarily have the funds. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't I'm learning to kind of see things bigger and the possibilities, that it doesn't have to always be like, you know, because sometimes if you tell yourself that, you won't ever make moves because the goalpost is going to seem so far all the time. You know, like I could have said, you know what, I'm not gonna buy a house until I have $20,000 saved up. Well, guess what? I don't have $20,000 saved up, but I bought a house. I didn't even know I had enough money to buy a house. I just took the steps. If it didn't happen, it don't happen. If I fail, it fail. Fuck it. You see what I'm saying? But if you don't, if you have this like,
you see that plan there? You see that plan there that you went to buy the house there, yeah? If you had done the right research, you would have known that you wouldn't have needed the £20,000. You would have known that you would have needed. You would have had the amount of money that you sort of would have needed already. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's really and truly, it's only because you didn't do the right research is why it was like a surprise. Oh, I've got the right amount of money. You know
but that's what I'm saying. You know how many people started businesses or they're successful now and they didn't have this money that you're speaking of. They didn't. All they did was have an idea. They had a plan. They had a PowerPoint. They pitched it to someone, and someone else who had the money invested it. And boom, what was a plan is now manifested.
That's what I'm trying to say. If you feel like you've got a plan that could be like, so not obviously no plans water, but if you've got an actual well thought out plan and a real business idea that's been structured out properly, you see like like when Shakara's doing his debates, he's got slideshows and shit. Yeah, this man comes with slideshows. Man are gonna come with their opinions and shit. This brother's gonna bring slideshows, so it's like you need to be careful if you're gonna talk to him about anything, kid it? Yeah, because he's gonna come with slideshows. So that's what I'm trying to say. If your plan is actually planned out, yeah, where you're gonna be coming proper, not just with ideas and I hope this works out and so and so. You've looked at the possibilities on how it could work and the possibilities how it couldn't work, and you've just worked out everything about it or whatever, and now you're ready to put your money where your mouth is. Then you're more likely to, although you could fail, but you've got more of a chance of succeeding at least.
Right. I'm not negating completely what you said as far as some, you know, in order to focus on success somewhere else, you need to be a success where you are first or whatever. I'm not saying that's not the case in certain situations. What I'm saying is that people should be not so rigid with that, because it's not always the case that you have to be successful where you are first. I think maybe at a certain level of survival, I think, you know, if your basic needs are met, I think you can begin to concentrate on success somewhere else, right? If your basic needs are met, and that success somewhere else can contribute to your present day success. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm, you know, that's what I was kind of speaking on. That you could,
I agree,
you know,
I agree.
because what you call it?
It was just like, you know what it was?
It
was more. Sorry to cut you there, Mel. Yeah. The only reason why I was trying to make that point there was because, like, sometimes, you know, when we listen to some of the people on YouTube, even some of us are making comments here. Sometimes it's just comments on YouTube. Oh, this great stuff's gonna happen, and rah 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 rah. A man's fucking signing on. You know what I'm saying? That man's on income support. Yeah, ain't living in his mum's basement and shit. And it's like, bruh, man needs to be realistic, cuz from your mum's basement, there's not really much that you're going to be able to do. At least be able to stand on your own 2 feet first of all, where you can pay your own bills, and then tell us about what sort of fucking plan you're making to be overtaken and why we shouldn't be listening to these white devils and all this sort of this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but I think also some people can't afford the education. Do you know what I mean? Just the cost of the education, adult education. If you want to change your career or job, is underfunded in the UK. They don't fund it. Do you know what I mean? So that's why it's.
But there's bare little courses you can do, you know, Betty. Yeah, and there's bare little tips you can find out on YouTube for free. But it's, are you willing to spend the actual time and hours trolling through different YouTube videos, watching how to do this, that, and the other, which is going to show you a new skill which you can take into, or which you can use to improve your income or make another me. Yeah, I keep saying the thing that I'm trying to do, yeah, is make multiple different streams of income. If I can get that popping, then that means I don't have to go to work for 6-7 days a week doing this, that, and the other. I can work maybe 4 days a week or 3 days a week. You know what I'm saying? And spend more time inside my house and doing other shit that I want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's the future right there, man.
Yeah, I'm with you, Valley. Trust.
yeah. Come on, Mel. You know I've been saying that for ages anyway. So.
Yeah, man. Listen.
Yeah.
But
it's nothing new to you still, right?
I think there needs to be. I think black people don't have the money that white or Asian people have in terms of starting businesses. They don't get the support. And even if you go to the banks, you know, black people are more likely to be declined when they have a business, when they're trying to get a business loan than their white counterpart. So there are lots of challenges. It is a pity that they are not like charities that give grants out to black people the way other communities have.
Yeah, I'll say it's more to do with actual business plan. If man ain't coming with a viable business plan that can actually get funded, then you've definitely got no chance of getting a business up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you come with, if you've got good credit, yeah, if you've got good credit and an actual proper business plan which is viable and looks like it's got the more possibility of making money than losing money, yeah, then you've got more chance of getting a loan. I'm not saying that you're definitely going to get it. I'm just saying you've got more chance of getting a loan. You know what I'm saying? Like,
if you're
at least get a proper business plan first of all.
It's not about a business plan. If you've got an African name, yeah, you're gonna less likely to get a business loan. That's why one of the reasons why you've got African men in this country with so many qualifications, they're less likely to get jobs, even though they're most qualified out of the black community. Yeah, the minute they see your name alone, yeah, what these racist white folk, they're not gonna give you that loan the way they give white people. That's the reality of institutionalized racism. Same thing with mortgages. This is what people are complaining about when they say white.
See what? Yeah. You see nowadays.
One moment, Valley. One moment. When black Caribbean people have their white name, they are more likely to get the job interview than black Africans. Because when black Caribbean people go for those jobs, those racist white people think they're white until they turn up. But when you're a black African and you got that African name, they know straight away that you're not white. Those are the type of things that's being found out. That's what's going on in this country.
Well, that's been going on in America because we got names like Tyrone. There's not white people, too many white men named Tyrone, Deshaun, Jaquel, Vanisha. It's just black. I mean, if you're black and your name is John or Mark or Luke, or you got a name like Jordan, you know what I'm saying? You might get past, a name like Jordan. You might get the job interview. You know what I mean? Daniel, like anything biblical, you're good. Like people are gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah. Joshua's coming. I'm expecting Joshua.
Go to crossing the Rubicon.
You won't know.
Crossing the Rubicon. you'll hear a Nigerian guy who was working in the bank, I think it was the banking, who was forced to change his name because his name was Temi. He had a Yoruba name. And he said that his Yoruba name was going to, his boss told him his Yoruba name was going to put off his clients.
I think you showed that
So
video on your channel.
This idea, yeah.
Did you show that video? I think I saw it on your channel.
Go to Crossing the Rubicon. Speaker's Corner. He interviews a British Nigerian guy who gets forced to change his surname because he's told his affluent clients by his boss will be put off by his African name.
And he's one of the only guys that done the interviews at the detention centers. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
You see, like at the Windrush thing. Raw shit. Someone's crashed their car into the fucking T thing, man, and run someone over and shit, man. Fucking hell.
Oh, wow. You just saw that?
No, I can just see the crashed car though, lick down the T-hut. And the people them like raw.
Oh God, I hate to see stuff like that.
Damn.
Is anybody there? Is anybody there? Are you the only person that's there?
No, there's people there trying to help.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously there's someone on the floor like they're a bit hurt or whatever. Yeah, hopefully everyone's alright. Just injured and not dead. So, yeah, man. I don't even remember what we were talking about now. So that put me off still.
You're talking about people's last names and you know, the impact of racial.
About getting loans. You see, like a lot of the digital stuff now, yeah, it's literally with the loans and so, yeah. It's more on your credit score and your credit rating. So if it's just a loan, that's different. If it's a business loan, it's more with your credit score and your actual business idea. So
but you do know that your credit score, like race does affect your credit score. You do know that, right?
Your race affects your credit score.
Are you serious? Give me hip. No,
yeah,
give me hip.
There's like evidence of like a black man and I won't say black man, a black person and a white person, like being married and having the same debt actually on their credit, and just like so they have the same address. They have like the same address. Okay, and then they have like the same address, but their credit score is different. In addition to that, they find ways to, at least in the United States, our communities are still kind of sort of segregated, right? So they find ways that based off of your zip code that you live will impact your credit score. So people, they'll give you more points for just living in a different zip code. So it's almost as if like, are there white people who live in Southeast DC? Yes, but it's mostly black. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like so the amount of white people that's affecting.
That does happen in UK, but it's not like you're saying. It's not. But in them circumstances, that's more of a in the UK, that's more of a class issue where your area might bring down your credit score. But it's good.
So when you say your class, aren't there certain? Can you then look at the class and see
whatever you live in?
So what you're saying is that in the lower class,
I can't say that for America. I can only say that for UK still.
So my question in the UK, are there as many black people? Bigger, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so would you say that there's as many black people in the lower class as in the higher class in the UK?
No. Most black people in Britain are working class.
Okay, so
some middle class and some higher class as well.
Okay, so you have middle class. Okay, so would you say the number of black people in the middle class is equal to the number of black people in the lower class.
No.
No, well, in my personal, obviously I've not been able to go through the numbers in it, but what I can see with my own eyes, I would say there's more poorer black people. There's some middle class, and then there's a few higher class. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So you said there's more lower and some middle, right? So let's say, would you say that there is more white people in the lower class, some in the middle, and few white in the upper?
Well, for obviously the country is majority white, innit? Yeah. So although I would still say there's a high number of working class white people that have got bad credit.
Okay, so when you say the higher, no, not bad credit. Okay, but I'm saying that, would you say the majority of them are working class, and then there's a few in the low class, or would you say the majority of them are in the low poverty class?
Well, the majority.
In the,
Do you mean like the majority of working class white people in the UK? Would I say would they have bad credit?
No, I'm not talking. I'm not getting to evaluating the credit yet. I'm saying just the population. Is the majority of them working class or middle class?
The majority of the population
of the white
the majority
population
of the population of the UK, I would say, is more working class than working class to middle class. I'd say there's more
working in middle. I'm using those two to and then out of the white population, you would say it's some of them are poor, or what you would call in poverty. Some of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say it's 50-50 between the working and the middle class in the UK still.
50-50 for the white people.
Yeah.
And then for black people, what would you say that percentage is?
I'd say more like 70-30. I'd say 70-30 still.
70 poor, 30 middle. Okay. So let's just go with the middle population, the working class population, right? So you have 30% of the black population benefiting from, let's say, having a better quality zip code, postcode, right? Being associated with the at least a reasonable postcode that it could benefit their credit, versus 50% of the white people, right? So you can't minimize that.
Yeah, but
that black people are impacted, right? And black people are impacted just based off of where they live.
Yeah, I'm not saying that black people ain't impacted, yeah, but I'm saying that obviously because it's not a black country, and there's the majority of black people in the UK are in the poorer brackets, so they're gonna live in postcodes that are in the poorer credit scores. You know
so
I'm saying?
I'm just highlighting that if by proxy,
but that's what I'm saying.
Based off
Mel. But this is what I'm trying to say. Just for UK, like I can't say for America, because I don't know how America works in it. But I'm just saying, just for the UK example, yeah, it's hard for me to say honestly, yeah, that you can racially put someone's credit score down.
I mean, they're not gonna say, this person black. They're not gonna they find ways to do it, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. They find ways to, because my credit should be based off of if I'm paying my bills on time, if I have anything over 30, 60, and 90 days late, my debt to income ratio, right? That's what my credit should be based off of, whether I'm in the hood or whether I'm in a mansion. That's what my credit should be based off of. But they find clever ways to put in ways to discriminate.
You're right, because you're black. Once you're black, you have a question mark on your head. You're right.
It's not based off of if you're paying bills on time.
That's gonna be our show for tomorrow, you know. That's gonna be a big show for tomorrow, man. Trust me. Because we need to investigate this, man. We need to see if it's true or pseudo.
It
But
is.
no. Do you know why? Yeah. Because
Yeah.
you know what it will do. Yeah. If it's true, yeah, then it will open our eyes to something that's true. But if it's pseudo, yeah, it's something that we have to brush off, innit? We have to say, brother, it's not true then, and we have to just
So if it's
find
true,
out
then y'all
another
need to
way to
stop
get
turning
through.
your nose on black people who move out the hood. Stop looking. You know what I'm saying? They trying to raise their credit score. You feel me? You get me? You get me?
You get me?
Yes.
Damn.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Big up, no, man.
What's going on in the chat right now?
Yeah, big up everyone in the chat. Come on. Couple man in. Couple girl in.
Yeah, I left a link to a few articles
Trying to get through.
for you, melanated and people. I've left a few links up in the private chat. I've heard about that. I've heard about how black people's credit rating is lower. I've heard all of those things. It's not hard, especially because when you know black people are more likely to be working class, you know the areas that they live in. You know there's a postcode lottery anyway. You know, there's evidence when people are living in certain postcodes, yeah, they don't get as many job interviews. That
What do you
also
mean postcode lottery? What's that?
a postcode lottery. You're in the wrong postcode. You know, like for example, insurance. Your insurance can be higher in a different postcode, yeah, because they'll say, "Oh well, these people are more likely to rob you in this area than this other area." Yeah, but the same thing works for the job.
Yo, James.
You don't have to look at someone's postcode to know what area of the city that they came from and what type of demographic those people are likely to be from. And then you as an employer used to say, "Oh well, we're not going to have those type of people," and then dash it in the CV, dash it in the bin. How would you ever know? How would you ever know? You wouldn't until you start doing that. When they started doing these little studies, the same thing when black people started to complain about the Africans when they weren't getting, they had the qualifications, but they weren't getting offered these interviews. And then the Caribbeans would get the interview, but then they won't get the job because the white people thought that they were white because they had that, English sounding name. And then they turned up and said, "Oh, fuck, she's black." So that's then they started coming together and saying something's funny's going on here. And this is what people have to realize, that even if you're white, if you're from like a white working class area and you're applying for a certain job, let's say you want to do in banking, they'll be like, "Oh, this part Salford, M7, fuck that. They'll dash your CV in the bin." How would you ever know? Because those type of jobs are for certain people from a certain ilk. It's only when that's why the government collects statistics and how many people get a job with and they look at which area these people come from, their racial background, because they started to notice that certain people weren't getting jobs and other people were. It's not that hard. The same thing with insurance. They do the same thing. They look, "Oh, this area is let's like increase the premium," stuff like that. But the minute you move to a nice little white middle class area, then all of a sudden the premium drops down ridiculously.
You know what? I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, I kind of like living, like, and working in black communities because then I don't have to deal with that. Like, I'm listening to you and I'm like, that sounds like a
that's never crossed
nightmare.
my mind ever.
Like when I moved to Atlanta, right? Actually, when I moved to Atlanta, I worked for a company that I was actually still a minority. It was, if anybody knows anything about like the way in which Atlanta is structured, the city part of Atlanta is extremely like black. Like all the black people live in Atlanta. And certain neighborhoods are very poor and it's a lot of crime and everything else. There is the city part where there's all the office buildings and people are like everyone commutes to that core area, and then around it, the perimeter, it gets more suburb like and it gets more white, right? Because we're still in Georgia, right? So I worked outside of the city for this very Christian organization, and I want to say the total of staff, we probably had like 4 Black people. That was probably one of my only work experiences. Like when I worked in New York, it was just Black people everywhere. I went on job interview, a Black person, like that feels very comfortable, because if my name was Takesha or if my name was Amber, I still would have got the, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't have hindered me. It wasn't,
Yeah.
My immediate supervisor and so forth were all like Black people, like the people that I worked with.
You're lucky.
It sounds like a nightmare that everything is filtered through that.
Yeah. Can I read from this article? And it says, Black people, the victims of racial discrimination by the banks. It says Nick Clegg highlighted the problem that ethnic minorities' business have historically been in receiving finance from banks. Black African businesses are 4 times less likely to have their loans approved, and all groups have been subject to high interest rates. That's a Guardian article dated January 2017. So yeah, I
and
would look.
is that for the UK or is that for in general?
UK. No, this is the UK.
4 times.
You know about redlining and stuff anyway in America.
I will put. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do. I'll put a link to that article in the chat, and you can have a read of it, melanated. But that's why a lot of Black people, especially a lot of Black African people, especially a lot of the men, they fuck off. They leave their family in Britain and they fuck off back home because they get fed up with the racial discrimination.
But really, you there?
Hopefully they don't do that.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, no, obviously I got a couple more minutes. Yeah, I was just gonna say see what I was saying earlier. Yeah, do you see a positive in a Black culture, or identifying your culture as a Black culture?
Do we see a benefit?
Yeah.
I do.
Talk me through it.
Oh God, I forgot. James is an agent. Okay.
Oh, okay. So talk you through it. I mean, the same stuff that you were saying today. Like, I don't see the purpose of me saying like, okay, you're Nigerian, so I need to only stick with American. I just say that you're Black and you know how to braid hair. I'm Black. I know how to sew clothes. You want to just braid my hair and I'll get you a dress like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, somebody else of another group want to come through, I might be like, look, I'll sew you some clothes, but my girl right here, she know how to braid some hair. You know what I'm saying? Like 10% off of my stuff if you agree to do your hair or something. Like working together as a community if we are oppressed under a shared Blackness or African, whatever you want to call it, Africanness, or like I'm not married to just the word.
But if you share a history of oppression, fair enough. And then if you share other cultural commonalities, like you are both part of an African diaspora in America, cool. That's another culture you share. But obviously, all the heritage that, for example, if there are some genetic similarities amongst a group of people, that's shared by their environment and their heritage, so from a specific region, then biologically there's more of a commonality between, let's say, 2 Nigerians than 2 Black people, for example. Yeah, that's fair to say, isn't it? They also share the same heritage. So in the same way historically empires have risen and fallen as collectives, is the same way that you've got a better chance of Nigerian prosperity than a sort of vague concept of Black prosperity, because it's encompassing many different groups, with different heritage and different sort of like historic philosophies and so on and so forth. So it's a bit more complicated to
Black. They've in America, they got their title Black Americans, in it, African Americans. Then so it like UK, they got the Black British. So it's not all encompassing group. It's only the people that identify with that term black that go under that category. All the others that identify as whatever tribe they are, whatever so and so, they go under that category, but they can still link up into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, I get what you're saying and it makes sense, yeah. But like, don't you see that side of it as well?
Sorry,
and I don't even see Nigerian prosperity as not being black prosperity.
Yeah.
But that's just because of how I look at things, though. I don't look at it as them not being black.
Like that, yeah. Sorry, why I explained it like that, yeah, was because James was specifically talking about the term, the identity black, innit? Yeah. Not every black person goes under that identity black, yeah. But every there's black people that go under their tribal identity, like the Somali brothers and sisters don't go under the identity of black. They go under their different tribal identities, whatever different tribe they come from. There's bruv, you see the different tribe groups in Somalia where when the man was telling me, yeah, bruv, I didn't know there was so much differences between them. You get me? So like,
I'm saying this
although they still recognize that they're Africans from Africa, they're seen as black people. They go under a different label, innit? So they're still black people, they're still Africans, but they go under their own label of whatever label they are, and then Muslim or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, so,
I'm saying it removed. I've never heard no leader of a European or Anglo-American just let's
What's
say
an Anglo-American.
Sorry, no, I don't know why I said Anglo. I said European or American. I meant to say North American. That's what I meant to say. North American, Canadian, European or North American, Canadian. Say we need to defend our white brothers and sisters.
Yes. You haven't been watching TV.
Hold on. And the reason for it is because they observe within their identity the complexity. They impose upon us this homogenous idea of blackness, and then when they demonize it, it serves to demonize every single black man. If you're someone like me,
wait, James. James. Come on. Do you even know what the James? No, do you even know what the melting
let him finish.
You gotta let him finish, let him finish the sentence, bro, and then answer after, bro. Come on.
The demonization of black people, or this dichotomy of white and black, because ultimately there is no brown and yellow. Don't pretend there is a brown and a yellow. It isn't. There is Asians, there is different other nationalities that are persecuted, Arabs, Muslims, different groups, Jews that are self-titled. They allot that themselves these terms, yeah. But we've been forced into this dichotomy of white and black, slave and master. This is their ideology, and then we internalize it, and it serves to better them. Some groups who have a strong identity, balkanizing them is more beneficial. Creating sex amongst them is beneficial. For us, it's more beneficial to create some kind of idea of a monolith. But we can. Why do we not give ourselves credit for intelligence? Why? I know that let's say Veli's from Jamaica and I'm not from Jamaica, for example. Yeah, I know that there is so much cultural similarity in where I'm from and where Veli's from that I'm more similar and I'm more closer to like heritage and culture than another white man. I don't need to say it's because of our skin colors. That's the difference. There is so much culture and heritage associated with history, even genetics. I'm probably more similar genetically to Veli than a next man. Why do I need to pretend that it's under this banner of blackness? Even if you want to say oppression, I'll say, okay, cool. Me and Veli are treated exactly the same way by the police. I don't have to constantly label myself.
So what about somebody who doesn't have a country like Jamaica? Then what do they like Americans?
So you're
saying so their
identity
started. I'm asking you a question. Their identity started 400 years ago.
I was literally about to say.
That's who they are. They're just Americans.
Do you mean an African American?
Is that all they are? Because I'm an African in America, but
is the clue
no.
So the clue's not in the name, no?
I'm an African
Right
in
there.
America. They go. You're speaking about rebelling against a label that someone else is giving you, and what I'm
Right.
saying is that truly we're Africans in America.
Yeah, yes.
Because when you're saying you're African American,
You know
this
what?
is saying that your identity began when somebody brought you here.
No,
This
do you
is
not see what
all
I'm
of who
saying?
you
What I'm saying,
are.
my point is, do you not see what my point is?
Yeah.
Because you're
I
an
see what your
African
point is, James.
American.
Listen, but let me answer your point that you was making, yeah. But let me point out something to you as well, cuz is
Go
that
on.
you see you were saying that the American leaders and the European leaders don't class themselves as white this, white that no more, yeah. But that's no more. They used to do that, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's only since this political correctness of giving each other political labels and so and so, so and so. That's the only time now that man is classing themselves as right, the so and so nation, this nation of this and this nation of that.
Yeah,
You
because they've
get me?
solidified
But
their
before,
success.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but on their way up though, to solidify their success, they forgot about the nations and grouped each other together as one and said, like, we the white people are going to dominate them, the black people. You get me? And them, the Indian people, and them, whoever they was originally in America, we're just going to wipe them out. You get me? So
Yeah, I fully take your point, but you know what? You know one thing I will say, and I definitely agree with that. Yeah, because obviously I'm talking about. Unfortunately, we have the weight of history behind us, and we don't. I don't think it's in anybody's intent to enslave white people. I don't think that's in any of our benefit. I don't believe that Pan-Africanism and people promoting black betterment are promoting black supremacy. So in that way, it still is not beneficial. So it may have been beneficial for them to enslave us, but it not necessarily. So, for example, Europe. So like when the Greeks went to visit the what do you call it, the Egyptians, I don't think they believed the Egyptians at that period were inferior. It only became important for people to describe inferiority and superiority when they wanted to enslave and exploit people. We're not attempting to exploit people. We're attempting to achieve what they have already, what they've achieved, what they are currently experiencing now. Right? Technological revolutions. You know what I'm saying? We want. I know this sounds like, but we want to do it the right way if we had an opportunity to, innit? So technically speaking, yeah, that is an obsolete, in my opinion, that is an archaic strategy and not a beneficial strategy. And it create that us and them. I respect the siege mentality, yeah. Don't get me wrong, but it has to be based on an identity that we have ascribed to ourselves. Like Jews call themselves Jews. So they can do that siege shit. Everybody's against us, but they can do it based on an identity that some people would argue that.
Where did this term black really come from? Because I truly feel like I understand and I recognize that people of African ancestry throughout the diaspora, a lot of them have a very ingrained sense of nationality to where they are now in a diaspora, right? But what I'm saying is that the term black came about out of the history, especially here in America, having to do with how they the like you said, the dichotomy between white and black, right? And not just a lot of African Americans have a very strong sense of not belonging, not having an identity to anything. So it's almost as if basically maybe African Americans are black and then everyone else has a country, right? And I think the attempt to call for African Americans to call other people black is to say to denote the similarities between the two. And what you're saying is, no, we're not similar. Bro, you don't got a fucking country. I do. That's pretty much the message there, because everyone else is like, oh, I'm Colombian or I'm Costa Rican or I'm Dominican, and they should deal with their nation, right? But the term black joins the nation. See what I'm saying? Let me finish. The term black joins the nations, right? Because it's saying that despite whatever nation, whatever nationality you have, we're black. that joins them together. And what you're saying is that, no, we are different, specific, distinct people with different heritages. So I'm Colombian and I'm Puerto Rican and I'm Dominican. And all a Black American has is that I'm American. Like, the fuck? Like, right. To me, I don't want to accept that. I don't want to accept that at all.
I hear you saying. First of all, there's another conjoining. There's another commonality amongst them. That's African. So I guess the words can be used interchangeably. Number two, I am Black. I'm not trying to remove. What I'm saying is this concept of a Black community troubles me because it allows people to impose upon the culture and say what is Black culture. Why? Because Black people do it. Oh, well, that person's Black, so that's that culture. When I'm saying that, it's clearly it's more nuanced in the same way it is for fucking white people or any other communities that you'd say that's Pakistani culture, you'd say that's X culture, Y culture, whatever. So I'm saying we need to approach it in exactly the same way. But there's far too much of this, oh, we're all being exploited, so it makes sense to rally around this banner of Black. No, it makes sense to rally around this banner of exploitation. We are the most exploited people. If you fall into that category, if the cap fits, then you are part of this community. But it doesn't have to be Black, 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 Black. And then it ends up who's like a successful Black person, and then you point to what's that woman's name, that Gina Miller, the one who's fighting. Why? Because she's got dark skin. She's not even Black. She's not even African. She's Black, whatever. She's not African. So just because she's got dark skin, she falls into this category. It becomes way too convoluted. Or Black problems are problems surrounding hip hop culture.
But when you say exploited, doesn't that convoluted as well? Because then other groups would be in court.
Yeah,
and that's cool with you.
Of course. Listen. This, I always say, well, I'm not comfortable with this concept of white privilege, but I am comfortable with the concept of white supremacy. If you're going to tell me the most, I'm not going to give money to a homeless guy because he has some kind of privilege and he's white. No way. How could I give money to him? He's white. He should be doing better than me. Of course, it doesn't work like that. What it works is the executive positions are almost exclusively white. So it's a top down kind of issue. If I say now, using the same logic, the most exploited group in the world, guess who that is? It's all Black people. In fact, who's the most? The most exploited intersectional? I don't know how you describe it. Group is Black women in the UK. So Black women. So if I was to focus on the most exploited group in the UK, it would be Black women, or African women, or women of African origin in Britain. So it's not too complicated. I think people believe there's some kumbayaism attached to being specific.
Well, another, and this, while I agree with a lot of your points, right? I think, because we're in a diaspora, right? And every location is going to have a term that they prefer over another. I think part of the reason why Black has gotten, it just seems to be accepted throughout the diaspora, because there are a lot of people here in the United States that will tell you that they're not Black, and they're Black, right? But they're not Black. They're a more. It's not that they're not Black because they're Somali. It's that they're Black because they're a more. See how it just gets sticky, yo.
I don't have all the answers, but I can just.
It gets really sticky. There's people that are not. They won't ban under being African American because they're not African. They're Aboriginal. See, it's like mad sticky, yo. It's like I'm just like, look, man. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't give, really and truly, I don't give a flying. But we could just make up a word.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, make it up. Take like 8 letters, crumble that joint up, and just boom. No, because people like, oh, what was the original name of Africa? You're calling yourself Africans, and that wasn't even the name of it. Wasn't even African. And like, there's gonna be an argument about everything, and I'm like, look, shared ancestry, common ancestry. Let's just call us the common ancestry people. I'm cool with it.
No, but you know what it is, because I don't want to appear like I'm telling everyone they're wrong and I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right about anything. I'm just saying, from my observation, if I were to give a critique on what I believe is an issue with a lot of these sort of Black betterment discussions, is I feel like this whole concept of people's individual identity or collective identity has been reverse engineered somewhat, and it facilitates oppression more than it does facilitate success. And an example of that is the past fucking 500 years, the past half a millennia. We haven't progressed in anywhere near the same speed as other quote unquote racial groups, and there's a reason for it, because man created a system in which this designation is at the very bottom. So if you internalize it, I'm only black. I always say this, like, I'm only black because people tell me I'm black. It's not something I sit up and think about. I don't look at the world, look at how everybody else looks phenotypically and say I'm black skinned and brown eyed. I don't do that. That's not how I think about the world. I call myself black because other people call me black, and I accept that I'm definitely part of that group. And I'm not ashamed to be part of the group of the people that are being called black. However, I don't accept that this is something that benefits me. It's not, and it doesn't. And do you know what? Let me rephrase that. It definitely hurts me in a lot of instances in life and society. I accept it. This is, you know what I mean? But it doesn't benefit me. So when I look at bettering, which I'm probably not going to do in my lifetime because I'm a selfish bastard. But if I look at bettering people as a whole, I think, well, one of the things to do is approach it much far more intellectually, bro. Because people be arguing about Malcolm X this whole time, but I know, mate, like one of my mates. My closest mate, we almost had a fight one time back in the day when we were kids because I was just taking the actual piss out of Ghana, and I was saying, name me 3 kings from your history. Go, 3 Ghanaian kings, and he was getting stressed out. And I look back and I'm embarrassed of myself because I'm like, that is literally the function of British hegemony in that region, to remove people's histories, and yet someone like that would identify more with someone like Malcolm X, who he should, don't get me wrong, credit Malcolm X, a Muslim guy from America who probably had very little cultural links and little information on like there could be more done with history from his heritage, from his nation, to bolster his self-esteem than identifying with somebody on the other side of the world because they've got the same color skin as him. Like it's and I think that's an issue. I think that is an issue.
I don't think that is the same color skin, because we have Indians in America. We don't call them black. We have people from Sri Lanka, people from Australia that are Aboriginals. We don't call them black. When we talk about black is a reactionary term in America.
Black isn't Aboriginals. Black Aboriginals in Australia ain't black.
No, when we don't,
Brad. No, they are. Australians call them black. Yeah.
You only think this only
they call them black. That is why there's a minority now.
Yeah, they're black.
No.
They're black.
No. They're a minority because they're black. Some of them are even black.
Let Brad make his answer back though, because like man, he did cut him off in it, and he was making a point in it to say who he thought was his black people, and then relay your point in it, because obviously you're disagreeing with the people who he's saying who he thinks is black, but at least let him make his full point and then coming on.
When we had the first Negro conferences in America and we were talking about black people, we were talking about people that came to this country on boats, that came in the Caribbean on boats. Okay, we weren't talking about people just because of the color of their skin. The term black is reactionary. We were talking because when white people came out with white power, we came out with black power. When white people said, "Aren't you're jealous?" Or white women had these little signs at beaches, "Aren't you jealous that you're not white?" Then we came out, we're proud to be black. You know, it had nothing to do with just people because of a skin color. It's the shared history of a particular people. We're not thinking just because, if that was the case, I can show you how in New Zealand, the Maori people, they refer to themselves as black. Okay, but we're not talking about them.
What's the NAACP?
The National Advancement of Colored People, because at the time we were known as colored.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the colored people.
I'm not black. If they're not black, why are they now in the minority? Because they didn't even leave their land. But racist white folk came and fucking made them a minority and oppressed them.
They didn't arrive in
Australia. And they're calling them fucking black.
They did not arrive in Australia. See,
man, like who?
You don't have a copyright just because you're of African descent. You don't have a copyright on the word black. You don't have
No,
a
I'm not
copyright
talking
on
about
dark
the.
skin.
I don't even think y'all
You
even
could
know.
not say to a Papua New Guinea
No.
person,
Hey, Brad,
"You
Brad, let it go.
because
Trust me.
they're not
Just let it
black."
go.
Yeah.
Let it
Yeah,
go.
let it go, Brad. Trust me.
A lot of the Aboriginal Australians went through sort of the same things what the people went through slavery, and a lot of their children went missing. And
I guarantee you, in America, when we
God
talk
knows,
about black people, we're not talking about the Aboriginals. We're not talking about people
Yeah,
with dark.
Brad. We get. I actually.
Brad, we got that.
Yeah, just let.
Right.
Yeah, it's no point arguing.
I don't understand. Like that would make.
Yeah.
Brad,
Obviously,
Brad.
obviously, Betty, Betty just misunderstood what you meant in it. You don't mean that they're not actually black people. You just meant who you was talking about when you was describing what you was talking about. Your big up lived it in the back chat, yeah. The panel's full, man, and everyone.
I'm gonna jump off in a minute, Billy.
Contributed on the panel still, so
I'm gonna jump off in like
when there's a space, I'll let you in still.
You can take my.
If the black people of Papua New Guinea and Australians are not facing a common struggle of people who are black, why did that Papua New Guinea guy go to Senegal, to the African Union, to go and call for Africa's help?
Did I say anything about the people of Papua New Guinea?
Hey, Brad, what am I telling you, bro?
You said the only people that are black are the people of African descent.
I'm only talking
Tell him, James. No, Brad, you not know how to listen, man.
Yeah, bro.
Show some discipline, Brad. Just chill.
Yeah, trust me, it's a mute.
You misunderstood him, Betty, because like I did literally just explain before you jumped in there that he wasn't saying that they're not black as in the color black. He just meant that when he's talking about black people, he means the Americas, isn't it, basically?
But I'm not American.
Doesn't mean.
Oh yeah, cool,
no. See, this is what I'm saying, and this is what I'm saying step by step. Yeah, he's not saying that Africans ain't black, Aboriginal Australians ain't black. He's not saying that their color is not dark brown, black, or whatever you want to say they are. Yeah, he wasn't saying that. He was saying when he says specifically black people. So if he was talking about the Australian black people, he would talk about Aborigines. If he was talking about African black people, he would say African. If he was talking about Western Snow and Papua New Guinea and all that, Papua New Guinea people, he'd say people of Papua New Guinea. That's what he meant. Am I right, Brad?
Yeah, man, Belly. Yeah, Brad.
Shared history of people that react. It's just a shared history. It's not like because someone's skin is dark, they automatically fit this mold. The reason why the NAACP is known as colored because we were tired of being called colored. We were niggers for the longest time. We've been called niggers forever. Then we got tired of being called niggers. Then after that we came Negroes. Then we went to colored. Then we started like in the 80s, I think it was late 60s, early 70s.
No, you were Negroes before you were niggers, though.
Huh?
You were Negro before nigger.
Okay, Negro, the Negroes only was used in like educated forms.
Yeah, Negroes was defined. Negroes was used to define declassification.
I'm trying to, James.
Sorry.
In the South of America, we were known as niggers. Only time you heard the Negro was only used in educated forms or educated spaces.
But that predates.
Someone write about us.
But I'm saying that predates.
But they speak Spanish
in America.
I think the Negro was more of a formal term. You know, so like if nigger was more like a derogatory term. So like if they would say, okay, they're going to allow Negroes in the school, they wouldn't.
Do you honestly think that when the Spanish and the Portuguese went to the Australias and the Indonesian islands, they did not call those native people Negro?
No, they did.
Do any of you people read history?
No one's arguing.
Last time I checked, Negro actually means black in Spanish and Portuguese.
Thank you, Betty.
Yeah, all right,
yeah.
Cool. I was gonna say, hold on.
He's never consented to it.
He was just mostly speaking about the transatlantic slave trade, though. He was mostly talking about the transatlantic slave trade, though. I think that's the part that he missed out.
And also another point, you have to remember they had different nations with different spellings, and certain people took on different spellings of the word as well. So this is also a fact we have to look into.
Can I just say to Brad and to Brad
Why
and
are they called? Those people are the Philippine Islands. They're very
we
small.
get the point, man. Everyone gets
Why
it.
are they called
No.
Negress?
Negritos. Negritos.
So James, what is so James? Why don't you feel that black is a term? So outside of black, then people should identify by the nation that they currently reside in. Is that your recommendation?
Not simple. Like I said, it's more nuanced. But I was just going to say to you and DC Brad, 100%. I will agree, and I will acquiesce that America is a far more complicated and interesting case study than Britain and other diasporas in which black people are currently living in. 100%, or currently are part of. Yeah, 100%. I'll agree with that. But on Brad's point, and I consider myself black, so I'm not saying I'm not saying there's no utility in the concept of.
Yeah,
black.
I'm not 100% like all in with the term. It's just
yeah. I'm saying but I'm saying don't internalize the imposition. So if there is far more complexity, then describe your complexity. Why accept some kind of monolithic understanding? If there is if there is a practical description of a commonality amongst people, then describe the practical just describe it as practically as is possible, i.e. exploitation. We the group who is most marginalized, we the group who is the most arrested, who needs police reform, who would benefit the most from police reform in the UK? Black people would. So you don't need to describe it as black people X. You can describe it as the people who whatever. Anyway, that's a side point, and we could discuss that further. But I was going to say on that black Negro point, another issue, another problem I have with a thing that Brad brought up with what he was discussing is the pseudo-scientific eugenic biological classifications of race, which I have a serious problem with, because one of the reasons that black people all around the world, I have to agree with Betty, were regarded as black is because of at the time cranial anthropology, which described people who had the black phenotype, or melanated peoples, shout out to for this, who essentially had smaller brains, and they knew this because of the study of their skulls, which were apparently smaller, so they would have had smaller or the basically they it implied that black people had smaller brains, and that was considered to be scientific theory or fact until I guess the 20th century. And that, I mean, think about how long of a period that is. We're talking about from 18th century to the 20th century, people believed that black people had smaller brains. And we're talking quite a ways into the 20th century as well. We're not talking about the turn of the century. So I'm uncomfortable with, because there is a lot of people. So listen, the oldest money in this world still subscribes to these theories. Don't ever get it twisted, because they believe that. How do you think they achieve such success? They believe that because if all of the most successful people and the wealthiest people in the world are white, what do you think they think amongst themselves? I bet you they think that there's that one of the reasons that they are as successful as they are is because they're intelligent. They're intelligent because of their race, right? So there is a great stigma attached that we don't even know it subconsciously. We're internalizing through years of conditioning and years of propaganda.
Yo, James, one sec, yeah. He's on mute. Hey, Betty, I'm just gonna put you in the back for 1 sec, yeah. I'm gonna drop off myself, but just hold on for 1 sec, yeah. I'm just gonna put you in the back for 2 minutes. So let me just ad-lib this real quick, introduce him, and then I'll add you back on the panel. Yeah?
Can I just wrap up real quick, Billy?
Yeah, go on, bro.
Yeah, so just to Brad, to that point. So specifically, that's and melanated. Sorry, that's another reason why it's just complicated, and I feel uncomfortable. I'm not comfortable with completely internalizing this black concept and using this identity, because
I feel you. Like I simply say, like, if someone has a better name, because I know I have to agree with what Issa said about using the term African, because we have like different versions of African. So yeah, I get you, bro. I'm not 100% sold on the black term. I don't want people to think it was just something like white people gave us and we was like, yes, master. No, like black people.
But at a point in history, you identified as Negro, you were accepting that your brain was smaller than white. Right now, there's people peddling this garbage logic of black people having a lower IQ per capita than white people, or Africans in general having a lower IQ than white people. And
in the church too. Don't forget the church.
Yeah, right. And my issue is, until there is like man wrestles control completely over the concept, it's somewhat dangerous. It's almost like there's a virus attached to it. So be careful. So you should use it in doses.
But also Africans use that term to acknowledge other phenotypes of Pacific people. So take for instance in the Ethiopia they got words like negus. I think in East Africa they call a certain phenotype nigre or a hair texture nigre. So these are old words really when you think about it.
Yeah, you're right. But big up, I got a fly out, man. If you're doing a late one, Veli, I might catch you on the other side. Big up, Mel G.
You know what?
Yeah, big up, Mel G.
Big up.
It's gonna be on for about another hour and a half, and then we're done still. But I'm
probably on the other side. Probably tomorrow. But big up BC, Blood Trap, Brad and Turok. You done know already.
Yeah, man. Big up James, man. Done know, man.
Listen, James, I like that. I like that perspective, James. I want you to know. It's gonna have me thinking.
Yeah, we're gonna talk, but we keep talking. You're part of G Block, right? So we just
G Block.
Belly, big up, man. You done know already.
Big up.
Come on, Art Skull, you get me? So when you got the new class, then dog, you get me? Yeah, man. You got me. That's one of my top shooters there, boy. Man, how you talk to Veli on live chat, boy. You get James to jump in there and start firing shots, boy. Real quick, like the Art Skull, you get me? Yeah, big him up anyway, man. Big up, man, like lived it. Big up yourself, brother. First time in G Block. Big up yourself, cuz. Yo.
Yeah, because it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Somebody's camera's on.
Giving us a tour.
Someone's camera's on.
Hey, salute, guys. Happy New Year. It's not my first time. What's up, Val?
Yeah.
Yeah, big up, bro. What's going on, G?
Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, bro.
Salute.
Yeah, and it's a good thing, like
You go on, carry on.
I was gonna say like it's a good thing now because like we get to interact with people, you know what I mean? Like we don't always have to look at things through like a European perspective. We can look at it through an Asian perspective and also an African perspective, specifically, if you know what I mean, to really. It's a different time we're in now in a sense like that, and a lot of like the old teachings and bad ways we're sort of washing ourselves clean of these things now.
Yeah, that's what's dope about this like this internet online thing, like this live chat thing as well. Yeah, man, chat to people from all over the world and even all over UK that man probably wouldn't even chat to as well. Find out different points of view. Yeah, different ideas and so in it. Like it's only one single person's idea still, but like yeah, man, it's good to hear still. Yeah, that man.
And it makes it even better now because we can probably do business with each other better. We probably feel more safer to travel as people. Like it's a whole different age we're living in now.
Yeah, globalization. I'm not totally against. I'm not gonna fake.
Yeah, because I wouldn't mind somehow working with some Aboriginal Australians and people of like Papua New Guinea and certain things like that. Because I'll be honest, I was very biased growing up, looking at places like Australia and knowing about their history. And like in the UK, we sort of grew up watching a lot of things from New Zealand and Australia. And I remember the time when I first saw like an Aboriginal Australian on Home and Away, and like. Then after that, later on, I think a couple of years back, there was like an Aboriginal on Neighbours, and it was a big outcry because nobody really showed these types of people on the TV and their lifestyles, and people downplay these people. They try and say the government helps them and they give them this and they give them that, when really it's the opposite. Like they're very
they fucked them up really bad. The Aboriginal story in Australia is a bit. I did the Maori. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I cut you off, man. Finish your point, bro.
No, go on.
Yeah, the Aboriginal story and the Maori story is quite sad in Australia still. That the way that they was fucked up and all that stuff.
Yeah, and like a lot of their children they took as well. And I remember like I was talking to like a lady, and she just had a child, and I was talking to her about slavery and sort of thing, and I've never had this sort of outlook on it. And this lady was saying basically things like slavery and colonism, it's like they take women's children away from them. And I never really looked at it in that perspective. Then I was like listening to like the Eskimo, the Inuit story, and what's happened in Australia, and it goes to show like a lot of that things was going on in slavery as well.
Yeah. Weren't some of the people that were taken in Australia though, weren't some of them having white fathers?
Yeah, a lot of the priests.
That's later on. That's later. I'm talking like like the first like the way that they got colonized and taken over, like the wars and the way that Australia and New Zealand was fashioned into the place it is now, innit? You get me? Because
I think from what I know, New Zealand, they're not black people. I was more focused in Australia and Tasmania, where they completely wiped out the black Tasmanians. There's no full-blooded black Tasmanian anymore because racist white folk wiped them out completely. Yeah, but from what I know of the black Australians, quite a few of the people that were taken away had European heritage. And when they were taken away, it's very similar to what the British did in Africa when they set up boarding schools to indoctrinate the children in the British way of life. And these boarding schools would be like 50 miles away, because everyone knows what a boarding school's there to make sure that the parents don't have any input. So it's very similar things that what the British did in Africa. They did the same thing in Australia, but the problem with them is they weren't at a point in their society where they had any proper weapons, or they were at a very primary point in their civilization. So they weren't able to resist as much. Obviously in Africa, it's a whole continent, yeah, and it had different points of civilization. They had some parts of Africa were very advanced, yeah, but Australia as a continent, it was quite still at a primary sort of hunter-gatherer sort of civilization. So theirs was more, it had a big effect on them compared to Africa. At least Africa had different forms of civilization where they were able to resist colonization more. But the Australian story is just sad, especially the Tasmanians. There ain't no fucking black Tasmanians anymore. They're fucking got wiped out.
A lot of the church has got especially the Catholic Church got a lot to do with it, and the Jesuit churches, because certain orphanages what was set up by the church, but took a lot of these Aboriginal indigenous children from like South America, the Philippines, especially Australia, maybe New Zealand, and certain regions. And it's only really recently, because of things like DNA and all these type of things, they were able to actually trace back their long lost relatives and things like that. And a lot of these people were like brothers and sisters, and got split up through these orphanages and things like that.
These things are critically important, but in 2019, with all the things that went down in that year that led us up to that point, and now we're here in 2020, when the doctor says you got 20/20 vision, they mean you can see real good. We're gonna have to find a way super fast before springs get here to start looking forward. That doesn't mean you deny the past. You cannot move to the future without knowing your past. So everything that I hear you guys discuss, these are all relevant. It's all needed to be known. There was so much evil and wickedness in the past that they buried history, tried to erase it. So we need to bring these things out now. We must memorialize them. However, we cannot have people focus looking behind them. No one walks down the street looking behind them. That's retarded. And if you're going to have every succeeding generation living as if this is 1960 or 1860, we're never going to go anywhere, ever. You don't see the kids fucking twerking, wearing skinny jeans and got glitter on their face.
Well, the Egyptians, where the Egyptians, that was a high advanced society, they talked about Sankofering. And the Sankofa bird is a bird that flies, but also turns his head to a 360 angle degree where it can look back.
That is amazing, and please don't take me the wrong way. That is amazing information, like Jeopardy tunes, but we're men and women. right? We're men and women. And there were too many people among us for too long who looked like men and women, but were really jinn and demons. If we're going to plot a new course, if we're going to go forward, if we're going to grow, every generation should be smarter than the last. We're doing the opposite. The kids are putting glitter on their face, wearing skinny jeans and twerking. It's fucking retarded. When they listen to the so-called smart adults, everyone's looking behind them and talking about some shit that they couldn't possibly hope to understand.
Well, I was actually talking about an hour ago. I was actually talking about what's happening today. So the best thing for you to do is wind back.
That wasn't an attack at you, or that wasn't a swipe. That was just
I'm saying this conversation that we're having. It wasn't just about the past. We've actually spent a good hour.
No, I know. You've seen how long I've been here, right? Val knows me. I've been listening.
We're actually talking about what's happening today, not just the past.
It's called feedback. It's not me. Everybody. Did you not hear where I said everybody made valid points? All the points are valid. Val knows me, and a couple other people know me. Here in Queens, we've listened, we've watched. We're listen. You know, we can cut the fuckery since everyone was speaking intellectual and adult like before. Let's not go into kid moment. Everyone's making valid points. I'm just, chiming in.
Can I just say something too? Like for myself, I do hear what you're saying, Lived, and I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think that the example that Tur brought up, I think part of the reason.
My bad, Mom.
I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. I think it's
no. I'm saying it's Julius because I know you see the internet thing. Lived it. But you guys are respectful. You're talking adult, so I tell you my name, Julius. Vel knows.
Okay. Julius. I think part of the reason why we are where we are is because we aren't actually looking back. And looking back doesn't only mean talking about wars and being colonized and picking cotton and all these other things, but looking back on some of the strengths, some of the success, some of the family values, some of the moral standards that we had, looking at all of those things that were from the past, looking at some of the teachings that were from the past and bringing them forward. So that's what Sankofa means, to go back and fetch. So you go back and you get things from the past and you bring them forward. It's not going back like just walking backwards and staying there. You go back and you fetch it. You go back and you bring it forward with you. So whereas if the family structure was a certain way in the past, why would we leave it there when right now our family structure is fucked up? Of course, we would go back and get those principles, those teachings, and bring them forward. So that's why, for me, in the past, there are aspects that I feel like we could learn from and that we could benefit from having.
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't look back to the ancestors and say, "Oh, everything you guys did, oh well, you failed because we were in a bad state now. So everything you did, well, there are people that do."
They're not on your level, and they're not on the level of this discussion or the people that are here. They certainly ain't on my fucking level. I call those babblers. Bell always laughs and yells at me because I go off on them. I don't tolerate the bullshit. Now, from where I'm from, and it sounds like you might have been on the Northeast or something, but one of the neighborhoods and places where I'm from here in Queens, we definitely understand the value of tradition. We definitely understand the value of family. We did not get caught up in all of the fake Disneyland 42nd Street bullshit. We understand the value of culture, family, all of it. We still does that around here. Kew Gardens, Ozone Park, ain't nothing changed, as you see. Ain't nothing changed. So I'm with you, sis. I understand 100%. All I was saying is the babblers that you were talking about, I can't stand the fact we all were once little children in school. And in school, there was someone who was a fuck up, a snot-nosed little kid or pissy little girl who always disrupted. When you became an adult, you learned that so-called bastard was probably an abused kid. They were probably in, God knows what was happening to them. And that's why they acted out like that in school. They did not run the class. So why is it that adults now, when you're holding public discussion and we're trying to move forward, why do we let every babbler with skinny jeans or some fucking thought who all of a sudden decides to want to chime in or something, we let them run grown folk conversation? That's not right. Around here, as we say, if you go into the lounge or something, around here, if you come in as you're a babbler, you either get told to leave or we close the fucking door. And I think maybe people should do that in discourse. You know, don't let the babblers run the conversation of grown folks at all. They have no place in it.
Can I also? I'm gonna confer with Goddess. I believe, you know what they say. You know, you look at the past to make sure you don't repeat the mistakes of the past. And people that spend their time looking to the future can't enjoy the present. So for me, it's a balance of you looking at the past, you're looking at the future, but you're enjoying today. This idea that you don't look at the past, without the past, you wouldn't even exist. Without the people that came before me, I wouldn't even exist. But I don't think, if you want to be in the future, yeah, you know, your approach, not everybody has to be on the same page.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? You can be in the future. Me and Melanated can look at the past, and Turek, we can look at the past and then, you know, learn from them mistakes and then try and improve the present and the future. And then you can do your thing, Liv. You can do your future thing. We don't all have to be on the same level. You just birds together, flock together. You go with people who have your ideology.
Because I'll be honest, I've learned so much from the Aboriginal Australians. Yeah, I've learned so much through the Aboriginal Australians, just looking how them as a set of people, just like the Sentinel Island people, and how we was at one point in life, very innocent, didn't really know too much. Then somehow or the other, we got bills coming through our door now, and we're part of this society now today. So it's kind of funny where you do see people like the Aboriginal Australians where they're in cities and they're very depressed because they can't really function in this society. But the thing where it's opened up my eyes were to look at everybody indigenous, whether you're black or white. You see the same with certain white people, and nobody can really understand why are they depressed, why are they this and why are they that. Some people might say, oh, they're white, they should be doing better than certain black people. But like when you look at everybody individually and say, oh, you're indigenous, you can see probably the same thing happened to that person at one time when Christianity came into his island and turned his family into Christians. And this is why it's like a repeat thing. And it's only really now a lot of our people are waking up from certain things that we were under and trying to elevate for a newer society today.
Oh, it's snowing outside.
Yeah, it started snowing. I put that in the chat. It freaking started snowing.
Where are you located? There's no snow where we are.
Yeah,
we're in Maryland.
Maryland. Oh, Maryland. Oh, okay. My auntie lives in Washington, D.C.
Oh, that's right down the street.
Oh, yeah. Also,
let me tell auntie when she cooking. Tell her, auntie.
With my auntie, my mum's sister lives in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
Betty.
Introduce me to some fufu. I still haven't had this daggone fufu yet. What?
Betty. Betty, you see, like say, like the diaspora of Nigerians. Do you think the Nigerians in America, compared to the ones in UK, like they stay more united as a family?
I couldn't say. I've only been to America once, and I didn't run into any Nigerians there. I couldn't say. I know they do. They say Nigerian Americans do very well. They do seem to have a lot more groups and meetings. You know, depending on what ethnic group. Like we have a Bibio meeting in America, and some of my mum's friends go over to Houston and go to their annual conference. I know the Igbo have an Igbo conference in America, so they do seem to be more together because they're able to hold conferences that they don't have in Europe.
Wow.
I think they have more numbers, Turek. They have the numbers there.
Yeah, because I was watching a program and it was like a Jamaican family, and this girl really didn't know who her family was. And like when she compared her family who left Jamaica, went to England and America, the ones in America seem to keep more close to each other than the ones in the UK.
Yeah. I think there's more of a black community in America, isn't it? Because like Melanated is saying that she lives in more of a black area, so black people can really retain their culture depending on what country they came from. You know, in the UK, we don't really have like black neighborhoods. Even the black neighborhoods is going to have sprinkles of other people. But I know in America, they say they've got black towns and proper black areas where everybody's black.
Brad doesn't live that far from me, so he's still on. So they have in the summertime, they have a African festival, and then they have a it's not an African American festival, because I was just like, I think they call it, they have like an African market every weekend. Have you ever been to the African market in Silver Spring, downtown Silver Spring, Brad?
Yeah, there's always you can get like real dashikis, like the ones that
you can get like the real, not dashiki, but you can get like African like you can get like
you go to the mall. Most of the stores in there are owned by like, most of the hair salons are owned by like Caribbean and like what do they call it, African Caribbean braiding shops and things like that. Like they.
But have you ever been to the festival? When I went this past summer, right? They had a fashion show. They had a fashion show, and they had someone represented, maybe not all 52 countries, but a good portion of them. They had a designer that designed particular clothing. They had the model come down, and each of them were paired with a gentleman who, you know, his outfit was matching. They had they flew in like 3 or 4 different performers that was doing a Afrobeats thing. The whole community was out there jumping. They had dances. It was like, and when you see people, like, so the people that were watching it, it wasn't just Black Americans. It was a lot of continental Africans from this whole Maryland, DC, and Virginia area, all coming there. They are able to get their food. They're able to hear their music. They're able to celebrate. I don't even know if the time of the year has anything to do with like, let's say someone getting their independence or something like that. I don't really know if that's the reason why it's in August, but you know, it's a great time for me. I'm like, you know, you get to see handsome chocolatey men all over the place. I mean, you know, you get to shop, you can get African art, you can get everything, anything you want. Get your paycheck and come bring it there. It's the bomb. And I'm just saying that, agreeing to what Betty was saying as far as there being that community sense, that you can tell that they're organized. You can tell that they're organized. You can tell that they have their committees already established, because it took a lot of work to pull an event like that off. Definitely.
Yeah. But no, I think the HBCUs have a lot to contribute to that, because I remember when I was in college, I learned a lot about African history because we had like traditional leaders, historians come straight from the continent and like hold 3-4 hour lectures at like Bowie State, Howard University, Morgan. I mean, yeah, it's a real, like, I think we kind of abandoned our community to try to fit in with white people, but it's still there. I can honestly say it's still there.
Well, that needs to be the message that they give you guys in those HBCUs, you know, not to do that.
I have to say, because my roommate was from Senegal, and he was a Muslim. And I learned a lot about the Wolof people from him, you know, and you know how like Islam impacted their area, but how they internalized it and kept it cultural for them. So it wasn't like they had to dress like they were from Saudi Arabia and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of, I would say, especially, I think the more dominant African that's in our area would have to be Nigerians, and then Ghanaians, and then like Silver Spring, you get more Abyssinians, like mainly Ethiopians and Eritreans. But no one can tell the difference between the two, so everyone's called Ethiopian, you know. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm over here reading what's going on in the chat room.
It's true,
Yeah,
you know.
I think there's a bit of infighting in the chat room, you know, the normal little.
I see Jupiter in the chats. I think they're going.
Who's
I was learning about Trinidad and Tobago and the Bibio and the Igbo roots of soca. Is it soca and calypso music?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was talking about limbo and the BBO and EBO roots of that, and talking about the slaves dancing and just like some of the
Really?
yeah. Because I was like checking with my mum, some of the translations, and my mum was like, yeah. So, one of the things that I find which is quite hard, because what I've noticed with a lot of Jamaicans is because so many of them descend from the Ashanti, they ignore the Nigerian, like the Igbo and the Bibio contribution and the Congolese contribution. Because like everybody, if you speak to, especially these maroon people, they never stop talking about everybody's from Ghana, and it's just like it's not even human possible that every single person that was enslaved could have come from different cultures. Do you know what I mean? So that's why
She
when
said every single person. No.
yeah, that's
Well,
why
like I told you, you told me.
yeah,
I mean, to me, I've always felt that there was a Nigerian emphasis for myself, but you confirmed that just even it had to be somewhere where if you don't have the actual ancestry, there's definitely influence because all Jamaicans use uno, which you said is the Igbo word,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's because I don't know too much of because my thing is because Jamaican culture is very dominant and they're always banging on. Even like when I went to Black History, I was taught by a Black Jamaican person, and everybody's claiming to be Ashanti. Everybody's like Ghanaian, and it gets And when they start talking, they never used to mention my ethnic group. So after a while, I got fed up and switched off. But when now I've started looking at other parts of the Caribbean and I can see my own ethnic grouping, I'm more interested because if I'm always going to hear about the Yoruba, the Ashanti, I'm going to get bored and fed up because I'm just not from that ethnic group. I need to see my own people and the influence that they've had because not everybody is Ashanti, not everybody's Yoruba. Do you know what I mean? After a while, it gets annoying because even when you look at the records in the slave records of Jamaica, they say they teamed Ashanti men with Igbo and Bibio women to stop them rebelling. But because of this maroon thing, many of them just ignore the Nigerian contribution. Everybody's just claiming the father. Everybody's Ashanti. And even the Congolese,
Well,
they don't even mention the Congolese, the Congo.
Yeah.
My
That's what I'm
my
saying.
best friend,
They mostly
my
go
best
by
friend,
the
his
English
DNA goes
narrative.
to Guinea-Bissau, right? And before he did his DNA, I didn't even and it's right on the coast. It's like literally right there on the coast. I didn't even know,
It's next to Guinea. Guinea-Bissau's next to
huh?
Guinea.
Yeah.
It's more near Senegal, round there.
And they all speak Spanish, I think, if it's
Yeah, I think
Equatorial
it's
Guinea.
Spanish
No,
colony.
I think it was Portuguese. I
Was it
think Portuguese. He was. Mm-hmm.
one of them? Which one? There's Guinea and there's Guinea-Bissau. So which one is Guinea-Bissau? That's the Portuguese colony.
And
Yeah,
Equatorial Guinea.
Guinea-Bissau's, and it's right by Senegal. I'm looking at it right now. So it's Guinea-Bissau is in between Senegal and Guinea.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, but yeah, the overemphasis on the Ashanti is just too much because they couldn't. The way they concentrate on them, you would just think the Ashanti were just ruthless because you can't have all come from there.
Yeah, it
Because
don't
in the
make sense.
records, it actually says they teamed them with Igbo Bibio women to stop them rebelling because they didn't want people, men and women, who all spoke the same language, or there would have been a slave rebellion.
Yeah,
So
because
it's the way that they concentrate.
Didn't the Ashanti king come to Jamaica though? I think that's what it was. Because
they also say that they speak Twi or Twi.
Yeah, true. That one, that language. But even when you hear Jamaican patois, when they go some of the few words they say, you can hear the Igbo root of it. Do you know what I mean?
I've heard a lot of people say that I think it's the Igbo people that say bomber clot.
I don't know because I don't speak Igbo. You have to get an Igbo.
He said bomba clot.
Yeah,
Wait
I was
a
talking
minute.
I was talking to a Nigerian brother. I think it was Yoruba, and he was saying, yeah, mostly the Igbo people, they're very similar to like Jamaicans. They said they cuss bomber clot and things like that.
No, get out of here, man.
Honestly,
right now.
There's websites. The people, when they look at the etymology of the Creole languages in the Caribbean, then they're able, like the word what do you call it, calypso, in Bibio, car means to go. So when they're doing that, the calypso, when they're doing that, the limbo, when they say go forward, that's what it translates, means to go forward, go. That's the root.
I'm not too sure. Because like in the indigenous words for music is areto and mele and raga in the Arawak and Taino. So I think Calips, meaning like the people that's in that region, like the Kalinago or the Kalinas, and Lipo. I think Lipo is like the Kalinago word for music.
Y'all done lost me with this one because,
Yeah.
I do know that
Torek has
there's a similar
origin. He doesn't believe that those people are enslaved Africans. He believes that those people in the Caribbean are native to the Caribbean.
Yeah, some of them.
A lot. I think that
what's happened with
a lot of the
people.
A lot of the people have similar to like the Native Americans and things like that. Your ancestors, the Black Caribs, a lot of them were like killed out and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just like the Native Americans, and then they might be pushed up into the mountains somewhere to live and things of that sort. But the people that were brought there's a good amount of people that were brought there, and those people brought with them a lot of their culture, a lot of their, that's how the spiritual system ended up in the Caribbean, whether it's Obia or Santeria or whatever. That's how those spiritual systems got there. They didn't get there like
but
out
what I'm
of
trying to
thin
say,
air.
you have to link up the words, and this is why I'm open to everything, and I try and link whose culture and certain words. So I've even traced the word Obia or Opia back to the Taino language, and those are the people in like the Greater Antilles, like Haiti, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and those regions.
But even if you trace that, the majority of the evidence defines that word from the Igbo.
Oh, Obia.
And yeah, from the Igbo.
Obia is a form of voodoo.
That's
what that form of it.
So you can have an alternative for it, but the academic evidence and the etymology of that word is counting it as Igbo. Now, if you
Are you sure?
Turek, one moment. If you've got some evidence to say it didn't come from the Igbo, then you give us your references, your academic references, the books, the academic papers, so we can have a look at it.
No, I don't mind because I've got the Taino dictionary.
If you drop it in the chat.
Can you show me your one as well with the Obio from
Okay. Oh, where's he gone?
No.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, maybe he's gone to find the references, because he has what it is, Melanated God. He has a whole. He doesn't class himself as a descendant of enslaved Africans. He says he's native to the Caribbean and he always been there. And he says, and quite a few or the other ones. So what I'm saying is, if he has that, if he's saying that those Africans will not move there and the native Caribs or something like that, you got to give references, because I'm not going to just go on his word. Because when I'm going to my friends.
Yo, Betty's right, bro. This comes up. It's the official language of the crossroad. Damn.
What happened?
I just looked up what Betty said. Yeah.
What, that Obia?
Yeah, it comes from the EFIK people.
No, he's top Calypso and Trinidad and Tobago. The Obia is from here. That's the Igbo. They're not from Cross River State. They're a new group.
No, it said something. It's called the
Ethic.
Ethic.
Yeah, the Ethic.
It says they live in Cross River State.
Yeah, they live in Cross River State. And
wait, so the origins of the word? You look up the origins of the word Obia.
That's what I just did. It took it right to the I went Obia root, and it comes from the. Say that again, Betty.
Ethic. Yeah. So
Ethic people, meaning bad. Obia meaning was the root comes from the ethic people meaning bad omen.
It's disputed whether it's ethic, but most people say it's Igbo. Because the thing with the ethic were a marriage of an Igbo man with an Ibibio woman. So they are Igbo words in ethic because the founding father is an Igbo man. But majority
I
of
always thought when they labeled the Igbo people, they did it.
Say that again?
No, you're right. I always thought whenever they named, because I was, you know how like when the British did it, they always did off, okay, the largest ethnic group will get the name that we generally will call everyone.
Yes.
I haven't, because I know that like that area wasn't, I know that the Southeast wasn't a holistic, neither was the Southwest to be real. But I know that it wasn't holistic, monolithic people. I know it was a mixture of different people. So I know that when the British came and they labeled everything, they just said, all right, who's the largest group here? We'll call everyone in this group it.
It wasn't the largest group. The Ethic are not the largest group. They're actually
I was saying, Igbo the largest group?
What happened is because the Ethic are on the coast, they're at the port. They live on the coast, and because they're obviously, if the British come on a boat, the first people they're gonna get to is the Ethic. That is why they've captured on the Ethic. But the Ethic are not the oldest. They're the youngest. That's how they got power. Because if you live on the coast and a merchant comes, they're gonna go for the first people that are on the coast. They're not gonna go inland. That's how the Ethic got power, because they live on the coast. If they weren't on the coast, if they were more inland, they wouldn't have got all that power, and everything would have been put on them. And also because that's a slave port. Calabar is a slave port, and the majority of the slaves that went through Calabar were Igbo, because the Efik and the Bibio were warring with the Igbo for like over hundreds and hundreds of years. So that's why the Igbo and the Efik and the Bibio all get mixed in together.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, so she's right. I see where it says
right.
the origins of the word obia have been contested in the academic community for nearly a century. There is not widely accepted consensus on what religion or language the word derives from, and there is a politic to every hypothesis. Orlando Patterson promoted an Akan-Twi etymology, suggesting that the word came from Gold Coast communities. He and other proponents of the Akan-Twi hypothesis argued that the word was derived from, Obiayifo, a word associated with malevolent magic of Ashanti's priests. Then it's called Kwesi Konadu, suggests that a somewhat updated version of the etymology suggests that Bayi, the neutral force used by the Obayifo, is the source material, a word with a slightly less negative connotation. So, and I guess you can keep going on. So see that right there purports that there's a suggested Akan origin to the word, but nonetheless, obia is it's definitely a combination of West African spiritual systems that was brought to the Caribbean, that was practiced by in the Caribbean, that was practiced by the slaves. And it actually says this is on the wiki article, it says that they're different. Obia is it says that it is contended that what constitutes obia in Jamaica has been constructed by white society, particularly law enforcement. Accordingly, different Afro-Caribbean communities use their own terminology to describe the practices such as spell casting among Jamaican Windward Maroons. Obia is similar to Afro-American religions such as Palo, Haitian Voodoo, Santeria, and Hoodoo. I never even heard of a Hoodoo.
My grandfather my great grandfather was a hoodoo priest.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And that it includes communication with ancestors and spirits and healing rituals. Nevertheless, it differs from religions like voodoo and Santeria, and that there is no explicit canon of gods or deities that is worshipped, and the practice is generally an individual action rather than a part of a collective ceremony or offering. Okay.
Okay. I'll put something in the side chat.
Yeah.
I don't know how y'all be clicking on stuff.
Because when you look at this website, it's just a very simple website. You can't verify the information. I was looking for like an actual book, academic research, papers.
Yeah. Well,
wait, where is it? Where is it? The Taino tribe. .org, that one.
Yeah.
We're back on this again.
Yeah, well, I put those are the dictionary words what we used to use in places like Haiti and Jamaica and what the place did that the Taino people got. A Taino people's got an Arawak based language, like a Locono language, so it's the same sort of language they speak in the Guyana and the northern regions of South America. So
wait, Tor, what is your ethnic group again?
I'm trying to deal with one thing at a time, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to know. I was curious.
But you do understand that all of these people, right? So like your narrative and the narrative that me, Betty, and DC have, right? The very fact that these people all were in the same place at the same time, right? We can say that they taught each other languages. Right.
No,
that does not mean that doesn't mean that these people were the African slaves or the African slaves. Like no,
we're talking about the root word, and that a lot of these words you can see the link, the ghost or the spirit of the dead, a person, a spirit, opia, hupia. The Taino language is a very old language, and certain things like that. And
well, no, wait. The word right here says that it just means bad omen.
If it's no language, there will be an academic paper. Turek, there will be an academic paper.
I'm actually looking forward.
When I go to EPO and a video, I can find academic evidence.
Why y'all talking over each other? Why are we getting hyped now? Let's not get hyped. Let's not get hyped. Come on.
Let's stay calm.
When I overhyped, I'm open to anything.
Your mic is a little bit messing up too. Just want to let you know, Torek. Like.
Basically, I'll be honest, a lot of people haven't really looked at the Arawak language and certain connections. A lot of the people just look at the black people there as African. So this is what I'm trying to say. There's another route we could look down to see where there's a connection to the word opia or obia.
But
2 seconds, please. I'll let you talk, Betty, man. And you don't like it when I do that to you. Yeah, but so in Haiti,
what did you do? You just did something to your mic because I'm not trying to be rude, but when you're talking, your voice is going. No, seriously, it's coming out normal, and then it goes back like very, very soft, and we can't make out what you're saying, and then boom, you pop back in very loud, and it's like we missed part of your sentence. So I'm just asking you to like maybe plug the microphone in and put it back out or something. I'll pull it out.
Also, as well, if he's going to put an alternative narrative, your references Wikipedia is not a reference because you can edit it. In academia, you have to have credible references. Yeah,
on the Wikipedia they do have references.
One moment, a language they have what they call linguistics. Someone would have studied that language. If you're going to put an alternative narrative, you need to support it with credible evidence. You must have got this thing that you're coming from. Either has to come from an academic paper or a book. If you're not a native speaker of that language, then you call a native speaker. But you can't put a thesis forward and be surprised when people don't believe you when you can't back it up with credible evidence. Because when you look at this website that you've given, it's nearly blank. It doesn't look professional at all. You know, like so many. But this is it. But if I go to Bibio and info, I call my mum. Then I can call so many different people and look at all the University of Lagos, the University of Oyo. There's so many papers and research and call native speakers. But this is it Taino language?
Taino.
Yeah. Where is the academic research? Where's the native speaker? Because what I've heard him say in the past is that he's not of African descent at all. Yeah, that the people of the Caribbean are native to the Caribbean, but he's not got any evidence to show me that. He just says it. Now, obviously, if you're saying that these people are native, show me that they're native.
Tarak, go ahead. You're not going Tarak. All right, let's just let him finish now. Go ahead, Tarak. Prove her wrong, man. Yo, where's Belly with
Tarak, she's on mute. She's on mute. Come on.
She muted herself, Tarak. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm hungry, man.
Yo, me too.
Okay, so he's not gonna talk. So Betty, I don't know if you're watching.
What was his ethnic group again?
I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I don't know if he was watching. But listen, Betty. One day, what was it, like 2 weeks ago now, DC? It was me, DC, and Veli and Torek. And we went through all of this White Indian stuff with Torek, right? We looked up, and we did go through Wikipedia, because the Wikipedia had references, and we actually looked up some of his websites that he provided, right? Yeah. And we used the terms that he identified as. So he said he was first. He said he was a Carib. Yeah. Then he said he was a Black Carib, right? Yeah. And when you look up Black Carib, it says that those of African ancestry. So and it says West African ancestry. So how are you not from West Africa, right? How do you not have West African ancestry if you say you're a Black Carib and a Black Carib has West African ancestry, right? So then we were just saying, you're West African, bro. Welcome to the West African Club, right? And it's almost as if that conversation never happened. Yeah. And we are on January 7th, and there's no West Africa in him again. But don't
identified. The tagline was that when his people came, the strong tagline that Torok, because he gave us the sources. We weren't looking for these sources. He told us he was a Black Carib, and we looked up his sources. And every one of his sources came out as saying that the indigenous people, the Carib people, or Kanalingo people, or whatever, came across a slave ship that crashed. They encouraged these broad, strong men to kill their white slave owners and gave them their daughters to mate with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
and it says that they willingly learned their language. They willingly learned their language. So this is do you realize that you are a mixture of these non-Black people and West African slaves, bruh? They were the same as us, just mixed up with something else.
And he came up. He's a Black guy. He's a Black man. Torok is a Black man.
He is a Black. But my only thing is, if he's going to put for me, I just want proper references, because you can use Wikipedia, but under Wikipedia, it will list the references and the books and the papers. And when I looked at his website, nothing. No references underneath, no Harvard reference system, just a basic website. So if he's going to put this case forward, which is completely not what people are saying, then you need to back it up with some type of evidence so people can take man seriously. If you don't do that, then people are just going to think he's just one of those island folk that is hating on his African roots. That's why many Jamaicans bun him out. When he's having that argument with Rasbet, Naifa, and all these other people, they bun him out because he doesn't come with proper academic references.
No, I'm thinking about what Veli said. You need to put down. He said you need to put down something to pick up the fufu.
Is that what he said?
He said that in the chat just now?
No, remember the time he had me play the Native American music?
And he said put down. He said put down the cassava. That's what he said. Put down the cassava.
Because what I've noticed with Turek, every time I mention the African root of something in the Caribbean, he then claims it came from. It says it's native to the Caribbean.
Yeah.
And then when I want to talk about Africa, he interrupts me and stops me speaking about Africa. He knows a lot about Africa, but
can you show me the dictionary?
But when an African wants to Speak about Africa.
Can you have a dictionary with that word in it of your language then? Hmm?
Say it one more time. We can't hear you.
I don't know if you're about. Can you share my screen?
Can you show me the language what you're talking about from which dictionary?
I'm about to do it right now.
Yeah, I got you. I can show you my one.
Can you?
Put your word in the chat. Put your word in the chat.
Can you just actually show the academic references for what you've said?
I've just put it in the side chat. It's a Taino. It's a dictionary. It is a dictionary. It's
one at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
It is a dictionary of words.
Academic reference.
It's a dictionary of words. I've made it my own reference. It's a dictionary. I looked at the words and the meaning of the words. Hupia or pia. These are some words that we still use today in other islands.
They're not even spelled the same.
Yeah, but a lot of our words get English or French, then you know what I mean, Englishanized and Latinized and all these type of things. Because even we're looking on Google now and they're saying, boy, you know what? We think it is an African root, but we're not sure which tribe it is. Yes or no? To be fair. And I'm looked at a dictionary and I see a little similar link with the meaning and the actions with it. That's what I'm asking for anybody else to show me. I'm not biased.
Hold on. Halima wanted me to turn on my camera to show the snow. So since it's snowing a little bit more, I just showing the snow. I can't believe it's freaking fracking snowing out there. Can y'all see? Hopefully you can see the snow. Okay. This is some bullshit.
Okay. Hey, Torok.
Yeah.
Why does he do this on the G block?
You need to stop. Why does he do this on the G block? Like I feel like I'm just like I'm on the G block, yo.
Yo, why did he do this here? Okay, so I want everyone to see the word Obia. Okay, Betty.
Wait.
Yeah,
it's snowing. Terran hearing you in DC. Yeah, it's snowing out here.
I'm not prepared to show him anything until he shows me academic references that are legit.
I was going to put his word up.
Can you let me speak, Torek? Before you rebut me.
Oh, because you talk over me. Yes, no, I'm going to talk over you just how you talk over me. I showed you a dictionary.
No, don't do that.
Dictionary.
We can't even hear you when you start talking over her. We can't hear you.
That's what I'm saying. Show me a dictionary. If mine ain't academic enough, this is a dictionary of Taino words. Full stop.
Not an academic reference.
Terrell Herring, are you in Washington, D.C.? Because if you are, bro, I'm like, I don't
have an academic reference. So until you do, I'm not showing you anything.
And then, because you have
what is the link?
Oh my goodness! Wait, Torek, don't start turning up, Torek. Don't do that. Don't do that, Torek.
I'm going hard.
Dodgy website.
Brad.
It's completely halfly biased. It's going to tell you where the references came from.
You got no references.
I'm a native speaker of this language. How will I be able to go and find who put this in? For I know it could be a pack of lies. That's why I'm asking for references of who's written this dictionary so I can cross-reference it.
Where is your dictionary?
I'm about to show it. I'm about to show it.
Wait, Betty. Brad is gonna show it. So can we just pay attention to it? He's gonna share his screen.
I'm gonna show the page. Okay.
And
you mind
Belly,
sharing?
where you at? Share Brad's screen, Belly. And then Turek, if you want to, once Brad is done, then you can just tell him what website and he can share his screen and show your stuff too. So it won't be.
I got you.
Trust me, I went on mute. And all you was doing is yapping. I put links. Me have the link. Me squeeze 7 and the whole of them. I don't know.
Y'all know Torek is in full troll mode when he starts singing. We can't hear you, Torek. You need to fix your mic, bro, because I know you're going in. Fix your mic, bro.
Oh man, this is so funny.
This is so funny.
Another Torok.
Really? Another funeral.
All right, so everyone, Torok identifies as a Black Carib. That is his ethnic group in the Caribbean islands. In their history.
Where is your dictionary, May?
I'm waiting for what's his name to share my screen.
Reverse the hearse, make me take you in the dead. Reverse the hearse, make me take you in the dead.
Boy, get it to it. I'm done. I'm done with him. You.
Yo, I don't know why. I'm like, why is his voice like that though? That's what kills me.
But you want to know what? Listen. I don't care, Carib, whatever. Torque is a freaking Jamaican, because when Jamaican people want to get at you, they start singing a song, yo. It's just like, it's like a way, it's like a Jamaican vibe they got. That shit is hilarious.
It's American, because even the explorers, they saw the Mayans and the Incas do the same thing.
I don't want soup in this chat.
They saw the Mayans and the Incas do the same thing from dusk to dawn, from night to even morning again. These mans were doing sting and sound splash with the Mayans. You get me?
No, Jamaican people, they do that all the time. You could be like, yo.
Trinidad, so they're singing soca tonight to morning to night. It's the same kind of pattern. We pattern it. I feel with style.
So everything's set for you to use some Carib song, not a West African song.
Yeah,
Carib song.
Sing the West African songs. There we go. Good job, sis.
I'm done. He said sing a Carib song.
Oh, Jamaica Obia, the same word that the Taínos speak. Opia.
Put the Taíno word in there because it's not even spelled the same.
Put it. Oh,
soup.
I don't know if y'all can hear him.
Hanging tree. Hanging tree. We're gonna take Brad to the hanging tree.
Wow.
You want to take Brad to the hanging tree?
I actually had ancestors that was lynched though. Damn. It's tough.
Right.
Yo.
All right.
Yo. Where is Valley Vision?
Yeah.
Valley Vision G Block. Where are you?
Oh God. I don't know why.
Donde tu vas?
They say no store set the trend. Oh, I could
have with this follow me, brother.
You're not the boss.
Listen, that is hilarious. Like, if you get into a problem with a Jamaican person, they're going to start making up some song. They're gonna be like, they're gonna come out with some song and just be like, "Skittle, oh, we don't want them butcher." Like, they can't just tell you like, "Oh, you nasty bitch, get out of here." No, they gotta be coming out with a whole song like, "Them not like me, I'm not like that." They gotta be like, they gotta go into a performance for you to be like, okay, you're really upset with me, or in Torque's case, he wants to troll you.
Yeah.
By telling you, taking you to the hanging tree. Taking you to the hanging tree. What the fuck?
There's
crazy. Is that a real song? Is that a real song?
That's how we greet each other's in counteraction with our killing tunes and dub plates.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, what can you
yeah, that's true. That's true. Where are you, Belly?
I see what you mean by this Taíno. They do say they have African and Spanish ancestry when you start looking at it.
Yeah, but the word as well and the actions. And I always said that our cultures are intertwined. I always say that, but some of our words people have to respect and say, you know what, that is maybe a part there as well to play.
No, they don't. We don't have to respect if you can't back it up, because we can back it up. We can back it up. Can you let me finish?
So why do you not use cigars then?
You never let people finish. You're actually feeling. You're feeling our culture.
Very. What's his name?
Why do you use tobacco? Why do you use tobacco in your culture then?
Yeah,
why do you use tobacco?
Feeling the Bibio and Igbo culture and saying it's Taíno, yeah? And then when you're asked for a proper academic reference, you cannot give it.
not giving you it. Why do you use tobacco?
So many books.
Why do you use
Torek,
tobacco?
your mic, we cannot hear you. Look, okay, no, listen.
Where's your PhD?
Okay, wait. So listen. I've realized this.
History now. Come on, Betty. Come on now.
You can't even give an academic reference to this language and these people that you're claiming.
Come on, man. So tell me this. Why are they using cigars?
You guys, do we need timer?
Tobacco?
We need to use a timer.
Tobacco is from the West Indies. Tobacco is from the West Indies. Why do you use tobacco?
Your mic is no good. Your mic is no
good. Listen, Torek, especially like if Torek is talking and then Betty starts talking, or if Betty's talking and he tries to talk while she's talking, we can't hear Torek. And then there's like a few seconds and then we can hear him. But then by that time, then she starts to respond and then we can't hear him again. So it's just sounding like craziness, right? So why don't we just do you guys want to do a timer? Do we need to do a timer?
I don't need to do a timer because I've got references, you see.
What references?
References for proper academic research.
Yeah.
And you can't drop one academic reference. Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say,
he clearly does not know what the Harvard reference system is. Until he does, the conversation is done. He can go on with
what they're missing
is drop a proper book and academic research. Not just
why. I tell you why I said I'm not biased.
Okay, Betty, let him respond. Let him respond, Betty, so we can hear him.
For one, I am not biased. They just look at anything that is black, which is African. And I always say a lot of our cultures has entwined. So take, for instance, some of the things people use for their ceremonies, tobacco. Tobacco is an indigenous plant of the Americas. The cocoa leaf, what they use in certain ceremonies, that's another indigenous plant of America. So a lot of our things have been intertwined, whether it's in Africa or in the Americas as well. And these are the things where I point out where other maybe academics might not have seen before, or maybe even looked at, basically. And I've just shown another point where people have not looked at the spirituality of the Americas that was always there.
What's your ethnic group again, Turok?
Where you link them? Where the links there? Where your dictionary there?
Taino, bro. You know he said he's Taino.
No, he called himself. No, he said he was a black Carib. I just want to make sure he said that again.
Oh, he says he's
saying Taino.
He says
yeah,
Taino.
Where is your Delil?
Then he says Taino.
Wait, the only reason we can't show the Delil is because Veli's not here. Not that there's no Delil, so don't celebrate yet. And then Veli comes, and then we have the Delil.
I'm not biased.
See what I'm saying?
I'm not biased. He could paste whatever he saw off that page and put it in the chat. I'm not biased.
Yeah, but it doesn't have any. It just lists Haiti and then it has the letter H at the top. Like, what does that prove? I'm looking at the website you posted. So what is that? Is that for the word obia?
Basically, I got that from the what's it called? The website called The Origin of the Word Obia, and it says the first recording was in Guyana. But I can also see. I can hold on 2 seconds. I'm not biased. This is what I'm trying to say. I've looked at African culture. You understand? So I could understand where people could say, meaning the person from Benin as well, the Oba and all these type of things. So I am not biased, but I'm saying, look, there is another part what could be looked at as well, and they use the same word and they're using the actions and certain things like that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but it says right here that obia is just merely a mistranslation. It was absorbed by the Akan. It was absorbed. Oh, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? You don't have nothing to prove. We've gone through this. You're a black Carib. You are West African like the rest of us. Why am I doing this? I'm not doing this.
Witness says he wants you to speak in is it Taino?
Yeah.
Language.
Taino.
Witness is requesting that you speak in your native Taino. Is it Taino language? Sorry if I mispronounce it.
Elijah, the apologist rapper. Oh my God, that sounds like a troll.
Good luck to Witness's fingers for typing that.
What's wrong with him asking you to speak in your native language?
Yeah.
I don't know where he comes from to even ask anything from anybody, full stop.
So we can't
why
see.
Does your native language sounds like English?
And where is he? Oh, he's in the chat.
He's probably doing important things. Why are we doing this again?
Yeah, I think. Okay, so.
We're doing it because I talked about the Bibio and Igbo roots of what do you call it, the Trinidad and Tobago, and you know what did they call it? Was it what's it called?
And the Afik,
soca music and calypso.
What about
and limbo?
And what about the Cuban ones you told me about, Betty?
Let me finish 1 moment. And then, because I claimed a Bibio roots for his Caribbean islands, yeah, he then put a counter narrative because he doesn't like Africans claiming that they're people in the Caribbean island, the Caribbean islands. That's how it started. The minute an African says that their people got transported by force to the Carib Islands, then he starts saying, no, this word is Taino and this is Carib and all this stuff. That's how we all got started, Brad.
So, so what do you call music in your language?
You're not even speaking your own native language. Why would I speak in you to speak in Taino?
I can show you. I can show you my free word.
No, you speak.
I can show you my free word. What we call music. So I'm saying to you,
body bag by Betty.
I'm gonna say to you now. You said car. You said car and lipo. Come on, mate. Car and lipo. Car and lipo. Yeah. So even the lollies, so even the lollies, even the ice lollies in England is
Bibio.
We can't even hear you.
Speak your language.
Why haven't you fixed your mic yet?
Car and lipo, yeah. All right, I'll give you that. If it's that serious, car and lipo, yes.
So he's never. This is what happens every single time. Anytime an African comes on and starts saying, yeah, that they are African roots in any Caribbean island, yeah, Turek claims he got a copyright on the whole of the Caribbean islands, and those black people are native to the Caribbean islands, and then he gets into arguments.
Music.
He gets into arguments with Naifo, Raspet, because they're also Jamaican.
They're not here. We're talking about music, for crying out loud, man. Stop bringing other people in. What do you call music?
Yo, your mic is terrible.
That every single time, speak Taino.
What do you call music in your language, baby? It's a simple word. It's a simple type of word. If we have a connection, we will have the same meaning for music. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? If we're the same people, we will call music the same thing. What do you call music?
I spoke to you in a Bibio.
What do you call music?
Go and speak in Taino.
Music. If we're the same people, we will call music the same thing. What do you call music?
Taino.
What do you call music?
You cannot speak Taino.
What do you call music? Stop running away, Betty.
Taino, can you?
Stop running away, Betty. What do you call music?
Language.
What do you call music?
What do you call? Can speak to me in Taino first.
You won't understand my language. Someone won't understand your language, Betty. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Speak to me in Taino.
It's irrelevant.
You can't speak Taino at all.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. That's like me asking you, can you speak Yoruba?
If it's not relevant, why put the night on video?
Can you understand Yoruba? Can you understand Yoruba? Can you understand Ashanti? Can you understand a tweet? Can you speak God?
I asked you to speak Taino. Why did you refuse?
Witness is your husband. I don't care what Witness wants.
It's not my husband.
Witness don't order me around. Witness orders you around. He don't orders me.
And you don't order me around.
Witness orders you about for you to give orders to me.
Around.
Witness orders you to give orders to me.
Witness said you have a. Witness said he has a.
Good question.
Witness just said he has a omelette head, but the omelettes are not Taino.
This one is just stealing a Bibio and
you can't even tell me if we share the same thing. You don't call your music calypso.
The Jamaicans come on.
You do not call your music calypso. You do not call your music calypso, Betty. Don't shame up yourself. You don't call your music calypso. Don't shame yourself. You don't call your music calypso. Don't shame yourself.
Oh God! You know what? Just continue to talk. You're a joke.
Torek, we cannot hear you, bro. Torek, we cannot hear you.
Don't shame yourself, girl. Don't shame yourself.
Torek, put your phone on speakerphone. See, See if speakerphone helps, Tori. Put it on speaker. Put your phone on speaker and see if we can hear you, because we cannot hear you the whole time.
All I'm saying, don't shoot yourself. Everybody knows you don't call music in your tribal language calypso. You got your own indigenous word for calypso. If we are the same people, that could be the connection. We call music the same word. This is the reason why.
Let's look up the word calypso. Spell that word, Turok. Turok, spell the word calypso.
I'm butt hurt, but I actually show certain things, and I have the Leo and all these things. They go on bad, man.
All right, then put them in the back chat. Put them in the back chat so we can do.
What have you put? What have you actually put, Brad? What have you actually put?
We can't even hear. Listen, we keep telling you. Can you? Yeah. And Belly's not around, so even if you drop out and come back in, he might not let you back in until he gets back here. But you were screaming at the top of your lungs, and we were hearing like every 4 words. Do you think that your message, anyone heard it? No. And I kept saying, we can't hear you, we can't hear you, and you still just talking. It's just madness.
Because you're butthurt. That's why you don't got no information to prove or bring out to anybody. All they just got chat.
Neither do you.
Okay, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. No, it's okay. Listen.
Bring up other people for no reason.
Oh no, we can't hear you now. I don't know what you just did just now when you said butthurt. We heard you, and now your voice is going away again.
When you can't win an argument, he turns to insults and a debate. When you can't win something, witness just asked you, "Can you speak Taino?" And you couldn't say one single paragraph, not one sentence.
We can't talk while he's talking because then we won't hear him. We cannot talk while he's talking because then.
So Betty, witness is irrelevant to me. We are making witness relevant to you because he's relevant to you. He's not relevant to me. If you can tell me kindly what do you call music in your language, then we could actually get somewhere in life.
Yo, stop disrespecting my clansmen, bro. Fuck you. Gracious.
What do you call Yoruba? What do you call music in Yoruba then, Brad?
Actually, I looked that up.
So what do you call it? Hey? You're just full of fucking chat. No fucking research, man. No fucking research.
We don't need to research. You're the one that's claiming to be Taino.
Yoruba fuck.
I'm gonna need you to research. Listen, I'm gonna need you to research a better earpiece. I'm gonna need you to research a better earpiece.
Type in Google. Do you Google?
Right, man.
Googles, man.
She sounds really bad. He's always like a muffled sound. It's like
Google.
It's like he's far away from his actual mic.
Yeah.
I don't think he believes this. Listen, go to your computer. Listen, go to your computer, right? And just rewind this video like 5 minutes or 2 minutes and hear yourself, because you probably think that we're making fun or we're exaggerating how you sound. We cannot understand.
Just tell me what music means. That's it. What people in Africa call music. That's simple as.
There are millions.
You know what they call it? They call it woyoy. That's what they call it. You know when Jamaicans be like woyoy. Yes, they gonna be like, oh shit, we be saying African stuff when we say woyoy. Oh, all right. Like who? Listen.
Stand up.
You are African. You're African because Black Carib is West African. So you're African anyway. So don't reject it.
You're one of us.
You're African.
You're African. Just stand.
Done.
No, say not be native. He say be native Carib, Sabi. He say be native Carib. But you can't one word in Carib.
Yo, she hit you with the N. She hit you with the N, yo.
Betty, the
European, man. You say you be native Carib.
European. Betty, the Black European.
Are you native Carib?
European.
I beg you speak your language now. Come on, native Carib.
Betty, the Black Caribbean. Betty, the
How about this? Here's a video with Turok on it. I want to see European.
I'm talking to the Black European Betty.
Are you ever going to Black European Betty for this language?
Are you the Black European Betty? Please stand up.
Sweetie, Turek, you live in Britain and London.
You are the Black European Betty.
You hold a British passport, Turek. Do you hold a British passport? You ain't in no Caribbean island now, sweetheart. You in London.
Passport.
So if you're not British and Britain is not in Europe, yeah, I beg you pack your bags and take yourself back to those little islands.
So what are you? What are
I
you
know
then?
who I am.
What are
British
you?
Nigerian. That's what I am.
And you got white
I
man's DNA.
hold 2 passports.
Have you got any white DNA in you?
2 passports. Yeah.
White DNA in you. You're not a black European.
Do you have
You're
any
not a black
African DNA in
European.
you?
You're not a black
Do you have
European.
any African DNA in you?
Just a plain Nigerian.
What you call it? Taino.
You're not a black European. You're a Nigerian. Full stop. You're Nigerian, not a black European.
Am I not?
You're just a Nigerian. You're not a black European. No.
Am I not? Oh, cry me a river.
Yeah, you're not a black European.
I'm just saying it. I'm looking at this British passport. It says
Cinderella. Oh, a passport. Cinderella. Cinderella's got a passport, everybody.
Born in
Cinderella's
Manchester, in Britain.
Africa's got a passport.
Says the EU
passport.
citizen.
Mama Africa's got a passport, everybody. Mama Africa's got a passport.
Hello. EU
We can't hear you. If you talk while she's talking, we don't hear you.
European. Hello.
Okay, Mama Africa with your red book.
Mama
Africa and a red book.
You give me Joe.
We don't hear you if she's talking though. We can't hear you.
Mama Africa and her red book.
This is what I love. This is why I like Tariq. He really shows his anti-African sentiment when he's mad. This is why Respect and Naifa bun him up. This is why the Jamaicans are so man. He's talking like a slave. He
so you didn't say Naifa and Respect should have drowned.
I'm gonna go on mute while Tariq stops showing his anti-African sentiment. One moment, let me go on mute.
So you're telling me you didn't tell Naifa and Respect and Melanated that they should have drowned in the slave trade, no? But you probably sold them in.
Nope. Me. Am I
Mama Africa with your red book?
Bring your
Mama
evidence.
Africa.
Bring your evidence. Bring your evidence.
I talked to you before then.
You never bring no evidence.
Betty,
You just shout and scream. Go and bring your evidence.
How much are you willing to bet? Are you willing to bet your soul?
Go and bring your evidence. Just bring any evidence.
Are you willing to bet your soul? Are you willing to bet your soul for that?
So for what?
What I'm talking about. What you said about Respect. What you said about Respect and the people should have drowned. I bet you your soul I can show you that information.
Bring it.
How about that?
Bring it then.
I bet your soul, yeah. I bet your soul. You want to bet your soul?
How do you bet a soul? How do you bet a soul?
I don't know, brother.
You want to bet your soul?
I don't know. Apparently, he's just
I don't know. I don't speak English. I don't know.
I owe him something.
I don't know. I don't know.
Last time I checked, it was my mum that put me on the planet, not some black Taino guy denouncing upon owing something. I don't know.
So you didn't say Respect and them should have drowned, no?
Yeah. Bring it, Dan.
Hey, guys. Excuse me. I have to moderate. Turok, you don't behave like this. Yo. Come on now. We're all adults here. We're all grown adults here.
Bring it.
Oh my goodness, y'all. Come on now.
Bring it.
Come on, guys. We're on the G block, guys. We're on the G block.
We're on the G block. We don't do personalities. We only do facts. We only do facts, not personalities. Yo, where's Melly at? I wish I could just mute him. If I could mute him, it'd be good.
Yo, where is Belly?
Melly got this and Bradford was really interested. It was just nice to hear about the Bibio and the Igbo roots of Trinidad and Tobago. And, you know, so I'm looking forward. I'm going to do some videos on it and probably do like some picture books.
Yo, Cora, stop doing that. You act like a kid.
I'm going to do.
Why you acting like a kid?
That's how we are. I'm looking for souls. People to be of African descent. Yeah. He says they're all native. But yeah, it was really nice to know that, you know.
Where's your words native African?
Music.
Yo, Turok, no one can hear you. Your mic is bad.
You know, there's a lot of different music in the Caribbean and stuff like that. You know,
his voice, I think, that kills
and I
me.
used to like Limbo as a kid, you know, melanated goddess. You know, in them days we used to see, you know, when fun come and you see that Limbo, woo, woo.
So when
Even though it had a Bibio roots, man, it was nice to know that our people still managed to keep some of their culture in the island. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, Cardi B is also from Trinidad, isn't she? So she might be of Igbo and a Bibio heritage as well. She's trying to claim Nigerian citizenship now because of that crazy Trump. Cardi B.
And let's build on that right now. Let's see where the different people went, because I know when it comes to the Caribbean, where did everyone come? Because Turok, St. Lucia's, or is it, what was it, St. Lucia's? Where's the black?
Don't bring him in. You know he'll just start screaming like a baby. Don't bring that one in.
No, you don't.
Talk about Cuba. Forget about that one. Forget about him, because you know he's
the black Caribs. No, he's from St. Vincent.
Yeah, he'll just start claiming got copyright on all the islands.
Yeah.
Goddess. There was some Bibio people in Cuba who went from Cuba to Cross River State to go to their ancestral land, and that was a nice visit for them. They had a secret society that they enslaved Efik and the Bibio people got enslaved in Cuba. They kept that male society, and they went over a couple of years ago to Cross River State to do a cross-cultural visit. So that was very nice. So you never know. Melody Goddess, she might be Efik, she might be Efik too.
You know, I'm telling you, man, Efik, Igbo, Akan, all that stuff.
Yeah, fusion of culture.
Because even the way Black American worded it yesterday, he said Black Americans are like a mosaic of African cultures because they were, you know, and it's a more to me it's put in a more appropriate or a beautiful metaphor that we're like a mosaic, you know. You know, at times I could imagine when you're in the heat of a debate, you know, you might word it in a way that's more negative. I remember, what did you say about?
I said hybrid, and everybody went crazy.
Everyone crazy. Yes, you could said hybrid, right? So you can see that the contrast of a hybrid and a mosaic. It's one has a more negative connotation.
I don't find hybrid, because I call myself a hybrid because I'm Efik, which is Igbo and Bibio. So I don't think it's the way people took it. But Efik is a hybrid culture because the founding father was an Igbo man and his wife was a Bibio, and I call myself a hybrid. So you know, it's how people took it. And there's a lot of different
I think if it's followed by I'm pure and you're not pure, then that's more like you know what I'm saying, it kind of comes across that way. But when you look at, you know, when the people were brought to the different locations.
Did you mention these people calling my ancestors slave owners?
Yeah, no, I didn't. No, that's why I said in the heat of a debate. That's why I said in the heat of a debate, of course, it's going to come out in a more, you know, like I'm jabbing you, you jabbing me, X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, because you can't respect who was being calling my ancestors slave owners and Nigerian slave owners for more than a couple of years. You can't then expect me not to fire back. Of course, I will fire back.
Well, I mean, you know, I think that when we do our study on history,
I would still call myself a hybrid. If people take offense to that, then, you know, and me calling other people hybrids, that's up to them. But I'm not going to change the word for them, because that's what it is. It's a hybrid culture. And yes, you still have to respect the root. I could not talk to my mother and claim, because this comes back to who is more African. I could not speak to my mum and dad and claim that I'm more African than them, that I'm pure, when I'm clearly more westernized.
Right.
It's a thing about respect.
Are you saying this in a cultural sense, not a genetic one?
Yeah, cultural sense.
Oh, see, you need to just say that. That makes more sense because I'm looking at myself like, girl, I'm 96% African. What you mean? But no, I get it. I get it now. You mean culturally? Okay.
Yeah, because my mum was born and raised in Africa. So they grew up speaking native language and did the African environment, and I'm born and raised here. So that's what
Buddy, that is so much more clear now because I cannot get mad at that. You know, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, because this is why Hector. That's why I like listening to Hector. One of the reasons why, obviously, because my dad died, and Hector's accent is very near my dad's accent because they're quite near each other. So when I hear him talk, it reminds me of my dad, even though he does lose his temper like we all do when people upset him and his wife. But that's what Hector. That's a lot of what Hector means, and people misinterpret what he says. He basically just means that he's more culturally pro. If you're outside of Africa, you're not as African as the homegrown Africans.
Well, yeah, no kidding. And I gave him an example of